Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 101 Breathing on the Panel. A look of surprise flashed in Su Yuan's eyes. Just now, after opening the number 1 star A cup ointment, I immediately started to attack the number 2 star A cup ointment. The time spent on the number 1 star A cup ointment was already over half, and Su Yuan did not expect to be able to open the number 2 star A cup ointment before get out of class ended. But just when Su Yuan was about to stop, he unexpectedly discovered that there were new changes on the system panel. Su Yuan. Level, Bronze Beginner. Soul Card, Phoenix in the Blue Sky. Breathing, General Breathing Method, Progress, number 1 star Nest, number 2 star Cave, 42/100. Breathe, actually accessed the system panel? And it also kept up with the progress of 42/100? So Su Yuan's heart skipped a beat and he tentatively called the system to use Stardust to add points. Unexpectedly, it actually worked. The energy of the system appeared out of thin air in the body and hit the number 2 star A cup ointment. The breathing progress on the panel also soared rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, 40, 50, 70, 100. The progress jumped to 100/100 in just 2 seconds, and the number 2 star point was suddenly completely opened under a shock. Surprised, Su Yuan looked up and found He Yanan staring at him in great surprise. Su Yuan secretly said something bad. He was too surprised and excited by the changes on the system panel just now. He actually used the system to add points directly in front of such a burning sun master. He didn't know if he was noticed. Fortunately, He Yanan didn't seem to notice anything. The shock on He Yanan's face soon turned into surprise, and he walked to Su Yuan in a few steps. Su Yuan, have you opened the number 2 star point? He Yanan's pupil technique could only see through the flow of star power, but could not directly see through the several star acupoints opened by Su Yuan, so he immediately asked Su Yuan for confirmation. It seems so. A look of excitement and disbelief appeared on Su Yuan's face at the right time. Teacher Xiao He, I found that it is much easier to open the star A cup ointment than I thought. Hearing the conversation between the two, Shang Baiyu, Luo Bingtong and others sitting next to them all opened their eyes and looked over in surprise. Su Yuan, did you actually open the second star cave? It's so fast. Shang Baiyu's eyes were full of surprise. When I opened the second star cave the next day, my family said it's not slow anymore, but you are much more exaggerated than me. Xiaoyu was also surprised. Are you so perverted? My second A cup ointment has just become a little looser. Luo Bingtong looked at Su Yuan, then looked inside at her number 2 star point, which was less than 1/3 of the way through, and tilted her head in confusion. He Yanan looked excited. Everyone's physique is different. In addition to the manipulation of star power, some people's star points may be naturally transparent and not as stubborn as ordinary people. Saying that, He Yanan looked at Su Yuan and said with a smile, it seems that Su Yuan Zhen is also gifted in star power breathing. As Su Yuan's class teacher, He Yanan was one of the only people who got Su Yuan's soul card test report. In addition to the unparalleled soul card qualifications, under Su Yuan's personal information, there is also a comment like almost demonic skills and talents. At this time, everyone around looked at Su Yuan and couldn't help but express envy and jealousy. Not far away, Xiang Dingqian was just happy because he successfully opened up the number 19 star point. Now when he heard the news, his face turned bad again. Why is he so extraordinary even in practicing star power breathing? Xiang Dingqian's heart was extremely complicated. He had already started to practice breathing to open up star points a long time ago due to the guidance of his family elders. This was his strength. But it turned out that Su Yuan had an unusual talent in this area. And this seems to be one of the few places where he surpasses Su Yuan. Suddenly, Xiang Dingqian felt an unprecedented sense of urgency. No, we can't let him catch up. To widen the gap, just getting through the 4th star nest is not enough. However, Some people noticed that what Yuan said was it is also a gift. The teacher said so, does he have amazing talents in some other aspects? Xiaoyu looked at Yuan and couldn't help but think secretly. This person is obviously from an ordinary background, but why does he always have something unexpected? Soon, 12 o'clock has arrived. That's it for the class on star power breathing. Let's finish the class. Go back and practice hard. New classes will be notified in the group. Yuan has always attended class on time and finished class on time. He never delayed class and was unwilling to work overtime for even a second. Everyone dispersed one after another, and Yuan took Luo Bingtong and returned to Nanyi Garden with Shang Baiyu. Shang Baiyu smiled and said, "You opened the Star A Cup ointment so quickly, I have to work harder. What you should consider is to break through to the intermediate level first. It feels like you have reached your limit. I've been stuck for several days. We can't rush this kind of thing. Maybe we can break through after sleeping tonight, or it may take a few more months." Yuan said, including the 50 points given by teacher Yuan, you already have 100 credits. Maybe you can consider Xingguo Pond. Shang Baiyu's eyes lit up. Yes, didn't you go there last time? How did you feel? During the conversation, the three of them had already arrived in front of room 3. I didn't go in last time. Yuan stopped and looked at Shang Baiyu with a slightly calm expression. I plan to collect enough credits to go there for 4 hours at a time. When Shang Baiyu heard this, his eyes moved slightly. Yuan smiled and said, "Okay, see you later." "Okay, see you later." Shang Baiyu looked at Yuan and the two who turned to leave, and felt that Yuan had indeed meant something. 4 hours of Star Mist Pond. Shang Baiyu looked thoughtful. It's only 20 credits short, so let's give it a try. Thinking of this, Shang Baiyu returned directly to his dormitory, turned on his computer, and logged into the mission system. Yuan returned to the dormitory and recalled the system. Stardust 720. Breathing, Universal Breathing Method, Progress, Star Nest number 3, Star Cave number 1, 0/100. The remaining few hundred points of Stardust are what was left after adding Hellfire Summoning and Hellfire to perfection last time. To upgrade these two skills to the Transformation realm, each requires more than 3000 Stardust. It is far from enough now, so it is better to add it to Star Power Breathing first. System, add more. With a thought in his mind, Yuan directly activated the extra points. Stardust continued to be consumed 100 after 100. In just a moment, all 6 star points in the first star nest near Yuan's left shoulder were opened. Yuan's body shook slightly, and the star power in the star power cyclone on his chest flowed out on its own, flowing through the 6 star points one by one, and then returned to the star power cyclone. Under this flow of star power, Yuan immediately felt that his left hand was obviously different from before. Cang Yan. Yuan gave a low cry, and as the star power surged, a ball of blue flame quickly condensed in his left hand. Not only is there almost no delay in the execution, the charging time of condensed blue flames is also nearly 20% faster than before. Yuan's eyes flashed with joy. In addition, the fluctuation of his own star power has also converged a little compared to before. The effect of this breathing method is really good. Yuan opened the panel again. Stardust 320. Breathing, Universal Breathing Method, Progress, Second Star Nest number 7 star point, 0/100. Teacher Xiao he said that the farther you go to the back of the star nest, the harder it is to get through. However, the number of stardust required to open the star cave in the second star nest is the same as that in the first star nest. From this point of view, the difficulty of opening the first 4 star nests, which are both entry level, should be the same. So a total of 24 star points for entry is 2400 stardust. Just entry alone is almost equivalent to training 2 green skills to the transformation state. Breathing is really not that easy to practice. But no matter what, since stardust can solve it, it won't be a problem. Su Yuan looked excited. In this way, as long as there is enough stardust, his breathing will improve several times or even dozens of times faster than ordinary people. Although I don't know how much stardust is needed to open the 5th and 6th star nests, the number of stardust required to open the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th star nests is not that much. Anyway, let's get started first. By raising breathing to the entry level, not only can you initially see the role of breathing, but you can also get 50 credits from He Yanan. Su Yuan looked thoughtful, then we still need to hunt some stardust. Chapter 102, First Mission. Antarctic City, on the road outside Ferry 3. A young man wearing a black combat uniform and a rare pair of silver eyes got out of a taxi on the roadside. Young man, it seems to me that you are an academy student from outside. If you want to go to sea, be careful. Some star card masters still have accidents in the South China Sea Islands every year. The driver was a middle-aged uncle with a somewhat stout figure. Seeing that the young man had a unique temperament, he couldn't help but remind him kindly. Su Yuan nodded and said with a smile, "Thank you, master, for reminding me." The driver chuckled and said, "You're welcome. It is only because of outstanding young star card masters like you in the Great Yan Kingdom that we can feel at ease about the future." After saying that, the driver waved his hand and drove away. Su Yuan withdrew his gaze, turned around and walked to the roadside. "This is the first time I've seen the blue sea. It's so beautiful." Su Yuan looked into the distance. The sea and the sky were the same color. The hot sunlight was shining on the sea, making the waves sparkle, which was really beautiful. On the coast, white ferries of different sizes are floating on the sea, either departing, docking, or returning. From time to time, he would pass by Su Yuan and walk down the more than 100 meters of white stone steps to the ferry and board the boat. Almost all of these people have more or less star power fluctuations on their bodies, and most of them are very young. They are in groups of 3 or 5, and they look like college students at first glance. In addition, there are many star card masters in society. Su Yuan glanced at the time and saw that it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. He walked down the 100-meter stone steps, took out his ticket and boarded one of the passenger ships numbered New Jersey 014. "Welcome to our Ninja Group's passenger ship. Your room is at No 038 on the first floor. Turn left after entering." The passenger ferry steward who was in charge of reception at the door was a round-faced girl with short brown hair. After taking the ticket, she greeted with a smile. "Thanks." Su Yuan nodded, took back the ticket stub and entered the ship. Silver pupils are really rare. The round-faced girl couldn't help turning her head and took a second look. She's also quite handsome, and she's still in the 2nd class. I don't know if she's a genius student from the Antarctic Academy, or maybe she belongs to her younger brother. "Where are the classmates?" Su Yuan returned to cabin No 038, looked at the sea through the glass, and began to think in his heart. If you can find more than 70 units of red firestone at one time, you won't have to come out again until you break through to the intermediate level. It has been nearly a week since the last breathing class. The reason why Su Yuan appeared here was because he accepted a collection mission on Yan Island issued by the Academy. Yan Island is one of the islands in the Southern Sea. It is obviously an island, but it is filled with a very strong fire element. Although it is only a low-level danger zone, Red Sand Flame Island is quite famous among the southern islands because there is a relatively popular fire type ore called red firestone on this island. Red firestone, like the flame crystal stone that Zhuangsun once searched for in the Daman Mountains, is a second-level spiritual material. However, red flint is the main material for refining weapons and is in relatively greater demand. Affected by the currents in the South China Sea, the route to Chisam Island is only open in September and October every year. Therefore, every year at this time, many low-level star card masters from the Academy and Society go to Red Sand Flame Island to look for red flintstones to build green star weapons. In each college, there are specialized weapon refiners and students majoring in weapon refinement. Compared with purchasing the star weapon directly, you can save more than half of the cost by gathering the materials yourself and then entrusting the craftsman to build it. Collect red fire stones from Red Sand Flame Island. 1 unit is 1 cubic decimeter. Each unit is 1 credit. The upper limit is 100 credits. This is the task that Su Yuan spent a lot of time to find among the many academy tasks that is more suitable for him. First of all, although this task is only a level 1 task, its upper limit is very high. As long as you can find enough red fire stones, you can get up to 100 credits. Secondly, Chaishian Island is a low-level dangerous area with many star beasts in it. In the process of searching for red fire stones, he can also hunt star beasts to earn star dust. Not to mention the hell flames and hell fire summons that have not yet been transformed, the new darling of the breathing method is still waiting for food. The Ninja Group's passenger ship itself is engraved with various enchantments such as acceleration, defense, tenacity, attack, etc., and there is also a star expert from the group accompanying it. Although the ticket is not cheap, the safety is still very guaranteed. The journey was uneventful, and at about 8 a.m. the next day, the passenger ship successfully docked somewhere on the north side of Kaizian Island. It's really a rich fire element. Su Yuan raised his eyes slightly and looked at the island. Sunshine, beach, coast. It seemed to be a resort, but since it was a dangerous zone, it was certainly not that simple. Sunshine, almost 40 degrees. Beach, Chaishian Island is not called Chaishian Island for nothing. The sand here is all light red. There is no other reason than that it is soaked in a high concentration of fire elements all the time. Fortunately, most of the people who come here are bronze-level star card masters, and there are also a few silver-level star card masters, so the environment is not too harsh. Silver-level people basically already have 1 or 2 green star weapons, so there are relatively few people coming, and gold-level people usually don't come. Yuxuan, Xiaoting, should we go directly to the center of the island? Don't worry. Red flint is not found only in the center of the island. Red flint may be produced in places with a high concentration of fire elements, such as this valley surrounded by low mountains. Old He, do you think we can find red fire gold this time? It depends on luck. There has been no red fire gold for 5 consecutive years. It is very likely that there will be one this time, but I don't know where it will be. Then let's go directly to the 3 peaks in the center to have a look. Most of the star card masters who came together as a team were still discussing how to act. Su Yuan was quite relaxed by himself. He took out the map, took a look at it, and quickly walked towards the depths of Chaishian Island. The place where red flint is produced on Chaishian Island is not fixed every year. It may be everywhere, or it may be concentrated in certain places. But since it is a fire spiritual material, it is naturally more likely to appear in places with dense fire elements. Of course, these places often give birth to more and more powerful star beasts. Su Yuan unfolded his wind-walking steps and walked on sand and gravel. A few hours later, Su Yuan walked to a canyon between 2 mountains, and here, Su Yuan finally encountered a small group of red-clouded leopards whose bodies were all red and seemed to be wearing embroidered cloud-red cloaks. Seeing Su Yuan, a human who suddenly appeared, the red cloud leopards immediately became vigilant and roared in an attempt to scare Su Yuan away. Su Yuan chuckled lightly and approached the leopards step by step without stopping. At the same time, he raised his hands and formed seals one after another in his hands. The leader of the bronze high-level red-clouded leopard seemed to sense that something was wrong. He immediately roared and rushed out with the leopard group at the head of the pack. At this time, Su Yuan had already completed the technique, and suddenly made a stroke in front of him. The dark gate of hell spread out horizontally, and 6 large bone wolves surrounded by black flames jumped out of it one after another. The red-clouded leopards born on Chaishayan Island had never seen such a ferocious bone wolf, and they were all frightened. Feeling the tyrannical aura of the six-headed bone wolf, the leader of the red-clouded leopard quickly led the team to stop the advance, seeming to want to retreat. But of course Yuan would not let them go. Kill them all and bring back the Star Core. Yuan gave instructions in a low voice, and the 6 nether fire steel bone wolves rushed into the many red-clouded leopards like tigers rushing into a herd of sheep. The cold light on the nether fire steel claws started to kill madly. These common quality red-clouded leopards, the strongest of which are only high-level bronzes, are naturally no match for the 6-headed hellfire steel bone wolves. Not surprisingly, after a while, all the red-clouded leopards turned into corpses and fell to the ground. Yuan took the star cores collected by the hellfire steel bone wolf and directly extracted and decomposed them into stardust. 120 stardust is credited. Yuan looked at the stardust added on the system panel and nodded with satisfaction. But it's not over yet. The ring of hell's chanting in his hand gave off a faint black light. Yuan closed his eyes slightly and concentrated on sensing the surroundings. Among the large amounts of slowly surging fire elements, there seems to be one place that is particularly dense. Yuan's eyes lit up, and he turned around and pointed at a mountain wall more than 10 meters away. The hellfire steel wolf next to him immediately opened his mouth and charged up a hellfire cannon to hit him. Boom! As the hellfire cannon exploded, a crater was immediately blasted out of the mountain wall ahead. In the pit, a football-sized piece of red ore embedded in the mountain wall was also exposed. Red flint. Yuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately stepped forward, took out the dragon armor knife and cut it off. There are almost 5 units, not bad, it's going smoothly. Putting the red fire stone into the ring, Yuan walked towards the depths again. Chapter 103 Flame Bowl Demon. Somewhere to the west of Chaishayan Island, a small passenger ship that could only accommodate 20 people slowly came and stopped on the shore. A dozen people in yellow-brown robes stepped off the ship one after another. The leader is a middle-aged man with a Chinese character face, and his star power fluctuates astonishingly. If you look closely, you can see that he is actually a high-level silver master. In addition, there are 3 people around who have strong auras, and they are all silver level. Xiao Ma, when did that girl arrive? The middle-aged man with a Chinese character asked without looking back. The yellow-faced old man next to him, who was called Xiao Ma, responded, according to the intelligence, it should have been 2 days ago. The yellow-faced old man who was called Xiao Ma was actually named Ma Huaxiang. He was called Xiao Ma because of his lean body. He is the one with the highest level except the middle-aged man Yan Song, who is the leader, and has the silver intermediate level. The other 2 silvers are a man and a woman, both at the beginning level of silver. The remaining 12 people all ranged from intermediate bronze level to high-level bronze level. Yan Song nodded, very good, then let's spread out and look for them. Remember, her goal is red fire gold. She only needs to go to a place with extremely high fire elements to find her. Although she is only an intermediate bronze level, she is not something that ordinary bronze levels can deal with. Once you find it, don't act rashly. Call the person immediately and keep an eye on the person. I will rush over immediately. Yes, sir. The 2 silver juniors and the 12 bronzes all responded, and then dispersed to search for Chaishayan Island. Yan Song sneered, this girl is really interesting. There are such good resources that I don't need. I have to collect them myself, otherwise I wouldn't have the opportunity today. Ma Huaxiang, who was next to him, pondered for a while and asked, Sir, do we really want to capture that little girl? Of course. Yan Song's eyes flashed coldly, the witch has killed so many people in our Lai Sha sect, so she has to taste the feeling of having her loved ones taken away from her. For the sake of Lai Shaman's future, Ma Huaxiang still tried to persuade Yan Song. But she is not targeting our Lai Sha sect family. Since she has completed her mission and left, our Laya Shah sect can still regain its glory by keeping a low profile for a while. And if we attack her sister now and form a deadly feud, then she might come back to kill her again. No need to say more. Yan Song turned to stare at Ma Huaxiang, his eyes extremely cold. Even my brother died at her hands, it's already a no-life situation. Besides, it is said that the witch loves her sister very much, and she might be able to exchange her life for another, so that I can avenge her. When Ma Huaxiang heard this, he could only sigh secretly. Now that the arrow is on the string, we have to shoot it, and we can only go one way to the end. Maybe it's like what Yan Song said, when the time comes, one life can really be exchanged for another, and there's no telling if this girl will be exchanged for the witch. And if the witch is killed, the Laya Shah sect will become famous among the sects, and maybe they can take advantage of this to gather the remnants of each sect and become the leader. Thinking of this, Ma Huaxiang strengthened his confidence. Yan Song said, "Let's go, let's look for it too, find it as soon as possible and leave as soon as possible, so as not to have long nights and dreams." Good. On this day, it was still sunny on Chaishian Island. 3 days have passed since Sir Yuan went to the island. At this time, Sir Yuan was in a huge cave with bright red light. In front of Sir Yuan, 2 hellfires wearing armor and holding swords were fighting fiercely with a bull-shaped beast standing on 2 legs. 3 hellfire steel bone wolves on the periphery surround the battlefield, waiting for the opportunity to spray out a barrage of hellfire cannons, or launch a skeletal charge to rush behind the bull-shaped beast and attack with their hellfire steel claws. As for the other 3 hellfire skeleton wolves, they have been broken into pieces and their bones are scattered around. This bull-shaped star beast is all black, with blood-red eyes and 2 red horns. The muscles on his body are like an iron wall. Facing 2 heavily armed hellfires, he can still fight back and forth. His strength is really amazing. This bull-shaped ferocious beast is called the Flame Bull Demon. It is also an extremely rare Master Star Beast, and it is also a silver beginner. That's why it was difficult for Sir Yuan to deal with the 2 hellfires. However, it was hard work. In front of the 2 huge hellfires with abnormal physical fitness and no fear of death, this flaming bull demon was gradually becoming a little weak. If you still want to make a comeback, it should be now. Sir Yuan stood not far away, quietly watching the battle. Suddenly, Sir Yuan seemed to notice something and glanced at the entrance of the cave next to him. And at this moment, with an angry bull roar, the flame bull demon launched its final move. Red lines of fire lit up on the black bull demon's body, and the entire body quickly turned red visibly to the naked eye. Like a volcano about to erupt, the highly concentrated fire elements converged towards the clasped hands of the flame bull demon. Sir Yuan's expression condensed, and he quickly used his mind to control the 2 hellfires to launch an amazing defensive blue skill, Evil Energy Shield. On hellfire, the green evil flame suddenly became several times more violent, forming a spherical shield full of chaos and evil atmosphere around his body. The Evil Energy Shield has just been formed, and the Flame Bull Demon's killing move is ready. The fire exploded and the red gas steamed. The Flame Bull Demon waved his fists, and punches swarmed out like exploding meteorite rain. In just a few seconds, he had already punched 36 times in front of him. Exploding Bull Demon Fist 36 hits. This blue skill can perfectly bring out the strength, agility, and star power of the Flame Bull Demon. In fact, the perfect level explosive Bull Demon Fist can hit 72 punches, which can really destroy the world and destroy everything. It's just that this flaming bull demon has only been trained to the master level, so it can only punch 36 punches. Even so, the large burst of fist power also caused the evil shield to quickly crack, and the 3 surrounding hellfire steel bone wolves exploded into bones the moment they were covered by the wave of fist power. Scum! Va! After persisting for a moment, the evil energy shields on the 2 hellfires shattered. Then, the evil energy armor on the body of the hellfire, which was comparable to the best green star weapon, also began to show many cracks and shattered piece by piece. After a few seconds, the flaming bull demon's fist strength quickly weakened. The flame bull demon gasped, raised his head and looked forward, but he couldn't help being dumbfounded. I saw that the armor on the two hellfires was more than half broken, but the main body was almost uninjured. Su Yuan smiled without surprise. This is the siege unit Hellfire. Fell energy shield and fell energy armor created from rock tools and terrifying defense power added by the body's talent. Under the triple defense, even in the face of the Silver Junior Master Star Beast's unique move, it cannot be said that he was unscathed, but it was basically harmless. After all, it did break the skin a bit. For a moment, Niu was in despair. The two hellfires raised their evil swords and chopped them down without mercy. The flame bull demon was still struggling to the death, but he only let go of his ultimate attack when his physical body was weak and his star power was empty. After only holding on for a moment under the giant's sword, he was cut across by two evil giant swords and turned into a broken corpse. Good. Su Yuan nodded and prepared to step forward to collect the star core and the demon horn. At this moment, an unusually strong and sharp wave came from the direction of the cave entrance behind him. Su Yuan's eyes moved slightly, and he immediately turned around and saw that there were 3 more people at the entrance of the cave. A middle-aged man in his early 30s, and 2 young people in their 20s and 70s. At this time, one of the black-haired young men was bending his bow and aiming an arrow at Su Yuan. The golden light on the arrow shone, which was where the strong and sharp fluctuations came from. Silver level. Chapter 104 Counterattack against the Aureole. The 3 people at the entrance of the cave are all made of silver. Under the summoning contract, the summoned object will give the first priority to protecting the summoner. Seeing this scene, the 2 hellfires who were still deep in the cave rushed over from the cave. Don't move! The black-haired young man who was drawing the bow shouted coldly, hurry up and tell your summons to stop, or I will release the arrow. Although the 2 hellfires were only high-level bronze, the 3 of them had seen their terrifying strength when they were hiding aside. The average silver-level hellfire was really no match for these 2 hellfires. With a thought in his mind, Su Yuan ordered the hellfire to stop. Seeing this, the young man holding the bow secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The middle-aged man who led the 3 people took a few steps forward and said with a smile, you are only at the bronze level, but you can actually summon a terrifying summon that can defeat this flaming bull demon. What an amazing and talented summoner! It's a pity that the mantis stalks the cicada, but the Aureole is behind. Young man, you are still too young. No matter how powerful the summoner's summons are, the body itself is always a weak point. Su Yuan glanced at the golden arrow that was drawn but not fired, looked at the middle-aged man and asked, so you are going to kill people and steal goods? The middle-aged man smiled and said, it's not a matter of killing people. We are just looking for money. As long as you behave and don't move, we will let you go. In fact, the reason why these 3 people did not kill Su Yuan directly was not because they were unwilling to kill innocent people indiscriminately. After all, this is a wilderness and a dangerous area. Everything is based on interests. In the face of huge interests, ordinary star card masters will not care so much. It's just that although the summoner is weak, he often has 1 or 2 powerful life-saving skills. For example, the damage received is evenly distributed to all summons, or when a fatal attack is received, a summon will passively take the damage instead. For some summoners, not only will their summons not disappear after death, but they will also receive a revenge buff, greatly increasing their strength until they kill the enemy. The more talented a summoner is, the more troublesome his means of self-protection tend to be. So to be on the safe side, no matter whether to kill or not, the best thing to do is to restrain the opponent first and get the treasure in his hand. At this time, the middle-aged man glanced at another brown-haired young man next to him. The brown-haired young man nodded, took out a fire element detection watch from his arms and looked at it, then carefully walked around Su Yuan and the 2 hellfires, and came to the stone platform in the cave where the flame bull demon originally rested. This is it. The brown-haired young man looked at the sudden surge of data on the watch, and his eyes were filled with joy. He gathered the power of his right hand and punched it down with great force. This brown-haired young man is the same as the black-haired young man who draws the bow. He is a beginner of silver and has considerable strength. This punch was followed by a muffled sound, and the stone platform also cracked. The cracked stone platform is filled with a row of red flint stones, and in the center of the many red flint stones is a fist-sized piece of metal that is red on the outside and white on the inside. The white part inside the metal is like a white flame that is constantly beating, bright and dazzling, quite magical. Found it, red fire gold. The brown-haired young man couldn't help but exclaimed. When Yuan saw this scene, his heart moved slightly. Red fire gold, an extremely rare third-level fire material, is enough to be used as the main material for forging blue star weapons. Okay. The middle-aged man was also extremely excited. When I discovered that there was a master quality star beast on the island this time, I had a vague premonition. I didn't expect that another red fire gold would be born this year. On Chaishian Island, no red fire gold has been produced for several years. This piece of red fire fine gold is not small. Even if it is not used to build your own star weapon, I am afraid it can be sold for nearly 10 million. The middle-aged man nodded, glanced at the body of the bull demon on the ground in the distance, and ordered, Wang Ping, take out the star core and horns of the bull demon too. Although the level of this flaming bull demon is a bit lower, its horn can barely be regarded as a third-level star beast material. Not to mention the master quality star core, it is a precious item that has the opportunity to unlock blue skills. The brown-haired young man named Wang Ping put all the red fire gold and more than a dozen units of red fire stone into the ring, then turned to look at the tall hellfire standing quietly not far away, and swallowed secretly. But he still walked up bravely, broke off the horns of the flame bull demon in front of the two hellfires, and cut out its star core. The middle-aged man and the black-haired young man who was seducing his arrows were all staring closely at Yuan and Hellfire. If Yuan made any move, the two of them would take action without hesitation. However, the process went very smoothly. The two Hellfires remained motionless while the brown-haired young man took away the horns and star core of the flame bull demon. An aureole followed. Not only did he obtain the red fire gold effortlessly, but he also obtained the horns and star core of the flaming bull demon. It went so smoothly that the middle-aged man couldn't help but feel a little elated. Looking at Yuan with satisfaction, the middle-aged man secretly thought that he was indeed a young genius summoner. He was indeed young and didn't even have any sense of crisis prevention, otherwise the three of him would not have succeeded so easily. Seeing Yuan's cooperation, the middle-aged man couldn't help but soften his original thoughts of killing him. When the brown-haired young man came back, the middle-aged man looked at Yuan and said with a smile, "A man can bend and stretch, and this young man is indeed a young genius. It's really good." As he spoke, the middle-aged man made a secret signal with his left hand behind his back. The black-haired young man understood and suddenly released his right hand that was pulling the string. In an instant, the golden light flourished. The sharp golden arrow pierced the air and shot towards Yuan not far ahead in an instant. "It's a pity that your summons are too strong. I still have to kill you first to avoid future troubles, hey." The 4-foot-long golden arrow shot into the depths of the cave, and almost 2/3 of it was submerged into the stone wall, but Yuan was nowhere to be seen. At the same time, a shrill scream sounded from behind. "Aha!" The middle-aged man's heart jumped suddenly, and he quickly turned around, only to see the young summoner just now inserting the 5 fingers of his right hand, intertwined with gold and fire, into the head of the young man who was holding the bow. "Yake!" When the middle-aged man and the brown-haired young man saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically and they looked horrified. The black-haired young man who drew the bow struggled slightly for a moment before turning into a corpse with a distorted face and collapsed to the ground. "You? How did you do it? As an archer, you are really careless. Su Yuan chuckled and wiped off the brain mixture on the 5 fingers of his right hand. He turned to look at the brown-haired young man who had just returned. I just asked you to help me pack the materials, but now, it's time to give it back to me. The brown-haired young man was obviously a silver-level junior, but at this moment, facing a bronze-level student who was several years younger than himself, he felt a chill coming from the bottom of his heart for no reason. No. After taking a look at Su Yuan's comrade with a terrifying death look under him, the brown-haired young man could no longer resist the fear in his heart and unexpectedly jumped away and ran away. There was a flash of light in Su Yuan's hand, and a silver-grey sword appeared in his hand. Putting his left hand on the long knife, the dark light instantly covered the entire blade, and the slightest heart-stopping spatial fluctuations escaped from it. Feeling this astonishing fluctuation, the middle-aged man looked horrified and shouted to the brown-haired young man who had already run 20 or 30 meters, "Wang Ping, be careful!" The dark line of separation cut across the brown-haired young man in an instant, and the overbearing power of space exploded, cutting him into 2 halves in an instant. The middle-aged man looked at Su Yuan in horror, never expecting that the summoner himself had such frightening and terrifying strength. He was obviously only a junior bronze-level person, but he killed 2 silver-level people on the spot with a raised hand like a chicken. At this moment, a slight sound broke through the air. The middle-aged man quickly recovered from the shock and quickly turned his head to look behind him. But what caught his eye was a huge hellfire that accelerated and leapt forward with evil energy, then raised its heavy fist and smashed it down. Such a scene made the middle-aged man's scalp explode and his souls emerge. He had no time to think about anything. The silver mid-level star power exploded with all his strength and he was about to run away to the side. Su Yuan raised his hand, grey light flashed in his palm, and the heavy pressure of the magnet suddenly fell on the middle-aged man. Although the level gap between the 2 sides is large and they cannot completely suppress this middle-aged silver-level man, it is not difficult to slow down the opponent's actions by a few beats. For middle-aged people, these few shots are enough to be fatal. No. Boom. The evil energy acceleration and chaotic punch hit the middle-aged man who was trying to run away from the fist. After a moment of silence, hellfire slowly moved his huge right hand away. The ground was a blur of flesh and blood, and all that could be seen was a ball of flesh. It will be on the shelves tomorrow. I hope everyone can come and support Yishao/Zhouchuan/Zhouchuan/Zhouchuan. Chapter 105 The Movement of Quicksand Gate. Looking at the 3 corpses on the ground with different but miserable death conditions, Su Yuan found the space rings of the 3 of them one by one. In addition to the red fire green gold, the star core and horns of the bull demon that had just been received in the ring, Su Yuan also found a large number of red fire stones in the rings of the 3 of them. Flint, if you count them carefully, there are more than 50 units in total. After all, there are 3 silver levels, and the collection efficiency is much higher than that of bronze levels. But this time, I am getting an advantage. Sure enough, killing people and buying goods is the fastest way to get rich. Su Yuan couldn't help but sigh secretly. 3 days after I came here, I only found 20 units of red fire stone. Adding the more than 50 units here, there are more than 70 units. 4 hours of star mist pool is enough. Originally, Su Yuan estimated that during this trip, even if the time on the road was not included, he would probably have to stay on Qishayan Island for more than 10 days. The result is almost there now. It's rare to travel such a long distance, so I'd better spend a few more days to farm more stardust. In addition, I can also collect 100 units of red fire stone. Su Yuan thought for a moment, then controlled the hellfire to continue sweeping. A few days later, somewhere on Qishayan Island, several young students from the Antarctic Academy used the fireball technique to make a fire and were roasting the red salamanders hunted on the island. The 4 of them, 3 men and 1 woman, were eating while turning their heads from time to time to look at a young man lying on a big rock not far away, bathing in the sun. This young man had red hair and red eyes, and was holding a long red sword in his hand. He looked quite uneasy, and he turned out to be Geng Kaihui, who had suffered the flames of hell in the lava cave before. Among the four people, the girl with blonde curly hair who was mainly responsible for the barbecue handed the best piece of meat to the boy next to her. Yang Yang, go to the senior. Yang Yang had a bitter look on his face, but under the attack of the blonde girl's eyes, he still took the barbecue and stood up and walked towards the young man lying on the big stone. Senior brother Geng, the red salamander that Xia Ruan roasted tastes pretty good. This one is specially roasted for you. It's very fragrant. No need, Geng Kaiyi didn't open his eyes. He only felt that the sun above his head was blocked by Yang Yang, and he couldn't help frowning. Move to the side, don't stop me from enjoying the sundae. Yang Yang quickly stood up to let out the daylight, and said angrily, Brother Geng, I put the meat skewers here for you. If you want to eat later, you can eat it. Seeing that Geng Kaiyi was silent, Yang Yang inserted the meat skewers into the open space next to the big stone, then turned around and sat back among his companions. Senior Geng doesn't seem to be easy to get along with. A relatively thin boy said in a low voice. Another boy wearing glasses adjusted his glasses and said, Senior Geng is just cold on the outside and hot on the inside. When Xia Ruan was attacked by the red poison queen bee 2 days ago, didn't he take action immediately? Otherwise, we might have ended our trip here. That's it, after all, my healing skills can't cure the red poison queen bee's fire poison. Ruan Xingyun nodded with some fear, thanks to Senior Geng. While the audience was chatting, Yang Yang thought for a while and said, Actually, I heard from the teacher that although senior brother Geng used to have a bad temper, he was not like this now. It seems that it was because of an accident some time ago, so. Is it unexpected? Everyone looked thoughtful. Although the students in the academy were students, they were also star card masters. Accidents were not surprising. Ruan Xingyun said, let's not discuss it anymore. Since everyone has collected almost all the red fire stones, why don't we go back on our own so that Senior Geng can find the red fire gold he needs? After all, he has to look after us while looking for the red fire gold, but it's not as convenient for him to do it alone. Okay. Yang Yang and others nodded. The tall and thin boy smiled and said, Speaking of which, I really have to thank Yang Yang for being his mentor this time, otherwise we wouldn't have a master like Senior Geng to escort us on our first mission. Yang Yang shook his head, as far as I know, although it was the teacher who mentioned it to senior brother Geng who was going to Chaishian Island to look for red fire gold. In fact, senior brother Geng didn't seem to ask any questions. I agreed, and I didn't ask for any extra credits. I didn't ask for any credits. Ruan Xingyun and the three of them were all surprised. They originally thought that Geng Kaihui would get extra credits for this trip, but it turned out to be pure help. I didn't expect that this senior who has a bad temper and is not easy to talk to would be so enthusiastic. What are you talking about here? At this time, Geng Kaihui's voice suddenly sounded from behind everyone. The four of them were startled and turned their heads, only to realize that Geng Kaihui had walked closer without knowing it. He was holding a knife in his right hand and chewing the skewers given by Yang Yang just now in his left hand. Ah, it's nothing, just a casual chat. Yang Yang smiled. Seeing that Geng Kaihui finally ate the skewers, Yang Yang and others couldn't help but feel happy. Ruan Xingyun stood up and said, Senior Geng, we are going to return by ourselves. You go to find the red fire spirit. Before Ruan Xingyun finished speaking, Geng Kaihui suddenly looked solemn and covered Ruan Xingyun's mouth. Shh. Geng Kaihui made a silent gesture. Ruan Xingyun was startled at first, and then his face suddenly turned crimson. Geng Kaihui turned his head slightly and looked to the side not far away. Yang Yang and others also became alert and followed Geng Kaihui's gaze and looked to the side. Just a few seconds later, several figures in yellow-brown robes came rushing from a distance. They did not stop when they passed by Geng Kaihui and others, and hurried straight ahead. These people don't seem to be easy to mess with. When these yellow-robed people disappeared, the skinny boy couldn't help but show a bit of worry in his eyes. Geng Kai stared at the direction in which the group was leaving and said expressionlessly, "One is an intermediate silver level, and the rest are all intermediate level bronze or above." Yang Yang frowned tightly. "Brother, I think that group of people seems to be quite unkind." Ruan Xingyun has returned to normal, and after thinking for a while, he said, "There are many of them, and our strength is limited. If it has nothing to do with us, it is best not to get involved." The tall and thin boy wearing glasses also nodded solemnly, "Yes, and we'd better stay away now to avoid being affected. This is a dangerous area. If you are not careful, someone will die." Geng Kai listened to the discussion of several people and suddenly said, "You just said you were planning to go back, right?" Yang Yang responded, "Well, we have collected enough red fire stones. Please, senior brother, you have been with us for so many days. Go find the red fire gold." Geng Kai nodded, "Okay, then you should return immediately." "Okay, senior brother, senior, please be more careful." Geng Kai nodded lightly. Everyone was an efficient person. After hearing what Geng Kai said, there was no need to pack anything and they immediately got up and returned. After everyone left, Geng Kai turned around, looked at the direction where the yellow-robed men had left, and narrowed his eyes slightly. "Whether you are evil card masters or not, since you have been encountered by me, don't blame me for getting involved." Geng Kai snorted coldly, immediately grabbed the long knife and chased after him. In a valley not far from Geng Kai and others, two girls were fighting fiercely with a silver mid-level elite sand-devouring beast. One of the girls was a round-faced girl, about 1.6 meters tall, holding a long aqua knife. The other girl had black twin tails, a navel-bearing t-shirt and shorts, and a red jacket. She held a staff inlaid with rubies in her right hand. These two people were Liu Yingying and Xia Yu. Leveling slash. Fire blast. Although the two of them were only at the elementary level of bronze and the intermediate level of bronze, they had a tacit understanding of the water, the fire, the near and the far, and they were able to fight back and forth with the silver intermediate sand-eating beast. It's just that the sand-eater beast is an earth attribute star beast and can control sand and stone. Its attack ability is limited, but its defense is not weak. Facing Liu Yingying's slashes and Xia Yu's crazy bombardment, the sand-eating beast, which controlled the sand shield to resist, did not suffer any serious damage except for skin injuries. Xia Yu frowned, knowing that the level gap between the two sides was too great, and it would be difficult to defeat the other side with ordinary means. "Yingying, we can't go on like this." While Liu Yingying used water spells to restrict the movement of the sand-eating beast, she asked, "Xiao Yu, what can you do?" Xia Yu was about to speak, but at this moment, the sand-devouring beast, which had been unable to catch the two women, could no longer bear it. A fierce light flashed in its eyes, and it was the first to attack. I saw the sand-devouring beast looking up to the sky and roaring, and the silver mid-level star power surged out of its body. Liu Yingying, who was fighting at close range, noticed it immediately and quickly retreated in horror. The next moment, around the sand-devouring beast, endless wild sand rose into the sky from the inside out. Blocking out the sky and the sun, a tsunami of yellow sand more than 20 meters high formed in just a moment, rolling towards Liu Yingying and Xia Yu. This is not a very powerful skill, but it can defeat 10 levels with one force. The sand-eating beast simply wants to crush Xia Yu and two people head-on with the terrifying star power of the silver intermediate level. Facing the sea of sand covering the sky, Xia Yu couldn't help but turn pale. She couldn't escape at her own speed, so she could only fight it with all her strength, blasting a big enough ball on top of the sea of sand. Gap, but I haven't embedded such a large-scale move yet. Leave the sand sea to me. At this moment, Liu Yingying blocked the front with a knife. Xiao Yu, you are ready to use your trick to get rid of it in one fell swoop, okay? Xia Yu looked at Liu Yingying's back. At this time, the other person seemed to have changed. Different from the usual soft and cute character, she had become extremely calm, making people feel particularly reliable and reassuring. No problem. Xia Yu immediately responded, and then took a few steps back. Star power surged around her body, and she prepared her own unique move with all her strength. Seeing Xia Yu starting to prepare, Liu Yingying also took action. She formed a seal with her left hand, and a large amount of green star power rushed out of her body and wrapped around her body. In a moment, it turned into a gorgeous feathered water armor. Blue Soul Skill, Poseidon Feather Armor. After completing the transformation, Liu Yingying's strength greatly increased. With a thought, blue waves rippled on the blade, and then a high-speed swirling torrent shot out from the blade, which was a full 40 meters long. Liu Yingying held up the 40-meter torrent blade with both hands and stared quietly at the rapidly approaching yellow sand tsunami. When the tsunami of yellow sand came closer, Liu Yingying's eyes lit up, and she suddenly slashed at the pressing sand sea with a knife. Poseidon's second style, breaking the sea. With one slash, the 40-meter torrent blade immediately dissipated, revealing the long knife itself. In front of Liu Yingying, a watercolored ripple suddenly rose into the sky, cutting open the tsunami of yellow sand that blocked the sky from the middle. It's on the shelves. Thank you all book friends for your support. Although not much, there will be at least 10,000 words today. Chapter 106 Mutation, Capture Alive. Bang bang bang. The yellow sand tsunami cut by the 40-meter torrent blade could no longer gather, and continued to explode and disintegrate towards the left and right sides of Liu Yingying. But at this moment, Liu Yingying felt a strong warning sign in her heart. Looking closely, it was the sand-eating beast that used the yellow sand in the sky as a cover to rush over quickly and quietly, and its right arm had turned into a ferocious stone spear more than 2 meters long at some point, sinking to the ground with great force. Comes in a sudden thrust. At the critical moment, although Liu Yingying was frightened, she held onto the aqua-colored sword with both hands and accurately blocked the stone spear. A huge force came from the stone spear, and Liu Yingying was pushed back for more than 10 steps. However, under the shock absorption of the Poseidon feather armor, Liu Yingying did not feel any discomfort. She tightened the long knife in her hand and rushed forward to restrain the sand-eating beast again. At this moment, Liu Yingying suddenly felt that the air around her suddenly became a little hotter. Is it done? Liu Yingying was overjoyed. She plunged the long knife into the ground decisively and formed a seal with her hands. Several water snakes immediately rushed out of her hands and wrapped around the sand-eating beast that was about to run. Crack! The sand-eating beast roared angrily, and as its star power surged, it broke off the water snakes on its arms and feet in just a moment. But at this moment, the sand-eating beast suddenly noticed that the ground under its feet had become extremely hot. When it lowered its head and looked down, a scorching fire lotus mark appeared on the ground under its feet. Xia Yu held the ruby staff and shouted loudly, "Fire Flame Red Lotus!" The fire lotus mark suddenly became extremely dazzling. Before the sand-eating beast had time to react, a blazing red lotus with 9 petals suddenly bloomed from under its feet. The extremely compressed flames exploded and roared, and the sand-eating beast instantly is drowned in it. What a terrifying power! Liu Yingying looked at the violent and roaring fire elements in front of her, and couldn't help but pull out the long knife at her feet and take a few steps back. After more than 10 seconds, the aftermath of the flaming red lotus gradually dissipated. As for the sand-eating beast at the center of the explosion, its body originally made of rock had been blown to pieces and scorched black. The faint light in its eyes barely persisted for a few seconds, then dimmed and became completely silent. Win! Liu Yingying's eyes lit up, she breathed a long sigh of relief, and at the same time dispelled the Poseidon feather armor. Turning to look at Xia Yu who was panting slightly, Liu Yingying said in surprise, "How long has it been since the pre-selection challenge?" "Xiao Yu, have you mastered the flame red lotus to perfection? That's amazing! During the pre-selection challenge, Xiaoyu also used the flame red lotus, but it was probably only at the proficiency level at that time, and its power was far less powerful than it is now. Although Xiaoyu was also frightened by Liu Yingying's sea-cutting sword attack just now, she couldn't help but feel quite proud when she heard what Liu Yingying said, "It's not like Dacheng, but I just gained proficiency before setting off. Of course, when I faced Liu Yi in the last pre-selection challenge, I didn't use all my strength, otherwise she wouldn't be able to withstand my move." Although she said this, Xiaoyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief and felt very happy. Fortunately, this time the spell fluctuation actually increased the power by an additional 30% of the maximum value. Xiaoyu's talent is called mana fluctuation. Every time she uses fire skills to attack, the final power will be increased by 5% 30%. Although it is very unstable, the upper limit is extremely high. When fighting Liu Yi, it wasn't that Xiaoyu didn't use all her strength, but that time the flaming red lotus was affected by mana fluctuations, which was exactly 0%, with neither bonus nor weakening. Compared to this time, of course, it's far from it. It is also for this reason that the fireballs emitted by Xiaoyu always vary in size and power. Liu Yingying, who has been cooperating with Xiaoyu these days, has naturally discovered the problem of the other party's instability. At this time, she smiled and said, "I'll go pick up the body of the sand-eating beast, and you can go dig the red flint. Maybe this time we are lucky, we have the red fire gold you want." Good. Xiaoyu's eyes also lit up. The concentration of fire elements in this valley is extremely high, and there are also bronze intermediate elite star beasts. There is a big possibility that there will be red fire gold. In fact, the reason why the two of them took this task this time was because Xiaoyu approached Liu Yingying. After hearing the news about the opening of the Red Sand Yan Island route, Xiaoyu wanted to find red fire gold and build a fire-type blue star weapon. However, it was still a bit reluctant for me to come to Red Sand Flame Island as an attack warlock, so I was ready to find a helper. Originally, the first candidate that Xiaoyu thought of was Luo Bingtong, who had shown amazing strength, but the other party directly replied no. No one has ever replied with just one word in reply to my message. This really made the arrogant Miss Moda very angry, but there was nothing she could do about it. So Xiaoyu found Liu Yingying, who lived next door to her. There are no simple people in the top class. Liu Yingying looks cute, but in fact she is not low in combat ability. Liu Yingying just wanted to earn credits, and the task of collecting red flint was quite good, so the two hit it off and came together. At this time, Xiaoyu sensed it and found that there was an unusually dense concentration of fire elements in front of her. Immediately, I felt happy, raised my staff, summoned a fireball and blasted it. However, when he walked forward, he discovered that although there were nearly 10 units of red fire stone in the exploded pit, there was no red fire gold at all. Still not. Xiaoyu couldn't help showing a deep look of disappointment in her eyes. There is no red fire gold in the territory of this sand-eating beast. Even if there is it in other places, there may be more powerful star beasts. The two of them were already extremely reluctant to deal with this sand-eating beast. If it were a more powerful star beast, even if it could be found, it would probably not be a match. Looking at the ruby staff in her hand, Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Without the support of the family, let alone the blue star device, even a third-level material needed to build the blue star device cannot be found. Obviously that woman was able to make a splash when she first entered the Magic City Academy, making everyone look up to her with admiration, but her first time out was so unsatisfactory. Xiaoyu. After Liu Yingying put away the star core of the sand-eating beast, she saw that Xiaoyu was a little disappointed, so she walked over to comfort him. But at this moment, Liu Yingying caught a glimpse of the sand rolling on the ground behind Xiaoyu, as if something was sneaking towards her quickly. "Watch your back!" Liu Yingying exclaimed, and at the same time, she stepped forward and rushed forward with a knife. When Xia Yu heard Liu Yingying's exclamation, she immediately recovered and turned to look. But it was already too late. As the yellow sand rolled, a lean, yellow-faced old man rushed out from under the sand and stones on the ground and slapped Xia Yu on the back. The power in the palm was concentrated and strong, and Xia Yu was suddenly shot away without any precautions. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body, which was already weak after just using the flame-red lotus, suddenly became extremely weak, and her chest felt tight for a while. Can't even stand up. Xiao Yu. Liu Yingying was shocked and rushed forward with a knife and slashed at Ma Huaxiang with all her strength. Ma Huaxiang did not dodge, but when he raised his hand, the thick earth elements gathered in his palm, and he swatted away the long knife that Liu Yingying swung at. Bang! The swords and palms met, Liu Yingying grunted, and was slapped back a few steps by Ma Huaxiang, almost sending the long sword in her hand away. Silver intermediate level. A flash of astonishment flashed in Liu Yingying's eyes. She wiped away the blood that overflowed from the corner of her mouth, and asked in confusion, "Who are you?" Ma Huaxiang ignored her, sneered, walked a few steps to Xia Yu who was trying to get up, and stepped down suddenly with his foot. Well! After Xia Yu spurted out another mouthful of blood, her eyes blacked out and she fainted unconsciously. Xia Yu! Liu Yingying couldn't help but exclaimed. It's convenient to faint. Ma Huaxiang nodded with satisfaction, grabbed Xia Yu with one hand, put it on his shoulder, and turned to leave. After Liu Yingying took a deep breath. Put her down! Liu Yingying shouted quickly. However, Ma Huaxiang acted as if he had not heard anything and continued to walk away without looking back. Damn it! We can't let him take Xia Yu away like this. Liu Yingying looked at Ma Huaxiang's back, gritted her teeth, and all the remaining star power in her body swarmed out. In a moment, she unfolded the Poseidon feather armor again, then she clenched her long knife and was about to charge forward. Seeing Xia Yu being taken away by someone with ill intentions in front of her, Liu Yingying couldn't do it. Take advantage of this little time to unfold the Poseidon feather armor and give it a try. If it were an ordinary silver mid-level, you might still have a chance. However, at this moment, Ma Huaxiang suddenly smiled and said, "You'd better take care of yourself first." Liu Yingying's heart skipped a beat, as if she noticed something. She suddenly raised her head and looked around. But on the surrounding hillsides, people in yellow-brown robes were staring down at him. There are nearly 10 people in total, the weakest one is at the intermediate bronze level, and there are 3 more at the silver level. And the middle-aged man with a Chinese character face in the middle has a star power fluctuation that has reached the silver level. So. Liu Yingying's pupils trembled, and she paused in confusion for a moment. Ma Huaxiang carried the unconscious Xia Yu and walked quickly to Yan Song. "We've caught him." Yan Song grabbed Xia Yu's hair, took out a photo and compared it. "Is her?" There was a trace of hatred in Ma Huaxiang's eyes, and he suddenly raised his hand and slapped Xia Yu on the face. There was a crisp and loud pop sound. Although Xia Yu hadn't woken up yet, the beating caused her mouth and nose to bleed, and the left side of her face was visibly swollen and purple. "Let's go. What about the rest?" Yan Song glanced at Liu Yingying who was not far away, and said coldly, "Let's deal with it, and deal with their traces by the way, so as not to be discovered too quickly." "Don't worry, I understand." Ma Huaxiang handed Xia Yu to another silver-level junior man next to him, and then said to Yan Song, "The ship has already approached. You guys go first. I will take the Ninja Group's ship back after I'm done with it." Yan Song felt confident about Ma Huaxiang's work. He was once his brother's right-hand man, had a green high-grade soul card, was not weak in strength, and did things neatly. "Well, take care of yourself." Yan Song nodded and left with his men. Chapter 107 Rescue. Liu Yingying stood there holding the knife with a pale complexion, watching helplessly as Yan Song and his party took Xia Yu away and gradually disappeared from sight, but she didn't have the courage to step forward with the knife. The gap is too big. Liu Yingying gritted her teeth. In his current state, if there is only this yellow-faced old man, there may be a slight chance. But at this moment, in addition to the yellow-faced old man, there are 3 other silver-level people, including a high-level silver level 1, so he is no match for him anyway. Seeing Ma Huaxiang turn around, Liu Yingying immediately cheered up. No, you have to escape first and then find someone to rescue Xia Yu, otherwise you will die here too. Everyone else around has left. If you want to escape, now is the best time. Thinking of this, Liu Yingying immediately turned around, turned into a blue phantom and ran away quickly. Still want to escape? Ma Huaxiang sneered, yellow light flowed from his body, and he once again escaped into the ground and turned into quicksand, quickly chasing after him. The Poseidon feather armor provides more bonuses to physical fitness and recovery effects, while the improvement in strength and agility is relatively limited. How can Liu Yingying, a bronze beginner who is almost exhausted, be able to keep away from Ma Huaxiang who is waiting for work? In just a few minutes, the rolling quicksand almost caught up with Liu Yingying's heels. Just when Liu Yingying felt desperate and wanted to fight to the death, a burning sensation came, but a wall of blazing fire suddenly swept out and blocked her behind. Ma Huaxiang was caught off guard and ran into a wall of fire. He was immediately burned and jumped out of the ground. Who is it? Ma Huaxiang's face darkened and he turned to look to the side. But he saw a young man with red hair and red eyes walking out from the side holding a long knife. Geng Kaihui said lightly, "Where did the weasel come from?" "It is chasing after the girl. Does it want to eat meat or something else?" "It's you." Ma Huaxiang narrowed his eyes slightly, remembering that this was a student he had met when passing by before. Seeing him with a few other guys who had just reached the bronze level, I thought they were also at the bronze level. Now when I took action, I didn't expect that they were actually at the silver level. That's right, after coming out of the lava cave, it didn't take long for Geng Kaiyi to break through to the silver level. Ma Huaxiang frowned and said in a deep voice, "Boy, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. She has nothing to do with you, and she is not from our academy." "Oh? Which college is she from?" Geng Kaiyi asked with interest. "Yeadu Academy. Demon Capital Academy." Geng Kaiyi raised his eyebrows. "I really don't like the people in Demon Capital Academy. They are all so arrogant that they want to scream at the sky. Speaking of which, in the last national competition, Yeadu College eliminated our Antarctic College." Ma Huaxiang smiled when he heard this. "In that case, that's the best." Geng Kaiyi snapped his fingers, and the wall of flames gradually dissipated. "Senior, please help me." Liu Yingying's expression changed. It was rare for someone to take action, but as soon as she saw a glimmer of hope, her life was shattered. She couldn't help but beg for help. However, Geng Kaiyi looked calm and stood motionless with the long knife in hand, as if he really had no intention of interfering anymore. When Ma Huaxiang saw this, he grinned and caught up with Liu Yingying in a few steps. He gathered all his strength and clapped out with one palm. But just when his right hand was about to hit Liu Yingying, a strong warning sign suddenly arose in MCA's ambition. In the flash of lightning, Ma Huaxiang immediately stopped and retreated without thinking. However, the figure barely stopped, and the right palm that was shot was too late to be retracted. But with a flash of fire, a red flame knife surrounded by dragons shot past him instantly. Then, Ma Huaxiang's right hand flew up out of thin air. Secret sword red dragon holding pearl. What happened? Ma Huaxiang's pupils shrank and he didn't care to pick up his right arm. He quickly took a few steps back and looked at Geng Kaihui, who was not far away with empty hands, in surprise. "Young man, you don't follow martial ethics. Liar! Sneak attack!" Ma Huaxiang's face was as dark as water, and he couldn't help shouting and scolding. Even a small gang like Liu's Haman is trustworthy. For example, if I kill your whole family, I will kill your whole family. Geng Kaiyi naturally wouldn't talk nonsense to him. With a thought in his mind, a phantom of a flame dragon rushed out from behind. The flame dragon joins the body, and the angry flames rise. Geng Kaiyi's figure flashed and he rushed to Ma Huaxiang. He raised his fists and punched his head and face countless times. Even though Ma Huaxiang's strength is not weak compared to the average silver mid-level, his right hand was cut off first. Now facing the extremely domineering Geng Kaiyi with the flame dragon in his body, it is difficult for him to fight with both hands with one fist. Being pushed into a disadvantage and retreating continuously, he was no match at all. This is the difference in strength between the Academy's top geniuses and ordinary star card masters. After a while, under repeated brutal attacks, Geng Kaiyi finally seized the opportunity and punched Ma Huaxiang in the chest. Ma Huaxiang trembled all over and felt an extremely hot breath entering his body along the opponent's fist. In an instant, the hot breath expanded violently. No! Ma Huaxiang realized something and stared at Geng Kaiyi in front of him with wide eyes. The next moment, an extremely gorgeous red flame roared and exploded from behind. Red flame dragon fist flowers on the back. Under the explosion of flames, in just a short moment, most of Ma Huaxiang's body was burned to charcoal, turning into a corpse and falling to the ground. He was already dead. Geng Kaiyi retracted his hand, picked up his long knife from a distance, then walked to Liu Yingying and said calmly, "Hey, are you okay?" "No, it's okay." Liu Yingying was also a little surprised by Geng Kaiyi's tyrannical strength. Just now, Liu Yingying took advantage of Geng Kaiyi's fight with Ma Huaxiang while she was recovering with all her strength. But Geng Kaiyi's strength was much more astonishing than he imagined. It didn't take long before the battle was ended with force. With such strength, the opponent is probably also the top genius in the Antarctic Academy. Thinking of this, Liu Yingying couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope in her heart. She wanted to ask Geng Kaiyi to save Xiaoyu again, but when the words came to her lips, she couldn't say them. Even though the senior of Antarctic College in front of him is amazingly powerful, the risk involved in snatching Xiaoyu back from those 3 silver-level enemies is still quite high. The other party met me unexpectedly, and it was good enough that he could save me. How could he let others take such a big risk again? What? Seeing Liu Yingying hesitate to speak, Geng Kaiyi frowned and said, "Just say what you have to say, don't hesitate." After being scolded like this, Liu Yingying looked up at Geng Kaiyi, gritted her teeth and told the story about Xiaoyu being kidnapped by Yan Song and others. Geng Kaiyi pondered for a while and then asked, "Where did they go?" "Well, it's okay. Thank you senior for saving my life. I will go to the landing point as soon as possible to contact the outside through Ninja Group." "Is this girl scared out of her wits?" Geng Kaiyi raised his eyebrows and interrupted loudly, "I asked you where they went." Liu Yingying was shocked. The other person answered too quickly and naturally. She subconsciously thought that the other person refused. "Did you actually agree?" Liu Yingying came back to her senses, and after being pleasantly surprised, she quickly pointed the direction to Geng Kaiyi, "Over there, after arriving at the valley, go straight to the seaside." Geng Kaiyi nodded, picked up the long knife and was about to leave. Seeing how upright the other party was, Liu Yingying couldn't help but feel a little guilty. "This senior. My name is Geng Kaiyi." "Geng, Senior Geng, this matter has nothing to do with you. You don't have to force it. We can go to the boarding area and borrow the Ninja Group's communicator to spread the news." Although it was to save Xiaoyu, if Geng Kaiyi was killed because of her guidance, Liu Yingying was afraid that she would never be able to get over it. Geng Kaiyi stopped and pondered for a moment. "During a trip to a secret realm, I unexpectedly encountered several evil card masters. If someone hadn't taken action to slay the demons and punish the evil spirits, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to stand here today. So I made up my mind that if I encounter something similar in the future, I will never stand idly by. Liu Yingying was surprised. Senior Geng, you are so strong, how can you be saved by others? Geng Kaihuyi said casually, I hadn't been promoted to be in at that time. Besides, there are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the world. After saying that, Geng Kaihuyi rushed out in a flash and soon disappeared. Liu Yingying felt the star power in her body and followed behind without hesitation. Chapter 108 Crossing the Sea. Somewhere on the beach on the island, in a small man-made cave, Su Yuan sat cross-legged and opened the system panel. Su Yuan. Level, Bronze Beginner. Soul Card, Phoenix in the Blue Sky. Stardust, 8,280. A full 8,280 points of Stardust. Finally, I have collected enough points for entry-level breathing and hellfire summoning and hellfire flames. Looking at the nearly tens of thousands of Stardust numbers on the system panel, Su Yuan's eyes flashed with excitement. In the week or so since landing on the island, I have searched for 144 units of red fire stone. The reason why I haven't left yet is to collect enough Stardust to fully use all the skills. Until today, it's finally about the same. Although it would be best to collect some more Stardust for backup, time is limited, and his first priority is to break through to the intermediate level as soon as possible. Not only was there no blessing from the soul-binding divine tree on Chaishian Island, but the training time and environment were also much different, so the efficiency was naturally far inferior to that in the academy. Then now, it's time to enjoy the improvement in strength. Su Yuan suppressed the excitement in his heart, his eyes fell on the breathing column on the panel, and called out, System, open all the star holes in the second star nest. In a moment, the 600 Stardust was consumed. At the same time, the 6 star points near the right shoulder bounced like fried beans. Su Yuan took a look and saw that the third star nest was exactly what he thought. Sure enough, it was still 100 Stardust per star nest. He immediately continued to add points without hesitation. Open all the star caves in the third star nest. Open all the star caves in the fourth star nest. Another 1,200 Stardust was used up in an instant, and all the star holes in the 3 and 4 star nests were broken open in just a few seconds. As the last star point number 24 was opened, Su Yuan suddenly felt that his body was extremely transparent, and his mind couldn't help but recall the star power flow trajectory demonstrated by He Yanan. As blessed as his soul, Su Yuan controlled the star power in his body to flow out from the star power cyclone, passing through 24 star holes in the 4 star nests, and finally returned to the star power cyclone, establishing a cycle extremely smoothly. At this moment, Su Yuan was shocked, and his aura and star power fluctuations suddenly became silent, as if he were an ordinary person. Su Yuan could feel that as long as his mind moved, star power could instantly burst out from anywhere in his body, and his control over the operation of star power had reached an astonishing level. Su Yuan focused his attention on the system panel again. Breathing, Universal Breathing Method, Progress, 5th Star Nest Number 25 Star Cave, 0/1000. Effect 1, Concentrating Breath, converging one's own breath and star power fluctuations through the circulation of star power. Effect 2, Overload, the operation and burst speed of star power are greatly increased, and the casting time of all skills is reduced by 30%. Breathe and overload. Su Yuan's eyes lit up. As expected, it had these two effects. Needless to say, Su Yuan has already seen it. As for overload, when Su Yuan cleared the first star nest, he felt that using Cang Yan Strike with his left hand was about 20% faster than before. Now that the breathing method has officially started, the casting time of all skills has been reduced by 30%. Don't underestimate this 30%. Not only skills like Blue Flame Strike require charging, but almost all skills have more or less casting time, such as Rigid Flame Finger, Hardened Iron Skin, Wind Walk. Because it takes time for star power to form skills under the rules of star cards. The lower the casting time, the smoother the skills will be released in battle, and the actual combat ability will also be improved. For example, in a wave battle between two people, if you charge up your energy earlier than others, even if you can't defeat your opponent in the wave battle, you can still suppress the opponent. For another example, when throwing skills at each other, if someone else throws 4 skills, you can throw 6 or 7 skills. The difference is obvious. There are many benefits. Of course, for skills with a longer cast time, the benefits from overload are greater. Currently, among the skills Yuan possesses, the skill with the smallest casting time is the teleportation of transformation, which is only 1 second. This speed itself is negligible, and an increase of 30% will not have much impact. However, some expensive charging skills, sealing skills, transformation skills, outsider skills, etc. may take seconds or even minutes to prepare. At this time, the effect of overload is extremely obvious. These two extremely practical effects are available at the entry-level level. The breathing method is indeed extremely useful. Unfortunately, starting from the 5th star nest, it takes 1000 stardust to open a star nest. If you open up the 5th and 6th star nests in this way and upgrade your breathing to a proficient level, you will need a total of 12,000 stardust. It's not particularly difficult to achieve, just wait until you break through to the middle level before hunting again. Yuan was looking forward to it, not knowing what effect the skilled breathing would bring. The next step is the summoning of hellfire and the flames of hell. Yuan did not hesitate to instruct the system to enhance the hellfire summoning to the transformation state. After the enhancement is completed, the entire hellfire panel, including the 6 dimensions, skills, etc., has not changed much. The only thing that has changed is the skill details of rock tool creation. Rock tool creation, blue creation technique that only the extremely talented hellfire can master. It can use the deep rock of hell as the main body and the evil green flame as the energy to temporarily create a blue quality demon sword and devil's armor. The great sword and rock armor, which were originally comparable to the best green star weapons, have finally taken a step forward and crossed the limit to reach blue quality. As far as Yuan knew, whether it was his hell chanting ring or Xiaoyu's ruby staff, these 2 blue star weapons had far more power than the green star weapon. Okay, this wave of improvement is huge. Yuan was even more satisfied with the improvement of the hellfire summoning than the introductory breathing. The last thing left is the flames of hell. At this point, Yuan couldn't help but think about it again. Under the effect of the hell chanting ring, hellfire has almost become his most convenient and powerful skill. In comparison, although hellfire is very powerful, it has never had a chance to play. After all, among the enemies he has encountered so far, there is nothing that the 2 hellfires cannot solve, and he must take action with his own body. If these more than 3000 stardusts are saved, firstly, if I learn a new blue skill, I can reach perfection in one go. The second is to keep these stardust, so that the 5th and 6th star nests can be opened faster in the future. Keep it for now. You can always add more if needed. After Yuan thought for a moment, he stood up directly and faced the sun and walked out of the small cave that he had opened with the Cang Yan Strike. It's almost time to leave. Yuan breathed in the fresh air and looked at the sea ahead, feeling quite satisfied with his trip to Qishayan Island. I have collected enough red flint, and I have enough stardust for breathing and 2 blue skills. In addition, there is a blue skill card Explosive Bull Demon Fist extracted from the body of the Flame Bull Demon. And an extremely unexpected piece of red fire gold, which can be called the biggest harvest. With red fire gold as the main material, I can also consider collecting materials to make a fire-type blue long sword. Yuan wants to practice Yantian fire control, and his current skills all rely on the fire system. If you want to change your weapon in the future, it will definitely be a fire-type long sword, and this piece of red fire gold comes at the right time. Even if it is not so urgent now, you can start looking for other materials and put the construction of a blue star device on the agenda. Just as Su Yuan was thinking, he looked up and saw on the sea ahead that a small passenger ship carrying a dozen people had just sailed away. On the boat, a middle-aged man was carrying an unconscious woman toward the cabin. The woman's hair was very long, with twin tails, and her slender white thighs were still slightly reflective in the sunlight. Although it is too far to see clearly, she should be a young girl. From a distance, she looks somewhat similar to Xia Yu. These people don't look like good people. Su Yuan looked at it for a while and then looked away. I am not a good young man who is brave enough to face injustice. If I can help, Su Yuan will certainly help. However, although he was vaguely aware that the people on that boat were not good people, he did not know what the situation was, and it had nothing to do with him, so he would not intervene rashly. Go directly to the boarding port and try to arrive before noon tomorrow so you can return directly to the ship. Thinking like this, Su Yuan walked along the coast to the boarding port in the north of the island. Before Su Yuan had gone far, he saw a young man with red hair and red eyes running hurriedly from a distance to the coast, looking around as if he was looking for something. Is it him? Su Yuan looked at it for a few times and quickly remembered. Isn't this the insect server who was controlled by the evil card master in the lava cave and was more powerful than the other insect servers? Judging from his appearance, he seems to be looking for the same group of people. At this time, Geng Kaiyi saw that the surroundings were deserted and he could no longer find the people at Lia Sha Gate. When he saw Su Yuan not far away, he hurriedly ran over. Have you seen a group of people wearing yellow-brown robes coming around? I saw it. Su Yuan pointed directly towards the sea, over there. Geng Kaiyi looked along what Su Yuan was pointing, and he could still see the shadow of the ship gradually getting smaller on the sea in the distance. Geng Kaiyi's heart sank and his face turned ugly. Too late. Su Yuan asked with some speculation, were some of our companions kidnapped by that group of people? Geng Kaiyi responded casually, and thought rapidly in his mind. However, without a boat, he had no way to do anything. At this moment, another blue figure rushed over quickly. Senior Geng, how are you? Liu Yingying asked anxiously. Geng Kaiyi said in a deep voice, they have a boat and have already left. When Liu Yingying heard this, her face turned pale. Liu Yingying, who was the kidnapped person? Suddenly, a somewhat familiar voice came from the side. Liu Yingying was startled. She was too impatient before, but now she turned her head and noticed that the person standing next to Geng Kaiyi turned out to be Su Yuan. Su Yuan, why are you here? Liu Yingying was surprised. I'll do the Red Flint mission. When Su Yuan saw Liu Yingying's anxious expression, he felt a little bad in his heart, and immediately asked again, who was kidnapped on the boat just now? It's Xia Yu. Liu Yingying came to her senses and said hurriedly, we were collecting red flint stones when those people suddenly appeared and captured Xia Yu. Xia Yu. Su Yuan frowned slightly. In fact, I don't have much of a crush on this young lady from the Magic City. But there is no grudge. No matter what, the other person is also a classmate in the same class as him. How strong are those people? Su Yuan asked. 1 high-level silver level and 2 low-level silver levels. Liu Yingying was also anxious, and her words were already crying, Su Yuan, please think of a way. Su Yuan turned to look at the passenger ship that was almost disappearing at the end of his field of vision on the sea. A silver light flashed in his eyes before it disappeared from the spot. Su Yuan. Liu Yingying was startled and looked up, only to see Su Yuan already appearing 100 meters away in the sky. Teleportation. Geng Kaiyi was shocked, and this wave of star power, so familiar. Suddenly, Geng Kaiyi seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed. Could it be him? Geng Kaiyi once again looked up at the sky. However, the handsome young man in the sky had already teleported several times and flown far away under the pressure of the elemental magnetism, and soon he could no longer see clearly. He actually passed by alone. Liu Yingying was shocked and anxious. She didn't expect Su Yuan to go like this. Even Geng Kaihui may not be his opponent, let alone Su Yuan. At this time, Geng Kaihui thought of something and quickly asked Liu Yingying, "You are a water star card master, do you know how to cross the river?" Liu Yingying understood what she said and nodded quickly, "Yes, but this is the sea. As long as you know how, send me there." Before Liu Yingying came to her senses, Geng Kaihui had already grabbed her and rushed into the sea. 6K at noon and 6K at night, a total of 1W2. Although it's not much, it's still barely passing. It will still be updated at 6 PM in the future, but the manuscript has not been saved, so it may not be stable in the past 2 days. In fact, I had a birthday today, and I was planning to take a leave of absence, but yesterday I was notified that it would be released, ha. Now ready to head out for a feast. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 109 Rescue. On the sea west of Chaishan Island, a small passenger ship carrying more than a dozen people was sailing away in the distance. On the deck and railings of the passenger ship, people from the Lia Sha sect wearing yellow-brown robes were chatting with ease. This mission went much smoother than expected, especially the process of arresting the person. Mr. Ma caught him as soon as he took action. That girl is just a middle-level bronze. No matter how powerful she is, how powerful can she be? Mr. Ma is an intermediate silver-level person, so of course he can easily catch an intermediate-level bronze girl. I would say the risk in this mission is infiltration and escape. Fortunately, although the archipelago in the South China Sea also belongs to the Great Yan territory, there are no official people stationed there due to various reasons. Our trip was considered a near miss. Anyway, now we just have to wait for the passenger ship to retreat to the coast outside the border of Dayangzi, and this mission will be successfully completed. Hehe, the reward for the mission promised by Master Yan Song this time is really not low. On the first floor of the passenger ship, in a storage room with only a little light, Xia Yu woke up leisurely. Where am I? Seeing that her body was tightly tied to the chair with a black rope, Xia Yu suddenly woke up after a moment of trance. I was captured. Xia Yu looked around. There were various sundries used at sea in the dark storage room, and the space under her body seemed to be somewhat undulating. Not far away, there was a young man with yellow hair who was responsible for guarding and was taking a nap. The star power fluctuations faintly emanating from his body actually reached the primary level of silver. I was kidnapped from Chaishan Island. I'm on the ship now. I don't know where I will be taken. Xia Yu quickly understood her situation. But realizing this, Xia Yu couldn't help but be a little confused. The previous scene of being captured kept replaying in his mind, and next, he didn't know what was waiting for him ahead. Feeling the severe pain on her face and back, Xia Yu suddenly felt a trace of fear in her heart. Xia Yu subconsciously wanted to scream out, but she gritted her teeth and swallowed the sound in her throat. Don't shout! Xia Yu looked at the yellow-haired young man napping not far away, took 2 slow and deep breaths, and then secretly mobilized his star power to try to destroy the rope tied to his body. But then, Xia Yu realized that she could hardly mobilize the star power in the star power cyclone. There is a kind of green energy existing in the body, which makes his star power fall into silence and cannot be used. Xia Yu's heart sank, knowing that she might have been hit by some skill that sealed the star power. In fact, it is similar to what Xia Yu thought. This is a technique called sleeping curse. Not only can the star power fall into deep sleep, but it also has a continuous hypnotic effect. The reason why Xia Yu was able to wake up was because of her high spiritual aptitude, and she woke up temporarily driven by her survival instinct. Since the star power was ineffective, Xia Yu tried to break free from the black rope on her body. However, this black rope is not an ordinary rope, but a green quality star weapon. Let alone a bronze level star card master, even a silver level star card master cannot break it with his body. After some fruitless attempts, Xiaoyu gradually fell into despair. Sealed star power, green quality rope, and a silver level guard. How to escape? And even if I successfully leave this room quietly, so what? This is at sea, and there is nowhere to escape. Although she is a genius star card master, Xiaoyu is also just a girl who has just turned 18. When she thinks about this, her eyes can't help but turn slightly red. No, we can't give up. Xiaoyu raised her head slightly, blinked hard to squeeze back some of the sparkle in her eyes, and was about to rethink her method of survival. At this time, a scorpion-like green mark on his forehead suddenly lit up, and the sleeping curse took effect again. Xiaoyu only felt that her head was getting more and more dizzy, and she decisively bit the tip of her tongue in an attempt to stop it with pain. However, this had no effect, and her consciousness quickly became blurred. Xiaoyu's vision went dark, and she fell asleep again. High in the sky above the passenger ship, with a flash of silver light, a young figure wearing a black combat uniform appeared. Finally caught up. Carrying out multiple long-distance teleportations in succession, Yuan's own burden was not small. But you have to catch up early, otherwise it will be more troublesome to return when the boat has sailed far away. Yuan lowered his head and looked down at the passenger ship below, with silver light flowing in his eyes. Using the spatial perspective feature of teleportation, he quickly found Xiaoyu's location. Fortunately, it wasn't the high-ranking silver man who was watching in person. Yuan nodded secretly, opened his hands and formed several seals. A layer of faint fluctuations spread out around him. Yuan closed his eyes and seemed to be communicating with something. After opening his eyes again, Yuan summoned the dragon armor sword and held it in his right hand. In a flash of silver light, he disappeared from the place. In the dim storage room, a flash of silver light suddenly lit up, revealing Yuan's figure. Yuan couldn't help but smile a little when he looked at the situation in front of him. Slept so sweetly. At this time, the only two people in the storage room, the yellow-haired young man in charge of guarding and the guarded Xiaoyu, were both sleeping. Yuan walked up to the yellow-haired young man in a few steps. Black light flowed out from the dragon armor sword, and he slashed at the yellow-haired young man. At the moment of life and death, the yellow-haired young man suddenly noticed something, and suddenly woke up with his eyes wide open. However, it was too late at this time. The yellow-haired young man felt a chill on his neck before he could say a single word. While the blood was gushing out, a head was cut off by Yuan, and it fell to the ground with a slight click sound. The breathing method is really useful. Yuan couldn't help but sigh again. He had just reached entry-level breathing, and under the breath condensing effect, even the fluctuations in star power produced during teleportation were actually covered up a lot. From the moment he entered the storage room to the time he approached with a knife, the yellow-haired young man didn't notice at all until he launched an air cut and slashed with the knife. Of course, the reason for such a result was also because the yellow-haired young man himself was a little careless. Being on the sea, with many experts on board, the yellow-haired young man never thought that someone could break into this storage room without making a sound. The captured Xiaoyu was tied up with iron ropes and had a sleeping curse planted on her, making it impossible for her to move. So from the perspective of the yellow-haired young man, how could this possibly be an accident? Yuan walked up to Xiaoyu and saw that the right side of her face was swollen, so he patted her left cheek and whispered, "Xiaoyu." But she didn't react. Yuan saw this, and after a brief investigation, he knew what kind of spell had been cast on her. At this time, there were some footsteps outside the door of the storage room, and it seemed that someone was approaching. Judging from the footsteps, it should be a woman. Yuan swung the dragon armor sword enchanted with air cutting and cut off the iron rope, then stretched out his left hand to pick up Xiaoyu. At the same time, the door of the storage room was also pushed open. "Zhou, what are you doing?" Before Ding Lan finished speaking, he saw a black phantom rushing forward in front of him. In a flash of black light, a long knife struck down in front of him. Ding Lan was shocked. At the critical moment, he unfolded his Dachshund-level iron sand arms and successfully blocked his head with his hands crossed. But even so, Ding Lan was horrified to find that the long knife with black light still cut into his left arm inch by inch like cutting tofu. "Damn, who are you?" Ding Lan's soul came out, and he shouted in horror. Su Yuan's face was expressionless, and he exerted force in his hands, and the dragon armor knife continued to press down mercilessly. In less than a second, Ding Lan's two arms were cut off one after another, and the long knife slashed down without any hindrance. Ding Lan shuddered, and suddenly a line of blood spread from his forehead to his abdomen. Su Yuan retracted his long knife and passed by Ding Lan in a flash, leaving only the corpse that was torn apart in one fell swoop. "There is an enemy attack. Enemy attack!" Master Ding Lan was killed. Ding Lan's loud roar just now had already alerted the other people in the Lia Sha gate on the ship. Yan Song jumped out of the luxury room on the second floor of the passenger ship and saw Ding Lan's body below and Su Yuan who had already carried Xia Yu out of the passenger ship. He was furious. "Leave me alone!" Yan Song formed a seal with his hands and was about to release his skills to shoot down Su Yuan, but at this moment, many people from the Lia Sha sect beside him suddenly started to commotion. "Meteorite? There is a meteorite!" "No, Master Yan Song, look at the sky! Run! Dive!" Everyone on the boat shouted in horror, and Yan Song quickly raised his head to look up at the sky, his pupils suddenly shrinking. "I saw a huge boulder with billowing green flames falling from the sky high above my head." There was not much time for everyone in the Lia Sha sect to react. In an instant, the meteorite transformed by the hellfire exploded and hit the passenger ship. Boom! The fire exploded and the green flame rolled. Accompanied by a dazzling bright fire, the entire passenger ship was smashed to pieces in an instant. Chapter 110 Flame-Burning Dragon. It should be almost dead. Su Yuan floated in the air with Xia Yu, turned around and looked at the passenger ship that exploded into countless pieces. Previously, before he teleported to the ship, he had already summoned Hellfire and ordered Hellfire to use meteorite fall in 1 minute so that he could kill everyone on the other side in one fell swoop. Even if someone from the enemy could survive this blow, without the passenger ship and floating on the water, even the high-level Silver Star Card Master would not be able to exert much strength unless. And since he has the heavy pressure of Yuan magnetic, he can naturally move forward and retreat freely in mid-air. At this time, there was a sudden twisting in his arms, but it was Xia Yu who woke up because of the huge movement. Su Yuan. Xia Yu had just woken up and hadn't understood what was going on. Looking at Su Yuan who was close to him and hugging him with one hand, he subconsciously wanted to push him away. But as a warlock, Xia Yu naturally couldn't push away Su Yuan, who had sea-level power qualifications. Su Yuan said calmly, "Don't move, I won't be responsible for it falling." At this moment, Xia Yu suddenly woke up and found that she was actually in the middle of the sea. She was frightened and hugged Su Yuan's left arm tightly. Feeling the indescribable softness coming from his left arm, Su Yuan's heart skipped a beat. "I didn't notice it before, but this girl is really unexpected." Xia Yu asked in surprise, "Did you save me?" Although Xia Yu couldn't figure out what the process was for the moment, the result seemed to be this. "Almost." Su Yuan responded casually. Just when Xia Yu was about to ask about the specific situation, Su Yuan's eyes froze and he turned to look at the sea in the distance. But among the wreckage of many passenger ships floating on the sea, a slightly embarrassed figure emerged from the sea and rode the waves, rushing straight towards the two of them. "Isn't he dead? Moreover, he is actually a Water Star Card Master." Su Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling a little troubled. The worst outcome that Su Yuan expected was that the opponent was a Water Star Card Master who could move freely in the water, so that even if the passenger ship was lost, the opponent could easily catch up with him. Su Yuan couldn't teleport with a living person now, otherwise he would have just taken Xia Yu and teleported away. Putting aside teleportation, it is obviously impossible to outrun a silver high-level water-based star card master on the sea by relying solely on the weight of the elemental magnetism. It seems that a battle is inevitable. Since he couldn't run away, Su Yuan simply stopped running. Su Yuan turned to look at Xiaoyu. How about I throw you away first, deal with him, and then pull you up? No. Don't leave me, I can't swim. Xiaoyu's face turned pale with fright, and she hugged her arms tighter, fearing that Su Yuan would really throw her away. Su Yuan couldn't help but feel a little funny in his heart. Where is the usual arrogant young lady's energy? Now she looks quite like an ordinary little girl. It's just a bronze junior who dares to smash my ship and kill all my people. What a good trick! Yan Song's face was extremely gloomy and he shouted angrily even 100 meters away. Even though Yan Song dodged the blows just now, he was still seriously injured by the aftermath of the impact. Except for Yan Song, no one else on the ship was spared. Yan Song was furious, and immediately burst out more star power, speeding up and rushing towards Su Yuan. Su Yuan's expression was as usual, and as soon as he thought, a large amount of dark space power surged into the dragon armor blade, and the black light quickly compressed as it circulated. Looking down at Yan Song, who was getting closer and closer in front of him, until the opponent stepped into the boundary line, Su Yuan raised his long sword high, raised his hand and slashed out with a boundary line. Yan Song saw that Su Yuan, a bronze-level swordsman, swung a knife at him from such a distance, so he activated his defensive skills without hesitation. If it were normal times, Yan Song would definitely be dismissive. But facing someone who summoned a small meteorite to destroy his ship, Yan Song would certainly not underestimate him. Yan Song raised his hands, and a large amount of seawater surged up from his feet and wrapped around his body. In the blink of an eye, he formed an unusually thick and solid hemispherical water prison with himself as the center. The next moment, a cutting line spanning more than 10 meters suddenly cut across, and the water prison that Yan Song had just unfolded was cut into half. Subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. Wisps of blood were submerged into the sea water. Yan Song looked down at the long wound on his abdomen, and couldn't help but feel even more surprised. Space skills. Yan Song looked at Su Yuan in surprise. It's really amazing that he has such a rare skill. Fortunately, I was careful enough, otherwise I would have really caught him. With a thought in Yan Song's mind, the part of the water prison that had been broken by the boundary line returned to its original state in an instant. When Su Yuan saw this, his eyes froze. Obviously, relying on the infinite sea water, the opponent's strength has improved more than he imagined. Looking at Su Yuan high in the sky, Yan Song sneered. At sea, even space-based skills may not be stronger than water-based skills. What's more, you, a small beginner of bronze, are a full 5 realms away from me. Just wait, don't think that I can't hit you in the sky. Yan Song formed seals with his hands at high speed, and the star power in his body surged out. Then he stepped on it suddenly, and a huge barrier made of water elements lit up on the sea under his feet. The barrier lit up slightly, and then with Yan Song as the center, the sea water under his feet suddenly began to slowly rotate from the inside out. Several meters, tens of meters, tens of meters. Getting bigger and faster. In just a short moment, the sea water with a diameter of tens of meters under Yan Song's feet began to revolve around him at high speed. What a terrifying power! Xiaoyu was horrified. She didn't expect that this high-level silver enemy could actually possess such powerful water skills. Obviously, this is definitely a blue skill, and green skills are not so powerful. Su Yuan, what should we do now? Xiaoyu turned around and saw that Su Yuan's eyes were also blank. He seemed to be shocked by this move, and his heart suddenly sank. After a fierce struggle in her heart, Xiaoyu suddenly gritted her teeth and said, "How about you run away by yourself? You have teleportation, it is not difficult to dodge this blow, right? Anyway, what he wants is me. If you leave, he may not chase you." Sir Yuan's eyes froze and he returned to normal. He lowered his head and said to Xiaoyu, "Give me your stick." "Ah!" Xiaoyu was startled. "Your warlock's staff." "Oh!" Although Xiaoyu didn't know what Sir Yuan wanted to do, she still waved her hand, summoned the ruby staff in her body and handed it to Sir Yuan. After Sir Yuan took it, he felt it for a while, and his eyes lit up. As expected of the blue staff, Sir Yuan was naturally not frightened by Yan Song's offensive just now, but was adding more points. "I thought I could save more than 3,000 stardust, but now I have used it. On the sea, the hellfire has no place to set foot and has no effect. The hellfire that was previously summoned to smash the ship has returned on its own, relying on the power of the contract. The destructive power of the boundary line is amazing, but its coverage is limited. At this time, it is not enough to kill enemies blessed by infinite sea water. If he wants to kill the opponent, all he can think of now is to use more powerful moves to kill the opponent head-on. That is, the flames of hell." After 3,200 stardust went down, the flames of hell were upgraded from perfection to transformation, and their power was greatly increased. As for what Xiaoyu said just now about letting him escape first, Sir Yuan naturally heard it and was quite surprised. "I didn't expect that this girl could say such words at a critical moment of life and death. It's just that we haven't reached the end of our rope yet." Shaking his head secretly, Sir Yuan took a deep breath, and the star power surged crazily in his body. The ruby on the staff suddenly lit up with a dazzling red brilliance, and immediately, a strong hot breath swayed from Sir Yuan's body. At this time, the swirling sea water under Yansong had already covered 100 meters in radius. "Qianlong Jingtian." Yansong stepped on it again, and suddenly the water in the sky rolled backwards, and the waves rose and fell. The rotating water surface under his feet suddenly surged violently, and a sea dragon with a body length of tens of meters formed with Yansong as the core. It jumped up and rushed straight into the sky to collide with the two Sir Yuan. The pressure and suffocation caused by the huge sea dragon that collided head-on was incomparable. "Sir Yuan." Xiaoyu was in mid-air and couldn't help but turned her head to look at Sir Yuan in shock and urgency. But he saw Sir Yuan's expression was calm, and the star power around his body was constantly surging, pouring into the ruby staff in his right hand. Perhaps because of Sir Yuan's influence, Xiaoyu suddenly felt more at ease for no reason. It was at this moment that the ruby on the staff suddenly emitted a dazzling blazing light. Sir Yuan's eyes sparkled, and he immediately stretched out his ruby staff and pointed at the huge sea dragon controlled by Yansong. The space suddenly vibrated, and the dark gates of hell opened in a circle around Sir Yuan, one after another, until in the end, there were as many as 18. A large amount of chaotic and evil atmosphere rushed out from the many gates of hell, and the entire world seemed to fall into the abyss of hell. "Hellfire!" Sir Yuan shouted in a deep voice, and in an instant, a series of shocking pillars of fire exuding a destructive aura shot out from the many gates of hell and merged into the center. They turned into one, turning into a pillar that reached the sky, penetrated the earth, and burned the mountains. The blazing pillar of light that boiled the sea suddenly descended on the sea dragon rushing below like a divine punishment. Boom! Water and fire intertwined, and the flames surged. The terrifying air waves made the sea surface below the radius sink several meters. After just a moment of stalemate, there was a faint cry of dragon roar. "No!" Yansong stared at the divine punishment like flame beam above his head, trembling all over, his face full of horror and disbelief. The next moment, the fire exploded. 18 rays of hell flames merged into the sky and shot down unstoppably, instantly piercing Hai Long's dozens of meters long body from beginning to end. The sea dragon turned into a fiercely burning flame sea dragon, and after a slight struggle, it turned into a large amount of water elements and exploded. Among them, Yansong was turned into pieces of ashes under the flames of hell and completely disappeared from the world. Chapter 111 Xiaoyu's sister. So strong. 2 kilometers away from the battle site, Liu Yingying was sitting on a dolphin transformed from the water element. She stared blankly at the blazing pillar of light in the distance that pierced the sea dragon like a punishment from heaven. She was so shocked that she could hardly speak. It's much stronger than Xiaoyu's flame red lotus. Is this Xiaoyu's hidden trump card, or is it someone else's skill? Liu Yingying swallowed, wondering what happened on the other side of the battlefield. There was such a terrifying fire-based move. Could it be that another silver master has joined the battlefield? But wasn't Su Yuan the only one who rushed over? Senior Geng, what do you think? Liu Yingying was about to ask Geng Kaihui, who was sitting on the other dolphin next to her, what he thought. When she turned her head, she saw Geng Kaihui's pupils trembling, staring at the blazing beam of light that was slowly dissipating in the sky, his eyes unblinking. Compared to Liu Yingying, who was simply shocked by the power of hell's flames, Geng Kaihui's thoughts at this time were even more like raging waves that could not calm down for a long time. This move, this chaotic, evil aura, it's unmistakable, it's the flames of hell. Geng Kaihui looked at the extremely powerful burning dragon fire pillar, and with an inexplicable and strong intuition, Geng Kaihui believed that it was the hell flame that he had lost. There is also that unforgettable wave of star power. Previously, when the other party used teleportation, he was not completely sure, but now it seems that it is exactly the same as the remaining star power fluctuations of the man in the lava cave. It's actually him. I didn't expect to meet you here. What's more, I didn't expect that it was only the beginning level of bronze. Geng Kaihui immediately understood that the young man whom Liu Yingying had just called Su Yuan killed 3 evil card masters in the lava cave, saved himself and others, and took away the flames of hell. Although he had almost guessed it before, Geng Kaihui still felt quite uncomfortable when he saw the hell flame burning dragons and breaking through the sea with its overwhelming power. If it weren't for those 3 evil card masters, taking advantage of the fact that I had just finished challenging the 3rd floor of the Bone Hall and was in a bad state, and threatened my companions. Then Hell Flame is already his silver level soul skill. As a result, the silver level soul skill slots are still vacant, and there are still no good choices. Thinking of this, Geng Kaihui, who had just adjusted his mood in the past 2 months, couldn't help but feel uncomfortable again. Above the sea, large tracts of red hell flames are still burning. Even if the sea dragon has completely exploded, the flames of hell will not be extinguished easily until it is burned out. What kind of trick is this? It was only then that Xiaoyu gradually recovered from the hell flames released by Su Yuan. Using the same blue attack skills, a beginner bronze player actually won a battle with high-level silver skills? Or a water star card master at sea? Is it possible? At least I can never do it now. It's not enough to practice the fiery red lotus to perfection, it must be perfected. In addition, a 30% mana fluctuation bonus must be triggered to be certain. Xiaoyu turned to look at the handsome young man who was just a few feet away. His face was white and his forehead was sweaty. He looked exhausted and embarrassed. However, even so, the opponent defeated the high-level silver master who had mastered the blue skill with the bronze level. Looking at Su Yuan carefully with her fiery red eyes, Xiaoyu suddenly realized that this seemingly ordinary classmate of hers seemed to be full of mysteries, making it difficult to see the details. Su Yuan felt the state inside his body and couldn't help but secretly shook his head. This time, it seemed a little too forced. The number of flames summoned by the flames of hell suddenly increased to 18 levels, which was higher than Su Yuan expected. The power was indeed abnormal. But correspondingly, the consumption required to unleash this move at full strength is also not something that ordinary bronze-level star card masters can easily bear. He has the full star power qualification of Phoenix in the blue sky, but after this, the star power in his body was almost drained out. In comparison, the consumption of the other 2 blue skills he possesses, Hellfire Summoning and Air Cut and Boundary Break, is much smaller. Of course, pure star power attack skills usually cost more than other types of skills. For most skills, increasing the star power consumption when using them will naturally increase their power. It's just that summoning skills like Hellfire consume more mental power. The first thing that determines the strength of the summoned object is not the star power, but the realm of the summoner himself. As for the breaking line, it is a martial arts skill that combines physics and star power. In addition to being affected by star power, its power also has a lot to do with the user's physical fitness and the quality of the weapon used. Only for pure star power skills such as Hell Flame and Blue Flame Strike, increasing star power consumption brings the highest benefits. Yuan was thinking when he noticed that Xiaoyu had been staring at him and couldn't help but look down. Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat for no reason, and she subconsciously turned her head and looked away. But then I thought, how can I, Xiaoyu, dodge other people's eyes? So he just stared at Yuan with wide eyes. Yuan was a little confused at first, but then quickly realized it and quickly handed the ruby staff back to her. It's such a good thing to give back to you. Yuan sighed sincerely. Blue star weapons are bug-like items for bronze and silver level 2. When the realm is low, the percentage increase brought by talent is far less than that of a high-quality star weapon. The reason why I can kill high-level silver enemies with the Hell Flames is that, in addition to the Hell Flames of Transformation and the full star power qualification of up to 70, this ruby staff also plays a vital role. If it weren't for the huge increase in fire skills of this blue staff, he might not be able to overwhelm the opponent in one fell swoop. Of course, when Yuan used the system to strengthen the Hell Flame, he had already thought of using Xiaoyu's staff. The blue star weapon does not recognize its owner and can be used by another person. Xiaoyu took the ruby staff from Yuan's hand, secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and looked away. They were in crisis just now, but now the crisis has dissipated, and the atmosphere between the two people can't help but feel a little strange. Seeing this, Yuan reminded, you can let go a little, I will use the weight of the elemental magnet to drag you, just hold on to me and not be blown away. Ah, oh. Xiaoyu's face turned red and she quickly retreated, grabbing the corner of Yuan's clothes with her right hand. Thank you so much this time. Xiaoyu turned her head slightly, but don't worry, you saved me this time. I will naturally find a way to repay you when I go back. It's okay. Yuan shook his head tiredly. Xiaoyu turned around again and asked, are we going to fly back now? Is your star power still enough? I'm afraid it's not enough. Yuan's expression condensed slightly. The Hell Flames consumed too much. He was lucky to not fall down now. At this moment, Yuan suddenly noticed something, turned his head and looked into the distance, and couldn't help feeling relieved. Looks like our help has arrived. Xiaoyu also looked over and saw two dolphins transformed from water elements not far ahead, carrying Lu Yingying and Geng Kaiyi over quickly. Xiaoyu, Yuan. Lu Yingying drove the water element dolphins closer, and used magic again to create two new dolphins, and caught Yuan and the two who were slowly falling from the air. Xiaoyu, it's great that you are okay. However, your face is so swollen. Your face is swollen too high? Let's take a look. Xiaoyu felt something was wrong and immediately took out a small mirror from the space ring. But when she saw this, Xiaoyu was shocked and suddenly stunned. Could it be that I had always been like this just now? Looking through the mirror at the right side of her face that was now swollen and purple, Xiaoyu felt her chest suffocate. She quickly turned her head away and whispered, Yingying, help me heal it quickly. Don't worry, this kind of swelling will be cured soon after I treat it with hydrotherapy. Lu Yingying started to treat Xiaoyu while asking about the specific situation just now. At this time, Geng Kaiyi asked Yuan directly, were you the one who killed the evil card master in the lava cave? Were you the one who took away the flames of hell? Lu Yingying had heard Geng Kaiyi talk about the incident of she was rescued from the evil card master before. When she heard this, she couldn't help being startled and turned to look at the two of them. Yuan glanced at Geng Kaiyi and did not deny it, it's me. Seeing Su Yuan agree, the expressions of Liu Yingying and Geng Kaiyi changed. Liu Yingying was extremely surprised. Su Yuan was actually the person who saved him, as Senior Geng said? Senior Geng's own strength is already quite amazing, but Su Yuan can still save him from the evil card master? Is this classmate of mine actually so strong? From this point of view, did he not try his best in the battle with Xiang Ding? Sure enough, it's you. Geng Kaiyi had already expected it. After a change in his expression, Geng Kaiyi finally shook his head and smiled bitterly, "Thank you very much for the lava cave." Su Yuan shook his head, "They are coming, and I am just trying to protect myself." Su Yuan was slightly surprised, thinking that Geng Kaiyi was going to seek an explanation for the hell flame that fell into his hands. After all, high-quality star cards are too tempting for star card masters. Even close friends may turn against each other because of a top-quality star card. What's more, Su Yuan is a stranger to Geng Kaiyi. Seemingly sensing what Su Yuan was thinking, Geng Kaiyi couldn't help but curl his lips. "No matter what, you saved me. I, Geng Kaiyi, am also a person with a clear distinction between grudges and grudges. I can't repay kindness with enmity." Liu Yingying on the side also said to Su Yuan, "Su Yuan, it was this Senior Geng who saved me before, and he is also willing to come and save Xiaoyu." Su Yuan couldn't help but look at Geng Kaiyi again. Not to mention other things, the other party was willing to take such a big risk to save someone he didn't know. Even he might not be able to do it. Of course, what Su Yuan didn't know was that the reason why Geng Kaiyi was like this was not only his own personality but also his own influence. "What are you talking about? What kind of lava cave?" Xiaoyu on the side finally couldn't help but ask. Among the four, only Xiaoyu listened for a long time and didn't understand anything. Su Yuan, Geng Kaiyi and Liu Yingying couldn't help but smile. "Go back to the shore first," Su Yuan said to Liu Yingying, "I have consumed too much star power, so I'll leave it to you." "Okay, leave it to me." Liu Yingying smiled and immediately controlled the four dolphins to carry everyone back to Chaishian Island. Through Liu Yingying's narration, Su Yuan and Xiaoyu also understood what happened. Liu Yingying asked, "Xiaoyu, why did they kidnap you? Are they kidnapping you for money?" "I don't know." Xiaoyu shook her head. Geng Kaiyi pondered for a while and said, "I don't think those people are killers or bounty hunters, but more like people from a certain gang. Gang power." Su Yuan and others were a little surprised. The situation in Dian Kingdom is not suitable for the development of sect gangs. However, outside Dian, there are many gangs formed by star card masters. Judging from the route they left earlier, they should be a gang in the west of Dian. "Are there gangs in the west of Dian?" When Xiaoyu heard what Geng Kaiyi said, her eyes suddenly froze, as if she thought of something. "Xiaoyu, what's wrong?" Liu Yingying asked from the side. Xiaoyu looked a little complicated and said, "If it's a gang in the west of Dian, I can probably guess the reason. A few months ago, my sister participated in an operation called Zuxi, which was to go to the west of Dian to deal with some threats from gangs." Operation Execution. Geng Kaiyi's expression changed slightly. He looked at Xiaoyu in surprise and asked, "What's your sister's name?" Xiaoyu pondered for a moment and said, "Xiaoxian." "It's actually her!" Geng Kaiyi exclaimed, and then his face suddenly revealed, no wonder those people are willing to take such a big risk to catch you." Liu Yingying was confused when she heard this. "What's wrong? What kind of evil killing operation?" Su Yuan also cast a questioning look. Geng Kaiyi explained, "In the past 2 years, the surrounding area of Dian has become increasingly unstable, and there are many evil people who are ready to make trouble. The Operation Punishment was launched by the Department of Education a few months ago. A large-scale purge was launched against all blacklisted evil card masters, evil gangs, and hostile organizations around Dian. Previously, the Department of Education had little involvement in overseas security matters. But this time, the experts at home and abroad only thought that the Education Department wanted to do the results and walk through the process. But to everyone's surprise, the Department of Education's campaign to slay evil spirits turned out to be vigorous and devastating. The masters of teachers and students from various colleges destroyed more than 30 small and medium-sized gangs in one fell swoop, and eliminated thousands of star card masters. Even 2 notorious Burning Sun-level evil card masters were beheaded by masters from the academy during this evil killing operation. After the bloodbath, all organizations and gangs, whether in the west or north, good or evil, were so frightened that they retreated at least 30 kilometers. Killed thousands of enemies, including 2 of the Zhou-Yang class. Su Yuan and Liu Yingying were both shocked when they heard this. Most of the people involved in this evil killing operation are teachers from the 3rd level of Sun Moon Star. In addition, there are also a few students from the academy who are participating. And the students who can participate in this operation are all super geniuses with shining star combat power from each school. Liu Yingying's eyes lit up and she asked, "So Xiaoyu's sister is?" Geng Kaiyi nodded, took a deep breath and said, "Modu Academy, known as the strongest genius in 10 years, the Witch of Red Lotus, Xia Xian. The strongest genius in 10 years? The Witch of Guren?" Each of these names seems to be very simple. Geng Kaiyi continued, "She has already advanced to gold before her sophomore year is over, and has mastered at least 2 perfect blue skills. In addition, by chance, he conquered the Red Lotus Karmic Fire, one of the divine fires, and was able to challenge the Shining Star with his golden state. During the operation to kill evil, he single-handedly destroyed 3 gangs with Shining Star leaders and killed 2 Shining Star masters. Together with Ji Du from the Imperial Capital and Qi Tian from your Demon Capital Academy, they are the 3 students who performed best in this evil killing operation. However, among these 3 people, only Xia Xian is a sophomore. Even though Geng Kaiyi himself is the top genius of Antarctic Academy, when he talks about Xia Xian, his words are filled with admiration and admiration. So awesome." Liu Yingying looked at Xiaoyu with shining eyes. "Xiaoyu, you actually have such a powerful sister." Xiaoyu was slightly silent when she heard this. "It's a good thing that my sister is strong. But being too strong. For Xiaoyu, who has always lived under Xia Xian's dazzling aura, it is endless pressure." Su Yuan turned to Geng Kaiyi and asked, "You said, Xiaoyu's sister has conquered the divine fire." "Yet. And it's the Red Lotus Karma Fire that ranks 27th among the 36 kinds of divine fire." When he said this, Geng Kaiyi's eyes showed a look of extreme envy. As a star card master, especially a fire star card master, it is impossible not to yearn for divine fire. The divine fire is extremely domineering and rare in the world. Xia Xuanke is only at the gold level and can conquer a kind of divine fire. How can it not be coveted by people? There is no harm without comparison. Geng Kaiyi couldn't help but lament that while he was still feeling disappointed for the blue star card, others already had rare treasures such as divine fire. Not to mention the blue star card, even the purple star card may not be as valuable as the divine fire. After taking a short rest, Su Yuan, Xiaoyu, and Liu Yingying left Chaishan Island. Su Yuan had planned to leave. As for Xiaoyu and Liu Yingying, now that something like this has happened, it is impossible for them to stay on Kishayan Island to search for red fire stones. And Geng Kaiyi, after exchanging contact information with Su Yuan, stayed to continue looking for the red fire gold. Chapter 112 Breakthrough to the Intermediate Level. 2 days later, Su Yuan and others arrived at the academy one after another and went to the mission office to submit mission materials. After Xiaoyu and Liu Yingying handed over 53 and 38 units of red fire stone respectively, Su Yuan took out 144 units of red fire stone at once. You actually have so many red flint stones." Xiaoyu and Liu Yingying were both shocked. Su Yuan said casually, "It was also found on the island." Maybe I am lucky. The teacher at the mission office gave Su Yuan a meaningful look and asked directly, all 144 red flintstones should be turned in for credits, right? Su Yuan was overjoyed and immediately responded, yes, hand them all over. According to the task details of the red firestone task stipulate that the upper limit of credits that a student can redeem is 100. However, judging from the fact that this is a multiplayer mission, the college's demand for red flint is quite large, and should be far more than 100 units. So Su Yuan tried to take out all the red firestones on his body, and now it seems that it works. I saw the teacher at the task office doing some operations on the computer, temporarily opening an additional task, and transferred all 144 points to Su Yuan's personal account. And Su Yuan's credits soared from 50 points to 194 points. Okay, a total of 144 credits are transferred to you. The teacher at the mission office reminded. Thank you, teacher. Liu Yingying on the side said with envy, 144 credits, isn't the upper limit of this task only 100? After the teacher glanced at her, he didn't say much and started busying himself again. Su Yuan lowered his voice and said to Liu Yingying, rules are dead, but people are alive. The upper limit of 100 units should be to prevent students from relying on this task to earn too many credits at once. But if you really want to bring it back, the teacher may not refuse it. After all, this is what the students spent their energy to collect. Oh! Liu Yingying also understood. After handing over the task, the three of them returned to their dormitories. Has Shang Baihu already broken through to the intermediate bronze level? Su Yuan looked at the private message sent by Shang Baihu, and there was some gratitude in the other party's words. Considering the time of this breakthrough, Su Yuan thought about it and realized that he probably made the breakthrough in the Star Mist Pond. It seems that I have to hurry up. I now have 194 credits, and 4 hours in the Star Mist Pool is more than enough. Then the next step is to practice to the bottleneck, and then go to the Star Mist Pool to seek a breakthrough. Su Yuan took a shower, changed into practice clothes, and then went to the training room on the second floor. Looking at the branching tree in front of him, Su Yuan took a deep breath and devoted himself to cultivation. Except for a few small classes, Su Yuan never left the dormitory every day and kept practicing in the training room on the second floor. 40 or 50 days passed by in a flash. That day, early in the morning, Su Yuan opened the door and went straight to Xingguo Pavilion. When Su Yuan arrived this time, there was someone in Xingguo Pond whom he was familiar with. It was Qi Tian, the president of the student union. At this time, Qi Tian was talking to the gentle male teacher wearing gold-rimmed glasses at the registration window. Not sure whether he sensed someone approaching or the two of them had finished chatting, Qi Tian bowed respectfully, then turned around and walked towards the entrance. Senior Qi. Su Yuan greeted. Su Yuan. Qi Tian was quite surprised. How long has it been since you came to Xingguo Pond to practice? Have you accumulated enough credits? Su Yuan smiled and said, that should be enough. Qi Tian patted Su Yuan's shoulder and nodded after feeling it for a while. Not bad, that's almost it. Obviously, Qi Tian also felt that Su Yuan had reached a small bottleneck and it was time to use the Star Mist Pool to break through. It would be great if you could break through at this time. Qi Tian suddenly spoke as he thought of something. Su Yuan's expression moved slightly and asked, I wonder what senior is referring to. Qi Tian smiled, you will know in 2 days. After saying that, Qi Tian walked straight towards the exit. It seems like something is going to happen next. Su Yuan thought for a moment and didn't think much about it. Since Qi Tian said he would know it in 2 days, there was no need to go into details now. After walking a few steps to the registration window, Su Yuan greeted, Hello, teacher. The gentle male teacher had already seen Su Yuan, nodded and said, You came a few days earlier than I thought. Su Yuan replied, My practice has been going smoothly recently. With the speed at which the phoenix of the blue sky absorbs and refines the star power of heaven and earth, I have devoted myself wholeheartedly to cultivation these days, and naturally my progress is very fast. It's your ability to practice quickly. Seeing that Su Yuan had indeed reached a small bottleneck, Zhang Chenjian didn't hesitate at all. He stretched out his hand and said, "Take out your student ID card." Su Yuan quickly took out his student ID card and handed it over. After the gentle male teacher took it, he swiped it on the machine beside the table. Diddy, student card. Name, Su Yuan. Student ID number *220004. Assigned room, room 7. The gentle male teacher handed back his student ID card. Already registered, just go to room 7. Thank you, teacher. Su Yuan took back his student card. I wonder what your name is, teacher. My name is Zhang Chenjian. The gentle male teacher took out his enchantment book, opened it, and said casually, I see that you have a lot of credits on your card. If you are not stingy with the credits, then you can continue for an extra hour or two after breaking through. Su Yuan was startled. Will it last another hour or two after the breakthrough? The extra 2 hours of triple concentration star mist pool cost 60 credits. This means draining all the credits from your card. However, Su Yuan thought for a moment and decided to do as the other party said, and believe people to the end. After Su Yuan responded, he turned around and headed towards number 7 star mist pond. Swipe the card to enter, then insert the card into the console of Xingguo pool to start billing. This is a room with a round inside and a square outside. Inside is a circular pool that covers more than 80% of the room and is more than half a meter deep. There is an exquisite barrier engraved on the bottom of the pool, and there are also many profound runes on the 4 walls. Su Yuan didn't know anything about barriers, so he didn't need to worry about it. After inserting the card, he sat in the middle of the pool. In just a short moment, the ground barrier lit up with bright light. Then, a large amount of mist-like star power rose up from under itself, filling the entire star mist pool in an instant. What a strong star power! Is this 3 times the concentration? Su Yuan felt that his whole body was being filled with this rich star power, and he quickly controlled the star power cyclone to start absorbing and refining it. However, the body's refining speed of star power is far slower than the speed of absorption. This is the first time Su Yuan has encountered such a situation. At this moment, above the ground barrier, 8 cyan Hualian shot out from all directions and all wrapped around Su Yuan. Well! Su Yuan groaned, feeling a strong pressure coming from all directions, as if he was going to be crushed into a meat pie, and he subconsciously fought against it. In just a short moment, Su Yuan's exposed body, including his face, hands, and neck, all turned red visibly. The energy and blood in his body were tumbling violently, and his physical strength was beginning to be depleted, as if he was under a considerable burden. But at the same time, Su Yuan discovered that the high concentration star power pouring into his body was more easily refined by the star power cyclone due to the pressure. This should be the function of the star mist pool barrier mentioned by teacher Xiao He to assist in cultivation. Su Yuan suddenly realized. He immediately gathered his mind and used the high concentration of star power in the star mist pool to continuously attack the realm bottleneck. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Time passed little by little, and 3.5 hours had passed in the blink of an eye. Su Yuan closed his eyes tightly and sat in the center of the barrier, not moving since he started practicing. At this moment, along with a vague muffled sound coming from the body, the star power in the star mist pool suddenly surged. Breakthrough! Su Yuan was delighted. The star power cyclone in the body expanded slightly again, and the total star power increased by about 30 to 40%. At the same time, because of the new breakthrough, the newly expanded star power cyclone's hungry for star power has once again increased. Facing the high concentration of star power in the star mist pool, Su Yuan's star power cyclone rotated at high speed, absorbing it like a whale swallowing it. In just a short moment, a star power vortex was formed with Sil Yuan as the center. After Sil Yuan broke through the intermediate bronze level, his star power continued to grow. Nearly 6 hours have passed, and star power cyclone's cultivation speed has finally become slower and slower, gradually returning to normal. Not long after, Sil Yuan opened his eyes and silently felt the state of his body. His eyes couldn't help but reveal a look of joy. I completed the breakthrough in the third hour and a half, and in the next 2.5 hours, not only did I completely consolidate the realm I just broke through, but my star power also improved a lot. No wonder that teacher Zhang Chenjian asked me to continue for 2 more hours. Such a small amount of time is almost equivalent to the effect of the usual 10 or 20 days of practice. Although renewing Star Mist Pond for 2 hours requires 60 credits. But for students, as their personal strength improves, time will only become more valuable, and earning credits will only become easier and easier. Sil Yuan stood up and took back his student ID card. Just 6 hours passed, and there were only 14 credits left on the student ID card. But Sil Yuan was quite satisfied. One's own strength is the foundation, and credits should be transformed into strength. This time, not only was the goal of breaking through the intermediate bronze level achieved, but there was also unexpected improvement, and the trip to the South China Sea Islands was not in vain. Sil Yuan came out of the Star Mist Pond. Zhang Chenjian knew at a glance that Sil Yuan had broken through, his realm was stable, and his star power was not frivolous. Zhang Chenjian lowered his head and glanced at the time. Just 6 hours had passed. Seeing that Sil Yuan really followed his advice, Zhang Chenjian couldn't help but nodded secretly. Yes, children can be taught. Sil Yuan stepped forward and thanked him respectfully. Thank you, Teacher Zhang, for reminding me. I gained a lot during the 2 hours of breaking through the follow-up fee. Zhang Chenjian looked at the book and said without raising his head, just do it yourself if you have nothing to do. After Sil Yuan bowed again, he turned and left. Chapter 113 The Situ Family. After coming out of Xingguo Pavilion, Sil Yuan was not in a hurry to return to the dormitory. Now that I have broken through to the intermediate bronze level, I just happened to go see the teacher. In addition, I might also be able to ask about making a fire-type long sword. Blue star weapons are extremely precious to gold-level masters. Generally speaking, they are far from being considered by bronze-level masters. With Sil Yuan's current vision and knowledge, he only knew about the grade of the blue star weapon. He knew nothing about the other details of its creation, materials used, and strengthening directions. Of course, it would be best to have an expert from Burning Sun give advice on this kind of matter. Soon after, Sil Yuan arrived at the library tower. After waiting in the old place for a while, he saw Yang Yifeng striding over. Have you broken through the intermediate bronze level? Yang Yifeng's eyes lit up and he looked at Sil Yuan. Sil Yuan responded, I just made a breakthrough with the help of the Star Mist Pond. Okay. I didn't expect that Shang Baiyu had just broken through for more than a month, and you also broke through. When I first met you two, I remember that you had just broken through to the bronze level, and your star power realm was far behind him. You have done well to close the gap so quickly. Yang Yifeng seemed very happy that Sil Yuan could break through to the intermediate bronze level so quickly. Come to see me this time, what do you want? Sil Yuan waved his hand, and a large piece of red fire gold immediately fell on the table. This is red fire gold. Yang Yifeng recognized it at a glance, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Sil Yuan nodded, Teacher, this is what I got from the last time I went to Chaishan Island. Yang Yifeng picked up the red fire gold and started to play with it. So you want to gather the materials to build a blue star weapon? That's right, please give me some advice, teacher. You are quite smart, you know how to come to me. Yang Yifeng laughed and put the piece of red fire gold back on the table. With red fire gold as the main material, it is indeed possible to refine a blue star weapon. After Yang Yifeng thought for a while, he stood up and said, well, I happen to have nothing to do today, so you can come with me to meet an old friend of mine. Old friend? My teacher is at the Zhou level, and most of the people who can become friends with him are senior experts. Su Yuan's eyes lit up and he immediately followed Yang Yifeng up. At first, Su Yuan thought that the teacher's friend was in the college. Unexpectedly, Yang Yifeng took him directly out of the college gate and headed east. After a long time, the two came to a mansion on the outskirts of Demon City. On the plaque in front of the gate of the mansion, there are 3 words Situ Mansion written in strong, large, and elegant fonts. Although ordinary, it has a special charm. From the wide open door, you can see a large garden with numerous first and second level spiritual plants, and a third level pearl-bearing moon pine on each side. It's antique and winding, and you can tell from a glance that it belongs to a wealthy family. Senior, I didn't know you were. As soon as he arrived at the mansion, a servant came up to greet him in front of the door. My name is Yang Yifeng, and I'm here to see Situ Bai. When the waiter saw Yang Yifeng calling the head of the family by his name, which seemed to be quite unusual, he quickly and cautiously said, "Please wait a moment, I will pass the message." Little old man Yifeng, my Situ mansion is not far from Demon City Academy, but you haven't been willing to come here for several years. At this moment, a person walked from the garden path, walked out of the gate and came to Su Yuan and Yang Yifeng in a few steps. This man was in his 40s or 50s, slightly younger than Yang Yifeng. He was wearing a grey brocade robe, with a strong build and bright eyes. As soon as Su Yuan saw this person, he felt that the air around him seemed to become hotter. "Master!" The servant next to him saluted quickly. Seeing Situ Bai wave his hand, the man immediately retreated. Yang Yifeng smiled and said, "Boy Bai, it's been a long time." Situ Bai glanced at Su Yuan next to him and asked, "Is this? This is the student I accepted this year." Yang Yifeng introduced, "This is Situ Bai, the famous weapon refiner in the Demon City." Su Yuan quickly bowed respectfully, "Senior Situ." "Okay." Situ Bai smiled and nodded, and asked Yang Yifeng, "You little old man, you haven't accepted students for 10 years, right? Why did you suddenly start accepting them again this year?" "I can't bear the loneliness, I need to communicate more with young people. Speaking of the fact that you are such a big Situ family, you don't invite us to come in and sit down, but you just stand here and chat." "Ha ha ha," Situ Bai laughed, "I haven't seen you for so long, little old man, and I was so happy that I forgot about it. Come on, come in quickly." Situ Bai led Su Yuan into the mansion and walked along the garden path to the lobby. After sitting down, Situ Bai asked directly, "I come to the 3 Treasures Hall for nothing. The last time you came here, you still wanted me to help you repair your Sunfen Thunder Saber. What are your plans for coming here this time?" "It's not a big deal, I just want you to help my student build a blue weapon." "A blue weapon?" Situ Bai nodded and thought, "It's not that difficult." Before he finished speaking, Yang Yifeng immediately turned back to Su Yuan and said, "Su Yuan, why don't you thank me, senior?" Su Yuan understood this and quickly stepped forward and said, "Thank you, Senior Situ." Situ Bai seemed to be amused by these two people. "Old man Yifeng, you really haven't changed at all. It's just a blue star weapon, I won't regret it." Yang Yifeng crossed his arms and said, "Situ Bai rarely takes action once. I don't know if the last time I asked you to repair my knife, it exhausted our friendship." "You little old man." Situ Bai smiled and shook his head, "You saved my life back then. Not to mention repairing the Sunfen Thunder Saber once, even if you use it again, I can't shirk it." "Okay." Seeing what Situ Bai said, Yang Yifeng chuckled, "But I'm afraid I won't need it anymore, so just give it to my apprentice. Su Yuan, remember it for me." Su Yuan gave a bitter smile. The two bosses were joking, how could he dare to answer the question? However, when Situ Bai heard what Yang Yifeng said, he was keenly aware of something and couldn't help but sigh secretly in his heart. At this moment, a beautiful girl wearing a goose yellow robe and a red stone hosta walked slowly over from the door carrying a tea tray. After pouring tea for Su Yuan and the others, he saluted Yang Yifeng, "Grandpa Yang." Yang Yifeng was startled and said in surprise, "This is Xiao King Yan." Situ Bai laughed, "Why, can't you recognize me? You've grown so big after not seeing each other for a few years? The last time we met, she was no taller than my chest, but now she's a few points taller than me. The little girl has grown up." Yang Yifeng looked at Situ King Yan for a while, couldn't help stroking his beard, nodded and smiled, "Yes, she is getting more and more beautiful." Situ Bai smiled and said, "You haven't been here for several years, so of course it will be different." Situ King Yan smiled, "Grandpa, Grandpa Yang, you guys talk about things, I'll go down first." With that said, Situ King Yan was about to turn around and leave. "King Yan, wait a moment." Situ Bai called her. "Grandpa, do you have any other instructions? Your Grandpa Yang's students want to build a blue star weapon, so I'll leave it to you." "Grandpa Yang's student? Blue star device?" Situ King Yan looked up at Su Yuan who was standing next to Yang Yifeng, and then nodded, "Okay." Yang Yifeng and Su Yuan were greatly surprised. Yang Yifeng asked directly, "Situ Bai, what do you mean, you asked Xiao King Yan to make it? Even if you taught her how to make weapons since she was a child, you would be very successful. She should be only 20 years old this year. Not enough." Situ Bai crossed his arms and said, "Why, you can't build a blue star weapon at the age of 20. Are you serious?" "Of course." Situ Bai curled his lips. As early as last year, King Yan had already built a blue star weapon, and now he has built 3 pieces in total. This. Yang Yifeng couldn't help but look at Situ King Yan again. "You're less than 20 years old, 3 blue star weapons? What a genius! I'm afraid I'm not inferior to you in this kind of weapon refining talent." Seeing Yang Yifeng praising his granddaughter, Situ Bai felt more comfortable than the other party praising him directly, so he couldn't help but smiled proudly, "But she is even more powerful than when I was young." Situ King Yan also walked up and asked, "I don't know what kind of blue star weapon I want to build." Yang Yifeng waved, "Su Yuan, come and talk to Xiao King Yan yourself." Su Yuan nodded, stepped forward and took out the red fire gold and placed it on the table. "This, Master King Yan, I want to make a fire-type long sword, using this red fire gold as the main material." A refiner who can refine a blue star weapon is already a master. Su Yuan is right to call him that. Red fire gold is quite a good material. Situ King Yan nodded slightly and continued to ask, "Besides the specifications, do you have any requirements for this long knife? For example, elemental enhancement, burst enhancement, consumption reduction, or are there any special effects?" Su Yuan pondered for a moment and said, "It's hard and sharp, and normal fire enhancement is enough. There are no other special requirements." Chapter 114 5 Materials. Situ Bai stood up and patted his granddaughter on the shoulder. "King Yan, you communicate with Su Yuan on your own, and your Grandpa Yang and I will go for a walk outside." "Okay, Grandpa." Situ King Yan responded obediently. When Yang Yifeng heard this, he also stood up and said to Su Yuan, "If you have any requirements, just ask Xiao King Yan. But what you need to pay attention to is that we need to provide the materials ourselves, she just helps you build it." Su Yuan smiled and said, "I understand, teacher. It is already quite good to be able to ask a master of weapon refinement to help tailor a star weapon. After all, the cost of the master of weapon refinement alone accounts for almost 1/3 of a blue star weapon." Yang Yifeng nodded and went out with Situ Bai. Su Yuan and Situ King Yan were the only 2 people left in the huge lobby. "Master King Yan. Just call me King Yan." Situ King Yan smiled softly, "Grandpa Yang is kind to our Situ family. Since you are Grandpa Yang's student, you don't have to be so polite." Besides, Master is too old-fashioned and serious. It makes me look very old. Do you think so? Su Yuan immediately shook his head and said, the teacher said you are 20 years old, but to me you seem to be younger than me. After Situ Bai and Yang Yifeng left, Situ King Yan seemed to become a little more out of touch. However, the other party is a master refiner who wants to refine a blue star weapon for himself, so he must be coaxed no matter what. Situ King Yan smiled and then said, the hardness, sharpness, and fire element enhancement you just mentioned are the most basic elements of a blue fire element weapon. Red fire fine gold is the third level main material, and the star weapon created has such properties. It's just that red fire gold alone is not enough to create a blue star weapon. Of course, Su Yuan didn't expect to be able to refine blue star weapons with red fire gold alone, otherwise there wouldn't be so few blue star weapons. Su Yuan asked, I wonder what other materials are needed. It's easy to talk about the second level materials. You can basically buy them. As for the third level materials, Situ King Yan stroked the red fire gold on the table. After thinking for a while, he slowly said, to match the red fire gold, there are 5 third level materials that are more suitable, namely meteorite sand, phoenix stone, Feng Yan blood jade, earth core glazed stone, flare silver branch. Meteor sand, phoenix nephrite, Feng Yan blood jade, earth core glazed stone, flare silver branch. It is indeed a third level material. Su Yuan has never heard of any of these 5 items. Situ King Yan slowly paced in front of the table. These 5 materials can further increase the damage of fire skills on the basis of red fire gold's strengthening of the fire element. In addition, the star tools created by borrowing these materials also have some different unique effects. For example, meteorite sand can cause fire poison damage that is as hard to remove as bone erosion to the enemy it hits. The Phoenix Nirvana stone can not only improve the fire element resistance, but also absorb the fire element to restore the damage to the star weapon itself and the injuries suffered by the master. As for the Feng Yan blood jade, the flare silver branch and the earth core glazed stone, each has its own wonderful features. Do these materials actually have such strange effects? Even though Su Yuan didn't know much about the art of weapon refining, it was still eye-opening to hear Situ King Yan talk about it. King Yan, you are really knowledgeable and knowledgeable. Su Yuan could not help but praise. It's nothing, I just like to read some books. Hearing the sincere praise from others, Situ put his hands on his back in embarrassment. I will tell you later about the characteristics and possible locations of these 5 materials. I'll write it down and give it to you. Su Yuan nodded, thank you very much. As long as you find any one of these 5 materials, combined with red fire gold and some secondary materials, I can start building it for you. If you are lucky enough to find 2, I might be able to bring out the properties of both materials. As for more than 3 kinds, Situ King Yan shook his head, my skills in weapon refining are limited. There are too many third level materials and I can't control them, which may lead to the refining failure. But if it were Grandpa, he would definitely be able to do it. Su Yuan smiled and said, you may not be able to find even 1, but 2 are more than enough. Situ King Yan smiled and nodded. Indeed, third level materials are not so easy to obtain. Although I don't know how Su Yuan obtained this piece of red fire gold, it is usually not easy for a gold level person to gather the materials for a blue star weapon. Then, Su Yuan, please tell me the specification and size of the long knife in details so that I can record it. Good. In a courtyard somewhere in the mansion. How is your health now? Situ Bai asked. Yang Yifeng waved his hand casually, I won't die in a while. I don't think so. Situ Bai glared at him, I see that your student doesn't have the fire element star power, but you made him a fire element long sword. I guess you want to use Yan Tian to control fire, pass it on to him. Yang Yifeng's tone was choked, but he had forgotten that Situ Bai had an extremely keen sense of the fire element. Situ Bai sighed slowly, How could you pass on the Yantian fire control technique to others if it wasn't for the end? After all, Yantian controls fire, Biluo controls wind, Shenxiao controls thunder. If one of the three is missing, it will be impossible to practice the top method of Yanting Tiangxuan division. Tell me the truth, how long can you hold on now? Haha, I really can't hide it from you. Seeing that he was discovered, Yang Yifeng blew his beard and said, "Don't worry, I'm an old man, I should have no problem living for another 10 years. Only 10 years. Situ Bai couldn't help but fell silent. For the average person, 10 years is not a short time. But for Yang Yifeng, 10 years is not a long time. 2 days later, in the big classroom of the top class, He Yanan stood in front of the classroom, looked at the neat crowd below, and asked with a smile, "So, who comes first?" "Teacher Xiao He, I'm coming." Zhang Tai patted his chest. "Oh? You are very confident. Then come on. Today is the day to test your breathing practice. Everyone is looking forward to it." After 2 months of breathing practice, everyone in the class has more or less opened the second star nest. The speed is so fast that they have even begun to open a third star nest. Seeing Zhang Tai's nervous look, He Yanan smiled and said, "This time, I won't use the golden bullet. Anyway, it is to test your performance in opening the star A cup ointment, so I will simply use a more intuitive and accurate method." Zhang Tai was startled and said doubtfully, "Then how to test?" He Yanan said, "Just run your star power with all your strength to circulate all the star points." Ouch! Zhang Tai responded without thinking too much and immediately followed the instructions. He Yanan stepped forward, formed a seal with one hand, and touched Zhang Tai's chest. Suddenly, a dazzling golden mark sank into Zhang Tai's body. Then, He Yanan retreated. Just when Zhang Tai and the students in the audience were puzzled, they saw that the golden mark rushed out of the star power vortex in the chest with the flow of star power. Wherever it passed, it was like a golden paintbrush. Zhang Tai's star power flow trajectory was also drawn. And when the golden mark passes through a star hole, it deepens in color and makes a mark, which is clear at a glance. In this way, this golden mark first went to the first star nest to mark 6 star holes, then entered the second star nest, and finally flowed into the third star nest. After marking all 6 star holes in the third star nest, the golden mark went straight back to the star power cyclone. 18 star points. No need for He Yanan to explain, everyone in the class already understood. Zhang Tai is so awesome. He has actually opened 18 star points. I only opened 14. 14 is not bad, I'm only 13. To be able to open up 18 star points in 2 months is indeed a pretty good talent. He Yanan also smiled, patted Zhang Tai on the shoulder and said, "Well done, Zhang Tai, go back and keep working hard, and strive to complete the entry within this month." Hearing He Yanan's praise, Zhang Tai couldn't help but grin. "Hey, thank you, Teacher Xiao He. Go on down, the next one will come." Zhang Tai quickly asked, "Teacher Xiao He, what are the credits?" "Although the method is different, the credits will not be lost to you." He Yanan smiled, turned around and looked at the people in the audience. "It costs 2 credits to open 1 star cave. If someone can open 24 star caves to get started, then an additional 2 credits will be awarded, which is exactly 50 points. Upon hearing this award, many students in the class were overjoyed. "This way I can get more than 20 credits. This is much easier than the last test. I can't guarantee that I can take 20 bullets now. Yes, I can get 28 credits. But isn't it a bit redundant to get 2 more credits after reaching the basic level? How can someone reach the basic level after only 2 months? Yes, Xiang Dingqian is probably a beginner. He has practiced breathing before, but not as exaggeratedly as Shang Baiyu. This is the background gap. Others are practicing breathing, but we don't even know what breathing is." In the midst of everyone's discussion, Zhang Tai walked off the podium with 36 credits. Then, the students in the class came on stage one by one to take the test. Du Tao, 17 star points. Zhou Weiman, 16 star points. Shi Jin, 13 star points. Lu Yingying, 17 star points. Xia Yu, 20 star points. He Yanan smiled and nodded. Xia Yu, you did a good job. Thank you, teacher. Xia Yu's lips curled up, and she was quite satisfied with her performance. He turned his head slightly and glanced at Su Yuan, who was sitting in the front row, but saw that the other person's expression didn't seem to have changed much, so he couldn't help but curl his lips secretly. I am the first person to open 20 star points in the test. Why is this guy not surprised at all? When Xia Yu returned to her seat, Lu Yingying next to her exclaimed, Xiao Yu, you have actually reached the 4th star nest. Xia Yu responded casually, looking at the back of someone sitting in the front row. She couldn't help but snorted. I want to see how many star caves this guy has opened. Chapter 115 Amazing Results. After Xia Yu, the students in the class continued to come forward to test one by one. Mu Qingyu, 19 star points. Ye Qing, 19 star points. Luo Bingtong, 22 star points. Luo Bingtong's score of 22 star points broke Xia Yu's record and became the highest in the field, which immediately set off another wave of climax in the class. Even He Yanan was quite surprised. She had 22 acupoints in 2 months. If she had been given a few more days, wouldn't she have started right away? Next, Xiang Dingqian. Xiang Dingqian stood up and walked to the podium, glanced at Su Yuan below, then used all his star power in his body and said, Teacher Xiao He, I'm ready. He Yanan nodded and inserted a golden mark into his body. Seeing Xiang Dingqian starting the test, everyone couldn't help but pay attention. I wonder how many star points Xiang Dingqian can finally break through. It is said that he should have already reached the progress of the 4th star nest, and the entry-level first 4-star nests are certainly not a problem. I just don't know if he can open up the star caves in the 5th star nest after he gets started. Su Yuan asked Shang Baiyu, how many star points have you opened in the past 2 months? There are only 2 more opened. I'm afraid it won't be possible for each of them to reach the proficiency level within a year or 2. Shang Baiyu shook his head and asked, what about you, Su Yuan? I am so close to you, and the stars on your body are. I can't feel the power fluctuation at all. Could it be that I've already started? Su Yuan smiled mysteriously, you will know later. It cannot be. Shang Baiyu was just talking casually, but when he saw Su Yuan's answer, his eyes widened and he became suspicious. But Su Yuan smiled and said nothing more. At this time, Xiang Dingqian's test also came to an end. As expected, the golden mark quickly flowed into the 4th star nest in Xiang Dingqian's body with the star power, and marked all the star points 19 to 24 in succession. After that, the golden mark did not return to the star power cyclone like everyone else, but continued to rush towards the 5th star nest. Here we come. Everyone's eyes froze. In Xiang Dingqian's body, the golden mark flowed slowly, and in a blink of an eye, the 25th star A-cup ointment lit up. But this golden mark didn't stop yet, and continued to break through the 26th star hole, and then reversed the momentum and returned to the star power cyclone. Xiang Dingqian, 26 star points. It doesn't seem like much. The 5th star nest has opened 2 star holes. 2 star nests are not enough? You may not know the difficulty of opening the 5th star nest. I asked my teacher that the difficulty of opening the star cave in the 5th star nest is more than 10 times that of the first 4-star nests. In other words, he opened a star cave in the 5th star nest, which is at least equivalent to the star caves we opened in the 10 first 4-star nests. So awesome! You think the genius of the Xiang family in the imperial capital is joking? Although he lost to Su Yuan's hellfire, he is still better than you and me. Speaking of which, I don't know how many star points Sir Yuan can open. Xiang Dingqian opened up the number 26 star point, and even He Yanan was a little surprised. However, He Yanan saw that he was listless and seemed to have not slept well for a long time. He guessed that Xiang Dingqian had been practicing without sleep and food in the past 2 months. Not only that, he must have used something to supplement his mental power. Otherwise, if his mental power was not enough, he would not be able to continuously open up the star acupoints with high intensity. Thinking of this, He Yanan warned Xiang Dingqian, "It's very good to open up 26 star points. However, cultivation still requires a balance between work and rest. If the body is overstretched for a long time, it will always do more harm than good over time." "I see." Xiang Dingqian agreed casually, looked up at Sir Yuan in front of him, and couldn't help but grin. Even excluding the 18 star caves that were opened before the start of school, in the past 2 months, I have opened 6 star caves of the 4th star nest and 2 star caves of the 5th star nest. Among them, in terms of difficulty of development, the 2 star caves of the 5th star nest are equivalent to at least 20 star caves of the first 4 star nests, plus 6 star caves of the 4th star nest. Unless Sir Yuan can reach the entry level in one fell swoop, he will not be able to compare with himself. This time, I will definitely beat him. Xiang Dingqian came down from the stage and looked at Sir Yuan with intense heat and expectation in his eyes. As if sensing his thoughts, Xiang Dingqian had just returned to his seat when He Yanan said, "Next, Sir Yuan. Go, let me see how many star points you have opened." Shang Baihu was very curious at this time and urged quickly. Sir Yuan didn't hesitate and immediately stood up and walked onto the podium. Suddenly, not only Xiang Dingqian, Xia Yu, etc., but all the students in the class looked over seriously. One of the most popular posts on the Yeadu Academy forum right now is Personal Brainstorming, Top 10 Freshman Masters of Yeadu Academy. The top 10 freshman masters are ranked as follows. Number 1, Sir Yuan. Number 2, Ye Qing. Number 3, Xia Yu. Number 4, Luo Bingtong. Number 5, Xiang Dingqian. Number 6, Zhang Tai. Chapter 7, Mu Qingyu. Number 8, Du Tao. Number 9, Lu Yingying. Number 10, Zhou Weiman. There is no formal competition, this is just a personal ranking given by the poster who collects information on the new students and analyzes them. In this list, there are a lot of controversies among the following ones, but for Sir Yuan, who is ranked first, there is almost no refutation. Because Sir Yuan is the only top 10 freshman who has defeated the top 10 freshmen. In the pre-selection challenge, the terrifying power of hellfire with 2 armored heads and swords is vividly visible. At this stage, it is simply unbeatable. In everyone's opinion, only the other 3 people ranked in the top 5, Ye Qing, Luo Bingtong and Xia Yu might be able to fight against Sir Yuan. Start when you're ready. He Yanan reminded. Sir Yuan nodded, and with a thought, he activated the star power in his body with all his strength. He Yanan raised his hand to form a seal, and punched the golden mark into Sir Yuan's chest as before. Let me see how many star caves you have opened up. He Yanan was also vaguely looking forward to it. At this time, Sir Yuan's star power fluctuations were extremely weak. Although he could not stop his detection and capture, there was a high probability that he had already mastered breath concentration. But that would be an exaggeration. In the history of Yeadu Academy, it seems that star caves have never been opened so quickly. However, when he first took the breathing class, Sir Yuan opened up 2 star points in the class, which can indeed be said to be a gift. It may not be impossible to practice breathing to a basic level in 2 months. At this time, under the gaze of everyone in the class, the golden mark planted by He Yanan rushed out from the star power cyclone on Sir Yuan's chest, flowing unimpeded, and rushed into the 4th star nest in just a moment. Sure enough, So Yuan must be the 4th star nest, it just depends on where it will stop. The golden mark moved slowly, lighting up star point number 19, then 20, 21, 24. Star cave number 24. The 4th star nest has been opened. At the moment when the star point number 24 was lit up, all the top class geniuses in the classroom couldn't help but be shocked. I never expected that someone could actually open up all the star points in the first 4-star nests in just 2 months and advance to the entry-level breathing. No, it seems it's not over yet. At this time, someone realized that after passing through the 24th star point, the trajectory of the golden mark seemed not to return to the star power cyclone in Su Yuan's chest, but, like Xiang Dingqian, towards the 5th star. The location of the nest is gone. The 25th star cave. The 26th star cave. The 27th star cave. While everyone was stunned, this golden mark had broken through 3 star holes in the 5th star nest in succession. Then he suddenly changed direction and headed back towards the star power cyclone. Back on Red Sand Flame Island, Su Yuan used Stardust to directly open the first 4-star nests to complete the entry. But after returning, Su Yuan did not stop practicing breathing while practicing star power. When you practice every day until your body is tired, you can use your mental power to open up the star points. So in the nearly 50 days after returning, Su Yuan opened 3 star points in a row, which led to the current result. At this time, the large classroom with nearly 30 people suddenly fell silent, and everyone's eyes showed a look of shock that was almost overflowing. He Yanan's eyes were filled with golden light, and he couldn't help but grab Su Yuan's shoulder and check it out on his own. After a moment, the golden light in He Yanan's eyes dissipated, and he looked at Su Yuan in surprise. This kid actually has 27 star points. 227 star points. Finally, Du Tao's slightly surprised voice broke the silence in the classroom. Like an introduction, the whole classroom suddenly became excited. 27. Su Yuan opened 27 star acupoints. Oh my god, didn't he also start from the number 1 star A cup ointment? Forget about opening up the first 4-star nests, why can he open up 3-star caves in the 5th star nest? It's simply a monster. Fuck. Shang Baihu was also shocked. Compared to others in the class, he knew better how difficult it was to open the 5th star nest. And it took 2 months to open up the 27th star cave from scratch. Is this something a human can do? Xiao Yu. Su Yuan, he seems to have opened 27 star acupoints. Liu Yingying looked at Su Yuan on the stage and said blankly. I know. Xiao Yu stared at Su Yuan on the stage with wide eyes. Not only can he kill the high-level silver level with the bronze level, but he can also do it so outrageously by practicing the breathing method now. What a pervert! Xiao Yu took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in her heart. But then when I thought about my score of 20 star points, I suddenly felt an inexplicable feeling of anxiety and irritation. Su Yuan's score of 27 star points shocked everyone in the class. But others were shocked. The saddest thing was that Xiang Dingqian, who was sitting in the back row, died. How is it possible? How is it possible? Xiang Dingqian looked at Su Yuan blankly, his face full of unacceptable. Didn't he start practicing from the number 1 star point? In just 2 months, not only did he reach the basic level in one fell swoop, but he also broke through the 27th star point? I've obviously been working very hard to practice breathing, so why not only didn't I close the gap, but I was overtaken by him? He has never been in a fight, and now even his breathing technique has been overtaken? Why? Why exactly? Puff. Xiang Dingqian was so depressed that he suddenly sprayed a mouthful of blood on the back of Zhang Tai in front of him, and then his eyes darkened and he fainted. At this moment, Tao's heart is broken. Chapter 116, The Place Where All Demons Sleep. Xiang Dingqian suddenly vomited blood and fainted, which shocked everyone in the class. Yanan quickly came over to check, but found no injuries, and there was no problem with the star power operation. Shang Baiyu, come and take a look too. Without Yanan's instructions, Shang Baiyu had already walked up, and after a brief inspection, he said, "There is no big problem, it seems to be chest depression caused by mental loss and physical exhaustion. He should have recovered after spitting out the mouthful of blood just now, and there was no big problem." Hearing what Shang Baiyu said, Yanan could not help but feel a sense of relief and admiration on his face. "I noticed before that he was not in good spirits, but now it seems that it was probably due to practicing breathing. Although this kid is from a noble family, he is really diligent in his cultivation." Shang Baiyu confirmed again and nodded, "That should be the case." Su Yuan, who followed the crowd, couldn't help but have a slight change in his view of Xiang Dingqian when he heard this. Putting aside the previous grievances, this Dingqian is really a person who is extremely hard at cultivation, so hard that he vomits blood. He is really a role model for our generation. Sure enough, I still have to guard against arrogance and impetuosity, and practice in a down-to-earth manner. After a while, Shang Baiyu quickly woke up Xiang Dingqian. "Dingqian, are you okay?" Yanan asked with concern. "Thank you teacher, I'm fine." Xiang Dingqian seemed to be in low spirits, which caused him to look a little dull, but other than that, he had no other problems. However, after seeing Su Yuan who also turned to look at him, Xiang Dingqian's expression changed slightly and he quickly turned his head away, fearing that he would be unable to bear it again if he looked at him twice more. Yanan nodded, "Okay, since there is no problem, let's continue the test. That's it for today's class. Combined with your breath test results, I will distribute the credits later." Everyone in the class was delighted when they heard this. This time, most people in the class got about 30 credits, and Su Yuan and Xiang Dingqian got a full score of 50 points. Great gains for all. Yanan looked at the students below and warned, "I hope that during this semester, you will be able to practice breathing to the point where you can get started. Only when you really get started will the benefits of breathing be initially revealed. For example, now, Su Yuan, Shang Baiyu, and Xiang Dingqian, I guess you have all deeply felt the effects of beginner's breathing, right?" Xiang Dingqian was still a little distracted, while Su Yuan and Shang Baiyu nodded in agreement. During the battle with Yan Song at sea, he had to add some strength to the flames of hell and then borrow Xiaoyu's ruby staff to display it, so time was very tight. And if there is no overload effect brought by the introductory breath, even if the hell flames are extremely powerful, they may not have time to fully display them. In that case, the ending may be different. "Don't worry, Teacher Xiaohe, we will definitely practice well." Seeing that everyone was so positive, Yanan smiled and nodded. After a slight pause, he turned to another matter. "One more thing, in 3 days, the Antarctic Academy's sleeping place for 10,000 demons will be opened. We have some quotas at Yeodu Academy, and our entire top class will be given priority to participate. If you want to go, sign up with Xiaoyu today." "The place where all monsters sleep?" "Teacher, where is this place where all monsters sleep?" "It is the most famous secret realm of the Antarctic Academy. It was formed by changing the local rules after the 4th level spiritual plant, the soul ascending tree, evolved to the 5th level. Level 4 spiritual plant and soul tree? The only level 4 spiritual plant that everyone has come into contact with so far is the Juling Divine Tree. As for the effect of the soul-binding Divine Tree in increasing the concentration of star power, its function and value are simply beyond words. Not only the spiritual Divine Tree, but also all the 4th level spiritual plants have extremely strange abilities." Yanan explained, "It is said that as long as the star beast dies around the soul ascending tree, it will not only die extremely peacefully, but also maintain its soul state for a period of time. In this state, if given enough opportunities, they can transform into undead and ghost star beasts, bid farewell to death and achieve another kind of rebirth. As for the corpses left by these star beasts, they will be absorbed by the soul ascending tree. Countless years passed, and the soul ascending tree absorbed the corpses of tens of thousands of dead star beasts, transforming and evolving into a fifth-level spiritual plant reincarnation tree. Not only that, this soul ascending tree turned into a demon overnight, directly stepped into the king-level realm, and became a legendary demon king. The fifth-level reincarnation tree turned into a demon overnight and became the legendary demon king? Su Yuan and other rookie Bronze Star card masters were dumbfounded by such unbelievable and mythical things. Seeing the surprised looks on everyone's faces, He Yanan smiled. Don't believe it, although I don't know where the legendary demon king transformed from the reincarnation tree is currently, but it definitely exists. According to records, when Dian made an agreement with the ancient Forbidden Territory, it appeared to witness it. But in the past few hundred years, no one on the eastern continent has seen it. However, there are rumors that traces of it have been found in other continents. Having said this, He Yanan paused, getting back to the subject. Although the reincarnation tree has left, the regular energy that escaped when it evolved changed the entire area and formed a secret realm, which is now owned by the Antarctic Academy. The place where all monsters sleep. All the monster beast corpses that had been absorbed by the soul ascending tree also became reincarnated spirits with partial consciousness under the rules of the reincarnation tree. If you can get the approval of the reincarnated spirit, then you can get the enhanced star-like card transformed by the reincarnated spirit that contains its power during life. Strengthen star card? Su Yuan's heart moved slightly. What he lacked now was an enhanced skill. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Not just Su Yuan, almost everyone in the class looked surprised. Although enhanced skills are not as good as outsider skills, they are much more valuable than ordinary offensive and defensive skills. And it's no wonder that the Thousand Demons Sleeping Land, which is rich in enhanced skill star cards, can be called the most famous secret place in Antarctic Academy. Su Yuan asked, Teacher Xiaohe, I wonder what the highest quality of the star card in the place where all demons sleep can be. Hearing Su Yuan's question, everyone couldn't help but look up at He Yanan. The students in the field are all top students. If it is a general green enhanced skill, everyone may not be interested in it. At least it must be a green skill above T1, or even a blue skill. He Yanan said with a smile, due to the rules, the star cards produced in the land of sleeping demons are of green and blue quality. The reincarnated spirits in the land where 10,000 demons slumber are all born with the reincarnation tree, and they all have the mark of the reincarnated leaves on their bodies. From 1 leaf to 4 leaves, the more reincarnated leaves the spirit has, the higher the quality of the star card it will eventually transform into. The first and second leaf essences correspond to green star cards. Starting from Sanyi essence, most of them are T2 and T3 level blue star cards. As for Yotsuba, that is the top blue star card at T1 or close to T1 level. Is there actually a T1 level blue star card? Suddenly, everyone in the class was excited. He Yanan thought for a while, but said slowly, if you want to say the highest thing, that's not necessarily the case. It is said that 5-leaf quality reincarnated spirits have appeared in the place where all demons sleep, but almost no one has seen them, so they usually don't consider them. Although He Yanan said that he would not consider it, everyone in the audience's eyes lit up, and they were obviously considering it carefully. 5 leaves? The 4 leaves are all T1 level blue quality, and the 5 leaves. Seeing everyone's appearance, He Yanan couldn't help but shook his head, secretly thinking that these little guys really want the best. But how can the best be so easy to get? In fact, in the Antarctic Academy, it is assumed that the highest place where all monsters sleep is the 4-leaf reincarnated spirit, because there are too few 5-leaf reincarnated spirits, and there have only been a few for countless years. The teacher of Antarctic College also told the students this, to prevent some students from setting their goals too high and insisting on choosing a better reincarnation spirit. In the end, they were hindered by this and did not get a satisfactory reincarnation spirit at the end. I just mentioned it casually because I happened to know about the existence of the five-leaf reincarnated spirit. Judging from the looks of these guys, they are really ready to make a move. But when the time comes, these little guys will know how difficult it is. Let alone 4 leaves and 5 leaves, getting the reincarnation essence of 3 leaves is already a very good result. Okay, those who want to go can sign up with Xiaoyu. He Yanan didn't say much, just gave some instructions and left. As a result, everyone led by the impatient Zhang Tai suddenly swarmed towards Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, I sign up. I'll sign up too, and Xiaoyu will add my name. Stop crowding. Stay away from me and come one by one. Oh, damn. If anyone keeps crowding, I will set them on fire. Chapter 117 Arrival at Antarctic College. 2 days later, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Yuan and other students from Yeado College came to Antarctic College under the leadership of He Yanan. There are exactly 50 students in the Yeado Academy group. In addition to almost all the top class members, more than 20 outstanding bronze-level students were selected from other classes. After He Yanan saw off the Antarctic College teacher who came to pick him up and brought his group to the lobby of the college's welcome building, he turned around and said to everyone, "This year, in addition to Antarctic College and our Yeado College, there are also many students coming from the east and south. Teachers from Dongji, Liuzhu, Wanzhou, Qingzhou, and Yangzhou colleges led the team. The time to enter the 10,000 Demons Enchantment Land is 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. You should have a good rest today and adjust your condition. In addition, don't practice breathing today. You will need your mental strength to enter the secret realm tomorrow and keep your energy full. Okay, you are free to move around now. You can look around in the Antarctic Academy. Meet here tomorrow morning and we will go there together." As soon as He Yanan finished speaking, Zhang Tai rubbed his fists excitedly. It's rare that there are so many talented masters from other colleges here. It's just a good time to ask for advice today. Du Tao also walked up directly. Let's go, I'll come with you." The rest of the team was also very excited and eager to give it a try. The number of places is limited, and the students selected by other colleges to enter the place where all demons sleep are definitely the elite geniuses in the college. Usually, there are only so many people in my class, and everyone knows who they can beat and who they cannot beat. It's not like now, full of geniuses from other colleges and full of uncertainties. Isn't this much more interesting? He Yanan seemed to have expected that everyone would not be calm, and his expression immediately became serious. It's okay for you to compete with students from other colleges, but you have to make sure you don't do it. Firstly, don't strike too hard and seriously hurt others. Secondly, don't affect your ability to enter the secret realm tomorrow. Thirdly, don't lose the face of my Demon City Academy. Now that you have come out, you not only represent yourself, but also represent our Demon City Academy. It's normal to compete and communicate, and it's normal to win or lose, but don't lose too badly. It doesn't matter if you embarrass yourselves or me, but if you embarrass the college, that's not good, do you understand? Clear. Don't worry, Teacher Xiaohe, we know what's going on. Although they restrained themselves a little under He Yanan's warning, everyone was still full of enthusiasm. As a student of Yeado Academy, one of the 3 capitals, of course you should have your own confidence. He Yanan was just giving a warning to prevent everyone from being too arrogant and casual. You know, even in second-rate colleges, 1 or 2 amazing geniuses will emerge from time to time. Not to mention first-class colleges such as Liuzhu, Wanzhou, and even East Pole and Antarctica. Each academy has its own talented masters, and even the people from Yeado Academy may not necessarily be able to win every competition. However, He Yanan still feels very good about his group of students so far, and there shouldn't be any big problems. After He Yanan's instructions, he said no more and went upstairs to his room to rest. As for asking a Zhuang-level master like He Yanan to watch the fight, it's like an adult watching a 3 or 4-year-old child fight. If it's not necessary, it really won't arouse any interest. So Yuan, do you want to go to the combat hall? Shang Baiyu suddenly came over and asked. Shang Baiyu loves to go to the combat hall the most. Without him, there will be many injuries in the combat hall. After hearing Shang Baiyu's question, Xiang Dingqian, Xia Yu, and others also looked over. Su Yuan shook his head, I won't go. It's not that Su Yuan looks down on young masters from other colleges. It's just that he has to enter the place where all monsters sleep tomorrow, so Su Yuan has no intention of fighting with others now. A good strengthening skill is very important to me now. In addition to adjusting my status, I should learn more about it. As for the place where all demons sleep, students from Antarctic College who have already been there once know more about it. Su Yuan took out his mobile phone and sent another I'm here message. After a while, Zhang Tai, Du Tao, Shang Baiyu, Xia Yu, and others all went out one after another, leaving only Su Yuan and Luo Bingtong in front of the Yingbin building. Su Yuan looked at Luo Bingtong and couldn't help but ask, why don't you go and take a look? Luo Bingtong took out her phone and typed a few words. Afraid of getting lost. Su Yuan was a little confused, following Lu Yingying and the others, how could they get lost? Luo Bingtong picked up her phone again. Already lost twice. Su Yuan. Su Yuan shook his head. At this moment, there was a reply to the message just sent, which was a position. Su Yuan clicked on the location and took a look. It was not far away, just over a kilometer away. It was a casual drink shop, and he left immediately. At this time, another message appeared under the location, what do you want to drink? A glass of orange juice. Su Yuan was about to send it when he looked back at Luo Bingtong, who was alone in the reception hall and was about to go upstairs to rest, and asked, if you have nothing to do, would you like to go out with me for a walk? When Luo Bingtong heard this, she just thought about it for a moment and then trotted a few steps to follow. 2 glasses of orange juice. Su Yuan changed the message and sent it out. After a while, Su Yuan and Luo Bingtong walked in at the door of a beverage shop in the Antarctic College. There are quite a lot of people in this store, with more than 20 or 30 seats nearly half occupied. In the drink shop, a young man with red hair and red eyes was sitting alone by the window. Seeing Su Yuan come in, the man waved from a distance. It was Geng Kaihui who separated from Chaishan Island. Su Yuan brought Luo Bingtong over and sat down. Sorry for the waiting. It's nothing. Geng Kaihui waved his hand casually, and then looked at Luo Bingtong who was sitting next to Su Yuan. Silver hair is really rare. Su Yuan asked casually, you stayed behind to look for the red fire gold. Did you find it? Speaking of this, Geng Kaihui couldn't help but smile, I'm pretty lucky, but I was lucky enough to find a piece. As far as I know, Red Sand Flame Island has not produced red fire gold for several years. I am very lucky to be able to harvest something this time. Su Yuan smiled and said, maybe this is the merit bonus of drawing a sword to help when the road is rough. Ha ha ha, that makes sense. Geng Kaihui smiled, don't talk about me, talk about you. I knew you would definitely come here, so you want to ask for information about the place where all monsters sleep. That's right. Since you are a student of Antarctic College and have been there once, you should know more about the place where all demons sleep. Geng Kaihui nodded, there are 2 main processes to obtain the soul in the place where all monsters sleep. The first is to use star power to sense and search for reincarnated spirits. The reincarnated spirit is normally an invisible thing and can only be found with mental power, so this process consumes a lot of mental power. After searching for a satisfactory reincarnated soul, communicate with it through spiritual power. These spirits have a certain degree of consciousness, and they will decide whether to take form based on your potential, compatibility with you, and their own preferences. This is the first step. Su Yuan's heart moved slightly, and he couldn't help but rub the Ring of Hell's chant in his hand. With C-level mental qualifications and this blue star device that increases mental power, I have a lot of advantages in the search process. Geng Kaiyi reminded, during this process, there is one thing that needs to be paid attention to. The essence will keep moving. If you force the four-leaf essence to be found, not only will the four-leaf essence not be found in the end, but it is also possible that the three-leaf essence found previously has also left and disappeared. Last year, dozens of people forcibly searched for 3 or 4-leaf souls, but in the end they exhausted their mental energy and returned empty-handed. The second thing is to conquer it. If you want to conquer the reincarnated spirit, it's very simple, just defeat it. The strength of all reincarnated spirits will not exceed the bronze level, but even if they are both bronze level, they are still more powerful than each other, and their strength is very different. Having said this, Geng Kaiyi looked up at Su Yuan and couldn't help but curse in his heart. Bronze beginner defeats silver senior. You, Su Yuan, should know this better than anyone, right? The higher the quality of the reincarnated soul, the stronger the strength. There are many cases of searching for 3 or 4-leaf reincarnated souls but not fighting them, and there are quite a few every year. But for you, this is not a problem, even the 4-leaf spirit will not be your opponent. Su Yuan pondered for a moment and said, so, it's just about searching, communicating, and then conquering, right? That's right. Geng Kaiyi nodded, and after thinking for a while, he added, by the way, there is another situation. You say. Even if the spirit is not sensed, if it takes a fancy to you, it may take the initiative to transform, but this is rare. Geng Kaiyi concluded, for you, subduing is not a problem. The main thing is that during the search process, you must always pay attention to your remaining mental power. Apart from that, there is nothing else to pay attention to. Su Yuan nodded, then asked, by the way, I wonder what the skill you got last year was. You should have seen mine, the 3-leaf essence of the flame dragon, which can enhance strength and fire element attacks. Su Yuan immediately remembered that when he was chasing Mo Wen, there was indeed a shadow of a flame dragon surrounding Geng Kaiyi. In that state, the wall of fire he slashed out with a single slash could easily burn him, who was protected by a realm-hardened iron suit. It turns out to be a blue fire enhancement skill, no wonder it has such an amazing effect. But did you only find the 3-leaf essence? Su Yuan was a little surprised. In Su Yuan's opinion, Geng Kaiyi's strength should be quite strong among sophomores. Geng Kaiyi said to Su Yuan seriously, the 3-leaf spirit is actually very rare. Hundreds of people enter the place where all monsters sleep every year. How many of them can get the star card transformed by the 3-leaf essence? Too little. Just last year, there were only more than 40 people who conquered the 3-leaf essence, and only 4 people who conquered the 4-leaf essence. As for the people who enter the place where all demons sleep, apart from our Antarctic College itself, which has 300 participants, your Demon City College only has a maximum of 50 places, and the other colleges only have more than 30 places. It seems that nearly 1 in 10 people ended up getting a blue card, which doesn't seem to be too few. But what you need to know is that these students who enter 10,000 Demons Sleeping Land are all the best in the first-class colleges. They can be said to be geniuses among geniuses, but still only nearly 1 in 10 can get a blue card. So it's really not that simple. Many people, especially you foreign students, don't know much about the situation. At first, they all thought of guaranteeing 3 and fighting for 4. But what's the result? But I could only get a green card and even left empty-handed. Su Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. According to what you said, the difficulty is indeed much higher than I imagined. Geng Kaiyi shook his head and said with a smile, I don't dare to tell others, but your words. I won't be surprised even if I get the 4-leaf essence. Chapter 118. A storm breaks out in the actual combat hall. Antarctic Academy Combat Hall. At this time, the huge combat hall was filled with students from Antarctic College and various colleges such as Qingzhou, Dongji, Wanzhou, etc. On the central field, several people were competing in pairs. They are all freshman bronze-level students who have just entered school for 2 months. There is not much difference in their level. Without playing against each other, it would be difficult to see clearly what their respective strengths are. The strength of the people they were fighting against at this time could only be considered average, roughly equivalent to the level of the top 100 in Yeodu Academy, and still far behind the top 30 or even the top 10 freshmen. Obviously, it's just an appetizer now. The real masters from each academy are still watching from the side, as if they are waiting for something. At this moment, the students from Yeodu Academy, headed by Zhang Tai and Du Tao, walked into the actual combat hall. Oh! The people from Yeodu Academy are here. As soon as Zhang Tai and others entered, someone immediately noticed them in the museum. At this moment, students from Dongji, Liuzhu, Qingzhou, all major colleges looked over. The people from Yeodu Academy have finally arrived. The appetizers are over and the main course is about to begin. The real masters from the major colleges did not move, they were just waiting for Yeodu College, one of the 3 colleges. Now that the people from Yeodu Academy have arrived, the next step will be to take action. It's obviously much closer than me in Liuzhu, but you're the last one to arrive. Yeodu College's airs are really big. A blue-haired young man from Liuzhu College with his arms folded coldly snorted. In the middle of the Dongji Academy team, a tall and sunny young man smiled and asked the long-haired girl wearing a black and purple combat uniform next to him, Fang Hua, the people from Yeodu Academy are here. You have to go up and practice later. Practicing? The long-haired girl glanced at him and then said, it depends on whether there is anyone in Yeodu Academy who interests me. In Wanzhou's team, a young man who was about 1.8 meters tall swept his eyes back and forth over the people in Yeodu Academy. After a moment, he frowned slightly. The purple-eyed boy standing next to him asked with some curiosity, Zhijun, didn't you say that there was a person from Yeodu Academy who defeated you? Where is it? Is there any of these people? That's right, this young man, who is about 1.8 meters tall, is Chen Zhijun, a classmate of Su Yuan's Guangchuan No. 4 middle school and specially recruited by Wanzhou College. It's just that at this time, Chen Zhijun's aura was solemn but gave people a faint sense of oppression. His expression was confident and calm, and his whole person was very different from before. It seems that in the past 2 months, he has had some great encounters. He's not here. Chen Zhijun checked carefully again and found that Su Yuan was not found. The purple-eyed young man rubbed his chin with a puzzled look on his face. He didn't even come to the secret realm where all the demons sleep this time. It seems that the person who defeated you is not doing well now. Maybe it's because he didn't have enough potential that he disappeared from everyone after enrolling? Chen Zhijun was about to deny it, but he couldn't help but think of Su Yuan's inability to awaken for nearly 2 years after reaching the 6th level of Star Disciple. Is this really the case? History reappears, he is stuck at the 9th level of Star Disciple and is still unable to break through to Bronze? However, after thinking about it for a moment, Chen Zhijun ruled out this possibility, which was too unrealistic. Chen Zhijun frowned and said, he reached the 9th level limit of a Star Disciple before graduation. It's impossible that he hasn't broken through after such a long time. And with his combat power, as long as he breaks through, he will definitely have one of the 50 places where all demons sleep in Demon City Academy. The purple-eyed young man was quite surprised and said, oh? You think so highly of him? Chen Zhijun nodded, he is the first opponent I want to defeat now. Number 1. The purple-eyed young man asked, including me, he is also number 1. Of course, because you're second. The purple-eyed young man was startled for a moment, then the corner of his mouth raised, and a little interest slowly emerged in his eyes. I also want to see what you are talking about now, how powerful the person who defeated you is. Chen Zhijun shook his head, but there are only about 40 people here. I guess he didn't want to come to the actual combat hall. That's easy to say. The purple-eyed young man said with a smile, knock down all the people from Yeado College here. As long as the person you mentioned also comes to Antarctic College, he will definitely come. Chen Zhijun frowned. Ling Long, you have a bad tone, but how can the people from Demon City Academy be easy to deal with? The purple-eyed young man chuckled. It's not easy for us alone, but we are not the only ones from Wanzhou College here. Everyone in the Yeado Academy team could see at a glance the level of the people fighting in the field, and they couldn't help but feel bored. Xiaoyu curled her lips. It's not a formal competition. You're still hiding this and that. Do you have to wait until we arrive? These people are not going to die, so they are naturally not polite to Yeado Academy. It's just because Yeado College is one of the 3 colleges and is so famous that it ranks ahead of other major colleges. How can the people who win against other colleges be as valuable as those who win against Yeado College? The talented masters from all the major colleges want to defeat the people from Yeado College, but they are not sure of winning. So he kept his star power and hid his methods to keep himself in the best condition, waiting for the people from Demon City Academy to come and fight again. Otherwise, we are all young and vigorous geniuses. If we really had absolute confidence, we would have stood directly in the center of the field. No matter whether you are from Yeado College or another college, whoever will do it. Now that we are here, let's go straight to the main course. Du Tao snorted. Zhang Tai, you go first or me? Hey, slow down. While Du Tao was talking, Zhang Tai was already on the court, took out a pair of gloves and put them on his hands. Zhang Tai from Demon City Academy, among the masters from each academy, who would like to come down and compete with each other. Several colleges looked at each other, and soon, a young man in black robe with a stern expression rushed out. Qingzhou College, Shi Zhong. The young man in black robe turned over his hand and took out a 5-foot-long stick. Shi Zhong is joining now. Many students at Qingzhou College were surprised. Hearing this, a student from Liuzhu College nearby asked curiously, "Brother, is this person you have on stage really good?" "Of course it's awesome. Our college had a field hunting trial last month, and Shi Zhong was the 4th-ranked master in the trial." The Liuzhu student was a little surprised and said, "Number 4, that's really impressive. Yet, I thought that the people who were ranked 10 or 20 in the trial would go first, but it turned out that Shi Zhong, who was ranked 4th. Another student from Qingzhou College next to him shook his head and said, "The student from Yeado College is tall, and he looks very difficult to mess with. Since he dares to play so carelessly, he must be a new master in Yeado Academy. Of course we need someone more powerful here." While everyone was talking on the sidelines, the battle on the field had already begun. When Shi Zhong shook his hand, water-like star power immediately rushed out of his palm and wrapped around the long stick. Shi Zhong swung the long stick with both hands at high speed. In an instant, the shadows of the stick were like waves, hitting Zhang Tai one after another. "Here we come." Shi Zhong's specialty stick technique, mountain and C9 passes. "Well done!" Zhang Tai shouted and opened his hands, and the powerful star power surged out from his body. He slowly slapped out one palm after another, actually defeating the turbulent waves transformed by the star power layer by layer. At this moment, Zhang Tai's already tall figure looked as stable as a mountain. When Shi Zhong unleashed a steady stream of waves of star power, Zhang Tai remained motionless in the midst of it. He had the air of a master who let him be strong when he is strong. In just a few seconds, Zhang Tai broke through all the 9 waves and completely shattered Shi Zhong's move. "This guy is very strong." Shi Zhong's eyes narrowed. "The 9 levels of mountains and seas is a green stick technique that I have perfected. I can create 9 levels of waves in total, and the power of each wave will increase by 3 points. However, the opponent caught it with such ease. Not only Shi Zhong, but also the geniuses of Qingzhou Academy who knew Shi Zhong's strength were all shocked. At this moment, Zhang Tai clenched his palms into fists, and his aura suddenly changed from being as calm as a mountain to being as violent as a fire. With a sudden step under his feet, Zhang Tai jumped out and rushed in front of Shi Zhong in an instant. Star power exploded in his fists, and he punched out one punch after another. What a fast speed, what a strong pressure! Shi Zhong was shocked. He never expected that Zhang Tai's momentum would change so much in such a short period of time. His defensive movement with the stick in his hand was slowed down by half a beat. Although this half shot did not cause Shi Zhong to lose, it did make Shi Zhong not hasty to return to defense and directly fell into a situation of passive resistance. When masters fight and take advantage of one step, the outcome will begin. Zhang Tai pressed forward step by step, using all his strength to suppress and expand his advantage. In this close high-speed confrontation, both sides were in a collision of pure strength and star power. Under Zhang Tai's suppression, Shi Zhong had almost no chance to use some means to restore the situation. In fact, if Shi Zhong received 2 punches, he would still have a chance to use some techniques. But in this way, he will definitely be traumatized. Forget it normally, he will enter the secret realm tomorrow. After some hesitation, Shi Zhong was beaten to the point where he kept retreating, one after another. Finally, the 5-foot-long stick suddenly came out of Shi Zhong's hand, and was blown away by Zhang Tai's punch. Then Zhang Tai's other hand struck Shi Zhong as fast as lightning with the door wide open. Not good. Shi Zhong was shocked, but had no time to react. Accompanied by a strong sound of energy, this violent punch finally stopped firmly a few inches in Shi Zhong's chest. Zhang Tai grinned, showing his white teeth. Promise. With the victory or defeat decided, the combat hall became lively, and everyone was shocked by Zhang Tai's strong performance. This guy from Yeadu Academy is so strong. Shi Zhong, who ranked 4th in the trial, was defeated just like that? Damn, it's unbelievable. Is this the strength of the genius of Demon City Academy? That kind of suffocating pressure is too strong. This Zhang Tai's strength is so amazing. Is he one of the top 3 masters in Demon City Academy? The geniuses from all major colleges were either horrified or solemn. However, the style of painting here at Yeadu Academy seems to be a little different. Awesome Zhang Tai, he is worthy of the strength of 7 hellfires, he is domineering. It feels like that Shi Zhong opposite has almost 6 hellfires. 6 hellfires? That's too high. I think it's up to 5. Chapter 119 Reborn Chen Zhijun. At Dongji College, which is closer to Yeadu College, Cai Fenghua glanced at the people at Yeadu College not far away and heard that they seemed to be discussing something, but the sound in the venue was noisy and she couldn't hear clearly. Fang Minjiahu, what are those people from Demon City Academy talking about? Cai Fenghua frowned and asked the sunny young man next to her. The young man named Fang Minjiahu thought, and some wind elements gathered in his ears, and the voices of everyone in Yeadu Academy immediately entered his ears clearly. It seems to be talking about hellfire. Shi Zhong from Qingzhou College is only as strong as 5 hellfires or something. Hellfire. Cai Fenghua frowned, what is that? Fang Minjiahu touched his nose and said with a wry smile, I don't know either. Fang Minjiahu turned to look at Zhang Tai, who was still standing in the field, and calmed down slightly, but this guy from Yeadu Academy has very interesting abilities. Cai Fenghua nodded, one moment he was as calm as a mountain, and the next moment he was as aggressive as fire. The change between mountain and fire was completed in an instant, and he could switch freely. If not for this, then Qingzhou College's Shi Zhong would not have been accidentally suppressed, leading to his defeat so quickly, and he might not have even used half of his strength. Not only Cai Fenghua and Fang Minjiahu, but also the top experts from other colleges could see clearly that the reason Zhang Tai was able to win so quickly was because of his sudden change in momentum. This is Zhang Tai's special soul card talent, Mountain Stone Fire. It can switch between mountain and fire states, one is good at defense and the other is good at attack. Combined with the inlaid earth and fire skills, it has both offense and defense, with almost no shortcomings. On the court, Shi Zhong bowed his hands to Zhang Tai with sincerity, then picked up the long stick and left. Shi Zhong knew very well that if Zhang Tai had not stopped at the critical moment, this punch would have been enough for him. After winning the first battle, Zhang Tai was full of fighting spirit. He looked around and shouted, "Who else is there?" Obviously, Zhang Tai did not consume much in the previous battle, and it would not be a big problem to fight one or two more times. "I come." As soon as Zhang Tai finished speaking, a voice immediately sounded from Wanzhou College. People from all major colleges looked at it curiously, but when they saw the silver thunder leaping, a handsome young man with a height of 1.8 meters rushed into the field in the blink of an eye. "Wanzhou Chen Zhijun, come and learn from the genius of Demon City." Chen Zhijun's eyes were filled with silver light, arcs of electricity sprang up from time to time all over his body, and his tyrannical star power had reached the middle level of bronze. Holy shit, Chen Zhijun is on it. The biggest beneficiary of elemental illusion in the past 10 years. In the academy, Ling Long is the only one who can fight against him. I wonder how he compares to Zhang Tai from Demon City Academy. The students of Wanzhou College exclaimed in surprise, and Ling Long also looked at Chen Zhijun, who suddenly rushed into the field with some surprise. Going in so quickly? It seems that he wants to meet the person from Demon City Academy as soon as possible. But what if that person comes later and consumes too much star power? Oh, do you want Lu to replenish it for him? Ling Long turned to look behind him. A girl with short green hair was looking at Chen Zhijun, who was coming on the stage with some concern. He has a power bank, so the star power is indeed enough. Ling Long looked back and smiled, seemingly not worried about Chen Zhijun's ability to defeat Zhang Tai, but worried that his star power was not enough. In fact, although Chen Zhijun entered Wanzhou College as a special admissions student, he did not stand out at first. However, after the end of the elemental illusion in the academy, it suddenly rose. Not only did he get 4 Thunder Star cards, 1 blue, 3 green, and 1 blue star weapon, the Thunder Thorn Staff, but he also absorbed a large amount of thunder power from the Thunder Refining Pond in the elemental illusion by chance, breaking through to the intermediate bronze level in one fell swoop. It shouldn't be difficult for Chen Zhijun to deal with this guy on the stage, but I'm afraid Xiang Dingqian behind him won't be that easy to deal with. Ling Long's eyes fell on Xiang Dingqian, who was standing with fists in the demon capital. Ling Long himself was originally from the imperial capital. Although he was not in the same school, he still knew about Xiang Dingqian, a genius of the Xiang family in the imperial capital. Xiang Dingqian and the middle-level bronze girl at the back should be the strongest among the many Demon City students here. Fortunately, Ye Qing from the Ye family didn't come, otherwise I would be reluctant to deal with a genius beast master now. While Ling Long was sizing up everyone at Yeadu Academy, Chen Zhijun and Zhang Tai on the field also took action. Chen Zhijun opened his right hand, and in a flash of silver light, a short metal staff about 1 foot long, covered with silver thorn patterns, fell into his hand. Warlock. Zhang Tai's eyes condensed, and he immediately stepped on his feet. A large amount of star power surged from his body, and he suddenly rushed forward. When fighting a warlock, the most basic principle is to close the distance and restrict the opponent's ability to use skills. Facing Zhang Tai, who was rushing towards him, Chen Zhijun looked calm as usual. He raised his hand and 2 silver snakes rushed out of his body. Seeing Zhang Tai rushing forward in a blink of an eye, Chen Zhijun stepped forward, surrounded by 2 snakes, and his whole body turned into a streak of thunder and jumped backwards to get out of the way. At the same time, on the ground where Chen Zhijun had stepped, a thunder seal quickly solidified and became extremely bright. Oops! Zhang Tai's heart skipped a beat and he had no time to dodge. He was startled and immediately switched to the mountain state and exploded with star power to resist. The lightning flashed and a bolt of thunder exploded from the thunder seal. Plasma shoots out and silver lightning roars. Zhang Tai groaned and took the blow forcefully. Even though he had quite a bit of star power resistance in the mountain state, his right leg and right abdomen were still ripped open by the thunder element. As soon as they met, Zhang Tai suffered a hidden loss. It seems to be able to leave thunder traps under his feet. Is it a trap skill? Zhang Tai frowned. It was true that I was reckless just now, but I won't suffer this loss a second time. With a cold snort, Zhang Tai's star power rushed out, scattering the remaining thunder elements on his body, and turned into fire to attack again. But at this moment, the silver lightning roared in front, and there were dense waves of thunder elements. But Chen Zhijun saw Chen Zhijun waving the thunderthorn staff in front of him and pointing it out repeatedly. Every time he clicked, there was a silver thunder bead the size of an egg hovering in front of him. As soon as these thunder beads appeared, they undulated and neighed violently. In just a short moment, they completed their growth one after another and turned into silver lightning beams that shot towards Zhang Tai. In the mountain state, not only the physical defense is enhanced, but also the star power resistance is greatly increased, and ordinary star power attacks cannot do anything to him. Zhang Tai's expression remained unchanged, and he immediately gathered his star power into his palm and hit the silver electric beam. However, unexpectedly, just 2 or 3 silver lightning beams later, Zhang Tai's palm was already blasted with a large wound. What a powerful power! Zhang Tai was shocked. The power of the lightning beam formed by the thunder bead was actually much higher than he imagined. Seeing more lightning beams about to hit, Zhang Tai's eyes froze, knowing that this was absolutely unstoppable, and immediately decided to change his tactics. With a thought in Zhang Tai's mind, star power flowed around his body to resist the next 2 silver beams. At the same time, he opened his hands, and a large amount of earth star power surged out from his body, and in an instant, a 4-meter-high beam was formed with himself as the center. Strong pyramid! Bang bang bang! The silver electric beams hit the pyramid one after another. Although the surface of the pyramid was cracked and shaken, the pyramid was thick enough to withstand these silver electric beams without any danger. This is not the way to go. But Zhang Tai felt something bad in his heart. Although he could block these lightning beams, he was restricted by his opponent. The blue star weapon is too powerful. Zhang Tai's heart sank slightly, and he knew very well that the reason why he was restricted here was mainly because the opponent's blue star weapon greatly increased the power of these silver electric beams. Otherwise, he could easily block these silver lightning beams even without opening the pyramid. How could he be as difficult as he is now? However, the star weapon is also part of the star card master's strength, so Zhang Tai will not complain. Just as Zhang Tai was thinking about how to break the situation, the silver lightning flashing in front suddenly stopped. Are you going to change your tactics when you see it's not working? Zhang Tai thought that Chen Zhijun couldn't attack for a long time and wanted to find another way. However, when he looked up, his expression changed involuntarily. I saw that the 20 or 30 remaining silver thunder beads in front of Chen Zhijun had gathered and fused together at some point, forming a blazing white thunder ball that emitted heart-stopping fluctuations. The egg-sized silver thunder beads were enough to hurt Zhang Tai before, not to mention the highly compressed blazing white thunder beads at this time. Sizzling, sizzling. The silver thunder stirred, the arc jumped, and the newly condensed blazing white thunder beads suddenly expanded rapidly. Not good. Zhang Tai's expression changed, and he mobilized his star power with all his strength to strengthen the pyramid. The next moment, the lightning exploded, and the blazing white lightning with a diameter of dozens of centimeters shot out and hit the pyramid outside Zhang Tai. Bang! There was a loud noise, and under the surging white lightning, the originally extremely solid pyramid only held on for a moment before it cracked and shattered from the outside to the inside like bricks. After the dazzling lightning, Zhang Tai fell to the ground injured, his chest was torn and bruised, and he was obviously seriously injured. Zhang Tai! Everyone in Yeadu Academy was shocked. Du Tao and Shang Baiyu swayed and rushed to Zhang Tai's side. I'm fine. Zhang Tai said with a slightly pale face. Du Tao looked at Shang Baiyu, how's it going? Is it serious? Shang Baihu checked it over and said, "Fortunately, although it is a little serious, it is all external injuries and can be treated almost today." Du Tao breathed a sigh of relief, raised his head and glanced at Chen Zhizhen, who was holding a thunderthorn staff in front of him, and then said to Shang Baihu in a deep voice, "Take him down first." Shang Baihu naturally understood what Du Tao meant and nodded, "Be careful. No matter what everyone in Yeadu Academy is doing, the entire venue is lively at this moment." As the first person to defeat the Yeadu students, Chen Zhizhen, who used the domineering thunder technique, immediately became the focus of everyone's discussion. "Awesome, this man actually defeated Zhang Tai from Demon City Academy. As expected of a rare thunder warlock, this attack power is too strong. I think his staff should be a blue star weapon, otherwise it wouldn't be so exaggerated." Blue star weapon? Oh my god, there is a blue star weapon at the bronze level. Is it true? Looking at Chen Zhizhen, he seems to be unwilling to end. Does he still want to challenge the people of Demon City Academy? It seems that there is something good to be seen now. If Yeadu Academy is beaten by 1 and 2 and 1 and 3, it will be really embarrassing, ha ha ha. Xiaoming, it seems that Yeadu Academy is like that. It can't even beat people from the 12th ranked Wanzhou Academy. It's not as strong as I expected. Well, as one of the Sandu colleges, I don't seem to have that unique feeling. I thought that one person from Yeadu College could pick at least 2 or 3, but it turned out that we already lost the second game." With Chen Zhizhen's victory, the students in the hall realized that the third-ranked Yeadu Academy did not seem to be invincible. As one of the 3 colleges in the 3 capitals, Yeadu College has now become an existence that every major college wants to step on. Once someone from Yeadu Academy is defeated, the news will definitely spread in the academy after returning. That will double the face. In addition, maybe the teacher will reward you with credits for this. Du Tao turned over his hand and took out the long stick, and said coldly to Chen Zhizhen, "Are you ready?" Although swords have no eyes, it is normal for injuries or even death to occur during sparring. But after all, the Wanzhou student in front of him injured his classmate, so Du Tao would certainly not look down upon him. But what Du Tao didn't expect was that Chen Zhizhen walked over step by step. "What do you want to do?" Du Tao frowned and asked warily. Chen Zhizhen passed by him and walked up to everyone in Yeadu Academy. He said loudly, "Is Su Yuan here? I want to challenge him." Chapter 120 Just a defeated general. "Is Su Yuan coming? I want to challenge him." As soon as Chen Zhizhen said these words, everyone in Yeadu Academy was stunned. What, does this person know Su Yuan? Not only did he know Su Yuan, but he also challenged him? Xia Yu became interested, walked up and asked, "Do you know Su Yuan? We were classmates before." "Oh? So he's from the same middle school. Why do you want to challenge him?" Chen Zhizhen frowned, "Why are you asking so many questions? Is he in the Antarctic Academy? If so, let him come out." If someone usually talked to him like this, Xia Yu would have hit him with a fireball. But now, Xia Yu looked at Chen Zhizhen curiously, "Of course he is here, but, have you never been beaten by hellfire?" A trace of doubt flashed in Chen Zhizhen's eyes. "Hellfire, what is that?" No wonder. Everyone in Yeadu Academy was stunned, and then they showed some weird expressions one after another. It seems that although this child knows Su Yuan, he seems to have not been educated by hellfire. No wonder he dares to challenge Su Yuan. Xia Yu smiled slyly, "Okay, I'll ask for you to see if he can get through." Wait. At this moment, Xiang Dingqian walked out from behind, passed Xia Yu and came to Chen Zhizhen. "Want to challenge Su Yuan? Then let me see if you have the qualifications first." Chen Zhizhen looked at the burly young man who was walking in front of him and was slightly taller than him, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. Previously, he was only looking for Su Yuan and didn't pay much attention to other people. After taking a closer look at this moment, he discovered that the burly young man speaking in front of him did not reveal even a trace of star power fluctuations. This man is actually a master of breathing. It has only been 2 months since school started. The only people who can practice breathing to the basic level at this time are those who know breathing and practice it before entering school. And the origins of such people are often not simple. Thinking of this, Chen Zhizhen's eyes froze and he asked, "Who are you?" Xiang Dingqian said casually, "It's just a defeated general under Su Yuan." "My general is defeated." Chen Zhizhen was shocked. The master who started breathing was actually Su Yuan's defeated general? Although breathing does not completely represent strength, people who are introduced to breathing will never be weak. That's right, he is the defeated general. Xiang Dingqian's expression was indifferent, not even a trace of resentment or shame. Since the last time his Taoist heart was broken, Xiang Dingqian thought about it for a day and finally realized it. If you can't beat it, then join. Since you can never defeat Su Yuan and become the strongest among your peers, then be the strongest under him. Those who are defeated by him must also be able to win. Once you accept this setting, it seems pretty good. After thinking about this, Xiang Dingqian felt that the gloom in his heart was swept away, and the whole world suddenly opened up, as if life and the future were full of expectations again. What are they talking about? At this time, the geniuses from several major colleges watching on the sidelines couldn't help but start talking in confusion. It seems that Chen Zhizhen wants to challenge someone from Demon City Academy, but that person doesn't seem to be here, so now this one comes up. Who are you challenging? It seems to be called Su or something. I heard it, it's Su Yuan. Su Yuan? Who is Su Yuan? I don't know, does anyone know who Su Yuan is? In the field, Chen Zhizhen stared at Xiang Dingqian, and after a brief pause he replied, "Okay, let's give it a try. Since you are also the one who was defeated by Su Yuan, then I will defeat you first and then challenge him. I believe he will come out at that time." Chen Zhizhen retreated to the center of the field, held the thunderthorn staff, and the twin thunder snakes rushed out of his body, and the silver lightning wrapped around him kept crackling. Xiang Dingqian sneered, turned his hand and took out the black gold patterned spear, stepped forward and suddenly jumped into the field. As soon as he thought, a large amount of Tiangang Qi surged out from his body like silver foil, with astonishing power. Yindian vs Yingong, the powerful battle is about to break out. In the Antarctic College beverage shop. Now that you have found the red fire gold, have you found all the other materials? Su Yuan asked. It's not that easy. Geng Kaiyi shook his head, I found a senior weapon refiner here who can refine blue star weapons. According to what he said, to refine blue star weapons, at least one of the 3-grade material. He gave me 4 choices, Geng Yuan green gold, Phoenix Nirvana stone, Feng Yan blood jade, and earth core rock. These are rarer than red fire gold. If I can gather these materials before the gold level, I will be grateful. Phoenix Nirvana stone, Fenjian blood jade. Su Yuan's heart moved slightly, I happen to need these 2 materials. Hey! Geng Kaiyi was startled for a moment, then realized, did you also find the red fire gold? That's right. You are really lucky. Geng Kaiyi smacked his lips. Su Yuan smiled and said, if you have any information about Phoenix Nirvana stone and Fenjian blood jade, please tell me and I will give you the reward in exchange. Of course, I'm talking about the excess. If these ingredients only amount to 1 serving, you don't need to tell me. Geng Kaiyi said casually, of course there is no problem. After all, you have saved me. There is no need to pay for it. If there is news about the Phoenix Nirvana stone and Fenjian blood jade, I will tell you first. After Su Yuan pondered for a while, he nodded. Although he originally planned to kill Mo Wenwen and others and saved Geng Kaiyi and other insect servants just by the way, Geng Kaiyi seemed not to want to owe others any favors. By the way, there is another news. Geng Kaiyi suddenly said something, last time, Your female classmate was almost kidnapped by gang members. There is a follow-up to this matter. Oh. Geng Kaihuyi said slowly, those people wearing yellow-brown robes are from a gang called Liu's Hemen in the west. The reason why your classmate was arrested is because her sister killed many masters of gold and above in the Lia Sha sect during the evil killing operation. Some people in Liu's Hemen wanted revenge, so what happened that day happened. Geng Kaiyi paused for a moment and said solemnly, according to the news that came out a few days ago, several gangs that had enmity with Xiaoxian during the evil killing operation, including Liu's Hemen, have all been wiped out so far. Dead. From the gang leaders of 2 shining stars to the minions who were just bronze, there are at least hundreds of people left in the several gangs, but this time they are all dead. Could it be? That's right. Geng Kaiyi nodded and said in a deep voice, it is said that not long after the incident on Red Sand Island, Xiaoxian left the magic city and went west alone. Su Yuan's expression moved slightly, and he pondered for a moment. It seems that Xia Yu's sister is really not a good person. Geng Kaiyi smiled and said, of course, calling her witch is not because she is in the magic city. After the two chatted for a while, Su Yuan stood up with Luo Bingtong, that's it, I won't disturb you anymore. Geng Kaiyi stood up and said, it's a small thing, I just happen to be back to hand in the task in the next 2 days. Then I hope you can conquer the 4-leaf spirit tomorrow. Okay. Su Yuan smiled. After saying goodbye to Geng Kaiyi, Su Yuan took Luo Bingtong back to the Yingbin building. But before returning to the Yingbin building, Su Yuan's cell phone rang, and he received messages from Xia Yu and Shang Baiyu. Combat Hall, Chen Zhijun. Su Yuan looked at the content on his phone, but his face couldn't help but reveal a bit of surprise. Seeing this, Luo Bingtong stopped the orange juice she was holding in her hands and looked up at Su Yuan. Sensing Luo Bingtong's gaze, Su Yuan smiled and said, it's news from Xia Yu and Shang Baiyu. It seems I have to go to the combat hall. In the combat hall, the battle between Xiang Dingqian and Chen Zhijun was reaching a stalemate. Xiang Dingqian's Tiangang general has been deployed, holding the Fangtian painted halberd. Every move has astonishing power comparable to the silver level. Compared with 2 months ago, Xiang Dingqian's heretic incarnation was a bit more powerful, and the combination of Tiangang Qi and ancient military soul was more perfect and seamless. And Chen Zhijun has gone all out, his whole body is bathed in the surging silver electricity, and his body is covered with runes, turning into a body of thunder element energy, surrounded by 2 snakes, leaping around the field at high speed like thunder, while constantly launch your amazingly powerful thunder skills to bombard General Tiangang. The defensive power of General Tiangang formed by the 2 blue skills of Tiangang Qi and ancient military soul is not comparable to Zhang Tai's pyramid. Even in the face of the indiscriminate bombardment by Chen Zhijun's thunder spells, General Tiangang did not suffer any serious damage. But it was equally difficult for General Tiangang to hit Chen Zhijun, who was moving sideways like lightning. One of them couldn't hit, the other couldn't be knocked down, and the 2 sides fell into a stalemate for a moment. At this moment, Su Yuan walked in with Luo Bingtong. I didn't expect that Chen Zhijun could really have such a back-and-forth fight with Xiang Dingqian. It seems that his experience in the past few months has been extraordinary. Su Yuan's eyes flashed with surprise. Previously, Xia Yu and Shang Baiyu sent messages saying that a Wanzhou student named Chen Zhijun wanted to challenge them. Not only that, the opponent also defeated Zhang Tai first, and now he has an inseparable fight with Xiang Dingqian, who is very strong. Su Yuan didn't believe it at first, but now it seems that it is actually true. Looking carefully at Chen Zhijun who was fighting with General Tiangang, Su Yuan quickly saw the changes in Chen Zhijun. In addition to the twin thunder snakes, there is another blue skill that transforms oneself into the element of thunder and lightning, the blue star weapon in his hand, and the tyrannical star power of the bronze intermediate level. Compared with before, the overall strength has undoubtedly been greatly improved. However, the improvement of star weapons and realms is okay, but the improvement of skills cannot be achieved overnight. Take the two people who are fighting now as an example. Chen Zhijun is strong at the intermediate bronze level and has the blue star weapon Thunderthorn staff. Xiang Dingqian, on the other hand, is a Tiangang general who is the incarnation of a heretic who is strong in his six-dimensional qualities and has high proficiency and high integration. The two have similar strength on paper, but the specific strength depends on the actual combat situation. Chapter 121 You are not qualified yet. Su Yuan, you are here. When Xiaoyu, Mu Qingyu and other people from Demon City Academy saw Su Yuan and Luo Bingtong coming over, they suddenly felt more relaxed. Previously, several other major colleges had vague intentions of challenging Yeadu Academy. Zhang Tai was defeated not long after he came on the field, and Xiang Dingqian did not defeat his opponent strongly. Everyone in Yeadu Academy was still under some pressure. But now that Su Yuan and Luo Bingtong have arrived, everyone feels confident. Su Yuan nodded, walked to Zhang Tai who was sitting not far away with a pale face, and asked, "How do you feel?" "It's okay." Zhang Tai grinned, "It's just that my body is still a little weak." Shang Baihu next to him also said to Su Yuan, "Zhang Tai's physique is not weak. If you take a rest tonight, you should be fully recovered tomorrow morning." Xiaoyu followed in a few steps and lowered her voice to Su Yuan, "Nowadays, various colleges seem to have great ideas about us. Have a thought." Su Yuan looked around at the hundreds of students from several major colleges. Except for the host Antarctic College, there were indeed several masters from the other colleges looking at Yeadu College. In addition to these people who seemed to want to take action, the eyes of many onlookers also seemed to want to watch the excitement and jokes. After just reading it once, Su Yuan had a general understanding of the current situation. Anything beautiful in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Demon City Academy stands too high. Of course the colleges below want to cause trouble. If you want to see the jokes of our Demon City Academy, that's not possible. Su Yuan chuckled, "Don't worry, no matter what, I will take care of you." Seeing that Su Yuan was so relaxed in the face of so many hostile people, Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat, but she folded her arms and snorted, "You are so loud." Su Yuan smiled and said nothing more. He glanced around and asked, "Where's Lu Yingying? Why didn't you see her?" "Yingying?" Xiaoyu was also a little confused, "You were here just now, and suddenly you said you were going back in advance. Did you just go back?" Su Yuan nodded slightly, but suddenly thought of something. Geng Kaihuyi also happened to be separated from him. Could it be that this is a drama about a hero rescuing a beauty and then committing himself to each other? No way. Su Yuan couldn't help but look a little strange. "What's wrong?" Xiaoyu asked. "Fine." Su Yuan shook his head. "It's better not to make blind guesses about other people's affairs." It didn't take long for the situation on the field to change again. Xiang Dingqian was panting and sweating on his forehead. He had to bear the burden of General Tiangang, which took a lot of physical and star power. Not only that, under the bombardment of thunder spells blessed by the Thunderthorn staff, General Tiangang suffered many injuries on his body. As a result, Xiang Dingqian himself also suffered a lot of injuries. Chen Zhijun, on the other hand, was not having a good time either. Although he was not directly hit by General Tiangong's Fang Tian painting halberd, he was hit by the Tiangang Qi split by the painting halberd, causing his body to tremble with silver and electricity. He could not even maintain his elemental transformation for too long. Chen Zhijun knew very well that although he did not suffer any obvious injuries, he seemed to have the upper hand compared to his opponent. But in fact, once the elementalization cannot be maintained, his body will never be able to withstand the astonishing slashes of General Tiangang, and he may be defeated in an instant. Thinking of this, Chen Zhijun knew that he couldn't drag it out any longer. Looking at the unstoppable General Tiangang coming forward with a halberd, Chen Zhijun's body was filled with silver light. During the violent flash, it suddenly exploded into 4 silver arcs, which escaped from under the halberd and shot toward the 4 corners of the actual battlefield. Go! Xiang Dingqian turned around, only to see that the 4 flying arcs of electricity turned into Chen Zhijun one by one. These 4 Chen Zhijun are all holding thunderthorn staffs, surrounded by twin snakes, with silver lightning all over their bodies, and their aura is amazing. And since Chen Zhijun is using his avatar to buy time, he will naturally not be idle. The 4 thunder clones, who couldn't tell whether they were real or fake, stepped down together, and suddenly a large amount of dense silver current surged up from the whole body, like brilliant tassels hanging upside down, sending out bursts of frightening fluctuations. Chen Zhijun stretched out the thunderthorn staff, and the numerous countercurrent tassels seemed to have found a vent, and they all poured into the thunderthorn staff. Sizzling, sizzling. Under the infusion of a large amount of silver electricity, the thorn patterns on the thunderthorn staff gradually lit up from the end as if they were being charged. Thunder clone. Xiang Dingqian's eyes narrowed. Chen Zhijun's actions were clearly to delay the release of his ultimate move. It's just that if you understand clearly, these 4 clones are all exactly the same in appearance, expression, and breath. They are like projections, making it difficult to distinguish the true from the false. However, Xiang Dingqian suddenly sneered, "I don't care if you are true or false, just kill them all." More Tiangang Qi surged out from Xiang Dingqian's body, all pouring into General Tiangong's painted halberd. In an instant, the front end of Fang Tian's painted halberd, which was originally alternately virtual and real, quickly solidified like a real magic weapon. Partial materialization. As long as the ancient generals cultivated to perfection, they could completely materialize and their power would be greatly increased. But now, Xiang Dingqian has been able to materialize part of it. If the good steel is used on the blade, then all of it can be materialized on the front end of the halberd. Xiang Dingqian's eyes were filled with gleaming light, and he controlled General Tiangang to hold Fang Tian's painted halberd tightly, and suddenly circled around and made a sweeping sweep, breaking the formation shocking full moon. With Xiang Dingqian as the center, a solid ring-like silver beam shot out in all directions, striking at the 4 thunder clones with great speed. Bang bang bang! 3 of the clones only persisted for a moment before turning into thunder elements and exploded. Only Chen Zhijun, who was located in the east, had twin thunder snakes intertwined from his body, biting a gap in the circular silver gang that was slashed horizontally. "Show your tail!" Xiang Dingqian grinned and rushed out suddenly, swinging the Fang Tian painted halberd to defeat Chen Zhijun before he finished accumulating his power. Chen Zhijun's heart sank slightly. He didn't expect that Xiang Dingqian could find his true form so quickly. The Thunder Thorn Staff was only half charged. This Thunder Clone is also a green skill that I have mastered, and it cannot be destroyed by attacks without a certain intensity. But Xiang Dingqian was simply terrifying. He actually destroyed all 3 clones with one move. Forget it, winning or losing depends on this blow. Seeing Xiang Dingqian charging towards him like an unparalleled general, Chen Zhijun immediately made up his mind. With a finger of his left hand, the twin thunder snakes that protected his body flew out towards Xiang Dingqian. While still on the way, the twin thunder snakes suddenly burst out with a dazzling thunderous silver light. Accompanied by bursts of thunder, the 2 thunder snakes expanded rapidly and turned into 2 thunder dragons several meters long. In a flash, the 2 thunder dragons wrapped around General Tiangong's legs and held him firmly in place. Xiang Dingqian tried to break free, but the 2 thunder dragons were transformed by Chen Zhijun's blue soul skill. They were working overload at the moment, and even General Tiangang couldn't break free within a few seconds. In this short moment, the Thunderthorn staff in Chen Zhijun's hand was almost fully charged. A jet black thunder ball entangled with black electricity lit up from the tip of the Thunderthorn staff and slowly grew in size. Crack! That pitch black lightning made people feel scalp numb just by looking at it. What an amazing power! Xiang Dingqian's complexion changed slightly. Even General Tian Gang might not be able to completely withstand such a blow. That's fine, if you don't defend yourself, why should I? The fighting spirit surged in Xiang Dingqian's eyes, and with a loud shout, the armor on General Tiangong's body exploded into pieces, and then turned into a large amount of Tiangong's energy and poured into Fang Tian's painted halberd. Although General Tiangang became naked from the waist down, Fang Tian's painted halberd, which only had its front end partially materialized, completed its entire materialization in a matter of moments. The change of the military soul broke in armor and naked clothes. Zhang! The loud roar of the halberd came from the fully realized Fang Tian painted halberd, and countless cold lights flashed on the tip of the halberd. Xiang Dingqian's eyes shone brightly. He controlled the naked General Tian Gang, swung the Fang Tian painted halberd and struck down suddenly. Break the formation and open the mountain. The cold light flashed, the silver light was like silk, and an extremely sharp silver beam leaped out from the halberd's body. At almost the same moment, Chen Zhijun was ready. The black thunder ball in front of the thunderthorn staff suddenly exploded, turning into a destructive black lightning beam and shooting out. Thunderthorn staff Blackthorn light cannon. White and black, sword and thunder. Accompanied by a huge roar, a dazzling brilliance instantly illuminated the entire venue, and the black and white flames made it difficult for everyone to open their eyes. Holy shit, how's it going? No, I can't see clearly. Who won in the end? Su Yuan also squinted his eyes slightly, his silver pupils quietly watching the collision of the two people's powerful blow. After a moment, Su Yuan's expression changed slightly. This kind of situation is really rare. The glory gradually dissipated, and the situation on the field became apparent. Xiang Dingqian and Chen Zhijun were seen slumped on the ground, embarrassed. General Tiangang has disappeared. Xiang Dingqian's shirt exploded. Many parts of his body were blown to pieces by thunder elements. Blood overflowed from the corners of his mouth. He was gasping for air at this moment, and there was not much star power left in his body. Chen Zhijun was even more unbearable. Xiang Dingqian's striking yingong was so condensed and sharp that even the blackthorn light-breaking cannon could not completely eliminate it. Chen Zhijun could only activate his star power to overload his body of thunder element to resist. As a result, his body of thunder element was sliced apart, his own star power was exhausted, and a wound more than a foot long was left on his chest. It seems, it's a tie. The geniuses in the museum were frightened and said with some uncertainty. It seems, both of them have reached their limit. Tie? How can it be a tie? At this time, the blue-haired young man from Liuzhu College suddenly snorted. Squinting his eyes slightly and looking solemnly at the two exhausted people on the field, the blue-haired young man said coldly, "One is a warrior and the other is a warlock. In this situation, you still can't understand who wins and who loses? How stupid!" Although the words of the blue-haired young man were unpleasant, they also awoke everyone. It was at this moment that Xiang Dingqian stood up unsteadily and walked a few steps in front of the pale-faced Chen Zhijun. You lose. Xiang Dingqian pointed a gun at Chen Zhijun with one hand. Even I can't win, so I have to challenge him. You're not qualified. Chapter 122. Let's discuss it. The winner was decided, and the students in the hall who had been highly concentrated throughout the whole process came back to their senses one after another, with deep horror remaining in their eyes. Bronze level, can he be so strong? Even though the museum is full of geniuses from major colleges, there is still a huge gap between geniuses. Compared with the previous two battles, this battle between Xiang Dingqian and Chen Zhijun allowed everyone to see what a wonderful and evenly matched battle between powerful forces was. Both sides use endless methods, and even if they win in the end, the difference is only a hair's breadth. At Dongji Academy, Fang Minjiao clapped his hands and praised, Xiang Dingqian and Chen Zhijun, these two are really powerful. It's hard to say whether I will win or lose. Just like Yeado College, the 12th ranked Wanzhou College actually has such a strong genius. Cai Fang Hua on the side was also staring closely at the field, looking eager to try. At Wanzhou College, Ling Long stared closely at the field, his expression slightly condensed. Even Zhu Jun was defeated, he is worthy of Xiang Dingqian of the Xiang family in the imperial capital. It is said that Xiang Dingqian from Imperial College is more powerful than his brother Xiang Dingqian, and I don't know what kind of strength he has. In addition, according to what Xiang Dingqian just said, he seemed to have been defeated by the person Zhu Jun mentioned. Hey? Could it be that person? Ling Long looked in the direction of Demon City Academy, and he didn't know when two more people appeared. On the field, Xiang Dingqian glanced at Chen Zhijun again, put away his spear and was about to get down. Although he narrowly won this battle, the consumption of his physical strength and star power was huge, and it was no longer enough to support another battle. Xiang Dingqian turned around and saw Su Yuan surrounded by Xia Yu, Shang Baiyu, and others at a glance. When did he come? Xiang Dingqian was startled, then thought about what he had just said, and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He turned his head slightly and walked down without saying a word. This was a wonderful fight. Just as Xiang Dingqian walked by, Su Yuan suddenly said. Xiang Dingqian paused, nodded slightly, and then walked to the back to rest. Su Yuan gestured to Shang Baiyu, who smiled and went to treat Xiang Dingqian knowingly. I was actually defeated by the same person Su Yuan defeated? I'm not even qualified to challenge him. Chen Zhijun, who was sitting slumped on the stage, was still a little distracted. A green-haired girl hurriedly walked out of the Wanzhou College team and helped Chen Zhijun up, asking anxiously, "Are you okay?" The wound is not deep, it's just that the consumption was too great. Chen Zhijun shook his head slightly, and was about to say something else when he looked up and saw Su Yuan standing among the people in Demon City Academy. Su Yuan. Chen Zhijun's expression suddenly changed. The green-haired girl next to him also looked up. Is this him, the one you always wanted to defeat? Chen Zhijun said anxiously, that's right. He quickly lose your star power. Halfway through the words, Chen Zhijun's expression froze, and he sighed and said, forget it, let's go back. The green-haired girl asked in confusion, how can I forget it? I have already saved 2 bronze-level star powers, which is more than enough to make up for your star power. Chen Zhijun shook his head, if I win this game, of course I will continue to challenge, but I have already lost to Demon Capital Xiang Dingqian, and now is not the time to challenge him. With that said, Chen Zhijun turned around and walked back, and the green-haired girl could only carefully support him back. Hey, there seems to be an extra person in Yeadu Academy? That white-haired girl seems to be very cool. Do you know how to look at girls? Obviously the boy next to her was not there just now. When you say that, it seems like it's true, could he be that Su Yuan? Hey? Yes, it should be him. Everyone had been attracted to the fierce fighting before. At this time, the battle was over, and everyone quickly noticed the 2 extra people at Yeadu Academy, and couldn't help but start talking. Is that the Su Yuan they were talking about earlier? Cai Fang Hua looked at Su Yuan and asked. Fang Minjiu smiled and said, why, do you want to go up and try it? Of course. Cai Fang Hua responded and walked out directly, you say you are so powerful, then let me see how much strength you have. Cai Fang Hua's steps were light and nimble. After entering the actual battlefield, she came to the Yeadu Academy. Dongji College, Cai Fang Hua. Cai Fang Hua looked at Su Yuan in the crowd with burning eyes, this classmate, I wonder if he would like to come down and learn from each other. Another one to challenge Su Yuan? Everyone in Yeadu Academy was stunned and looked at Su Yuan. Su Yuan was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that he would be targeted by masters from other colleges just after he came here. Is it because of Chen Zhijun? Xia Yu seemed to be aware of Su Yuan's doubts and whispered, in addition to Chen Zhijun who said he would challenge you, Xiang Dingqian also said just now that he was your defeated general. Is that so? Su Yuan nodded. After receiving the news, he originally planned to come over to see Chen Zhijun, but Xiang Dingqian actually took action to help him solve the problem. But now that they have come, Yeadu Academy seems to be targeted, so he simply stays to cover up the situation, lest Yeadu Academy cannot withstand it. But he didn't expect that someone would directly challenge him. Okay, let's solve it as soon as possible. Su Yuan nodded and walked out of the crowd. If someone comes to the door, Su Yuan will certainly not avoid it. But if he gets involved, I'm afraid he won't give Xiaoyu, Du Tao and others another chance to take action. After all, it's too troublesome to go up and down again, so it's better to solve it at once. Seeing Su Yuan on stage, Mu Qingyu reminded him at the right time, Su Yuan, you should be a little more gentle. Teacher Xiao, he said, not to seriously hurt others. Shang Baihu also warned, as long as you are not seriously injured, I can guarantee that you will be cured today, but if you are seriously injured, then... Xiaoyu was quite straightforward, don't call others out for their problems. You will have to enter the secret realm tomorrow. Be careful of teachers coming to your door. Su Yuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, turned around and asked, am I that heavy-handed? Xiaoyu and the others said nothing, but the expressions on their faces seemed to say, is it serious? Don't you have a point in mind? Su Yuan shook his head and entered the field in a few steps. Demon Capital Academy, Su Yuan. However, Cai Fenghua frowned at this moment, and her face didn't look good. You guys from Demon City Academy seem to have extra confidence in you. Cai Fenghua came to challenge, and she was not far away. Naturally, she heard everything that Xiaoyu and others said just now. Also said, don't make trouble, and even if you are seriously injured, you can be cured today? Who are you looking down on here? After all, he is also one of the twin stars of Dongji Academy. When did he get looked down upon so much? I must make this Su Yuan look good today. They are talking nonsense, don't take it seriously. Su Yuan was also quite speechless. These teammates were quite good at drawing hatred for him. Humph! Cai Fenghua snorted, are you ready? I'm going to take action. Su Yuan nodded, then let's get started. As he spoke, Su Yuan formed seals with his hands at high speed. Since he was dealing with top experts from first-class colleges, Su Yuan assumed that the opponent was at least at the level of Mu Qingyu, Zhang Tai and others. Against an opponent of this level, the Hellfire Steel Wolf has limited effect, so Su Yuan was ready to use Hellfire as soon as he came up. A warlock. Seeing Su Yuan forming a seal to accumulate strength, Cai Fenghua chuckled lightly, and suddenly flew out like a fluttering butterfly at the slightest foot, extremely fast. What a terrifying speed! Students from all major colleges watching the battle were shocked. At such a speed, I'm afraid that Su Yuan on the other side will be hit before he even completes the technique. Formal sparring usually starts with a certain distance, just to give the warlock some time to release his spells. Otherwise, standing face to face from the beginning would be too disadvantageous for a star card master who is good at long-range means. Fang Minjiahu smiled without surprise, dealing with a warlock is much easier for Fenghua. However, Fang Minjiahu raised his head and looked at the Demon City Academy, and saw that everyone in Demon City looked as usual, and seemed not to be worried at all. What's going on? Fang Minjiahu frowned, feeling something was wrong. Chapter 123 Forced to retreat from the House of Representatives, 1. The distance of tens of meters passed by almost in a blink of an eye. Cai Fenghua came to Su Yuan in a blink of an eye. A faint light flashed in his right hand, and a 7-inch long purple dagger fell into his hand. Holding the dagger in reverse, Cai Fenghua's purple star power shook slightly, and then she suddenly cut forward like a ghost. Butterfly opera pull through flowers. The purple flowers were like lightning, and in the next moment, Cai Fenghua had drawn an elegant arc past where Su Yuan was standing. However, Cai Fenghua didn't even have the slightest feeling of hitting this extremely fast blow. Stab empty. Cai Fenghua's pupil shrank, and she quickly turned around, only to see Su Yuan already appeared hundreds of meters away, with his hands constantly performing spells. Teleportation? It's actually teleportation. Everyone in the museum was surprised that it was such a magical skill. Cai Fenghua secretly said something bad, swayed, and rushed towards Su Yuan again. However, when teleporting earlier, Su Yuan deliberately opened a larger distance. Before Cai Fenghua could rush in front of him, Su Yuan waved his hand and drew a huge gate to hell in front of him. Accompanied by bursts of chaotic and evil aura, 2 green flame stone men over 6 meters tall walked out of the gate of hell, mercilessly waving their hands towards Cai Fenghua, who was speeding towards him. Cai Fenghua's eyesight dimmed, and those 2 big hands with green flames even blocked the light above her head. What? Cai Fenghua's expression suddenly changed, and she quickly stopped her forward movement. At the same time, purple light danced behind her, and a pair of purple butterfly wings stretched out in an instant. Amazingly a real flying skill. Cai Fenghua flapped her wings wildly, and at the critical moment, she flew out between the 2 big hands caught by hellfire. With sweat covering her forehead, Cai Fenghua flew in the air and looked at the 2 huge flaming stone men in horror. What is this? Not only Cai Fenghua, but also the whole venue exclaimed when hellfire appeared. Such a huge stone man, is this a titan? It's such a strong pressure. Just looking at it makes me feel invincible. What kind of monster is this? Chen Zhuzhen, Ling Long, Fang Minjiu, no matter who they were all stunned by the 2 hellfires standing in front of Su Yuan. Not to mention the strength, the impact of the hellfire, which is more than 6 meters high and exudes a strong chaotic atmosphere, is too strong. On the Yeadu Academy side, many students were excited. Here comes Su Yuan's hellfire. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming through the gates of hell. Damn, he's so handsome. I missed the last pre-selection challenge, I didn't expect to see him here today. Even Xiang Dingqian was beaten to the ground. Can anyone really defeat these 2 monsters? Wei Hong, please keep your voice down, Xiang Dingqian is still sitting there. Ah this! Wei Hong turned to look at Xiang Dingqian, only to see that Xiang Dingqian was looking intently at Su Yuan and hellfire on the field. He didn't seem to hear his words, and he couldn't help but secretly breathed a sigh of relief. On the field, Cai Fenghua was flying in the air, looking at the 2 terrifying hellfires standing in front of Su Yuan, feeling her scalp numb. Damn it, what kind of pervert is this guy? Cai Fenghua couldn't help but cursed in her heart. It's okay to be able to summon such a terrifying thing, but to summon 2 heads at once. Cai Fenghua suppressed the fear in her heart and started thinking rapidly. No matter what, there are still some opportunities. My awakened soul skill is inherently capable of flying, and there are many angles of attack. Coupled with his flexible movements, there is still a good chance that he can get past these 2 stone men and directly defeat the opponent behind him. This is a competition, not a battle of life and death. As long as the summoner can be controlled, it will be considered a victory. Thinking of this, Cai Fenghua formed seals at high speed, and a large amount of purple star power poured out of her body. Thousands of flowers and butterflies. Cai Fenghua shouted low, and the star power turned into countless purple petals flying in the surrounding air, gathering into clones one after another. In just a few seconds, hundreds of clones separated. Awesome! Based on this quantity alone, this clone's skill is definitely of blue quality. Su Yuan looked at Cai Fenghua, who was standing in midair in front of him, and admired him sincerely. But if you want to win with quantity, it may not be enough. In midair, Cai Fenghua took a deep breath. 1,000 flowers and 1,000 butterflies can create up to 1,000 flower clones, but currently I can only create more than 100. But these more than 100 flower clones consumed 30 to 40% of the star power in the body. Failure or failure, in Cai Fenghua's view, if you can't break through the terrifying hellfire at both ends, it will be useless no matter how much star power is left behind. If you want to win, you have to fight quickly. Up! Cai Fenghua's heart moved, and a large number of flower clones suddenly flew out, turning into purple lights and rushing from all directions towards Su Yuan, who was protected by two hellfires. The two hellfires were merciless, with green flames billowing from their bodies, and their huge stone arms kept waving out. Bang bang bang! One after another, the flower clones were continuously blasted by hellfire. Even Cai Fenghua's body may not be able to withstand the terrifying power of hellfire, let alone these clones. As long as they are hit, there is no way to survive. It's just that although hellfire moves fast, its attack speed is slightly lacking. Cai Fenghua followed the assassin route of Minzhan, and was extremely fast. After paying the price of more than 30 flower clones, one flower clone finally successfully crossed the hellfire defense line. Come in! Could it be the true body? Everyone onlooker's eyes lit up. Su Yuan looked at Cai Fenghua, who was stabbing at high speed with a dagger. He easily avoided the dagger by turning slightly sideways, and at the same time stretched out a fiery red finger of his right hand and stabbed it. Ganjianzi! Bang! Cai Fenghua, who rushed in, suddenly turned into star power and exploded, revealing that it was just a flower clone. Su Yuan looked as usual, as if he had expected it. Now the two hellfires are overwhelmed. If one clone can break through the defense line, more and more clones will break through. If it were him, he wouldn't attack directly with his body, but would first use his clone to explore the way to see what other means the opponent's summoner has to save his life. It's obviously not enough for a single clone to find out the bottom of Su Yuan. Even though this clone skill is quite sophisticated, because there are too many clones being controlled at the same time, the movements will inevitably be a little stiff and laggy. Su Yuan had already noticed that the flower clone was fake when it rushed forward, so he easily solved it with his Ganjian finger. However, this result surprised the students watching the game. He actually practiced close quarters skills. If I read it correctly, it should be Gang Yan Ji. It's Gang Yan Zi. By the way, why doesn't he summon other summons? Maybe other summons can't cope with air units. Do you have certain melee abilities? Cai Fenghua hid among the many flower clones and snorted in her heart, no matter how strong your melee abilities are, you are still a summoner, so you can still block me with your body. Now that the defense line has been broken, the flaws are getting bigger and bigger. After a while, I will defeat you with one blow. Cai Fenghua thought, and many flower clones surrounding the air rushed down one after another. Gradually, more and more flower clones broke through Hellfire's defense line and approached Su Yuan. However, Su Yuan showed off the wind walk and the hardened iron clothes, coupled with the hard flame finger. He was still extremely calm under the increasingly frequent attacks of the flower clones. Damn it, isn't he a summoner? Why can he even know the wind walk and the hardened iron clothes? Summoners also need to learn some skills to protect themselves, but there's nothing wrong with that. Su Yuan looked up and saw that after a while, there were only about 30 Cai Fenghua clones left in the air. We should take action. If we don't take action, all these clones will be used up. Just as Su Yuan was thinking, 3 more flower clones broke through Hellfire's defense line and rushed from 3 directions in mid-air. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Just as these 3 clones rushed forward, suddenly, large amounts of purple dust like pollen surged up from all directions in Su Yuan. These dusts did not arise out of thin air, but were left behind by the previous clones that were scattered by Su Yuan. For a moment, Su Yuan, who was shrouded in purple dust, felt trapped in a quagmire. Not only was it difficult to move, but even teleportation was restricted. Thousands of flowers and butterflies, swamp among flowers. As the follow-up skill of 10,000 flowers and 1,000 butterflies, it can greatly restrict the movement of enemies and prohibit most movement skills, including teleportation in the space system. The three clones all emitted strong fluctuations of star power, and the purple light above the daggers leapt towards Su Yuan and they all surrounded him. It's finally here. Su Yuan's heart moved slightly. This opponent is not only able to transform into hundreds of bodies, but is also extremely fast and can fly. It can be said that he is extremely flexible. If he wanted to catch up, he would have to go through a lot of trouble, but he would be left behind. Simply rely on hellfire, remain unchanged in response to the ever-changing situation, and wait for the opponent to attack. When the opponent's main body takes action, it is naturally time for him to fight back. That is now. At this moment, Su Yuan's body suddenly flashed with intense grey brilliance. The air was slightly distorted, and an invisible layer of terrifying pressure suddenly dropped with Su Yuan as the center. This heavy pressure came so suddenly that even Cai Fanghua, one of the three clones, did not react. Bang bang bang! In the blink of an eye, the three Cai Fanghuas fell heavily to the ground almost simultaneously under the pressure of Yuan Mei. Two of the clones were severely injured and exploded on the spot after holding on for a moment, leaving only Cai Fanghua's original body a few steps behind Su Yuan, whose expression changed drastically. Cai Fanghua only felt that she had fallen into a quagmire that was more terrifying than her own flower swamp. It was difficult to even stand. In shock, a large amount of star power surged in her body toward the butterfly wings behind her. The runes on the butterfly wings flickered violently, more than doubling in size in an instant. The wings flapped, and Cai Fanghua's body became lighter again. Although it is not possible to completely break away from the pressure of the Yuan magnetic, the distance between the summoner Su Yuan and Su Yuan is only a few steps, but it can be reached in a moment. It's not over yet. Cai Fanghua's eyes lit up. After standing up again, she flapped her butterfly wings and was about to rush out with her dagger again. However, Cai Fanghua had just taken a step when she suddenly felt a strong warning sign rising in her heart, and she quickly stopped moving forward. Dong 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 dong! There were loud noises and the ground was shaking. Cai Fanghua's front, back, left and right, a total of 4 huge stone fists wreathed in green flames crashed down almost at the same time. This. Looking at the huge stone fist smashed in front of her, Cai Fanghua's heart beat violently, but her pretty face couldn't help but turn a little pale. If I had stopped even one beat slower, I was afraid that I would be smashed into pieces on the spot. At this time, footsteps sounded in front, and a handsome young man with the same expression as usual walked out from behind the stone fist in front. I agree. Su Yuan looked at the frightened Cai Fanghua and nodded. Chapter 124 Forced to retreat from the House of Representatives, 2. Stared by Su Yuan and Hellfire, who bent down and smashed their fists on the ground, Cai Fanghua's expression changed, and she finally gritted her teeth and said, I lost. Cai Fanghua knew very well that since the 4 fists of these 2 Hellfires could hit her front, back, left, and right, they could also hit her. If this is not a competition, but a battle of life and death, then I am afraid that I have become a puddle of flesh at this moment. After Cai Fanghua finished speaking, he turned around and left the stage. But inside the venue, it suddenly became lively. What's going on? Why did Cai Fanghua from Dongji College suddenly fall to the ground, and we didn't see any attack on her? I don't know, I thought she was going to give Su Yuan a killing blow soon. What's going on? This situation is changing too fast. Most people don't know why, but some people still see some clues. Magnetic pressure? And it must be a perfect level of magnetic pressure. At the Demon City Academy, Zhang Tai took a deep breath. Su Yuan can actually do this. Xia Yu frowned and asked, what is the pressure of Yuan magnetic force? What happened just now? I don't understand why Su Yuan suddenly won. Mu Qingyu said slowly, the Yuan magnetic pressure is a T0 level Earth-type green control star card. When it reaches perfection, it can also reduce its own gravity and achieve mid-air flight. Zhang Tai nodded and said, yes, this is the green card I have most wanted to get. But this card is so rare that it is almost impossible to see it on the market. For this reason, I specially asked my dad to find and kill 3 earth beasts, but none of them could extract this extremely rare earth star card. I didn't expect Su Yuan to have. No wonder, when he defeated He Huanyan in a battle last time, he used this move to float in the air. Well, He Huanyan was also in the team this time, and she looked a little embarrassed when she heard this. The geniuses from various major colleges in the museum were talking a lot. In addition to discussing the final result, the most talked about were the 2 terrifying hellfires standing in the field at this moment. These 2 stone men are really terrifying. The flaming stone man. I understand. Is this what the people from Demon City Academy call the hellfire? Hellfire, it seems really. Seeing Cai Fang Hua come back, Fang Minjiao quickly asked, are you okay? Fine. Cai Fang Hua looked at Su Yuan and the 2 hellfires on the stage and sighed deeply. The teacher said that there are many masters out there, so we should not be arrogant. I didn't believe it at first, thinking that we were already very strong and could even fight at the silver level. But when I came to Antarctic College today and saw the geniuses from other colleges, I realized that the teacher was indeed right. Xiang Dingqian and Chen Zhijun are already quite strong, but I didn't expect that Su Yuan would be even stronger. Fang Minjiao heard this and said, there are always winners and losers in battles. Isn't this one discussion going to make you, Cai Fang Hua, discouraged? Cai Fang Hua snorted coldly, of course not. There was no one else in the academy who liked me except you, but now it's better to have stronger geniuses outside, otherwise it would be too boring. Speaking of this, Cai Fang Hua's eyes filled with fighting spirit again. Fang Minjiao laughed, isn't that right? Oh. Cai Fang Hua glanced at him, Fang Minjiao, so you are irritating me. No, no. Fang Minjiao laughed, and then looked at Su Yuan on the stage, but I'm also going to go up and meet him for a while. Cai Fang Hua pondered for a while and said, to be honest, I don't think there is a good chance of winning, especially. I always feel that he hasn't tried his best yet. You haven't tried your best yet. Fang Minjiao thought for a moment, then smiled nonchalantly, the opportunity is rare. There will be no such master after I go back. No matter whether you win or lose, you have to give it a try. However, I, Dongji College, have already taken action. This time, I will leave the chance of challenge to other colleges. And you said he didn't use all his strength, just to see if anyone can force him to use more methods. Fang Minjiao looked around at the same time. After witnessing the horror of hellfire, many people in major colleges who originally wanted to take action have given up their attention, but there are still a few people who are eager to try. Including Ling Long standing next to Chen Zhijun from Wanzhou College, a skinny boy from Yangzhou College, and Hey? Is he going to have sex? Fang Minjiao's eyes fell on the blue-haired young man from Liuzhu College. Among the many young geniuses in the museum, this blue-haired young man is definitely one of the strongest. There is no other reason, because he has also reached the intermediate bronze level. At this time, the blue-haired young man jumped into the field in a flash and took out a blue and white sword. Liuzhu College, Zhou Hao. The blue-haired young man reported his name, and then looked at the 2 hellfires in front of Su Yuan. You are indeed very strong if you can summon these 2 monster-like star beasts, but I still want to try. I'll give it a try, please give me some advice. Su Yuan nodded, please. At the Demon City Academy, everyone was looking at Su Yuan's new opponent. This man is also a middle-level bronze man. It seems that he should be the strongest man in Liuzhu College this time. Du Tao said slowly. Xia Yu nodded, and after seeing the power of Hellfire and Su Yuan's strong self-protection ability, he still dares to come up. This only shows that he has a method that he thinks he can deal with. Zhang Tai, Xiang Dingqian, and others all nodded secretly. Information is important, but when there is an absolute gap in strength, no matter how detailed the information is, it is useless. If you can't beat it, you just can't beat it. There's nothing you can do. But now, Su Yuan, who has 2 Hellfires, is almost like this. In terms of strength, Hellfire with the quality of a bronze high-level master is almost unmatched by anyone in the single body strength field. In addition, others don't know, but everyone in Yeadu Academy knows that this Hellfire has another armed form. The reason why humans can close or even overtake the strength gap with star beasts is that star weapons are a crucial part. The increase in strength brought by powerful star weapons is extremely terrifying. However, these 2 Hellfires can summon giant swords and rock armors that are comparable to green top quality star weapons on their own despite their amazing strength, and their strength can further increase dramatically. Under such circumstances, Xia Yu, Zhang Tai, Xiang Dingqian and other people from Yeadu Academy all thought it would be difficult to defeat Su Yuan. On the actual battlefield, the 2 stood still and the battle began. Su Yuan raised his hand and pointed, and the 2 Hellfires unleashed their evil energy and rushed out at high speed. Dong dong dong! Zhou Hao looked at the 2 Hellfires rushing toward him and took a deep breath. Just in time. With a flash of light in his eyes, Zhou Hao turned the sword with his right hand and held it in front of him. The Ice Demon Sealing Sword. As Zhou Hao shouted, the runes on the blue and white sword flashed, frost surged, and cold light shot out in all directions like a white sword. Zhou Hao let go of his right hand, and the dazzling blue and white sword fell directly from his hand and was stuck on the ground. Click, click, click. Accompanied by the surging frost flowers and cold air, in an instant, a layer of light blue ice continued to freeze in all directions with the long sword as the center. After affecting the Hellfire, it continued to spread, and in an instant, the ice behind it would be covered. Su Yuan is also covered. Su Yuan's eyes flashed with silver light, and he teleported hundreds of meters backward to avoid it. Su Yuan looked up, his expression slightly condensed. I saw that Zhou Hao's area of more than 100 meters in radius turned into an extremely cold ice field covered with light blue ice in this moment. As for the 2 Hellfires in the ice, they seemed to be frozen and moved slower and slower. At this moment, a hexagonal frost mark surging with astonishing cold air suddenly lit up on the ice at the feet of Hellfire. The next moment, 2 huge pillars of cold light suddenly rose from the ground and drowned the 2 Hellfires. When the cold light pillars dispersed, the 2 Hellfires were all frozen in the huge pillars of ice crystals. Even the evil flames on the surface of Hellfire slowly stopped burning, and only the 2 green flames in its eyes were still beating slowly. Such a powerful skill! Everyone in the hall was moved. Among the many element system star card masters, which system has the strongest control, it is undoubtedly the ice system. Ice Demon Sealing Sword, a blue quality control skill. Through the combination of ice elements and sealing techniques, the control ability is strengthened to an extremely terrifying level. In terms of coverage and intensity, nothing can be compared with the green metamagnetic heavy pressure. And once you are frozen by the cold light beam for too long, your vitality will be directly frozen and you will die. At this time, Zhou Hao's eyes were slightly focused as he looked ahead at Su Yuan, who had teleported to avoid being covered by the ice. Sure enough, it's not difficult to freeze these 2 stone men, but it's still impossible to freeze them directly. No matter how powerful the skill is, it will have no effect if it can't hit anyone. And this is why teleportation is so powerful. However, Zhou Hao had already expected this and had no regrets. Next, we have to hurry up. With the power of these 2 Hellfires, Zhou Hao did not dare to guarantee how long the Ice Demon Sealing Sword could seal them. He immediately pulled out the blue and white sword stuck on the ground and rushed towards Su Yuan. Oops, what should we do now? Everyone at the Demon City Academy couldn't help but become worried when they saw this situation. I originally thought that with the power of the two Hellfires, almost no one would be Sir Yuan's opponent. But no one expected that the opponent actually had such powerful ice control skills that he could freeze even Hellfire. Mew whispered, "Don't worry, Sir Yuan has other summons, such as those skull wolves." Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Yes, since he is a summoner, even if there is no summon as powerful as Hellfire, other summons should not be that weak. At Dongji Academy, Ling Long narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the field. I don't know if he has any other summons besides this Hellfire. If it were just a bronze elite star beast, it might not be able to stop Zhou Hao from Liuzhu College. At this time, Chen Zhijun, who was sitting next to him and resting, suddenly said, "Maybe, he doesn't need a summoning object." "Hey?" Ling Long asked confused, "What do you mean?" Chen Zhijun glanced at Sir Yuan, who had a normal expression on the field, and said after a while, "When he defeated me, he relied not on the summons, but on himself." He himself. Ling Long was startled and was about to ask again when he saw Sir Yuan on the stage raising his right hand, spreading his fingers, and with a faint light floating in the palm of his hand, a silver-grey long knife fell into his hand. Ling Long's pupils suddenly shrank. Could it be? As Sir Yuan took out the long sword, everyone watching the battle in the hall was stunned. What is this guy doing with a broken knife? Hurry up and summon other star beasts. At the Demon City Academy, Xiaoyu was so anxious that she didn't know what to say. The others were also confused and didn't know what Sir Yuan was doing. Although there are skills such as Strong Flame Finger and Wind Walk that can deal with Cai Fenghua's flower clone, these are not enough if you really want to go head-to-head with the warrior. Just when everyone was shocked and anxious, Shang Baiyu, who had been paying attention to the situation, suddenly thought of something. Is there a possibility that he is actually not a summoner? Is it possible that he is not the summoner? As soon as these words came out, everyone felt a little ridiculous for a moment. From the beginning of the pre-selection challenge, although Sir Yuan also showed some boxing skills, he basically used summoned objects to defeat the enemy. The Netherfire Skeleton Wolf and Hellfire were each stronger than the other, almost leaving Demon City Academy without an opponent. There are also teleportation and the magnetic pressure that can stay in the air as life-saving skills, making him almost invincible. But now, you suddenly say that he is not a summoner? But looking at Sir Yuan standing calmly on the stage holding a knife, this possibility suddenly became infinitely magnified in everyone's hearts. Gradually, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. No way! But at this moment, Sir Yuan held a long knife and jumped towards Zhou Hao without evading his feet to kill him. Kang! The swords clashed in an instant, the star power collided, and the air waves surged. After only a moment of stalemate, Sir Yuan swung his sword and actually pushed the warrior Zhou Hao back 2 steps. At this moment, Xiaoyu, Xiang Dingqian, Zhang Tai, all of them suddenly widened their eyes, filled with intense disbelief. Is he really not a summoner? But a warrior? Chapter 125, Forced to Retreat from the House of Representatives, 3. When everyone was surprised, Sir Yuan had already fought with Zhou Hao. Kang 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 kang. The swords continued to strike, and Zhou Hao retreated continuously. He never expected that Sir Yuan, who could summon the terrifying hellfire in front of him, was actually a warrior whose physical fitness was much stronger than his own. It is not surprising that warriors have embedded summoning skills. After all, they can assist in combat. If there are powerful summoning skills, it is not a loss to sacrifice 1 or 2 skill slots. But the problem is, if you don't practice your combat skills properly as a warrior, how can you have the time and energy to practice a summoning skill to such a high level? But Sir Yuan naturally wouldn't answer his questions, and with another sword blow, Zhou Hao was knocked back. Sir Yuan opened his left hand, and the blue flames quickly condensed under the overload effect. Zhou Hao, who was defeated by Sir Yuan's huge force, groaned. Just as he stabilized his body, he felt a strong wave of fire elements coming from the front. Looking up, he saw the blue flame in Su Yuan's hand beating violently and almost bursting out. Zhou Hao subconsciously wanted to get out of the way, but at this moment, grey light flowed around Su Yuan's body again, and then an astonishing weight suddenly fell down. This is the move that caused Cai Fang Hua to be overturned earlier. Zhou Hao reacted immediately. Under such a terrifying pressure, even with full burst of star power, he could only barely walk. No wonder Cai Fang Hua was caught off guard and hit the ground directly. At the critical moment, Zhou Hao had a thought in his mind. Frost flowers were flying under his feet, and a huge prismatic icicle instantly emerged diagonally, pushing Zhou Hao out of the range of the Yuan magnet's heavy pressure. Cang Yan hit the prismatic icicle, and the icicle suddenly broke from it. However, Zhou Hao, who was out of the range of Yuan magnet's heavy pressure, steadily returned to the ground from mid-air. Su Yuan's eyes moved slightly and he praised, "Awesome, no wonder you dare to get close." But Zhou Hao's face didn't look good. After seeing Su Yuan overwhelm Cai Fang Hua with the weight of metamagnetism, Zhou Hao thought that he could use ice prisms to move under the weight of metamagnetism. I originally planned to use this method to quickly control Su Yuan at close range after sealing the Hellfire, but I didn't expect that Su Yuan's close combat ability was so strong. In that case, let's attack from a distance. Among Zhou Hao's 6-dimensional qualifications, he has 62 defense points and 66 star power points. The other 3 qualifications of strength, agility, and physical fitness are relatively average. Therefore, most of the skills Zhou Hao chose were those for partial star power attacks, and he was also good at long-range attacks. At this time, Zhou Hao's eyes condensed, and a large amount of ice energy surged out from his body and wrapped around the sword body. White Snake Sword Dance. Zhou Hao swung his sword and slashed continuously. Every time he swung the sword, a stream of ice energy flowed into the sword. The ice-white snake that flowed through the sword body and turned into a solid body flew out. Facing the flying white snakes of ice, Su Yuan looked as usual. When he shook his sword, a dark light flowed on the blade. With swaying footsteps, he easily chopped up the flying ice-white snakes with just a casual slash. Zhou Hao was greatly surprised when he saw this. The white snake transformed by this ice air is not only fast and penetrating, but also extremely hard. It is comparable to some low-level materials used to refine star weapons. As a result, in Su Yuan's hands, he was so vulnerable. Spatial skills, they are really overbearing. Zhou Hao looked at Su Yuan's knife and saw the black light faintly emitting space fluctuations, and quickly understood. With rapid thoughts in his mind, Zhou Hao swung his sword again, and this time, all the ice energy was poured into the sword. In an instant, the frost on the sword rose sharply, and with a slash of the sword, a lifelike snow-white ice dragon with a strong aura of death flew towards Su Yuan. Zhou Hao clenched his sword and stared ahead. The snow-white ice chi was getting closer and closer to Su Yuan, and was about to hit him in the blink of an eye. He definitely won't be able to follow this move easily, so the best option is. At this moment, a faint wave of star power appeared behind Zhou Hao, but with a flash of silver light, Su Yuan teleported over, raised the dragon armor sword glowing with deep black light, and slashed it down with one strike. But Zhou Hao's eyes lit up, and he immediately made a seal without even looking back. Ice Chi sheds its shadow. The white light flourished, and Zhou Hao's entire body turned into an ice sculpture in an instant. The cold air shimmered inside, as if it contained a terrifying chill that made people palpitate. Bang! In a moment, the ice sculpture suddenly exploded. White light surged, cold currents shot out, and the raging ice elements kept roaring in the field. In the distance, the ice dragon that flew out earlier stopped in place, and the ice crystals all over its body melted and changed. After a moment, Zhou Hao's figure appeared, as if Zhou Hao had been inside the ice dragon before. Zhou Hao turned around and looked at the ice element in front of him covering a radius of tens of meters, and couldn't help but feel happy. The battle was successful. Su Yuan's unexpected identity as a warrior caused fundamental problems with his strategy of blocking the stone man and subduing Su Yuan. If you can't take him down quickly now, you will definitely not be a match when the two hellfires break free from the blockade. Therefore, we can only move dangerously and fight quickly. So Zhou Hao used himself as bait and used the extremely powerful Ice Chi move. As long as he uses this move and puts himself in his shoes, Su Yuan will almost always use teleportation to dodge and counterattack. In this way, he can escape with the help of Ice Kai's shadow transformation method and leave a large amount of ice elements in his original body to self-destruct, defeating the opponent in one fell swoop. Now, everything is going exactly as I expected. But at this moment, a faint spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared behind him. Zhou Hao's pupils suddenly shrank, and he was about to make a move, but at this moment, a long knife glowing with black light had already stopped at his shoulder. "Sorry, your battle seems to have been unsuccessful." A faint voice came from behind, and Zhou Hao slowly turned his head to look, only to see that the handsome young man behind him had no injuries at all except for some ice chips. "How come?" Zhou Hao's face was filled with shock and he couldn't figure out how Su Yuan did it. Su Yuan looked as usual and said, "I just used a little trick. This process is actually not complicated." When Zhou Hao used the method of Ice Chi to transform, Su Yuan also used flashback to return to the original position, avoiding the center of the explosion of the ice elemental statue. Although it was still slightly affected by the scattered ice elements, it was nothing to Su Yuan, who was on the edge and unfolded his hardened iron suit. Su Yuan simply used the exploding ice element as a cover to disrupt Zhou Hao's perception. When the 3-second interval between spells improved, he teleported over and put a knife on the opponent's neck. The space skill is mysterious and domineering, and the flashback feature seems ordinary, but it adds an extra layer of fault tolerance during the window between teleportation spells. If used properly, it can even change the situation of the battle. Ka. At this time, cracks suddenly appeared from bottom to top on the two icicles that sealed the hellfire in the distance, and exploded a moment later. Ouch! The two hellfires let out bursts of roars, and with the green flames beating in their eyes, a large amount of green flames rushed out of the body again, burning endlessly. Seeing this, Zhou Hao knew that even if Su Yuan did not hold him with a knife, there would be no suspense in this battle. The two hellfires broke free much faster than he expected. Looking at the young man with silver pupils in front of him, Zhou Hao sighed and said, "I give up." Su Yuan nodded, put down the dragon armor sword and dispersed the power of space on the sword. "Su Yuan, I didn't expect you to be a warrior." Zhou Hao put the blue and white sword back into his body, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. "Although I lost this time, I feel good about being able to fight against you. I hope I have a chance to play against you next time." Su Yuan smiled, "Okay, I'm in Demon City, you can come anytime." "Okay, then I'll go down first." Zhou Hao nodded, and then got off the ring. It was only then that everyone outside the venue recovered from their shock. This Su Yuan is really strong. In addition to being able to summon two invincible hellfires, he also has such terrifying combat power. Among the major colleges that came here this time, I don't believe there is anyone who can be his opponent. They are too strong. At the Demon City Academy, Xia Yu and others looked blankly at Su Yuan on the stage, speechless for a long time. No one thought that aside from hellfire, Su Yuan had such amazing strength. Moreover, judging from Su Yuan's defeat of Zhou Hao, he did not show too many tricks. The main ones are teleportation and the power of the dark space attached to the blade that cuts everything. What kind of monster is he? Du Tao swallowed, feeling that he had been hit hard for no reason. Originally, Su Yuan was strong because of the hellfire he summoned. It didn't matter that everyone couldn't beat a single summoner. But now, this summoner can easily defeat the top geniuses from various colleges. "Are you still playing?" Everyone is extremely messy. Only Xiang Dingqian looked at Su Yuan from a distance, with bursts of burning color in his eyes. Yes, he is indeed not a normal person. For him, the more abnormal, the more normal. My decision was indeed the right one. At this time, Yuan on the field moved again, and walked to the center of the field in a few steps, surrounded by two hellfires. Yuan held the long sword, glanced at Ling Long, Fang Minjiu and other top experts from major colleges one by one, and said calmly. It's too slow to come one by one. If you still want to fight, then let's do it together. Chapter 126 Forced to retreat from the House of Representatives, 4. The top geniuses from each academy who were swept by Yuan's gaze were slightly shocked, and the entire venue was boiling. Let's go together? Damn, this Yuan is too crazy. Yes, you want one against many? There are a lot of geniuses left in each academy. Crazy is crazy, but I have the capital to be crazy. If you don't accept it, you can go up. Ah, let's forget it. At the Demon City Academy, everyone was in chaos again before they could recover from the news that Yuan was a warrior. What is he doing? He wants others to join him. Xiaoyu's eyes widened. Zhang Tai, Du Tao, and others also didn't know what to say and were already numb. Shang Baiyu looked at Yuan and the people from various major colleges, and said slowly, although I say so, it is not something that ordinary students can get into if they want to. First of all, if someone with too low strength goes up, it will be for free. Secondly, if you play with a few people, it's okay if you win. If there were more than 10 or 20 people, we would have lost before the fight even started because the major colleges couldn't keep their faces off. So if someone really wants to be admitted, he must also be a top genius from several major colleges. I think Yuan also means the same. Zhang Tai smacked his lips and said, that's it, that's amazing enough. He has already defeated masters from Dongji and Liuzhu one after another, and now he has to challenge masters from several major colleges alone. Holy shit, awesome! No matter what the result is, I'm convinced. Xiaoyu and others looked at the stage, wondering if there would be students from several major colleges. It's best not to, then this storm will be over. But at this moment, a figure rushed out from Wanzhou College and entered the actual battlefield in a moment. Wanzhou College, Ling Long. Ling Long looked at Yuan. Zhijun has always wanted to fight you before. Since he has been defeated now, I will challenge you on his behalf. As soon as he finished speaking, a man and a woman from Qingzhou and Yangzhou academies each entered the ring. The man has a dark complexion and is not tall, but his body is muscular and full of strength and speed. As for the girls, they were wearing a black skirt and looked quite quiet. Qingzhou College, Zhang Chun. Yangzhou College, Tang Huimei. Seeing these three people coming on stage one after another, everyone in the hall couldn't help but start talking. Wanzhou, Qingzhou, and Yangzhou. Now, except for Antarctic College, everyone is here. Well, as for the Antarctic Academy, I think their teacher told them in advance not to get involved. After all, they are the host. Dongji Academy has another one. As the breeze swirled, a tall and sunny young man also jumped into the field. Dongji College, Fang Minjiu. Fang Minjiu scratched his head after giving his name. Although someone from our Dongji College has already been here, I still want to come and compete with you. Okay, Yuan nodded, then raised his head and looked around. Anything you want is fine. But after that, no one played again. Ling Long took out the long sword, Fang Minjiu held the long sword, Zhang Chun put on the gloves, but Tang Huimei from Yangzhou College took out a fire element staff. Tang Huimei's movements immediately attracted the attention of Ling Long and others as well as Yuan. Star Card Masters are originally a group that is good at individual combat, not to mention that Ling Long, Fang Minjiu, and others are completely unfamiliar with each other, and they have no idea what skills each has. In this case, although there is no need to force skills to cooperate, some of the most basic team combat principles can still be achieved. For example, at this moment, when you have a powerful warlock on your side, you need to consider the warlock's safety and output space. The three boys, Ling Long, Fang Minjiu, and Zheng Chun, briefly looked at each other and quickly completed the communication with their eyes. Seeing that everyone was ready, Su Yuan stretched out his hand and stroked the long sword. As his fingers passed across it, the power of dark space once again covered the dragon armor sword. Su Yuan said, "In that case, let's get started." When the four Ling Long people heard this, their expressions became solemn. Su Yuan pointed his sword, and the two hellfires rushed out immediately. When facing hellfire at close range, the strong sense of oppression is much stronger than when watching the battle at the beginning. Ling Long and Zheng Chun were the first to jump out. Ling Long formed a seal with his left hand, his body was filled with purple light, and in a blink of an eye, his body was covered with a layer of amethyst armor. While Zheng Chun was running, a large amount of cold black energy suddenly surged out of his body. His body expanded violently, and his appearance changed drastically in just a short moment. His face was ferocious, his muscles were all tangled, and his body was even taller than 5 meters. Even though he was still a head shorter than Hellfire, Zheng Chun was surrounded by black energy, and his sinister aura was not much different from Hellfire burning with evil green flames. Blue skill, Nightmare Transformation. This Zheng Chun is so strong! Everyone exclaimed in shock. The strength of the bronze mid-level, the huge size, and the amazing aura. Judging from the surface, Zheng Chun is definitely the closest to Hellfire. After completing his transformation, Zheng Chun took the lead and rushed towards the two Hellfires. The black energy gathered on both fists and transformed into the shape of a tiger. As the tiger roared, Zheng Chun hit both Hellfires with a double punch. The devil tiger roars. In everyone's surprised eyes, the two Hellfires were actually repelled half a step by Zheng Chun alone. However, this did not seem to be an injury to Hellfire. The two Hellfires quickly stabilized their bodies and turned to counterattack Zheng Chun. "Come on!" Zheng Chun shouted in a low voice, "I can hold you back for a while." Ling Long, who was following closely behind, took advantage of Zheng Chun's opportunity to contain the two Hellfires, quickened his pace, and rushed towards Su Yuan in a purple arc. But before Ling Long could strike, Su Yuan's eyes flashed with silver light, and he teleported away from the place, appeared in front of Tang Huimei who was staying in the distance, and swung his sword. "I won't let you get what you want." Fang Minjiu's voice came from the side. The wind suddenly rose, and an extremely strong wind field was generated between Su Yuan and Tang Huimei. The powerful wind field that suddenly formed not only blew Su Yuan out of reach, but also blew Su Yuan upward from the bottom up, without his feet touching the ground, as if he was a living target. Fire Death Pulse. After a moment of eye contact between the battles, the four of them had completed their division of labor. Ling Long and Zheng Chun mainly attack Su Yuan and contain Hellfire, Tang Huimei supplements the firepower from a distance, and Fang Minjiu acts as a free agent, assisting in the attack and taking into account Tang Huimei's safety. So Fang Minjiu set up wind traps around Tang Huimei in advance, and only waited for Su Yuan to take the bait automatically, and then he had the opportunity now. Tang Huimei had already been ready to go. At this moment, the fire on the staff jumped and pointed at Su Yuan. As soon as the fire burned, a blazing line of fire shot out from the staff. Su Yuan was blown into the air by the wind field, making it difficult to move. It seemed that this blow was inevitable. What a cooperation, here's the opportunity. When people from several major colleges in the museum saw this scene, their eyes lit up. However, at this moment, Su Yuan's body suddenly became light, and he quickly rose into the air with the help of the wind, narrowly avoiding the blazing line of fire. That's not all, Su Yuan flew up and did not come down again, but stopped in the air without any gravity. This unexpected situation immediately stunned Tang Huimei and everyone watching who had thought there was a great chance just now. However, Fang Minjiu reacted quickly and his expression condensed. It is indeed the perfect level of Yuan magnetic pressure. There are thousands of star cards in the world. People may be able to grasp some of the effects and characteristics of some common skills, but most of them are still unclear. As a wind star card master, Fang Minjiu happened to know some skills that could achieve flight, among which was the perfection level of Yuan magnetic pressure. Looking at Su Yuan in mid-air, Fang Minjiu thought, and a large amount of wind force gathered behind him and turned into 2 wind element wings. It turned out to be the flying skill that Huanyan had used before, wings of wind. With his wings fluttering and the strong wind surging, Fang Minjiu soared into the sky with his sword in hand and attacked Su Yuan in mid-air. An aerial battle broke out between the two. Upon seeing this, Tang Huimei sent out several fireballs in succession to support. You can actually fly. When Ling Long and Zhang Chun saw this in the distance, they couldn't help but frown. It turns out that if Su Yuan couldn't fly, Ling Long and others would be able to exert their full combat power. As long as 1 or 2 people can contain the hellfire, the rest can form a continuous and effective siege. But now that Su Yuan is flying into the sky, Fang Minjiu and the warlock Tang Huimei, who can also fly, are fine, but Ling Long and Zhang Chun are a little unable to do what they want. You know, at the 3rd level, the skill of being able to fly is extremely rare, and not everyone can do it. Moreover, Ling Long and Zhou Hao were different. They were melee fighters with strong physical fitness as their advantage, and were not very good at long-range skills. In this way, the threat to Su Yuan will naturally be greatly reduced. Ling Long looked at Zhang Chun, who was gradually being forced back by the 2 hellfires, and immediately rushed over and took one of them. Since he flew up, let's take the opportunity to kill these 2 hellfires first and cut off his left and right arms. Okay. Zhang Chun thought so too. So the two went all out and used their own methods to fight fiercely with the 2 hellfires. In mid-air, Su Yuan dodged Tang Huimei's skills while fighting with Fang Minjiu with his sword. It seemed that Fang Minjiu was fighting 2 against 1, but in fact, both Fang Minjiu and Tang Huimei felt restricted in every way. First, the 2 of them are unfamiliar with each other and have no tacit understanding when working together. Secondly, teleportation is too difficult. There are many people who can move at high speeds, but there are only a few who can move instantly. It's fast, flexible, and has almost no warning or movement trajectory. While Fang Minjiu was attacking, he had to be vigilant at all times as Su Yuan moved in an instant to deal with Tang Huimei first. Tang Huimei was also restrained because Su Yuan and Fang Minjiu were fighting in close quarters and could not freely use some skills with a large range. In addition, if you want to use your special trick, you have to worry about Su Yuan using teleportation to dodge. Fang Minjiu needs to force Su Yuan's teleportation in advance. After all, the 2 of them don't know each other, and they don't know what the other's abilities are, so they can only act according to their own judgment. Seeing this situation, Tang Huimei hesitated for a moment and then decisively stopped Minjiu's assistance. As soon as her mind moved, a large amount of star power rushed towards the staff, and a wave of increasingly intense star power and fire elements slowed down. Slowly swing away. Seeing that Tang Huimei seemed to be condensing some powerful skills, Fang Minjiu immediately understood that what he had to do was to force Su Yuan's teleportation and restrain him. Thinking of this, Fang Minjiu accelerated his attack on Su Yuan. At the same time, with the thought, streaks of star power quietly escaped from the body surface into the surrounding void. Chapter 127 Forced to retreat from the House of Representatives, 5. Have you changed your tactics? Su Yuan narrowed his eyes. It was obvious that Tang Huimei was preparing her own trick. As for Fang Minjiu in front of him, although he had not made any obvious movements yet, he was not unprepared after all. After all, he had demonstrated teleportation. One of these 2 people must be responsible for breaking his own teleportation and creating a chance for the other person to hit. After thinking for a moment, Su Yuan turned to look at the 2 hellfires. Ling Long can control the power of amethyst. His whole body is covered with extremely hard amethyst. His attacks are sharp and his defense is even more terrifying. Zhang Chun, on the other hand, is able to use demonic transformation, with immense strength and amazing recovery power. The two of them fought back and forth with Hellfire, and even relied on their powerful skills to break through Hellfire's defense and gain a slight upper hand. They are worthy of being the top geniuses in several colleges. But this alone is not enough. Su Yuan thought and gave the order to the two Hellfires. Suddenly, green flames surged from the two Hellfires, and the powerful air waves forced Linglong and Zhang Chun in front of them to take a few steps back. What's wrong? Linglong and Zhang Chun looked at the Hellfires at both ends that were casting creation spells in surprise. I saw the rock and fire continuously converging and blending, and in just a moment, the two Hellfires were fully armed. Wearing a hard armor with green evil patterns, he holds a several-meter sword burning with evil flames in his hand. And on the chest of the armor and the sword pavilion of the great sword, there is a ferocious demon head. The sword and armor of Hellfire seem different from before. At the Demon City Academy, the sharp-eyed Du Tao immediately discovered this. Shang Baihu nodded solemnly, that's right, not only is the shape different, but the power is also much stronger than before. If I insist, I'm afraid it's a blue-level star weapon. Blue level? Everyone in the Demon City couldn't help but take a breath when they heard this. In the field, under the blessing of the Devil's armor, the agility of the Hellfire increased greatly. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Linglong and Zhang Chun, swinging the Devil's sword and sweeping out. So fast! Linglong and Zhang Chun's expressions changed, and they couldn't dodge at all. They only had time to use their long swords and fist gloves to defend themselves in front of them. Bang! The two Linglongs were shocked. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and they were swept away more than 10 meters by the big sword on the spot. What a terrifying strength and speed, at least half as strong as before. Linglong and Zhang Chun were horrified in their hearts, and they quickly activated their star power to the extreme. I saw more amethysts on Linglong's body gathered and compressed, forming an extremely hard amethyst outer armor on the body surface. And Zhang Chun's body surged with black energy, and his entire body actually rose 1 meter higher again, even slightly higher than Hellfire. The two of them prepared to face the Hellfire again, but after the Hellfire swept away the two of them, it headed straight for Tang Huimei in front of him regardless. Careful! Linglong and Zhang Chun were not in a hurry and quickly reminded them. Tang Huimei was still shocked when she saw this. In order to be on guard against Su Yuan's teleportation attack, she had already deployed a Dachshund-level green trap magic, Flame Strike Matrix, around her. As long as someone steps near him, he will be attacked by a large number of fire elements buried underground in advance. It was at this moment that two Hellfires stepped in front of Tang Huimei at the same time. In an instant, the ground was ablaze with fire, and a rectangular fire formation surged forward, engulfing both ends of the Hellfire. But to Tang Huimei's surprise, the Hellfire, covered in green flames, only paused for a moment before breaking through the matrix and running over. Tang Huimei was horrified and could not care less at the critical moment. She hurriedly waved the flaming staff and threw the almost fully charged trick she was going to use to defeat Su Yuan at the two incoming Hellfires. The furnace is on fire. A large number of fire elements gathered crazily in front, and instantly formed a huge furnace with a diameter of more than 10 meters, covering all the two Hellfires that rushed forward. The furnace is dazzling and the fire is bursting. In the furnace, infinite flames emerged out of thin air. Thousands of violent flames ran rampantly and roared in it, drowning both Hellfires in the blink of an eye. It is indeed a blue skill of the fire element. Not far away, Linglong and Zhang Chun couldn't help but feel frightened when they saw this terrifyingly powerful move. But before anyone could breathe a sigh of relief, Tang Huimei seemed to notice something, and her pupils suddenly shrank. Then, with a crisp sound of shattering, the flame furnace in front of him was shattered. Among the thousands of roaring fires, the two hellfires were protected by a green flame shield and were actually unscathed. Tang Huimei's expression suddenly changed. How is it possible? There are no injuries at all. Green flames danced in Hellfire's eyes, staring at Tang Huimei coldly, as if to say, "You have skills, don't I?" Using the same blue skill, even the silver-level Flame Bull Demon can barely break through the evil shield, let alone the intermediate bronze-level Tang Huimei. The Fel Energy Shield is originally made of highly compressed Fel Energy flames and has super energy resistance to fire attacks. Want to use fire skills to defeat Hellfire? There is no overwhelming power gap, just don't even think about it. At this time, the figures of the two Hellfires swayed and came to Tang Huimei. Tang Huimei didn't dare to struggle, and immediately shouted to the sky, "I surrender." The first one. Yuan thought and immediately ordered Hellfire to stop. The two demonic swords that were slashing at Tang Huimei stopped in mid-air. After a brief pause, the Hellfires at both ends turned around and attacked Linglong and Zheng Chun again. In mid-air, Fang Minjiahu's heart sank. Originally, his breathless wind-killing formation was about to be ready, and this move would definitely force Yuan to teleport. Unexpectedly, the strength of the two Hellfires could increase dramatically, and they could break free from the constraints of Linglong and Zheng Chun and take the lead in dealing with Tang Huimei. For a moment, Fang Minjiahu was either advancing or retreating. But at this time, without Tang Huimei, a fire warlock, watching eagerly from the side, Yuan no longer had any scruples, raised his left hand, and pressed down the Yuan magnetic force on Fang Minjiahu. In order to guard against the heavy pressure of the Yuan magnetic, Fang Minjiahu had already used the wind-based lightning technique in advance. But the terrifying pressure that was covering him at this moment was more than half stronger than originally expected. First, Fang Minjiahu himself has never experienced the heavy pressure of Yuan magnet, so he doesn't know how strong it is. He can only judge it based on the previous performances of Cai Fanghua and Zhou Hao. Second, Yuan's Yuan magnetic pressure has reached the transformation state, and its power has increased by several % compared to perfect. Caught off guard, Fang Minjiahu's figure suddenly fell downwards. Fang Minjiahu was horrified and quickly increased the star power output of the Wings of Wind and the light body technique, and finally managed to stabilize his body when he was still 5 or 6 meters above the ground. "It's so dangerous, hey!" Before Fang Minjiahu could breathe a sigh of relief, there was a flash of silver light in front of him, and Yuan teleported over and appeared above his head, swung his long knife and slashed down expressionlessly. "Not good." Fang Minjiahu was startled and quickly swung his sword to resist. Under the heavy pressure of the Yuan magnetic force, how could Fang Minjiahu withstand Yuan's all-out slash from top to bottom? A huge force came, and Fang Minjiahu was knocked to the ground. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Ignoring the internal injuries he suffered, Fang Minjiahu put his hands on the ground and struggled to stand up under the weight of the magnetism when he raised his star power. However, half a meter away, a dark line of more than 10 meters long suddenly lit up. The next moment, the strong force of space tore apart, leaving a long cut mark on the hard ground of the actual battlefield. Fang Minjiahu's pupils shrank suddenly, and his mouth felt a little dry. "If the blow just now fell on me, then..." Thinking of this, Fang Minjiahu smiled bitterly and shook his head, realizing that he had lost. He simply stopped struggling and lay directly back on the ground. The second. After dealing with Fang Minjiahu, Yuan withdrew his gaze and looked up at the two Linglongs who were still fighting fiercely with Hellfire not far ahead. Although these two people were struggling, they could barely hold on under the hands of Hellfire, who was armed with 2 blue star weapons, and they didn't show signs of defeat for a while. Yuan raised the long knife and disappeared from the spot in a flash. Linglong hadn't noticed that Fang Minjiahu in the distance had already been defeated just a moment ago. He was gritting his teeth and persisting under the attack of the armed Hellfire, but suddenly, he felt a faint space fluctuation appear behind him. Linglong's expression changed and he was about to move aside. But what came with Su Yuan was the heavy pressure of Yuan magnetic. Ling Long was frozen in place on the spot. Su Yuan did not hesitate, and swung the long knife with black light flowing across the opponent's back. After a brief stalemate, the amethyst outer armor with astonishing defense was cut open like tofu by the dragon armor knife enchanted by the air cutting, leaving a foot-long but not deep wound on Ling Long's back. The star power in Ling Long's body surged wildly and he subconsciously wanted to resist, but he reacted in an instant. Not only did he not make any more moves, but the star power and amethyst outer armor on his body were dispersed. I lost. Ling Long took a deep breath and said. Obviously, Su Yuan did this to show himself that he could break through his amethyst armor. And since he could break through his own amethyst armor, he could just as easily cut off his own head. 4 against 1, but still lost. Thinking of this, Ling Long couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Hearing this, Su Yuan put away the long sword and ordered to the hellfire in front of Ling Long, go and defeat the remaining one as well. This hellfire immediately raised its sword and joined the other hellfire, attacking Zheng Chun together. Even facing an armed hellfire, Zheng Chun was a little unable to withstand it, let alone the two. No fight, I surrender. Zheng Chun decisively shouted surrender. Just kidding, the other 3 have already voted, so it's not shameful for you to vote, right? If this problem is solved, it will affect the search for souls tomorrow, which will be a big loss. As Zheng Chun surrendered, the battle between 1 against 4 came to an end. He actually won. And we almost won by crushing him. This is too exaggerated. Yes, the situation was a bit stalemate at the beginning, but as Tang Huimei gave in, it became overwhelming. It's so unreal. After a moment of silence, the entire venue suddenly burst into excitement. Fight against 5 houses alone, 1 against 4, and win 6 people in a row. The geniuses from each academy looked at Su Yuan, who had defeated many masters in the center of the stadium, with a mixture of wonder, envy, and excitement. After today, Su Yuan should be the first freshman genius in the southeast region, right? Absolutely. It's too strong, both in terms of personal strength and the 2 hellfires he summoned. I feel that even the Imperial City of Magic cannot have a freshman as strong as him this year. He can win against the 4 masters by himself. It's simply too perverted. Cai Fang Hua, Zhou Hao, and others all felt quite complicated. They didn't expect that when Su Yuan fought against them, they didn't even use their full strength. When Chen Zhijun looked at Su Yuan on the stage, he felt even more powerless. No wonder, Xiang Dingqian from Yeado College said that I am not qualified. Now it seems that I am really not qualified. Everyone in Demon City Academy. Su Yuan, he won, damn. Du Tao and others were so amazed that they didn't know what to say for a moment. They could only say fuck. At this moment, Su Yuan also put away his sword, recalled Hellfire, and walked slowly down from the field. You actually won. Shang Baiyu laughed. Zhang Tai didn't care about recovering from his injuries and came over excitedly. Yes, Su Yuan, it's so fierce. You're so well hidden, even we thought you were a summoner. Xia Yu curled her lips, but she couldn't help but curl up the corners of her lips, obviously very happy. That's awesome, Su Yuan. Too strong. At this moment, everyone in Yeado gathered around, and the excitement and pride in their hearts almost overflowed from their chests. This is the strongest genius of our Demon City Academy. Finally, Luo Bingtong walked up and extended his fist to Su Yuan. Just when Su Yuan was confused, she raised her thumb. Astonishingly, like Su Yuan. Where did this girl learn this? Chapter 128 The Secret Realm opens. After Su Yuan left the field, the most powerful masters from each academy basically came on the field. The remaining strength was more or less inferior. Xia Yu, Du Tao, etc. all felt that it was not interesting and did not end up. However, Huanyan and a few others went up and sparred a few more times, which was considered to be a back and forth. However, the quality and excitement of these competitions were naturally far inferior to Su Yuan's previous ones. Not long after, except for a few students who really wanted to compete, most of the students in the hall who were watching the battle left one after another. Early the next morning, the sky was clear and cloudless. When it was almost 9 o'clock, students from Yeouido College, Dongji College, and other major colleges gathered in the small square in front of the Yingbin building. At this time, a student in the square suddenly saw something. Look over there, it's Su Yuan. Su Yuan from Yeouido College. In the lobby of the Yingbin building, Su Yuan and Shang Baihu walked out together. The two slept in the same room last night. When the students who were already in the small square saw this, they couldn't help but started talking with excitement. It's really Su Yuan. He wore 6 suits yesterday. He was so strong. Yes, the most perverted one is the Hellfire. In one-on-one, even Ling Long and Zheng Chun are no match for the armed Hellfire. For missing such an exciting battle yesterday, those guys in the academy who didn't come will suffer a big loss, ha ha ha. No, about what happened yesterday, all the forums in major colleges were maxed out overnight. More than 100 people have come to the square, and everyone is paying more or less attention to it. Shang Baiyu laughed softly and said, Su Yuan, you have really become famous in one battle now, which makes us very envious. Have you visited the forum? The evil genius of Demon City Academy, the strongest freshman in the 2 southeastern districts, you have quite a few titles now. Su Yuan shook his head and smiled, it has only been 2 months since school started. Even if you are the strongest, it is only temporary. If you don't work hard, you will be surpassed by others sooner or later. In Su Yuan's view, he has a system and should be better than his peers, but this is not enough. From geniuses at the same level, to masters of all grades, to strong men regardless of age. Now, I am only taking the first step. Not long after, Xiang Dingqian, Xia Yu, Lu Yingying and others also came down one after another, and Luo Bingtong also stood next to Su Yuan without saying a word. After a while, He Yanan walked down together with teachers from Dongji, Liuzhu and other colleges. Teacher Li, Teacher Ling Shan, see you later. He Yanan greeted. Okay. After being separated from other college teachers, He Yanan came to the team of Yeouido College. Looking past Su Yuan in the crowd, He Yanan turned to Xia Yu and asked, Xia Yu, are we all here? Xia Yu nodded, teacher, all 50 people have arrived. Okay, let's get in the car. With that said, He Yanan led a group of people onto the bus parked nearby. The place where all the monsters sleep belongs to the Antarctic College, but it is not inside the Antarctic College. Instead, it is in a flat mountainous area on the eastern outskirts of the college. All major colleges have to take the Antarctic College bus there. In the car, He Yanan walked up to Su Yuan and asked seriously, I heard that you selected geniuses from the 5 major colleges yesterday. Su Yuan nodded, follow your 3-step requirement, Mr. Xiaohe, do not seriously injure others, do not affect your ability to enter the secret realm tomorrow, and do not lose the face of our Demon City Academy. There should be no problem, right? Of course it's no problem. He Yanan smiled, not only is it no problem, but it's also done well. As one of the 3 colleges in the 3 capitals, our Yeouido College should have such strength and courage. Su Yuan felt slightly relieved. He Yanan was so serious just now, and he thought there was something he didn't think carefully about. However, this teacher's face changes really quickly. He Yanan laughed and said, after I go back, I will apply to the college to give you an additional 50 credit points. In addition, everyone who won yesterday's competition will also be rewarded with 10 credits. 50 credits? That's a lot. Su Yuan has made a lot of money this time. It shouldn't be too much for the academy. After all, it's the academy's prestige, and what happened yesterday, I really can't do it with you. That's true. Everyone in the car was envious. Yuan himself was a little surprised. Although he thought that the college might reward some points for this kind of thing, he didn't expect that the reward would be as much as 50 points. It seems that we can do more of this kind of thing to make the college look good in the future. Yuan added, we teachers have already drawn lots just now, and we will enter the secret realm later. Each hospital will enter in batches according to the order of the draw. They are Yangzhou, Qingzhou, Liuzhu, Wanzhou, Yeadu, and Dongji. Our Yeadu college is at the back, and you can just see the results of students from other colleges entering the secret realm. Everyone's hearts moved slightly when they heard this. It was good that they could first see how other colleges harvested their souls. The bus kept moving forward and headed east after leaving Yeadu Academy. It drove for more than half an hour before stopping. Is that the place where all monsters sleep? Yuan and others got out of the car and looked at the large area in front of them that was surrounded by a barrier. The entire area is shrouded in a barrier of light that isolates exploration. From the outside, only vaguely changing scenes can be seen, but it is not clear what is there. Yuan nodded, yes, that's right there. Let's go up first. The group of people soon came to the barrier outside the secret realm. The teachers and students of Antarctic College have already arrived early. Because it is the secret realm of Antarctic College itself has 300 places to enter, the place where all demons sleep, which is more than the combined numbers of major colleges such as Yeadu and Dongji. Although there was no competition, there were many students from the Antarctic Academy watching the excitement in the combat hall yesterday. When they saw Yuan, who challenged the House of Representatives yesterday, there was inevitably another discussion and concern. Look at the boy with silver pupils, that's Yuan. I heard that he single-handedly selected masters from several colleges yesterday. Real or fake? Of course it's true. I've beaten it to the point where no master from the major academies will take action again. Others were talking about it, but Yuan didn't feel anything about it and just adjusted his condition silently. Not long after, several other colleges also arrived one after another and stood in front of the entrance. Among the teachers at Antarctic College, a tall, thin, middle-aged man with short hair walked to the entrance, greeted Yuan and other teachers from various colleges, and spoke loudly. Students from all colleges, this is where my Antarctic College's monsters rest. Now we are about to open the entrance to the barrier outside the secret realm. The teacher gave a general explanation of the rules of 10,000 demons sleeping land, and the content was roughly the same as what Geng Kaihuyi said, except for some areas that required special attention. After obtaining the essence, you will automatically leave the secret realm and return to this entrance. Well, the above is the situation of the place where all monsters sleep. The secret realm can accommodate up to 50 people at a time. According to the order of drawing lots by teachers from several colleges, starting from Yangzhou College, they enter one college at a time. There are a total of 300 people in our Antarctic College, and every wave of 50 people are interspersed between the two colleges. After some introduction, the male teacher took out a talisman and activated it. A circle of silver brilliance emitted from the talisman, and then it flew into the barrier in front of him. The barrier light curtain dissipated to both sides like ripples, revealing a path leading to the inside. The middle-aged male teacher looked in the direction of Yangzhou College. Everyone from Yangzhou College, please go in now. The young female teacher from Yangzhou College gave some more instructions, and then the 30 Yangzhou students lined up and walked into the path at the entrance of 10,000 demons sleeping place, and soon disappeared. As everyone from Yangzhou College entered, the students waiting outside also started talking. The highest number is the 4-leaf essence, and there are 30 people from Yangzhou College. How many people do you think will get the 4-leaf essence this time? I don't think so. The teacher said yesterday that the 4-leaf spirit is very rare. It is normal even if a college does not have one. I think so. After all, Yangzhou College has Tang Huimei. Although she lost to Su Yuan yesterday, her strength and talent are not weak. She should be very promising. That's right, I think so too. Her move of Furnace Chaos Fire was just like Su Yuan's Hell Fire, otherwise no one would be able to withstand this move. At the Demon City Academy, everyone was discussing excitedly. The three-leaf spirit has a blue card. No matter what, you must at least conquer the three-leaf spirit. If possible, maybe the four-leaf spirit will also have a chance. I think so too. If it's just a two-leaf essence, it's probably at most a green T0 level strength. Although it's usable, it's still far behind the three-leaf and four-leaf blue star cards. King Yu, how many leaves is your goal? Lu Yingying asked. Mu King Yu pondered for a while and said, if possible, of course it would be CE. I don't know if there will be a chance. Just let it happen and don't force it. Mu King Yu turned to look at Xiao Yu, it should be the four-leaf essence, right? Should, right. Xiao Yu was also a little unsure. Originally, I thought that the four-leaf essence should be fine, and even planned to pursue the five-leaf essence, but the teacher specially came to me yesterday to emphasize the rarity of the four-leaf essence, so that I could adjust my mentality. As for the five-leaf essence, there is no need to consider it at all. The last time that thing appeared was more than 40 years ago. So Xiao Yu planned to see the actual results of others entering the secret realm today before making any plans. Du Tao came over and asked, Zhang Tai, what do you say, do you want the whole four-leaf essence? Unexpectedly, Zhang Tai laughed, I don't have that idea. If you don't insist on four-leaf essence, three-leaf essence is enough. Du Tao was extremely surprised and asked, holy crap, it's true or not, with your temperament you don't pursue the four-leaf spirit, are you still Zhang Tai? Zhang Tai said calmly, according to what teacher Xiao He said, the four-leaf essence is extremely rare, and I am afraid it will be difficult to find it with my mental strength. And even if I find it, it may not be suitable for me. It is better to find a three-leaf spirit of the earth and fire elements that is suitable for me. What suits you is the best. After hearing Zhang Tai's words, Du Tao's somewhat impetuous mood gradually calmed down. After pondering for a while, Du Tao nodded and said, what you said makes sense, indeed, what suits you is the best. Sanyi is already of blue quality. If there is a suitable Sanyi essence, I will make a decision directly, so as not to end up in vain. Having said this, Du Tao looked at Zhang Tai, grinned and said, I didn't expect you to be so calm now when you are usually impatient. Zhang Tai laughed, after all, my talent is mountain stone fire. Although I am usually impatient, I can still calm down better than ordinary people when it's time to calm down. The Star Card Master's Soul card is born from the soul, and the soul is the essence of human beings, so the characteristics of the soul card can more or less reflect some of the characteristics of the Star Card Master himself. On Su Yuan's side, Shang Baihu also asked, Su Yuan, what do you think, is there any four-leaf spirit in Yangzhou College this time? Su Yuan remembered what Geng Kaihui said yesterday and shook his head slightly, I'm not sure about Ziyi, but Sanyi should have the essence. Shang Baihu nodded when he heard this, and the two of them said nothing more, both waiting for the result. Chapter 129 Taking Turns to Enter. About 20 minutes later, a faint light flashed at the end of the secret path, and a boy suddenly appeared. The boy looked tired, his breath was slightly disturbed, and he looked like he was mentally exhausted. Someone is coming out. Seeing someone appearing, everyone outside immediately paid attention. Just as the boy walked out of the path and passed the barrier, suddenly a small stone man with grey body and white eyes appeared above his head. There are also 2 leaf marks on the forehead of this stone man that are as delicate as works of art. They have just appeared and exuded a rather powerful aura. 2-leaf spirit, mountain stone man. A bespectacled Antarctic college teacher who was in charge of registration said. Mountain stoneman? Although he is an elite star beast, he seems to be pretty good. I remember that the mountain stonemen are star beasts that are only found in the northern part of the continent, but I didn't expect that they are found here too. Well, the mountain stone man is good at defense. I wonder how this spirit will strengthen him. While everyone was talking, several more people came out of the secret realm one after another. When each person passed through the barrier, the essence they received would appear and transform. Obviously, this is one of the functions of the barrier at the entrance. Every year, a large amount of essences are produced from the land where 10,000 demons slumber. In addition to the students of Antarctic College, nearly half of them are exported to other colleges. Of course, Antarctic College must register. Two-leaf spirit, snow-clothed wolf. Two-leaf spirit, rolling ball beast. A leaf of essence, a forest elf. Students from all the colleges are continuing to pay attention, but the closer you get to the back, the more ominous it becomes. Because so far, more than 20 people have come out in succession, all of them are one or two-leaf spirits, and not even a three-leaf spirit has been seen. The rarity of high-quality spirits seems to be much less than everyone expected. At this time, another student slowly walked out. As he passed through the barrier, a huge black dog spirit with 3 heads, red, blue, and green, emerged from above his head. This black dog is looking around and roaring. Whether it is breath or spirituality, it is stronger than the 1 or 2 leaves in front of it. And on the green head in the middle, there is a 3-leaf mark. The glasses teacher in charge of the grade looked slightly moved and announced, 3-leaf essence, 3-headed hell dog. The appearance of the 3-leaf spirit immediately attracted everyone's attention, and everyone couldn't help but look at this black dog spirit with 3 heads. There you have it, the first 3-leaf spirit. Damn, I thought there weren't even a 3-leaf spirit among all the people who came in, but it's okay, okay. I know this person. His name is Yuan. He is also very famous among the freshmen of Yangzhou College. He should be considered one of the strongest ones besides Tang Huimei. After all, they are all young people, and it is rare to have such an opportunity to shine. Yuan couldn't help but proudly crossed his arms, slowed down his pace, and showed off his 3-headed hell dog spirit. It wasn't until his teacher from his college winked frequently that Yuan reluctantly walked out of the barrier and returned to the team. How many people are left now? There are 5 more. Could it be that the ones behind are all 3-leaf spirits? That's not true. Even if you have enough mental power and stay long enough, it doesn't mean that you will definitely be able to find more than 3 leaves of spirit. Amid everyone's discussion, 4 more people came out one after another. However, among these 4 people, the first 2 have 2-leaf essence, the third has 3-leaf essence, and as for the last girl, she didn't bring out the essence. Just when everyone was confused, the girl's eyes suddenly turned red and she couldn't help sobbing softly. What's going on? How come there's no essence? I guess she wanted a high-quality essence, but couldn't find it. It's a pity. The fact that she can survive until now means that her mental strength should be much higher than average. The girl quickly returned to the team at Yangzhou College, with several classmates around her whispering comfort. From what they said, this girl's talent and strength seemed to be slightly higher than Yuan's. As a result, she has gotten nothing now, and even the teachers at Yangzhou College couldn't help but sigh pitifully for her. After all, this is an opportunity to get a blue star card. Blue star cards are not a piece of cake. On the contrary, for bronze and even silver levels, blue star cards are extremely rare. At the bronze level, if you are lucky enough to get a blue card, it will be enough to stand out from countless bronze-level rookies, and more than 99% of them will be among the general masters. At the Demon City Academy, Yanan crossed his arms and said, "See, do what you can and don't aim too high." Everyone in Yeadu Academy was shocked. This was the first wave, and someone actually returned empty-handed. Even if it is a 2-leaf essence, it is a green enhanced star card above T1, which is not bad for many academy geniuses in the field. It is better than nothing. Is Tang Huimei the only one left? Everyone stared at the path to the entrance to the secret realm. Not long after, the brilliance circulated in the path, and Tang Huimei's figure appeared. Tang Huimei looked slightly startled, with a hint of regret flashing in her eyes, but she calmed down and walked out quickly. Accompanied by a delicate bird song, a divine bird with green flames burning all over its body flew out from above Tang Huimei's head. Three-leaf spirit, blue fire kite. The teacher from Antarctic College announced. Is Tang Huimei just a three-leaf spirit? I thought she had a good chance of getting a four-leaf spirit. I thought too. But now it seems that we were too optimistic. The shipment rate of these three-leaf or above spirits is much lower than imagined. The people from Yangzhou College are over now. But these are only three-leaf spirits. At this point, all students from Yangzhou College came out. There are 30 people in total, 7 one-leaf spirits, 19 two-leaf spirits, 3 three-leaf spirits, 0 four-leaf spirits, and 1 without spirit. Such a result undoubtedly poured cold water on all the students present, and made some students who originally had high expectations realize the reality a little bit. According to the order, the teams from each college entered one after another. After Yangzhou, there was a team of 50 people from the Antarctic Academy. In the end, there was only one three-leaf spirit among the 50 people. However, there are 300 students in Antarctic College after all, and the average quality is definitely not as good as other colleges. Then there is the 30-person team from Qingzhou College, including 5 three-leaf spirits. Zheng Chun and Shi Zhong both obtained the three-leaf essence, and the other 3 students were also among the top 5 students in the Qingzhou College trial. Everyone originally thought that Zheng Chun had a good chance of getting the 4-leaf essence, but it turned out that he only had 3 leaves. It can be seen that Zheng Chun himself is very sorry, but Tang Huimei did not get the 4-leaf essence earlier, which also gave Zheng Chun some mental preparation in advance. Leaving aside the interspersed students from Antarctic College, this is Liuzhu College. Roar! A lion roared, and the surrounding temperature seemed to drop a bit. Everyone looked in great surprise, and saw above Zhou Hao's head, a giant lion spirit with white skin, ice muscles and jade bones jumped out and looked around. And above the lion's head, a 4-leaf mark is extremely dazzling. 4-leaf essence, black ice jade lion. Even the registered male teacher with glasses said in a slightly higher voice unconsciously. 4 leaves. Zhou Hao clenched his fists and his heart was full of joy. Even now, his face is still full of excitement and excitement. The surrounding students were even more amazed. The first 4-leaf spirit. Damn it, the 4-leaf essence, Zhou Hao got the 4-leaf essence. Almost 200 people have entered, and finally a 4-leaf spirit has appeared. Zhou Hao from Liuzhu College is indeed a top genius who single-handedly sealed the 2 hellfires. 5 3-leaf essences and 1 4-leaf essence, Liuzhu Academy is awesome. 4-leaf spirit, Zhou Hao from Liuzhu is really amazing. Shang Baihu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Su Yuan nodded, both his talent and strength are very strong. Shang Baihu smiled and said, but at least the 4-leaf spirit has appeared, otherwise it would be really disappointing. Aren't you desperate now? Su Yuan smiled and turned to look at Shang Baihu. Baihu, you look very confident. Shang Baihu laughed and said nothing more. Time passed and it was Wanzhou College's turn. Students from Wanzhou College came out of the secret realm one after another. Among the 28 people, there are 4 3-leaf spirits, and the 2 remaining people who have not come out are Chen Zhijun and Ling Long. Chen Zhijun came out first, and everyone couldn't help but pay attention and look at him. It's just that Chen Zhijun's expression was as usual and he couldn't tell anything. Chen Zhijun took a few steps from the path to the barrier, but when he heard the sound of thunder, a 4-hoofed monster with an ox's head and antlers jumped over Chen Zhijun's head. It looked fierce, and was surrounded by purple lightning. It was extremely extraordinary at first sight. 4-leaf spirit, Purgatory Thunder Beast. The second 4-leaf spirit. Wanzhou College, Chen Zhijun. You can see from yesterday's battle that Chen Zhijun from Wanzhou College is not easy. He first defeated Zhang Tai from Yayadu College, and then almost defeated Xiang Dingqian. Chen Zhijun glanced at Su Yuan and then walked down. After that, Ling Long quickly walked out of the secret realm, but his expression didn't seem to be very good. Three-leaf spirit, radiant white tiger. The male teacher in glasses announced while looking at the white tiger above Ling Long's head. Shang Baihu's eyes revealed his thoughts. Did Chen Zhijun get the four-leaf essence, but Ling Long only got the three-leaf essence? And it seems that the attributes don't quite match up. His amethyst power should be a variant of the earth element, right? Su Yuan nodded. Well, so luck is still a key part of entering the secret realm. Ha ha ha, it's our turn soon. I hope my luck will be better. In addition to Antarctic College, there are Yangzhou, Qingzhou, Liuzhu, Wanzhou, then the Demon City, and finally Dongji. Soon, 50 people from the Antarctic Academy entered again, and none of the 50 people had even a three-leaf spirit. Shang Baihu smiled and said, "It seems that the Antarctic Academy has put the masters in the last wave." Su Yuan nodded. As all the students from Antarctic College came out, all major colleges couldn't help but look at Yayadu College. Now, it's Yayadu Academy's turn. The male teacher wearing glasses announced, then it will be the students of Yayadu Academy's turn to enter the secret realm. He Yanan raised his fists and cheered with a smile, "Come on, kids." "Yes, Teacher Xiaohe." After everyone responded, one by one, led by Su Yuan, stepped forward and entered the secret realm. Seeing Su Yuan and others disappearing on the secret path, everyone couldn't help but start talking. I wonder how many three-leaf spirits there are in Demon City Academy. Three-leaf essences can be in double digits. What's more important is how many four-leaf essences there will be. Why don't you take a guess? I guess there are 2 four-leaf spirits, Su Yuan and Xiang Dingqian. I guess 3, and Xia Yu. Who is Xia Yu? It's the middle-level bronze girl with twin tails from Demon City Academy. She didn't take action yesterday, but she is a very famous genius in Demon City with millions of fans. Chapter 133 Leaves appear frequently. As soon as his eyes flashed, Su Yuan had entered the place where all the monsters were sleeping. A wild and primitive atmosphere rushed towards him. There were thick bushes and giant trees all around. Many of the vegetation were things Su Yuan had never seen before in books. Looking up into the sky, the sun in the east and the moon in the west hang high in the sky day after day, which is quite strange. This entire secret realm should basically maintain the same landform as when the soul ascending tree was still there. Su Yuan looked around and saw that Shang Baihu and others were gone. In order to save time in the sleeping land of 10,000 demons, this secret realm has been transformed into a random teleportation secret realm by the power of Antarctic City, so that all students who come in can disperse as soon as possible and reduce the consumption of the secret realm. Search for soul with mental power. Su Yuan rubbed the ring of hell's chant in his hand, and with a thought, his spiritual power slowly spread out around him. As the mental power spread, energy bodies wandering randomly appeared in Su Yuan's perception from all directions. Rock lizard beasts, iron-clawed scorpions, ghost-faced horses, sun and moon ladybugs. In just a short moment, nearly 20 spirits with the marks of reincarnated leaves on their bodies were scanned. However, most of them are one-leaf spirits, and only a few spirits such as ghost-face horse and sun-moon ladybug are of two-leaf quality. In addition, even if these star beast spirits cannot fly themselves, they can float in the low altitude at will because of their spirit bodies. We have to hurry up. Su Yuan stepped forward and searched forward casually while maintaining the output of his mental power. Su Yuan also specifically asked Geng Kaiyi about his experience and skills in searching for spirits. However, according to what Geng Kaiyi and others said, there is no regular pattern in the distribution of spirits in the sleeping land. It is possible everywhere, and naturally there is no suggestion. The sleeping area is not small, and it is obviously impossible to completely explore it, so Su Yuan simply chose a direction based on his feeling. 1 leaf of essence, 1 leaf, 2 leaves, 1 leaf. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and Su Yuan continued to search with his mental power. At this moment, in his mental perception, a rather powerful spiritual aura suddenly appeared in front of him on the left. Su Yuan's heart moved slightly, and he quickly concentrated on exploring. I saw a flaming sand beast spirit with orange flames on its tail floating quietly in the low sky, and above its head, there were the marks of 3 reincarnated leaves. 3-leaf essence. Su Yuan took a few steps to reach the flaming sand beast. The other party noticed that Su Yuan was approaching and looked up. A pair of fiery red eyes looked at Su Yuan. Su Yuan had a vague hunch that as long as he communicated with it, the flaming sand beast would agree to manifest. However, Su Yuan only sensed it briefly, then passed by the flame sand beast and continued flying forward. Although it is a 3-leaf spirit, the flame sand beast is relatively common among the master star beasts. Moreover, it has dual elements of fire and earth, which is just right for Zhongtai, but not particularly suitable for me. Su Yuan thought while flying. For the current Su Yuan, even a pure fire-type 3-leaf star beast may not be attractive. The blue skills currently possessed by Su Yuan, whether it is Hellfire Summoning or Hell Flame, can be regarded as T1 level. How can the last enhanced skill stretch the crotch? It's best to get the 4-leaf essence in one step, so at least you don't have to think about strengthening your skills before gold. Otherwise, it is really better to go out and try to find another one. No matter how rare the enhanced skills are, can there be rare space skills? In addition, it has only been 10 minutes now. According to this consumption rate, it is estimated that it will not be a problem to stay in the secret realm for another half hour. Time passed little by little, and within 20 minutes, Su Yuan encountered 2 other 3-leaf spirits one after another. One is the essence of the water-based star beast Black Pool Spotted Python, and the other is the soul of the earth-based humanoid star beast Various Shachuo. Among them, the Black Pool Dark Spotted Python is okay, it is considered a relatively common master star beast. However, the variety Shachuo is a very rare star beast. It can change its body shape at will. Not only does it have considerable defensive capabilities, but it is also different from ordinary Earth star beasts in that it has strong flexibility and plasticity. Generally speaking, the ever-changing Buddha has high potential, and the star cards transformed by its essence are probably related to the changes in the sand and soil. Although Su Yuan did not choose these 2 spirits, he discovered a problem. It seems, the 3-leaf essence is not that rare. Su Yuan looked thoughtful. Is it because I have better luck? In just 20 minutes, I have already encountered 3 kinds of 3-leaf essences. If this probability is true, then almost everyone can get the 3-leaf essences. But good luck is a good thing. Since I can't figure it out for a while, I won't think about it too much. Outside the secret realm, students from various schools also raised their heads from time to time to pay attention to the situation at the entrance to the secret realm. It's been almost 30 minutes, and no one from Demon City Academy has come out of the secret realm yet. Yes, in the first few waves, almost students came out in about 20 minutes. Even if the students from Yeadu Academy are stronger, it stands to reason that someone should come out at this time. Oh? They came as soon as I said it. Teachers and students from each college looked towards the entrance of the secret realm. The first student to come out was a slightly fat boy with yellow hair named Ren Le. He was ranked 41st in the admission to Yeadu College. Seeing his student come out, Yanan couldn't help but raise his head and pay close attention. Ren Le walked to the barrier and saw a thick-boned snake twisting and leaping above his head. 2-leaf essence, iron skeletal snake. The male teacher in glasses announced. Ren Le came back and said with a wry smile, "Teacher Xiao He." Yanan said, "Don't be discouraged, the 2-leaf essence is not bad, it is enough for bronze and silver level 2. Once you reach the silver or even gold level, and your strength is strong enough, you can then look for a blue enhanced star card. Don't worry, Teacher Xiaohe, I understand. Although it was a pity, Ren Le had seen the previous shipment rate and knew that it was still a bit unrealistic to conquer a three-leaf spirit, so he quickly calmed down. He Yanan nodded, then continued to look at the entrance and waited. After Ren Le came out, students from Yeadu soon came out one after another. 2-leaf essence, eating gerbil. 2-leaf essence, mountain mastiff. 3-leaf spirit, dancing cat demon. Here we come, the first 3-leaf spirit from Yeadu Academy. Everyone looked over, and He Yanan's eyes also lit up, quite surprised. The student who obtained the first 3-leaf spirit of Yeadu Academy and was standing at the barrier at the moment was none other than He Huanyan, who was smashed into the ground by Su Yuan in the pre-selection challenge. He Huanyan's face looked slightly tired, but her eyes were full of surprise and joy. Just now, just when he could no longer hold on for a few minutes, the spirit of this dancing cat demon actually came over on its own initiative. After a rough fight, he successfully subdued it. It seemed that the other party was very cooperative. He Huanyan walked out of the barrier and returned to the team at Yeadu Academy. Awesome, He Huanyan. You actually got the 3-leaf essence. Now we are no longer your opponents. Yes. He Huanyan was ranked 44th in admission, but she has strong fighting talent and has mastered the flying skill Wind Wings, so she is considered relatively strong among students outside the top class. And now that she has obtained the 3-leaf essence, some students in the top class may not be her opponents. He Yanan also cast a look of approval and some surprise. He Huanyan's ability to obtain the 3-leaf essence was indeed somewhat beyond He Yanan's expectations. Because of his friend from the Antarctic College, He Yanan has a deeper understanding of Shenmian land. In addition to mental strength and luck, the most important factor is another factor. The sleeping land is so big, how can it be so easy to search for souls by yourself? In fact, every student who enters the sleeping land can be sensed by the reincarnated spirit in the sleeping land like a light bulb. Rather than saying that the students themselves are searching for the spirits, it is better to say that the reincarnated spirits are selecting the students who enter the place of sleep to see who can be their master. The main criteria for selecting students by Jingso are nothing more than potential and compatibility, and what these two correspond to, is the soul card. The reincarnated spirit's perception of the physical body is not strong, but its perception of the soul card born from the soul is extremely keen, so it can better distinguish the nature of the student's soul card. Geng Kaiyi didn't even know this. It is also because of this that He Yanan and the teachers at the Antarctic Academy will not give too many warnings about entering the secret realm, but only remind them not to aim too high, because in the end there will be nothing. Because they really like your soul, they will naturally be attracted to you and get closer to you. As for the spirit that doesn't like you, even if you look for it, it will swim away long ago. The higher the quality of the essence, the higher the spirituality. Therefore, it is really surprising that He Huanyan's green high-grade soul card was able to obtain the 3-leaf essence. It seems that she and this dancing cat demon are very compatible, otherwise the other party would not take the initiative to find her. After He Huanyan, many third-level spirits were gradually brought out by the students of Demon City Academy. Zhou Weiman, Du Tao, Lu Yingying, Mu Qingyu. One after another, they all got the 3-leaf essence. At this time, Zhang Tai also came out. Above its head, a star beast with a sheep's head and wolf hooves, covered in red scales, and whose body looked like it was made of solid black rock jumped out. It looked majestic and looked around with angry eyes. 3-leaf essence, raging flame stone lin. Zhang Tai grinned and returned to the team in Yeadu in a few steps. Not bad, Zhang Tai. Du Tao couldn't help but smile. You really found a 3-leaf spirit with both earth and fire elements, and it's a Kirin subspecies with some Kirin blood. Like the dragon, although the Shilin is not a higher race, it is still one of the subspecies of the Kirin, and its combat power is generally stronger than that of ordinary races. Ha ha ha. Zhang Tai himself was very satisfied. Yes, it's better than I expected. I don't think I need to change this card until I reach gold level. Zhang Tai turned to ask, how many of us are left in there now? Mu whispered, there are 5 left, Su Yuan, Xia Yu, Xiang Dingqian, Shang Baiyu, and Luo Bingtong. Okay. It depends on how many 4-leaf spirits they can have. Everyone looked at the entrance to the secret realm with concern, and He Yanan's eyes also surged with hope. According to the information about the students in the class that I got, the remaining 5 people have very good soul card qualifications, at least 400 points, and they all have a good chance of getting the 4-leaf essence. Especially Su Yuan and Luo Bingtong are the best, with a soul card score of over 440. Even if their attributes don't match, it's probably enough to attract more than one 4-leaf spirit. Chapter 131 Golden Bird. In the secret realm, Su Yuan was still moving forward, but at this moment, 2 unusually strong breaths suddenly came from the front. Its intensity is much higher than that of all the 3-leaf spirits encountered before, including the Flame Sand Beast and the Variety Buddha. Could it be Yotsuba? Su Yuan's heart perked up, and he quickly concentrated his attention and swept forward. There are 2 spirits, the one on the left is a turtle-shaped spirit larger than hellfire, and on the back of this spirit, there are 4 black rock pillars several meters long. The 4-leaf spirit, the master star beast of the 2 elements of earth and water, the 4-pillar sea-suppressing beast. The other one is a humanoid star beast spirit. He has a dragon-headed body, a ferocious face, and muscles all over his body. Complex flame lines are all over his body. He is full of explosive power at a glance. 4-leaf essence, Fire Master Star Beast, Flame Melt Tyrannosaurus. After just a brief thought, Su Yuan looked at the Flame Melt Tyrannosaurus beast. It has strong fire and physical qualities, and it is also a humanoid star beast. It is simply tailor-made for you. This is it. Once you choose the right one, you don't have to think too much. With a thought in Su Yuan's mind, his mental power covered the essence of the flame-melting Tyrannosaurus beast. The flame-melt Tyrannosaurus also looked up. Spiritual communication was successfully established, and Su Yuan quickly received its response. There is only one word, that is war. The red light on the flame-melt Tyrannosaurus beast's body surged, and in just a short moment, it turned from virtual to real, using the energy in the secret realm to reshape its body, and turned into a powerful star beast that could be seen and touched by the naked eye. Although the realm is suppressed and only high-level bronze, its violent and terrifying aura is the same as before. Su Yuan's eyes froze, and he turned over his hand and took out the dragon armor sword. Just when Su Yuan was about to take action, he suddenly noticed something flying through the air. Su Yuan looked up and saw that the moon hanging high in the western sky was actually sliding down towards a certain place in the secret realm. What happened? Su Yuan was slightly shocked. The moon in this secret realm actually fell? What are you doing? Nothing will happen. Before Su Yuan could think about it, the flame-melt Tyrannosaurus beast in front had already rushed over. Su Yuan immediately put down his thoughts and waved the dragon armor sword to meet him. My own strength qualification is also C, so how can I be timid? In just a short moment, one person and one beast were fighting each other. When the dragon armor sword clashed with Greymon's right arm, but was unable to cut it off, which shows the amazing defense of Flame Greymon's body. That's not all. The flame-melt Tyrannosaurus blocked the dragon armor sword with its right arm, and gradually pushed forward. Its strength was somewhat stronger than Su Yuan. Su Yuan was amazed, but also secretly happy. Very good. The stronger it is, when its essence is turned into a strengthened star card, it should also bring a considerable strength bonus. Greymon's right arm was holding the dragon armor sword, and the fire in his left hand was beating and he was about to punch out, but Su Yuan took the lead and made a move. As soon as his mind moved, the power of the dark space quickly surged into the long sword, and it was suddenly unfolded. Air cut. Greymon's combat intuition is very keen. It senses danger almost as soon as the spatial fluctuations on the sword appear, and immediately stops and retreats. However, even so, there was still an inch-deep wound on Greymon's right arm, and because of its hasty retreat, its own fighting posture also showed flaws. Yuan was already prepared. As soon as he stepped on the strong wind, he spread out his wind and walked forward. The wind step and super high agility brings extremely flexible sword skills, like black stars flashing randomly, and the jet black sword lights are constantly slashing down like wind and rain. Greymon kept retreating to defend itself, and in just a few moments, there were more than a dozen scars of various sizes on its body. Simply fast, simply strong. In other words, Greymon's fighting instinct is extremely strong. If it had been any other star beast, it would have been missing arms and legs. After retreating several steps in a row, Greymon had also finished accumulating its momentum, pouring a large amount of star power into its feet and suddenly stepped out. Bang! The ground shattered, and raging red flames exploded forward in a fan shape from where Tyrannosaurus landed, instantly igniting to a height of several meters. The power was astonishing. However, Greymon frowned, feeling vaguely that the blow did not seem to hit the target, and the opponent's figure seemed to disappear in the flames. Just at this moment, Greymon noticed some faint fluctuations of star power coming from behind him. With its strong fighting instinct, Greymon dodged to the side without thinking. At the same time, the red fire patterns on its body suddenly lit up, and a large amount of flames surged out of itself. Suddenly, a strong heavy pressure came down, and the body of Greymon that was about to get out of the way suddenly sank. At the same time, a figure burst into the raging flames, and in a flash of black light, it cut off Greymon's head. Bang! Greymon's figure and the flames outside it exploded instantly, and a stream of essence flew out with the overflowing energy. It was Flame Melt Greymon, and it turned into its original appearance again. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. The explosion of the fire element is really powerful. Yuan put away the long knife and looked at himself. It only took a moment to chop off the head of the Flame Melt Greymon, but the defense of the hardened iron suit was almost completely burned through by the flames. Shaking his head, Yuan looked up at the spirit of the Flame Melt Tyrannosaurus beast that fell back to the ground not far ahead, and stretched out his hand towards it. The spirit of Tyrannosaurus beast roared low, and then ran towards Yuan. But at this moment, accompanied by bursts of burning sensation, there was a sudden strong wave above the head. Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and he teleported 100 meters away in a flash of silver light. The next moment, as if fire fell from the sky, a ball of golden fire suddenly descended on the ground. Boom! The gilt-like flames surged forward, and the powerful air waves blew the spirit of the flame-melting Tyrannosaurus beast far away after it had just retreated 20 or 30 meters. Yuan raised his hand to block in front of him, squinted his eyes slightly and looked forward, only to see a golden divine bird standing with its head held high in the gilded flames. This divine bird has 3 legs, with golden flames dancing in its eyes. Its body is elegant and gorgeous, and its expression is majestic and domineering. It is staring at Yuan intently. But Yuan's eyes fell on the forehead of this 3-legged divine bird, and he couldn't move away for a long time, because there were 5 reincarnated leaves burning like flames. 5-leaf essence. Yuan's heart skipped a beat. It was actually the 5-leaf essence? Yuan suddenly realized something and looked up into the sky. In addition to the moon that had fallen in the west, the sun in the east had also disappeared. Could it be that? Yuan's heart skipped a beat and he looked at the 3-legged divine bird in front of him again. The sun in the sky is actually this 3-legged divine bird. At this moment, the 3-legged divine bird opened and closed its beak, and a thought was conveyed to Yuan's mind through mental power. Phoenix Clan. Yuan knew that it was referring to his Phoenix of the Blue Sky Soul card, so he nodded slightly. The golden flames in the eyes of the 3-legged divine bird flashed, and another thought came over. Beat me and come with you. Su Yuan's heart moved slightly. This situation should be what Gang Kaiyi once mentioned, when other spirits are interested in him at the same time and need to make a choice. One is the flame-melt Tyrannosaurus beast that can be taken away directly, and the second is the three-legged divine bird in front of him with an extremely powerful aura. If it were a spirit of the same level, maybe we would consider it, but since it is an extremely rare five-leaf spirit, why should we consider it? Su Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, and when he swung the sword, the dark light flooded the blade again, and he killed him in a flash. The three-legged divine bird waved its right wing, and in an instant, several sword-like blazing golden lights shot over in a fan shape. Su Yuan's heart trembled, and he immediately started teleporting and dodged to the side. But those rays of golden light penetrated countless trees in succession and finally hit the mountain in the distance. Bang bang bang! The ground exploded violently, blasting out large craters several meters in diameter on the mountain. Su Yuan's pupils shrank, so strong. The attacks of this three-legged divine bird are fierce, domineering, and extremely concentrated, far beyond what ordinary master star beasts can unleash. If such a tyrannical attack fell on someone, he would be seriously injured or even killed immediately. Su Yuan's eyes condensed slightly, and a seal quickly formed as the star power surged. On the ground, the three-legged divine bird turned its head and locked onto Su Yuan, who was dodging far away. With another wave of its wings, several more swords and golden lights shot over quickly. This time, Su Yuan not only used teleportation to increase the distance, but he was also prepared and immediately launched his wind walk and dodged past without any risk. At this time, the thought of the three-legged divine bird sounded in Su Yuan's heart again. How can you win if you just dodge? Su Yuan chuckled, this divine bird spirit is quite upright and simple. It seems that these reincarnated spirits have been sleeping in the ground since the birth of consciousness. Although they have existed for countless years, they are still much simpler than the star beasts outside. However, Su Yuan naturally would not fight with it. After completing the hand seal, a strange wave spread in the void. After doing this, Su Yuan swung the long knife with black light and slashed in front of him, and a 10-meter-long jet-black line immediately opened outside the body of the three-legged divine bird. It is indeed the power of space. The eyes of the three-legged divine bird suddenly became more solemn, and the fire on its body was like a golden line of fire, and it was about to dodge under the broken line at the critical moment. But how could Su Yuan give it such a chance? In a flash of silver light, he appeared in front of the three-legged bird and slashed it with his knife. The three-legged divine bird quickly spread its wings to resist. Kang! The sound of metal clashing sounded, and the air-cutting enchanted dragon armor sword only cut a little into the wings of the three-legged bird, but failed to cut it off. But this was enough. Su Yuan didn't want to kill the opponent with this sword, he just wanted to stop it for a moment. In just this moment, the power of the broken line has exploded. As soon as the black light bloomed, the golden flames dissipated, and a long wound suddenly appeared on the three-legged bird's body. It whined and then staggered back quickly. Not dead. Su Yuan was surprised. Even if this three-legged divine bird is a five-leaf spirit, it is only a high-level bronze. And looking back so far, no opponent who has been hit head-on by the boundary line has survived. But this three-legged bird was only injured, which shows its strong defense. But this attack failed him, and he also had a backup plan. The three-legged divine bird quickly stood upright, and as soon as it raised its wings, another stream of golden light from the sword condensed out. But at this time, a strong energy fluctuation suddenly came from the air. But in mid-air above his head, two meteorites with green flames were falling rapidly. The three-legged divine bird himself had fallen from the sky, and now he saw something else falling from the sky and hitting his head, and he was still a little stunned for a moment. But it only took a moment for the three-legged bird to react. The aura of the meteorite was astonishing. Even if he was hit, he would not be able to take advantage of it. He would immediately flutter his wings and get out of the way. Su Yuan raised his left hand, and the heavy pressure of the magnetism fell. The three-legged divine bird felt its whole body sinking, and with a cold snort, a large amount of gilded flames surged out, instantly weakening the power of the heavy pressure of the Yuan magnetic force to the extreme, and then continued to escape. However, Su Yuan was not far away. At this time, he rushed over and entangled it tightly with a series of slashes with his sword. The meteorite was close to the head, and the three-legged bird was frightened. Unexpectedly, Su Yuan was not afraid of death. No, he could teleport. Boom! There were two loud noises in succession, and strong air waves swayed around like strong winds. Su Yuan appeared dozens of meters away, raised his eyes and looked forward. The smoke gradually dissipated, and the two hellfires stood up in the two huge pits on the ground. The three-legged divine bird was being stepped on by one of the hellfires, and was struggling to support itself with its right wing. When Su Yuan saw this, he immediately flew forward. At this moment, the golden flames in the eyes of the three-legged divine bird jumped, and then a large amount of golden sword light burst out from the right wing of the three-legged divine bird. From bottom to top, it instantly covered Hellfire's right leg and even his entire body. It's as easy to mince as tofu. The extremely powerful Hellfire was killed just like that? Su Yuan's heart trembled. This three-legged divine bird was first hit by the boundary line, and then hit by the meteorite from Hellfire. It actually still has such fighting power. Moreover, although Hellfire did not put on demon armor or deploy evil energy shield, its own defense was already very powerful. In the battle so far, Hellfire was killed for the first time. However, at this time, the three-legged divine bird seemed to be reaching its limit. One of its legs and one wing were missing, and it was unknown what kind of severe injuries it had suffered within its body. That is to say, this body is condensed from the energy of the secret realm. If it were a physical body, it would probably be much worse than this. Just when Su Yuan was about to join forces with the remaining Hellfire to attack, the three-legged bird looked up at Su Yuan. You win. As this thought resounded in Su Yuan's mind, the body of the three-legged divine bird suddenly exploded. As the golden flames rolled, a golden-red spirit spread its wings and flew into Su Yuan's hand. The brilliance leaped and transformed into I got a star card with a hint of purple in the blue. Reincarnated Essence Three-Legged Golden Crow, Restricted Status. Chapter 132 Burning in the Sun. Three-Legged Golden Crow? This star card seems different from the ordinary blue card. Su Yuan looked at this star card transformed from the essence of the three-legged bird, and then took out the exploding bull demon fist. Comparing the two, the difference became more obvious. This reincarnated essence three-legged golden crow, restricted status, not only contains stronger fluctuations, but the most intuitive thing is that there is a faint purple brilliance on the back of this card. Is it related to this restricted state? No matter how many things there are, maybe you can find out by inlaying it first. The 5-leaf essence is extremely precious. Although Teacher Xiao He is here, the Antarctic Academy will not ask for this card back, but it is the safest way to directly inlay it. What you eat into your stomach belongs to you. With a thought in his mind, Su Yuan used his own star power to communicate with this star card. Starlight circulated on the card, and then suddenly flashed, disappearing from the palm and entering the star power cyclone. The blue-purple brilliance kept flashing, and finally, it successfully filled up the last skill slot of the bronze level. In the process, the three-legged golden crow essence gradually dissipated, revealing the true name of the skill transformed by the essence. Sun-burning body technique, restricted status. Great sun-burning body technique? Su Yuan's heart moved slightly. This name sounded vast and unpredictable. As the Great Sun-burning body technique was completed, a large amount of insights and experiences flooded into his mind. Su Yuan could not help but close his eyes slightly and began to digest. And when Su Yuan finished digesting and opened his eyes again, a pair of silver pupils were filled with uncontrollable surprise. This blue card can actually be upgraded to a purple card. Su Yuan's heart suddenly jumped. According to the information obtained from this star card, the soul ascending tree was originally a 4th level spiritual plant, so not only master star beasts, but even epic star beasts can benefit from its unique effects. For countless years, 7 or 8 epic star beasts, including the 3-legged golden crow, died beside the soul ascending tree. However, when the secret realm where all monsters sleep is formed, in order to control the energy threshold and maintain the stability of the secret realm, all the spirits reincarnated by the epic star beasts need to be restricted and downgraded to master quality. Thus, the 5-leaf essence was born. All 5-leaf spirits were actually epic star beasts during their lifetime. According to the information in the card, in order to lift the restriction of Great Sun Burning Body Technique, restricted status, 3 conditions need to be met. First, the star card master needs to reach the gold level and have the basic conditions for inlaying epic purple cards. Second, this skill needs to be cultivated to perfection. Third, it requires absorbing a large amount of fire energy. Su Yuan looked thoughtful. It was not difficult to practice the skill to perfection, he could even do it quickly. But the first and third conditions are not so easy to achieve. Among them, the gold level is at least promising. With the phoenix of the blue sky, the soul-binding divine tree, and the star mist pond, Su Yuan is sure that he will be able to advance to the gold level in his junior or even sophomore year, or at most just 2 years. Just for absorbing a large amount of fire energy, I don't know how large this large amount is. I have no idea at all. I can only look at it in the future. But even so, as a downgraded blue card from the epic purple card, the effect of this card is definitely T0 level. Su Yuan was excited and his eyes were full of joy. According to the information in this card, the 3-legged golden crow is a star beast that specializes in fire. After the 3-legged golden crow evolved into the legendary Taihao golden crow, it was able to transform into Haoang and directly master 36 kinds of divine fire. One of the suns is true fire. And such a star beast's understanding of fire is not as good as that of the fire phoenix. Although the Great Sun Burning Body Technique can unlock the restrictions, it still cannot allow Su Yuan to master the true fire of the sun. But it can stimulate the potential of the caster by controlling flames and drastically improve the caster's attributes. Depending on the intensity of the flame, the restricted sun burning technique can complete 3 levels of enhancement: red, yellow, and white. You can achieve red flame enhancement at the beginning, yellow flame enhancement at mastery, and white flame enhancement at perfection. Each stage of strengthening will greatly increase the body's strength, agility, star power intensity and additional fire skill damage. It seems that it will have other characteristics when it reaches the white flame stage. Generally speaking, this is a T0 level enhanced skill for ultimate attack, which greatly enhances strength, agility, star strength, and fire skill damage, but does not improve defense or physical fitness at all. Without defense and physique, it doesn't matter. Su Yuan's fighting style has always been proactive and strong. The Burning Sun technique focuses all the strengthening points on output, which is very good. The sun is the 5-leaf 3-legged golden crow. I don't know what the moon is. It is probably another 5-leaf spirit. I don't know who can get it. Su Yuan looked up at the sky of the secret realm. The previous days and months had disappeared, and now there was nothing. Just as Su Yuan was thinking, an increasingly strong feeling of rejection suddenly came from around him. Then get ready to leave. The Antarctic Academy has bled a little this time, right? Su Yuan smiled, and with a thought in his mind, he allowed this power to act on himself. Outside the secret realm, Su Yuan and the others haven't come out yet. There was a trace of doubt in Du Tao's eyes. Zhang Tai grinned. Almost 10 minutes have passed. I guess they may have encountered the 4-leaf spirit. That's right, almost 10 minutes have passed since Zhang Tai came out, but no one came out of the entrance to the secret realm. Du Tao hesitated and said, forget about Su Yuan and Xia Yu, Qin Shangbaiyu, a healer, get the 4-leaf essence. Don't underestimate Shangbaiyu. He is still the person with the fastest breathing rate in the class. It's not that simple. Du Tao laughed, of course I don't underestimate him. Maybe this guy can go in and take a few mouthfuls and knock out all the four-leaf spirits. While the two were chatting like this, Liu Yingying's eyes lit up and she whispered, "Look, Xiang Dingqian is out." Zhang and Tai quickly looked up. I saw Xiang Dingqian appearing on the secret path. Although his face was expressionless, there was a strong look of confidence in his eyes. Zhang Tai and other people from Demon City Academy had some suspicions in their hearts when they saw him. Could it be, it's Yotsuba? In the eyes of teachers and students from various colleges, Xiang Dingqian strode out. When passing through the barrier, a large amount of black energy as dark and deep as substance surged up, forming a vague human-shaped black shadow above his head. This black figure is tall and burly, with 6 magic wings on its back. Its face cannot be seen clearly, but its pair of scarlet eyes are clearly visible. He holds a sword in his right hand and a halberd on his shoulder in his left hand. His breath is perverse and his eyes are fierce. What kind of spirit is this? It feels so strong. As soon as the black shadow spirit above Xiang Dingqian's head appeared, many students screamed in surprise. A hint of surprise flashed in He Yanan's eyes, and he didn't even recognize the star beast spirit. Looking towards Wang Su, the middle-aged male teacher in charge of the secret realm at Antarctic College, he saw a faint look of pain on Wang Su's face. Seeing this, He Yanan couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. No matter what kind of star beast spirit you are, if it can make Wang Su feel a little bit of pain, that's a good spirit. And soon, the male teacher with glasses in charge of registration also reported the information of this spirit through the barrier. 4-leaf essence, Tiankui Demon Shadow. Chapter 133 Tu Wei. Is it the demon shadow of Tiankui? He Yanan thought thoughtfully and started to think about it. If I remember correctly, this is a special group of star beasts that existed in ancient times. It was born in a special area. There are 108 of them in total. It is unique. However, it no longer exists in the eastern continent now. It can be said to be extremely rare. Xiang Dingqian walked down after a few steps. Teacher Xiaohe. Xiang Dingqian greeted. Not bad, not bad. He Yanan nodded with satisfaction, speaking of which, Tiankuoxing is also one of the 36 heavenly gangs. You may be destined to get this reincarnated soul. I understand. Xiang Dingqian was extremely satisfied. Tiankui Moying is the third 4-leaf spirit in the audience after Zhou Hao and Chen Zhijun, and is also the first 4-leaf spirit in Yeadu Academy. Not long after Xiang Dingqian came out, he saw flashes of light on the secret path, and Shang Baiyu and Xiaoyu appeared almost at the same time. Xiaoyu looked at Shang Baiyu next to her. I didn't expect you to stay in there for so long. Judging from your appearance, you have learned a lot. Haha, not bad, good luck. Shang Baiyu said casually. Then let's go. Xiaoyu said something and walked out first, and Shang Baiyu followed with a smile. When the two people passed through the barrier, a blood-red dragon and a sky-reaching branch with only its main trunk appeared above their heads. And there is a 4-leaf mark on the red dragon and the sky-reaching tree branch. 4-leaf essence, Sun Eclipse Dragon. 4-leaf essence, King Yuan reaches the sky tree. The male teacher with glasses in charge of registration swallowed his saliva and then reported it. Within a minute, 3 4-leaf spirits appeared in succession, and all the teachers and students couldn't help but started talking loudly. Just now there was 1 4-leaf spirit, and now there are 2 more 4-leaf spirits? Now there are 3 4-leaf spirits in Yeadu Academy. Su Yuan hasn't come out yet. Plus Su Yuan, wouldn't there be 4 people? There may be more. Just counting, there are 48 people on the field now. Besides Su Yuan, there is 1 more person in there. It seems like. I remembered, it was the white-haired girl. Last year, there were only 4 4-leaf star beasts. This year, there are already 3 even before everyone from Demon City Academy comes out. Looking at the 2 4-leaf spirits on the heads of Xiaoyu and Shangbaiyu, Wang Su felt a slight pain in his body. He took 2 deep breaths without changing his expression, and then gradually relieved the pain in his heart. After all, they are the precious 4-leaf essences of our academy. It's okay if you take away 1 or 2, but here you have 3. It's hard to resist. There won't be any more. Thinking that there were 2 people from Demon Capital Academy inside, Wang Su couldn't help but feel a little frightened. He quickly turned around and stared at the entrance of the secret realm. As for Yeadu Academy, Yanan was so happy that his eyes almost narrowed into crescent moons. I heard from Teacher Su, who led the top class last year, that they only had 2 4-leaf spirits at that time. And now, before Su Yuan and Luo Bingtong came out, there were already 3 4-leaf spirits. With the soul card qualifications of Su Yuan and Luo Bingtong, the 4-leaf essence is definitely not a problem. Then this time, wouldn't our Demon City Academy be able to obtain 5 4-leaf essences from the place where all demons sleep? Making a lot of money, making a lot of money. Thinking of this, Yanan couldn't help laughing again. Xiaoyu glanced at the team and asked, "Isn't Su Yuan out yet?" "Not yet." Zhang Tai took over. "Not only Su Yuan, but also Luo Bingtong hasn't come out yet." Luo Bingtong. Xiaoyu and the others glanced around and realized that Luo Bingtong had indeed not come out. There is no way, Luo Bingtong usually doesn't speak. Although his silver hair is highly recognizable, his sense of presence is relatively low. At this moment, there was movement again at the entrance to the secret realm. In a flash of light, Su Yuan appeared on the secret path. "Coming!" Yanan reminded in a low voice. Everyone in Yeadu Academy quickly looked over. Not only Yeadu College, but also students from other colleges also paid attention. Su Yuan appeared and saw hundreds of teachers and students in the audience looking over. He didn't feel any pressure, so he walked out along the path. However, after walking a few steps, another wave of waves came from behind, but it was Luo Bingtong who was heard. Looking at Su Yuan in front of him, Luo Bingtong's eyes lit up and he ran up in a few steps. Su Yuan smiled and walked out with her. "Here we come, I wonder if Su Yuan is Yotsuba." Zhang Tai's eyes flashed with curiosity. Mu Qingyu, who was standing next to him, said, "I think Su Yuan must be it, but I don't know if Bingtong is also SI yet." "She should be the same." Xiaoyu crossed her arms. "At least I am more optimistic about Luo Bingtong than Shangbaiyu." Shangbaiyu. While everyone was talking, Su Yuan had already taken the lead to reach the barrier. Accompanied by a high-pitched bird song, a ball of golden flame like the sun flew straight into the sky above Su Yuan's head. Among the golden flames, a 3-legged divine bird looked down at the people below, with a dignified and majestic expression, golden flames dancing in its eyes, and on its forehead, there were 5 quietly burning golden reincarnation leaves. In an instant, the whole place fell silent, and everyone stared blankly at the golden spirit high in the sky. Even Wang Su, Yanan, and other leading teachers from various colleges had eyes full of shock that almost burst out of their eyes. Wang Su's eyes widened. After confirming several times that he was not dazzled, he couldn't help but feel a strong sense of pain in his heart. It's actually Wuye. This is the 5-leaf essence left by the epic star beast. There are less than 10 in total. An uncontrollable look of surprise gradually emerged in Yanan's eyes, and he could hardly help but laugh out loud. After a short period of silence, a group of students also reacted one after another, and the whole place suddenly became excited. 5 leaves. Isn't the highest one 4 leaves? How come there are 5 leaves? Holy crap, it's really Wuye. So there is still Wuye essence in this secret realm. Su Yuan actually got the 5-leaf essence. Just when people were shouting and screaming and horrified, Luo Bingtong, who followed Su Yuan and stepped into the barrier, was filled with frost, and another ball of extremely cold air flew into the sky. In the cold air, there is an indifferent spirit with ice muscles and jade bones, and black ice bone spurs all over its body. And on the forehead of this spirit, there are also 5 reincarnation leaves carved by ice. 1 yang and 1 yin, 1 gold and 1 white, 2 spirits, 1 on the left and 1 on the right, sit high in the sky. Outside the barrier, all the teachers and students stared up at the sky in disbelief with their eyes wide open. At this moment, the originally noisy scene suddenly fell into silence again. Chapter 134 The Secret Realm of Demon City Academy. Looking at the 2 5-leaf spirits high in the sky, Wang Su's face froze and he covered his chest, feeling like his heart was being cut by a knife and cramping. How can it be? 2 5-leaf essences that haven't appeared in decades actually appeared today. What's going on? The other teachers and students also came to their senses one after another. After a moment of silence, the whole place became excited again. Another 5-leaf spirit? Really or not, is there a bug in the secret realm? Yes, there must be a bug, otherwise why would there be 2 5-leaf essences? Xiaoyu, Zhang Tai and others were also stunned. They looked at each other, but they didn't know what to say. They had heard He Yanan talk about the 5-leaf essence before, and everyone did have some thoughts. However, after seeing the explosion rate of the 3 and 4-leaf essences in front of them, everyone in Yaidu put away their thoughts. But now, not only did the 5-leaf essence appear, but 2 appeared at once. Su Yuan and Luo Bingtong, both of them actually got the 5-leaf essence. Originally, if Su Yuan got the 4-leaf essence, no matter how good it was, everyone in the demon city would be mentally prepared for this guy who was always unexpected. But as Su Yuan obtained the 5-leaf essence, everyone once again felt that the 3 and 4-leaf essence he had obtained suddenly no longer tasted good. At the edge of the barrier, the male teacher with glasses in charge of registration belatedly announced the names of the 2 spirits. 5-leaf essence, 3-legged golden crow. 5-leaf essence, Xianming Ice Soul. Xianming Ice Soul? Su Yuan's heart moved slightly, and he looked up at the indifferent ice beast next to the 3-legged golden crow. It was probably the downgraded spirit of an epic star beast. At this moment, Su Yuan's eyes flashed, and Wang Su from Antarctic College suddenly appeared in front of him. Wang Su looked at the 2 of them and asked with a smile, 2 classmates, are you willing to provide these 2 star cards to my Antarctic College? We will offer very generous items in exchange, including a real purple star card and many other precious resources. Saying this, Wang Su flashed his hand, and 2 star cards glowing with mysterious purple light appeared in his hand. If you are willing to exchange, these 2 purple cards will be given to you right away. Wang Su waved the 2 purple cards in front of Su Yuan and Luo Bingtong. 2 real purple star cards. Everyone around them suddenly widened their eyes when they saw this, and even Su Yuan couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. But in an instant, Su Yuan calmed down. First of all, even if it is a real purple card, I can't use it now. It will take at least 1 or 2 years to reach the gold level. Secondly, the value of enhanced star cards, especially rare enhanced star cards, is far beyond that of conventional star cards such as attack, defense, and treatment. The Antarctic Academy teacher would offer to use another purple card in exchange for the sun burning technique, which is currently restricted and only of blue quality, which itself is enough to illustrate this problem. Luo Bingtong seemed a little confused about what Wang Su said. Su Yuan walked forward slightly and said, Teacher, I'm sorry, we have already embedded the star card. Don't you think about it anymore? The conditions can still be negotiated. Wang Su obviously didn't believe it, and when he was about to say something else, a golden light flashed in front of him, and He Yanan had already jumped over to block Su Yuan and the other 2. Teacher Wang, we 2 students obtained this essence from the place where all demons sleep according to the rules and with our own abilities. You shouldn't ask them to hand it over, right? He Yanan said with a smile on his lips. Haha, Teacher He, look at what you said, how is that possible? I just sincerely took out 2 purple cards to exchange with them. Yanan crossed his arms and glanced at the purple card in Wang Su's hand. He didn't clarify his words, but just smiled and said, "So now it seems that my 2 students are not willing to exchange. Well, if that's the case then forget it." When Wang Su saw Yanan approaching, he knew there was no chance. He sighed secretly, put away the zika in his hand, turned around and walked away. Yanan turned around and warned Su Yuan and the others, "Remember, these 2 star cards are very precious. Don't be deceived by others, no matter how good they come up with." Wang Su, who hadn't gone far yet, turned dark. "How could I be considered a liar?" Su Yuan nodded and said, "Don't worry, Teacher Xiaohe, I have indeed inlaid it." Luo Bingtong on the side also nodded her head. Seeing this, Yanan couldn't help but smile and said, "That's good, come back with me first." Good. Seeing Su Yuan and Luo Bingtong return to the team with Yanan, the masters from various colleges couldn't help but feel complicated. The gap is getting bigger and bigger. Chen Zhijun looked at Su Yuan and Luo Bingtong and couldn't help but sigh secretly. "I originally thought that this time I would be lucky enough to get a 4-leaf thunder-type spirit, which would greatly increase my strength. However, Su Yuan directly produced a 5-leaf spirit. The face of Ling Long next to him was even more ugly. The way of the strong is to retreat if you don't advance. Today I am 1 step behind, and if I want to make up for it later, I don't know how much more effort it will take. It's good that I can put in the effort, but what I'm afraid of is that no matter how much effort I put in, I won't be able to make up for it. After all, you are making progress, and so are others. Not only Ling Long and Chen Zhijun, but also Zhou Hao, Zhang Chun and other geniuses from various schools who were defeated by Su Yuan also felt a sense of powerlessness in their hearts. In a sparring match, they can't beat each other. Now looking for spirits, a group of 3-leaf and 4-leafed ones will be beaten by Su Yuan's 5-leafed 3-legged golden crow in the same way? Su Yuan, Bingtong, you were able to find the 5-leaf essence. It's amazing. Seeing Su Yuan and Luo Bingtong coming back, Lu Yingying said in admiration. Shang Baiyu and others also expressed their exclamation and congratulations. However, despite being amazed, no one was so envious of the 5-leaf essences of Su Yuan and the others that they even became jealous. After all, in the eyes of everyone, although the star card transformed by Wu Yejing's soul is very strong, it is just a T0 level blue card. The blue cards transformed by my own 3 and 4-leaf essences are slightly weaker, but there is no huge difference. Of course, if everyone in Demon City knew that this card could be upgraded to a purple card, they might not be so easy to accept. Xiang Dingqian walked up to Su Yuan, and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. "I knew you might get the 5-leaf essence. It's just good luck." Su Yuan shook his head slightly. In the Sleeping Land, he didn't show anything special, and the 3-legged golden crow spirit came over on its own initiative. Not only that, I also met a lot of 3 and 4-leaf spirits in the front. It went smoothly, which can only be attributed to good luck. Anyway, now that the 5-leaf essence has been obtained, there is no need to delve into it. The reason has nothing to do with me. Everyone in Yeadu had some exchanges with each other. Su Yuan also learned about the essences obtained by Xiang Dingqian, Zhang Tai, and others, and couldn't help but secretly nodded. It seems that most of the essences obtained by everyone are more suitable for them. The surprise in Yanan's heart has not subsided yet, and he smiled and said to everyone, "You performed very well in 10,000 Demons Sleeping Land. Your results this time are the highest since Antarctic College opened this secret realm to major colleges in the southeast region. The current grades of Yeadu Academy are 2 5-leaf, 3 4-leaf, and 6 3-leaf. Since the opening of 10,000 Demons Sleeping Land, there have never been 2 5-leaf essences appearing at one time. From this point alone, this time Yeadu Academy can be called the best in history. The next order is Antarctic College, 5th wave, East Pole College, and Antarctic College, 6th wave, right. Well, look, the fifth wave of people from the Antarctic Academy has passed. Although Yeadu Academy has ended, the secret realm continues, and everyone will not leave together until they have been to the secret realm. Before entering the secret realm, everyone in Demon City was still a little nervous, but now that they came out of the secret realm, everyone became more relaxed. Xiaoyu suddenly asked, "By the way, teacher, the place where all demons sleep is the most famous secret place in Antarctic College. Then what is the most famous secret place in our Demon City College?" After hearing Xiaoyu's question, everyone couldn't help but look over. He Yanan smiled and said, "That's a good question. For the Academy, secret realms are also extremely precious resources like teachers and star cards. All first-class universities have at least one secret realm, and our Yeadu College has the right to explore several secret realms. Among them, the most famous one, is the Land of Sword Relics." The Land of Sword Relics. That's right, during the Human-Monster War, in order to expel the star beasts and establish the Great Yan Kingdom, we had several large-scale battles with the major demon clans. During this period, countless strong men fell and countless magical weapons were lost. After the Great Yan Kingdom was established, a certain powerful man in the country opened up a secret realm and used his supreme magical power to recall all the human divine soldiers lost in these major battles. Later, when the Demon City was established, this secret realm was moved here, and our Demon City Academy also had the right to explore it. The magic weapon lost in the battle between humans and monsters. Zhang Tai was extremely excited. "Aren't there many ancient magic weapons in there?" Of course, for example, the 9 Palaces Demon Ceiling Diagram, one of the most precious treasures of our Demon City Academy, originally came from the Land of Sword Relics. The most precious treasure of Demon City Academy, the 9 Palaces Demon Ceiling Map? Su Yuan and others were shocked. Although I don't know what the 9 Palaces Demon Ceiling Diagram is, if it can be called the most treasure of Demon City Academy along with the Requiem Xian Burial Monument, it must also be a star weapon of legendary quality. In other words, this Land of Sword Legacy can even produce legendary star weapons. Even though the probability is extremely low, it still makes the people of Yeadu Academy and others yearn for it. Chapter 135 Sparring Test. He Yanan smiled and said, "But you don't need to consider entering the Land of Sword Relics now. If you want to enter the Land of Sword Relics once, you will need 1,000 credits. 1,000 credits. Everyone's hearts were shocked. There are more than 100 kinds of blue cards that can be stably produced in Yeadu Academy for exchange, covering various types, various elements, and various weapons. Although the quality may not be very good, it can at least meet the most basic needs of students and will not leave students with no cards to choose from. Because of the college's discounts, the price range of these star cards is basically between 100 credits and 300 credits. Only high-quality blue cards at the T1 level may cost several hundred credits. Outside, T1 level blue cards are worth at least tens of millions, and they are often priced but not available. Therefore, the purchasing power of credits is evident. And just entering the Land of Sword Relics once, actually costs 1,000 credits? With 1,000 credits, you can redeem 4 or 5 fairly good blue cards at the Academy. Zhang Tai smacked his lips. "This is really not something we can consider. Who can afford 1,000 credits?" He Yanan smiled. So the students of Yeadu Academy all plan to visit the Land of Sword Relics before graduation. Before graduation, most Yeadu students were able to collect the points required to enter the Land of Sword Relics once while maintaining basic training. And at that time, it is also when you are the strongest, and the rewards of entering the Land of Sword Relics will be the greatest. So that's it. He Yanan smiled and added, "So, the Land of Sword Relics can also be regarded as one of the graduation ceremonies of our Demon City Academy. For students in Yeadu, college life without entering the Land of Sword Relics is not considered a complete college life." While everyone in Demon City was chatting, all the students from Antarctic College and Dongji College also entered the secret realm and came out. Among the 30 people in Dongji Academy, Cai Fanghua received the 4-leaf essence. However, Fang Minjiao was a bit regretful. Like the other 6 students in the team, he only received the 3-leaf essence. As expected, the Antarctic Academy placed most of the elite masters in the last wave. Among the 50 people in the last wave, one student named Chen Junling got the 4-leaf essence, and the other 4 got the 3-leaf essence, including Geng Kaihuyi's junior brother Yang Yang. In addition to the 4 3-leaf spirits that appeared earlier, Antarctic Academy has a total of 1 4-leaf spirit and 8 3-leaf spirits. Although Cai Fanghua and Chen Junling from Antarctic College also got the 4-leaf essence behind them, with the 2 5-leaf essences from Yeouido College in front, the 4-leaf essence undoubtedly lost a lot of color. At this point, all 500 people from the 7 major colleges have completed the test. The secret realm results of each major college are as follows. Yeouido Academy, 2 5-leaf, 3 4-leaf, 6 3-leaf. Antarctic Academy, 1 4-leaf, 8 3-leaf. Dongji Academy, 1 4-leaf, 6 3-leaf. Wanzhou College, 1 4-leaf, 5 3-leaf. Liuzhu College, 1 4-leaf, 5 3-leaf. Qingzhou College, 5 Sanyi. Yangzhou College, 3 Sanyi. A total of 2 5-leaf, 7 4-leaf, and 38 3-leaf. At this point, the Antarctic Academy's group of demons slumbering can be considered a perfect end. In the evening, each hospital began to return one after another. Geng Kaihuyi also learned about the situation of the 10,000 demons resting place from the forum, and immediately sent a message to Su Yuan to confirm. After receiving Su Yuan's affirmation, Geng Kaihuyi took a while to say anything. He was obviously very shocked. At noon the next day, Su Yuan and others returned to the demon city. After returning to the academy, come directly to the old place, Yang Yifeng. Su Yuan had just gotten off the plane when he received a message from Yang Yifeng. That's right, I wanted to go find the teacher. After returning to the academy, Su Yuan went straight to the library tower. The outer walkway on the 3rd floor of the library tower, the old place. Teacher. Su Yuan greeted. Yang Yifeng waved his hand, sit down. When Su Yuan sat down, Yang Yifeng asked directly, I heard that you got the 5-leaf essence in the place where all monsters sleep, or the 3-legged golden crow of the fire element. Su Yuan nodded, that's right. Good. Yang Yifeng's eyes lit up. The 3-legged golden crow is an epic star beast that first existed in ancient times. It is difficult to find traces of it in modern times. The Golden Crow clan is extremely talented in the path of fire and has studied it deeply. The star card transformed by its reincarnated soul is probably the best star card of the fire system. And because the reincarnation essence is produced along with the evolution of the reincarnation tree, there is probably only one copy of it in the world, so it can be said to be extremely precious. What's more, the 5-leaf essence is the essence of the dead body of the epic star beast, and it is expected to be upgraded to epic quality in the future. Su Yuan nodded, not surprised that Yang Yifeng knew the information about Wei Jingso. After all, He Yanan also knew it. But what Su Yuan didn't know was that the reason why He Yanan knew the information about Wei Jingso was because she happened to have a good friend in Antarctic College. The reason why Yang Yifeng understood it was because he was originally a king-level person, and his vision and knowledge of secrets were far greater than those of Zhuang-level masters. By the way, teacher, do you know what kind of star beast Xianming Ice Soul is? Xianming Ice Soul. Yang Yifeng smiled, it seems that this is the other 5-leaf soul that the ice attribute girl got. Yes. Yang Yifeng said slowly, Xianming Ice Soul, like the 3-legged golden crow, can be traced back to ancient times. Before humans appeared, the star beasts in the world were divided into countless ethnic groups. For example, the demons, titans, dragons, phoenixes, and unicorns we know, these are all groups at the top level. Besides this, there is also an extremely powerful ethnic group called the Witch Clan. In the witch clan, there are 12 pillars of witch beasts, one of which is in charge of winter and ice is called Xianming. It is the ultimate body evolved from the Xianming ice soul. Su Yuan's heart froze slightly. He did not expect that Luo Bingtong's Xianming ice soul was actually a star beast that could evolve to legendary quality. Yang Yifeng smiled and said, "That little girl has a good background. Although I don't know the details, I can guess a thing or two." Su Yuan was about to ask, but Yang Yifeng waved his hand, "Don't ask too much about her origins, just treat her as an ordinary classmate. Let's get back to the subject, let's talk about your three-legged golden crow essence." Having said this, Yang Yifeng looked at Su Yuan with admiration. "Speaking of which, only one of my former students has obtained the 4-leaf essence. I didn't expect you to get the 5-leaf essence today. Tell me, what is the star card skill transformed by the golden crow essence?" "It's an enhanced skill called body burning technique." As he spoke, Su Yuan told Yang Yifeng all about the sun burning technique. "Okay, not bad." Yang Yifeng nodded repeatedly after hearing this. "According to what you said, it is at least a T1 level attack enhancement skill. However, we still have to look at its specific enhancement level, consumption, and side effects." After thinking for a moment, Yang Yifeng stood up and said, "Follow me." Yang Yifeng took Su Yuan into the elevator, took out his card and swiped it, then pressed the 15th floor. 15th floor? Su Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Isn't that what only the Burning Sun level is eligible to enter? But since his teacher was leading the way, of course Su Yuan wouldn't ask, he could just follow. Soon, the 15th floor of the library tower arrived. The elevator opened, and in front of it was a huge map wall. On the wall was a map drawn by Zingli. Su Yuan took a cursory glance. Except for a continent in the east, everything else was a little blurry. However, he could roughly see a huge landmass in the west, south and north. The map wall blocks the view to the hall, and the hall can be entered from the left and right sides of the wall. However, Yang Yifeng led Su Yuan directly along the aisle outside the elevator. It didn't take long before I came to a room that was not too big or too small. The room was empty, with enchantment patterns engraved around it, and it could be seen that it was used for cultivation. Yang Yifeng took Su Yuan to the center. For enhanced skills, we mainly evaluate them from 3 aspects. First, the direction of strengthening. What kind of enhancements can this strengthening skill bring to the strengthening caster? For example, the strengthening of conventional 6-dimensional attributes, the strengthening of elements, and the strengthening of special effects such as control enhancement and reduction of spell intervals. Second, the degree of reinforcement. To what extent can it be strengthened in all directions? 1 or 2%? Or 30 to 40%? And more. Third, consumption and side effects. How much cost does strengthening cause to the caster? Are there any side effects after using it? Are the side effects serious? From the perspective of strengthening, your Burning Sun technique can enhance strength, agility, star power strength and fire skill damage. These bonuses can be easily superimposed on each other and enjoyed at the same time, which is considered to be the top level. Next, let's take a look at the actual degree of strengthening and consumption. Teacher, what do you mean? It just so happens that I haven't tested your strength yet. Let me stretch my old bones a little today. Yang Yifeng cracked his finger bones with both hands. He looked at Su Yuan and grinned, "Come on, attack me. Unfold your body burning technique." It is a rare opportunity to have such a master as a sparring partner. Su Yuan was calm, and as he closed and opened his eyes, 2 red flames were slowly burning in his pupils. "Burn yourself in the sun." With a low cry, raging crimson flames surged out of Su Yuan's body, flowing all over his body like a red flame garment draped around him. What a terrifying increase! It was also the first time that Su Yuan used the sun burning technique, and he was immediately shocked by his own changes. The strength of the whole body has increased by about 40%, and the body is also much lighter than before. What's more important is that there are many small and bright Mars distributed in the star power that is constantly circulating between the star power cyclone and the major star nests. And under the influence of these Mars, the intensity of his star power has increased by more than 40%. Good. So Yuan was very excited. Teacher, I'm here. With a deep reminder, So Yuan stepped on his foot and instantly turned into a red flame that shot out. In the blink of an eye, he came behind Yang Yifeng and punched out suddenly. Chapter 136 Moyang Peak. Snapped. After a punch, So Yuan's pupil shrank. Because Yang Yifeng didn't even look back, he just casually put his hands behind his back and accurately blocked his fast and full punch. Under this punch, let alone his hands, even the hair on Yang Yifeng's hands did not move at all. The strength is still good, come again. Yang Yifeng pushed So Yuan lightly with his palm and pushed So Yuan a few meters away. After So Yuan stabilized his body, he shot out again, wrapped around Yang Yifeng, and punched one after another at high speed. So Yuan knew very well that Yang Yifeng was a Zhuoyang-level master after all. He didn't expect to hurt him, he just wanted him to move a little bit. However, the result was not ideal. With the powerful blessing of sun-burning body technique, So Yuan had already punched hundreds of punches in a matter of seconds. But Yang Yifeng just stood there and swung out one palm after another, taking all So Yuan's attacks as easily as Tai Chi using slow to hit fast. Unforgettable, can you predict the enemy's plan first? So Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he soon realized the reason why Yang Yifeng could handle it easily. All his attack intentions seemed to have been anticipated by him in advance. Rather than saying that his palm blocked his fist, it was better to say that his fist just hit his palm. Realizing this, So Yuan tried to constantly change his attack intentions during the attack. Yang Yifeng raised the corners of his mouth slightly and nodded secretly. The little guy's fighting talent is really not low, but he is still too weak now. Soon, So Yuan discovered that no matter how he changed, he still could not get past Yang Yifeng's palm. The other party's hands were like five-finger mountains, trapping him firmly in his palm. At this time, Yang Yifeng exerted force and knocked So Yuan away again. The increase in strength and speed are pretty good. Use your strongest skills. Don't worry. If you want to hurt me, you have to wait another 10 years. Yang Yifeng looked at So Yuan and shouted, "Come on! That's offending, teacher." So Yuan turned over his hand and took out the dragon armor sword, and as soon as he thought, the dark light covered it. Then So Yuan's eyes froze and he suddenly slashed horizontally with his sword. Tisk! The 10-meter-long cutting line stretched horizontally and cut directly through Yang Yifeng's body. The line of separation cut by the red flame-burning body is deeper than before, and even before the power is erupted, it has already emitted the slightest traces of heart-stopping spatial fluctuations. Yang Yifeng glanced lightly, but showed no intention of retreating. Black light bloomed on the boundary line, and the powerful space boundary force suddenly burst out. But in less than 1 second, the entire boundary line collapsed like an egg hitting a stone, and dissipated invisible in the blink of an eye. So Yuan's heart trembled. Although he didn't expect that the broken boundary line would hurt Yang Yifeng, he didn't expect that it would be so fragile that it would collapse on its own. So Yuan's eyes flashed with silver light, and the next moment, he appeared beside Yang Yifeng and slashed him with his sword. However, Yang Yifeng just stretched out his hand and grabbed the dragon armor knife. The destructive power of space power is indeed very strong. Yang Yifeng took a breath. Under So Yuan's shocked eyes, the power of space on the dragon armor sword was completely blown away by him. Yang Yifeng stretched out his other hand to grab So Yuan. So Yuan immediately flashed back and escaped. At the same time, he formed seals with both hands at high speed, and the gates of hell opened one after another all over his body. Seeing So Yuan escape from his hands, Yang Yifeng was a little surprised. At this moment, when he saw the gates of hell dancing with fire, he couldn't help but show a look of interest on his face. Oh! This move is quite powerful. In a moment, 18 layers of hell flames burst out from the door and gathered together, turning into a blazing pillar of light and shooting towards Yang Yi in the storm. The flames exploded, and the fire was as bright as day. In the dazzling flames, even Sir Yuan himself could not clearly see the scene in front of him. When the flames slowly dissipated, Yang Yifeng, who was thin and tall, was seen standing on the spot with his hands behind his hands. The breeze slowly swirled around him, blocking all the violent flames. Extremely relaxing and comfortable. Is this the burning sun level? Sir Yuan's heart was slightly shaken. Although I have only seen the tip of the iceberg, the gap between myself and my teacher is like a newborn baby and an adult, much wider than I imagined. Yang Yifeng yawned slightly, and the breeze around him immediately dispersed. Okay, the test is over, and I have a rough idea of your current strength. Yang Yifeng looked at Sir Yuan. The intensity of this sun-burning technique, I think you can really feel it yourself, right? Putting aside the shock at Yang Yifeng's strength, Sir Yuan nodded and said excitedly, strength, agility and star power have all increased by about 40%. The damage of fire skills has also increased by 10% or 20%. Although I have already learned the approximate effect of the Great Sun Burning Body technique from the star card, when I actually use it now, it is stronger than I thought. You can get a 40% improvement in attributes just after you get started, which is good. What about the consumption and side effects? Sir Yuan unlocked the Great Sun Burning Body technique and suddenly felt a little weak. After sensing it for a while, Sir Yuan said, in the enhanced state, not only the star power continues to be consumed, but it also puts a certain load on the body. However, the current star power consumption and physical load in the red flame stage are not bad. As for the subsequent yellow flame and white flame stages, it is not clear. Yang Yifeng nodded and smiled. Compared to improvement, the consumption and side effects are not high. Overall, your sun burning technique is definitely a T0 level blue enhanced skill, which is very good. From Yang Yifeng's perspective, everyone was full of praise for this sun-burning technique, which is evident. Yang Yifeng continued, when this star card is upgraded to purple again in the future, and coupled with the divine fire, your strength will probably skyrocket. Sir Yuan was also a little excited when he heard this, but after thinking about it for a moment, he smiled bitterly and shook his head, I don't know when I have to go to conquer the divine fire. Yang Yifeng thought for a while and suddenly said, actually, the reason for testing your strength this time is not just to evaluate this great sun-burning body star card. Hey! Sir Yuan looked confused, teacher, what do you want? Yang Yifeng said instead, I heard that this time you went to Antarctic Academy, not only did you get the 5-leaf essence, but you also defeated the top masters from each major academy by yourself? You even won 1 against 4. Sir Yuan nodded. That's right. I fought with you just now, and I found that the power of the skills you used far exceeded what it should be at this stage. If I guessed correctly, both the previous line of dark space and the final 18-in-1 flame have probably been completed, right? Well, everything is complete. Really? Even though Yang Yifeng was once a king-level expert, he couldn't help but be shocked again by Sir Yuan's demonic talent and skills. I had already perfected the skills of summoning Bone Wolf and Hellfire long ago, and now I have also perfected the 2 blue skills. What a monster! Yang Yifeng took a deep breath, calmed down a little, and said, it seems that your strength is far beyond what you should be at your stage. So after rethinking, I decided that there is no need to wait for the shining star. As long as you step into the golden state, I will hand over the flame fire control technique to you so that you can conquer the divine fire as soon as possible. Sir Yuan's eyes lit up, teacher, are you serious? Certainly. Thank you, teacher. Sir Yuan was overjoyed and immediately bowed. Yang Yifeng smiled and patted Sir Yuan on the shoulder, then turned to ask, what are your plans next? Su Yuan thought for a while and said, I plan to go out and find a place to practice and improve the sun burning technique as soon as possible. Experience. Yang Yifeng nodded, I heard Hai Ping say that you can gain more insights during battle. Su Yuan took advantage of the situation and asked, Teacher, do you have anything to recommend? Yang Yifeng knew far more than he did, and now he almost completely understood his own strength. Asking him directly was the right answer. Yang Yifeng smiled and said, there happens to be a place. With your current strength, you can give it a try. Teacher, please speak. When I went to Situ Mansion last time, didn't Xiao King Ian propose 5 materials to you? That's right, meteorite sand, Feng Yan blood jade, phoenix nirvana stone, earth core glazed stone and flare silver branch. Yang Yifeng said, I looked through the library tower a few days ago, and the flaring silver branches in it are only found in extremely high altitude and hot places. Su Yuan nodded, well, the notes Situ King Ian gave me also explained it. Does the teacher know that there is such a place? Of course. Yang Yifeng smiled, there are records in the books in the library tower that someone on Moyang Peak in the Hengduan Mountains once obtained a flare silver branch. Moyang Peak in the Hengduan Mountains. Su Yuan's heart moved slightly. Although Su Yuan had never heard of Moyang Peak, he knew about Hengduan Mountain Ridge. Between Great Yan and the ancient Forbidden Territory, there is a mountain range as a buffer, which is the Hengduan Mountain Range. All star beasts that grow to the shining star level in the Hengduan Mountains will generally go to the ancient forbidden areas to seek more possibilities for better growth and evolution. Therefore, generally speaking, the highest star beasts in the Hengduan Mountains are only gold level, but occasionally there are shining stars lingering among them. And because the Hengduan Mountains are close to the ancient forbidden area, there are indeed many kinds of spiritual plants and spiritual materials. In addition, there are many low-level star beasts coming out of the ancient forbidden area. This results in many types of star beasts with high quality, and even some extremely rare ones. The star beast. Therefore, even if the risk is not low, senior students from major colleges in the southeast and some star card masters in the society are still willing to take risks to hunt for star cores or collect materials in the Hengduan Mountains. Of course, most of these people are silver level or above. Su Yuan made an estimate and found that it would not be a problem to deal with ordinary silver star beasts using his own methods. Even if he encounters a gold level star beast, he has the 2 life-saving skills of teleportation and metamagnetic pressure, so he has a high chance of escaping. Su Yuan immediately responded, thank you teacher for telling me, I will go to Moyang Peak. Oh! Yang Yifeng saw that Su Yuan only thought for a moment and then agreed, so he couldn't help but remind him, don't you think about it more? If you enter the Hengduan Mountains as a bronze-level person, the risk is not small. Su Yuan smiled and said, there is no such thing as getting something for nothing in this world. If you want to become stronger, or even strive to be the strongest, you must take some risks. If you just want to be safe and sound, wouldn't it be better to open a martial arts gym, become a bodyguard, or even become a star card master? A trace of surprise flashed in Yang Yifeng's eyes, you are not very young, but you can see quite clearly. However, remember that you must dare to face risks strategically, but you must also be cautious tactically. Yang Yifeng looked at Su Yuan and said seriously, there are a lot of dead geniuses in this world. You must always be vigilant when you go out. Do you understand? Su Yuan responded solemnly, teacher, don't worry, I understand. Yang Yifeng nodded and said, but even if you are determined to go, you have to wait a little longer. The environment of Moyang Peak is peculiar, and it is filled with a kind of fire miasma all year round. The higher the temperature, the more severe the fire miasma. Now, with your bronze-level star power, you might not be able to hold it on even before you reach the top. So if you want to enter Moyang Peak, you should wait until winter. Fire miasma. Su Yuan looked thoughtful, teacher, I wonder how long we need to wait. Yang Yifeng said, "We have just entered November and it is already the end of the term. The weather is getting colder. If everything goes well, we can go there in another month." Su Yuan nodded, "Okay, then let's practice peacefully in the academy for a while." Time passed. On this day, in the training room on the second floor of room 4 of Nanyuan, Su Yuan slowly opened his eyes and stopped from practicing. Taking stock of the state of his body, Su Yuan nodded with satisfaction. The star power has improved a lot. At this rate, maybe we will be able to break through to a high level in 3 or 4 months. 2 star points have been opened again, and the perception of the star power of heaven and earth seems to be more acute. It seems that the skilled breathing method should have the effect of enhancing perception. Su Yuan stood up and walked out of the training room to the large open-air balcony next to it. More than a month has passed since the trip to the Antarctic Academy. During this period of time, except for the top-class courses, Su Yuan has been studying hard in the dormitory. More than a month ago, Su Yuan defeated the freshman from the 5th house and harvested the 5-leaf essence. He became famous and was called the strongest freshman in the southeast region by students from each house. Now with the passage of time and Su Yuan's silence, the heat has gradually subsided. Of course, Su Yuan didn't do much, but the others were very enthusiastic. During this period, Xiang Dingqian, Yeqing, Zhang Tai, Lu Yingying, and others successively broke through to the intermediate level. Xiaoyu competed with the geniuses of the Western houses, including the Demon City Academy, in a newly emerged secret realm of inheritance in the West, and finally got a blue quality star card. Xiang Dingqian transformed into a mission maniac and completed 4 secondary missions in just over a month, the highest of which was the Silver Intermediate Wanted mission. Yeqing defeated the Beastmaster geniuses from all over the country at the New Star Beastmaster Exchange meeting in the north, and received a blue star weapon of the Beastmaster School. He was also included in the list of the most promising new generation of Beastmasters. Looking back, Su Yuan opened his palm and caught a crystal snowflake falling from in front of him. It seems that the time is almost up. Su Yuan's eyes narrowed, and after tidying up a bit, he went out. The target is Moyang Peak in the Hengduan Mountains. Today is a chapter of 4K words. I'm a little tired from going out to do errands during the day. The recent updates may not be stable. I've written the details in the top post ==. We will try to resume normal updates before next weekend. Thank you all for your support /hold your fists/hold your fists. Chapter 137 Meeting Friends on the Road. In a large mountain outside the Hengduan Mountains, 6 bone wolves wrapped in black flames were fighting with a group of bronze-level black rhinos. Among this group of black rhinos, there are 3 rhinoceros whose skin is like steel with a faint metallic luster. They are elite quality black steel armored rhinos, and they are all high-level bronze. However, the 6-headed bone wolf was not only as powerful as the black steel armored rhinoceros, it was also extremely fast and its body was extremely strong. Even if it was hit by the rhino's horn, it only suffered minor injuries. So the 6-headed bone wolves surrounded the group of rhinos led by the black steel armored rhino. During the melee between the wolf and the rhinoceros, a handsome young man wearing a black combat uniform joined the battlefield. The young man wielded the long knife with flowing black light and kept flashing across the field. It didn't take long before he killed all the rhinos, including 3 black steel armored rhinos. As expected of the Hengduan Mountains in front of the ancient Forbidden Territory. The number and quality of the star beasts here are much higher than those on Chaishayan Island and the Daman Mountains. With a trace of joy in his eyes, the young man dissected star cores one by one from these rhinoceros corpses and decomposed them into star dust. Yes, this is Su Yuan who came all the way from the Demon City to look for the flare silver branch. As early as 3 days ago, Su Yuan had already entered the Hengduan mountain range. These days, he followed the map and kept moving forward in the direction of Moyang Peak. Of course, on this trip, obtaining the flare silver branch is the primary goal, followed by hunting a large amount of stardust. In addition to meeting the needs of the breathing technique and the great sun burning technique, it is also best to keep some in case of need. After cleaning up the scene, Su Yuan took out the map and started reading it. The location of Moyang Peak is relatively deep, and it should be 2 or 3 days' journey to get there. And along the way, some silver-level star beasts have appeared one after another. I hope we don't encounter them on Moyang Peak. To the gold-level star beast, Su Yuan was thinking when he suddenly felt waves of star power coming from the side. Is there anyone? Su Yuan turned and looked to the side. Now that 5-star caves have been opened in the 5th star nest, Su Yuan's range and accuracy of sensing star power fluctuations have been greatly improved. Although the distance was far away, Su Yuan could still faintly feel it when he calmed down at this moment. These star power fluctuations seem to basically come from star beasts. As for humans, it seems that there is only one, and only the bronze level. After sensing the strength of the man being besieged, Su Yuan couldn't help but frown slightly. This person is really brave. He is only at the beginning of bronze level, but he actually dares to come here alone? And facing a group of bronze level star beasts alone? Su Yuan thought for a moment, then led the surrounding hellfire steel bone wolves towards the side. In a mountain col not far from here, a dozen wolf-shaped star beasts were surrounding a thin yellow-haired boy. On the ground around the boys, the bodies of 6 or 7 forest wolves and emerald wolves were already lying. At this time, the boy was panting violently. His clothes were bitten in many places by the wolves, and he was dripping with blood. He looked very embarrassed. But he still maintained his posture, clenched his hands into fists, and calmly dealt with the wolves that occasionally pounced on him. If you look carefully, you can see that there is a little bit of blood lingering on the many bite wounds on his body. Not only has the wound stopped bleeding, it is even healing slowly. It's over, I thought it was just a few emerald wolves, but it turns out there were more than 20 of them. Huang Xiang, the chosen one, the great emperor, am I really going to die young, before I have even developed, and I have to explain it here. This young man who was besieged by a pack of wolves turned out to be Huang Xiang, the first classmate Su Yuan met at Yeado College on the day he entered school. At this critical moment of life and death, Huang Xiang could still say 1 or 2 risque words, but he didn't know whether it was because he was talking nonsense or because he had a superior mental quality. But at this time, the surrounding probing wolves realized that Huang Xiang was at the end of his strength and was just pretending. 5 emerald wolves suddenly swarmed forward and pounced on him. The emerald wolf is an elite star beast evolved from the timber wolf. Its speed and strength are much higher than the timber wolf. Only a last-ditch effort. Seeing the pack of wolves coming towards him, Huang Xiang took a deep breath, then slightly bent his knees, and all the remaining star power in his body surged out, and he opened his hands to launch the final move to fight for his life. At this moment, 2 blue flames suddenly entangled from high in the sky and hit both sides of Huang Xiang in the blink of an eye. Bang bang! With 2 roars, the gorgeous blue flames blew away all the 5 emerald wolves that had just approached. 2 of them even had their bodies severed and died tragically on the spot. Huang Xiang, why are you here? A somewhat unexpected voice came from above. Although he had not heard this voice a few times, Huang Xiang recognized it immediately. He quickly looked above his head and saw a young man wearing a black combat uniform flying high in the sky and looking down. Su Yuan. Huang Xiang's face showed a strong look of surprise. Su Yuan flew down and landed next to Huang Xiang, raised his hand and shone a holy light on Huang Xiang. Milky white holy light enveloped the body, and the wounds on Huang Xiang's body that had already stopped bleeding suddenly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ouch! Ouch! The surrounding wolves were frightened by the 2 previous blue flame attacks and retreated several meters. When they saw Su Yuan, they roared and were about to charge forward again. But at this time, the Hellfire Steel Bone Wolves had also rushed over and launched a surprise attack from behind the pack of wolves, and the 2 sides were fighting in a blink of an eye. You should rest for a while and wait for the wound to recover. Su Yuan warned Huang Xiang, then grabbed the dragon armor sword and dodged into the wolves. Huang Xiang originally wanted to follow him in, but when he looked up, he saw Su Yuan swiping his sword and killing wolf beasts one after another. Every time the sword fell, one of the wolf beasts would be seriously injured or dead. That gesture was like slaughtering chickens and dogs. How could he be of use to himself? As expected of Su Yuan. After Huang Xiang sighed, he didn't move again. After a while, the remaining dozen or so wolves in the field were slaughtered by Su Yuan. Under the heavy pressure of the Yuan magnetic and teleportation, none of them could escape from Su Yuan's hands. Seeing that all the wolf beasts had been killed by Su Yuan, Huang Xiang hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Su Yuan, thank you so much this time, otherwise I would have been in trouble today." While Su Yuan was dissecting the star core, he patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "It's a small thing, but why did you come here alone and provoke so many wolves at once?" "I'm here to practice." "Practice?" Su Yuan was quite surprised. Shouldn't he be practicing in the academy? Even if training and combat are combined to make progress faster, it won't go this far, right? And looking at Huang Xiang's appearance, he is almost turning into a savage. I'm afraid he must have stayed in this Hongduan mountains for at least a month. Huang Xiang looked at Su Yuan and said thoughtfully, "My talent is a bit special. If I am in a high-intensity environment for a long time, I will improve quickly." "Is there such a talent?" Su Yuan couldn't help but look at Huang Xiang again. When he looked at it, he realized that Huang Xiang's realm had actually reached the limit of the elementary bronze level, and was only one step away from the intermediate level. What a fast training speed! Su Yuan was slightly shocked. "You know, in the entire Demon City Academy, there are only 20 or 30 people who can break through to the intermediate level. Huang Xiang was ranked last when he entered school, almost at the 9th level. It's only been less than 4 months since school started, and it's already almost catching up with the first tier? This speed of cultivation is really amazing. This kind of talent is really abnormal." Su Yuan smacked his lips. Huang Xiang smiled bitterly, "I'm not perverted. If you hadn't happened to pass by this time, I might have died on the spot." Su Yuan looked at Huang Xiang, who was covered in wounds and in a state of embarrassment, and nodded in agreement. Indeed, despite having such talent, Huang Xiang is simply sacrificing his life to gain points. Chapter 138 Slaughtering Silver. "By the way, Su Yuan, why are you here at Hongduan Mountain?" Huang Xiang asked. "I'm going to Moyang Peak in the depths to find a material." Huang Xiang was stunned. "Moyang Peak? I just came out from there a few days ago. Su Yuan, what are you looking for? Have you been there?" Su Yuan's eyes lit up. "What I'm looking for is the flare silver branch, a 3rd-level material." With that said, Su Yuan took out the notes given by Situ King Yan and showed them to Huang Xiang. After Huang Xiang saw it, he scratched his head in embarrassment. "I'm sorry, there are many silver star beasts under Moyang Peak, but I don't dare to get close, so I don't know if there are any." By the way, Huang Xiang suddenly thought of something and recalled, "When I was near Moyang Peak, I once saw a beam of sunlight hanging down somewhere on the mountain. It was quite special. Is the sun setting?" Su Yuan suddenly thought of something and quickly opened the note and looked at the notes left by Situ King Yan. In rare cases, the flare silver branches will activate all the flares to absorb sunlight with full force, which may form a visual effect similar to an aurora. You can actually see the shining silver branches pulling the sunlight. Su Yuan's eyes showed a hint of joy. "It seems that there is a good chance of it." "Thank you, Huang Xiang, this news is very important to me." Huang Xiang chuckled, "Thank you, you just saved me." Although he said this, Huang Xiang's face was full of smiles, and he was obviously very happy that he could help. However, after thinking for a while, Huang Xiang calmed down and reminded, "Su Yuan, there are many silver star beasts around Moyang Peak. Silver level is okay, have you seen a gold level star beast?" Huangxiang shook his head and said, "That's not true, at least not at the foot of the mountain, but I don't know if there is one on Moyang Peak. There is no best. If we really want to have a gold-level star beast on Moyang Peak, we'll just have to wait and see." Su Yuan looked at Huangxiang and then asked, "What are your next plans? It's still around here. Practice, or return to the academy. Your condition is too bad now. Let me protect you here first. After you recover for a while, I will continue to go inside." Huangxiang smiled and waved his hand, "That's not necessary, my body recovers very quickly. By the way, how about I go to Moyang Peak with you? Moyang Peak is not small. I still remember the location last time and can give you directions." Su Yuan looked thoughtful. The teacher said that there was a fire miasma on the mountain, and he needed to continue to consume star power to resist it. If you look for it by yourself, if you don't find it once, you will have to go up and down the mountain again, which will indeed take a lot of time. It would be best if Huangxiang pointed out the location. It would not be difficult to bring one more person by yourself. Su Yuan smiled and said, "Okay, then I'll trouble you." Huangxiang laughed, "Look what you said, why bother? Anyway, I am also practicing, and with you as a great master to protect me, I will definitely make a profit." Su Yuan smiled and said no more, "In that case, let's rest for a while and then we'll set off." "Okay." 3 days later, Su Yuan and Huangxiang came out of a dense forest, and the scenery in front of them changed suddenly. "Is that Moyang Peak?" Su Yuan raised his head and looked at the mountain ahead. At this moment, there was a large open and flat terrain in front of the two of them, but there was a solitary peak standing abruptly in front of them. There is a layer of faint red miasma permeating the mountains, which looks quite strange. "That's right. I saw a beam of sunlight coming down here last time, on the right side of the hill near the top of the mountain." As he spoke, Huangxiang stretched out his hand and pointed. Su Yuan took note of the direction Huangxiang pointed to and nodded, "Okay, I probably understand, then you should go back first." Huangxiang shook his head, pointing like this is too far, and it will take a lot of effort for you to find it. I will go up the mountain with you and take you to the exact location where the light beam lands. After Su Yuan thought for a moment, he responded, "Okay." If Huangxiang is too weak and has no ability to protect himself at all, Su Yuan will not agree. Otherwise, if one of my own negligence leads to Huangxiang being injured or even killed, he will regret it too late. However, a battle that happened yesterday made Su Yuan understand Huangxiang's strength better. Yesterday, the two of them encountered several predatory silver-level sonic raccoons on the road. Huangxiang actually volunteered to take over one of the silver-level raccoons. The sonic wind fox is an elite star beast, extremely good at speed, and its attacks also have tearing properties. At the beginning, Huangxiang was beaten all over and was at an absolute disadvantage. But as time went by, Huangxiang's speed and star power intensity became higher and higher, until he almost reached the limit of high-level bronze. Even if it is still not as fast as the sonic wind fox, it is not far behind. In the end, Huangxiang used a perfect boxing technique to defeat the silver-level sonic wind fox head-on. Even Su Yuan was surprised by Huangxiang's performance and couldn't help but look at him with admiration. If Xiang Dingqian and others could defeat the silver elementary star beast, Su Yuan wouldn't think anything of it. They were the top geniuses in Demon City Academy with excellent soul cards, skills, and combat qualities. But Huangxiang is different. Although they are both geniuses from Yeadu Academy, there are huge differences between the top 10, top 30, and top 100, not to mention Huangxiang, who is ranked 2022 in admission. Compared to geniuses such as Xiang Dingqian and Xia Yu, Huangxiang is extremely ordinary and does not even have a blue quality skill. However, Su Yuan discovered that in the past few days, Huangxiang had already used 3 of his perfect skills, and most of the other skills he had used had reached great success. This kind of skill training speed is much faster than the average person. Of course, Su Yuan was quite shocked, and Huangxiang was even more horrified. Su Yuan was able to kill even the silver elite star beast in a few rounds. The other bronze level star beasts were even more vulnerable, like toys. If it weren't for the fact that Su Yuan's star power fluctuations were only as strong as the intermediate bronze level, Huangxiang would have even thought that Su Yuan had advanced to the silver level. More than an hour later, Su Yuan and the two had arrived behind a big tree at the foot of Moyang Peak. Huangxiang looked at the several star beasts with astonishing auras ahead of him on the way into the mountain, and couldn't help but feel a little chilled in his heart. One-horned fire rhinoceros, furious blood lion, flaming fire fox, rock giant beast, 4 silver elite star beasts. Huangxiang swallowed secretly. If Su Yuan hadn't been by his side, he would have run away without saying anything. These star beasts all stayed in one place, quietly absorbing the star power with some fire miasma power from Moyang Peak. Su Yuan took out the dragon armor knife after looking it over for a moment, and said to Huangxiang, "Wait for me. I'll go with you." Before Huangxiang finished speaking, there was a flash of silver light in front of him, and Su Yuan disappeared from him. In front, the flaming fire fox was lying on the boulder, squinting its eyes and absorbing the power of the fire miasma. Suddenly, with a faint spatial fluctuation, Su Yuan's figure emerged behind it. The flaming fire fox noticed immediately and quickly opened his eyes and looked to the side. However, Su Yuan wielded the dragon armor sword with black light flowing and slashed it down with one strike. The flaming fire fox didn't expect that someone would suddenly appear. At this time, a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. Before he could make any reaction, Su Yuan cut off the fox's head with a knife. Silver level blazing fire fox, instant kill. Huangxiang, who had just come out from behind the tree, saw this scene. He couldn't help but secretly swallowed in horror, it's so powerful. Even the silver level flame fire fox can be killed with one strike. He had to fight tooth and nail to kill a silver level star beast, but Su Yuan killed it with a casual slash. Such a huge gap gradually calmed down Huangxiang's slightly impetuous heart due to his great strength. At this time, with the death of the flaming fire fox, the surrounding one-horned fire rhinoceros, angry blood-mad lion and rock giant beast also immediately reacted, stopped absorbing the fire miasma, and moved towards the sudden appearance of Su Yuan come running. "Su Yuan, be careful!" When Huangxiang saw 3 silver star beasts surrounding him, he was shocked and rushed out. But Su Yuan looked at the several silver star beasts rushing from 3 directions, but his expression was as usual. With the long knife slashed, bright yellow flames suddenly ignited on Su Yuan's body, covering his whole body in an instant. The sun burns the body with yellow flames. I have never used the burning body technique against an enemy before, so let me try the sword on you. Looking at the several silver star beasts rushing forward at the same time, Su Yuan chuckled, and then suddenly disappeared from the place with a flash of silver light. The sudden loss of target made the 3-headed star beasts stunned. "You looked at me, I looked at you, and then suddenly woke up, turned around and looked around." At this moment, Su Yuan, who had flashed high into the sky, had already swung the dragon armor sword with black light and slashed out. There was a burst of space fluctuations, and then, the dark and deep boundary lines passed through the bodies of the one-horned fire rhinoceros, the rock giant beast and the angry blooded lion one by one in an instant. The 3-headed star beast looked at the black line that suddenly passed through its body, feeling the heart-stopping fluctuations that were about to come out. It was startled, but it was too late to use any defensive skills. It could only quickly dodge to the side and explode its star power with all its strength. Resist. However, the one-horned fire rhinoceros, rock giant beast and angry blooded lion are not star beasts known for their speed. Just by turning their bodies slightly sideways, the terrifying space boundary breaking power in the boundary line has already exploded. The breaking line crushed the star power defense of the 3 silver star beasts in an instant. The bodies of the 3 star beasts stiffened at the same time. They all looked at Su Yuan, who was bathed in yellow flames with white eyes. All angry and frightened. The next moment, large amounts of blood sprayed out from the body of the 3-headed star beast. In Huangxiang's shocked and incomprehensible eyes, the upper half of the bodies of the 3 silver star beasts all slipped down and fell to the ground with a snap. Chapter 139 Huangxiang's Talent. Su Yuan dispersed the black light on the dragon-armored sword, swayed, and turned into a streak of yellow flames that flew towards the corpses of the 3 silver star beasts. In the yellow flame state, the increase in strength, agility, and star power intensity is directly increased from 40% to double. Combined with air cutting, it is no problem to kill ordinary silver star beasts. Looking at the 3 flatly cut corpses on the ground, Su Yuan couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. In his current state, if he were to face Yansong from the quicksand sect again, he would be able to break through his water prison defense without using the hell flames of transformation and kill him directly with the help of the boundary line. It's been almost a week since he entered the Hongduan Mountains. Although Su Yuan was mainly on the road, at least 1,000 stardusts entered his account in a day. He had already prioritized the sun-burning body technique to the transformation realm, and started to activate the yellow flame one after another. And white flame, but never had the chance to use it against the enemy. In the yellow flame state, the increase in strength, agility, and star power is directly doubled from 40%, and the damage of fire skills is increased by 30%. In the perfect white flame state, the additional increase in various attributes can reach twice as much, which is simply terrifying. However, correspondingly, the star power consumption and physical load caused by the burning of the sun will also increase sharply. With the thought, Su Yuan unlocked the Great Sun Burning Body technique. At the same time, a slight feeling of weakness spread from his body. The consumption of star power and the load on the physical body are much higher than during the red flame. It seems that with my bronze-level physical fitness, the yellow flame is already relatively weak, and the higher white flame may only last for a moment at most. After truly feeling the effect of the yellow flames burning his body, Su Yuan took out several star cores one by one. Su Yuan, you are too powerful. These silver-level star beasts were killed by you in just one encounter. At this time, Huangxiang also walked over, his face full of shock, as if he hadn't fully recovered from the shock of Su Yuan's world-breaking sword just now. Su Yuan smiled and said, "Actually, you are also very powerful. I think your skills are very proficient, and there are still several that have reached perfection. You just lack a few powerful blue star cards." Huangxiang smiled bitterly, but the blue card is not that easy to get. The worst blue card requires 100 or 200 credits. As for the Master Star Beast, even if I encounter it, I can't beat it now. When Su Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but think about it. Indeed, in addition to the Great Sun Burning Body technique that I just obtained, I also have several blue cards, one from the Requiem Xian Burial Monument from the Special Move Assessment, and the other 2 from the suddenly opened secret realm of the Lava Cave. The Requiem and Xian Burial Monument is not accessible to ordinary students. And it takes a certain amount of luck to come across a secret realm like the Lava Cave. Therefore, for ordinary freshmen, the blue card is still a rare treasure. If you want to get a blue card, the safest way is to earn credits and exchange it for one in the academy. I just have to practice, earn credits, and hone my skills. This progress can be imagined. But I have collected more than 90 credits now, and this time I also took on a few tasks to find materials in the Kongtong Mountains. If I go back and hand in the tasks this time, I can almost get a blue card that I like. Sex Star Card. Su Yuan smiled and nodded, "Okay, your progress is not too slow. Being able to redeem a blue card in the college within 4 months is indeed very fast for ordinary students. Let's go to Moyang Peak." Su Yuan looked up at Moyang Peak, which was filled with a faint fire miasma in front of him, and immediately walked up. Huangxiang responded and followed closely. As soon as he stepped in, Yuan felt a hot breath passing over his skin and going directly into his body. Under the influence of this breath, Yuan gradually felt a sense of impatience and boredom in his heart, and had an urge to vent his anger. Fire miasma. Yuan's heart condensed slightly, and he immediately emitted some star power on the surface of his body to drive away the fire miasma. Is this? Huangxiang also felt something was wrong and asked. Yuan turned his head and realized that Huangxiang's eyes had turned slightly red under the influence of the fire miasma. This is Moyang Peak's unique fire miasma. It can cross the skin and directly enter the body to affect thinking. It must be resisted with star power. So that's it. Huangxiang nodded thoughtfully, and felt it carefully, but did not use his star power to resist the fire miasma. Hey? Don't you resist the fire miasma? Huangxiang chuckled and said, I feel like I should be able to adapt to it. Adapting. A trace of surprise flashed in Yuan's eyes. That's right, it's adaptation. As long as it's within a certain range, I can adapt to opponents, the environment, and all other adverse factors that threaten me at a speed that is many times or dozens of times faster than ordinary people. No wonder, when we fought against the Sonic Wind Fox earlier, you were clearly no match at first, but later on you were able to kill it. Yuan looked surprised. Huangxiang nodded, although the extreme state reached after adaptation will subside afterwards. After each adaptation, some of the attributes I enhanced can be maintained permanently. Yuan's heart moved slightly, so you have been putting yourself under high intensity just to improve your realm and abilities in all aspects through adaptation. Huangxiang scratched his head and said with a smile, yes, that's it. Hearing Huangxiang's response, Yuan couldn't help but secretly take a breath. If it is true as Huangxiang said, it would be terrifying. Does this mean that for Huangxiang, he can become infinitely stronger? What's more, he can improve his realm even without practicing. For other people's realm bottlenecks, he can easily overcome them in the process of adapting, so there is almost no bottleneck. Not only that, his strength, agility, constitution, defense, elemental resistance, abnormal status resistance, poison resistance. All of these can continue to grow? Yuan asked, such a terrifying ability, shouldn't it have no limit? Of course. Huangxiang smiled, currently, except for realm, all improvements will have different upper limits. Yuan nodded and did not ask any further questions. He pondered for a moment and then said seriously, don't worry, I won't tell anyone about your talent. Such a unique talent is definitely extremely private to Huangxiang himself. For the other party to be able to tell me so much, it can be said that he is quite trusting and aloof. With such talent, as long as he doesn't die, he will almost certainly be a strong person in the future. What's more, Huangxiang himself is so willing to work hard that he can fight intensely in the Hengduan Mountains for more than a month for the sake of cultivation. The hardships involved are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The harder, the more fortunate. Perhaps, it is precisely because of his quality that he can awaken such a unique but suitable soul card. Huangxiang chuckled and nodded. And in just such a moment, the light red color in Huangxiang's eyes that was affected by the fire miasma had completely dissipated. Then let's move on. Be careful. Even at the foot of the mountain are elite silver star beasts at the beginning and middle level. The star beasts on the mountain will probably be stronger. Huangxiang took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. Yuan and the two tried their best to control their auras, and then walked all the way up the mountain. Chapter 147 Silver Branches. Moyang Peak, somewhere on the flat ground on the east mountainside. A large amount of fire miasma gathered together here, and it was so dense that it almost formed a red fire mist that covered hundreds of meters in radius. But in the center of the red fire mist, there was a silver branch only a few feet long. The branches of this silver branch are very thin, similar to ordinary green bamboo. What is quite strange is that it is covered with patches of dazzling golden light. These markings are similar in size and different in shape. If you count them carefully, there are 7 groups in total. This silver branch is the flaring silver branch that Su Yuan is looking for. But at this time, around the flare silver branch, in addition to the extremely rich red fire mist, there are 3 master star beasts with different shapes, but all exuding amazing auras, greedily sucking the high concentration fire compressed into mist. Malaria. One of them is a purple flame lion with purple fire flowing continuously from its body. On the other end is a red striped winged divine bird with a wingspan of 2 meters and strange red lines all over its body. Subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. And the last one is a golden armored stegodragon with golden scales all over its body and a strong body. Among them, golden armored stegodragon is the strongest and has reached the high level of silver. The remaining purple flame mad lions and red striped winged divine birds are also silver mid-level. It's a bit tricky. Behind a big tree outside the red fire mist, Su Yuan looked at the scene inside and frowned. It's just 3 silver-level master star beasts. Why is there such a rich red fire mist forming around the silver flare branch? Huangxiang on the side thought for a while and whispered, could it be related to the way the silver branches of the flare pulled the sunlight in the past few days? Su Yuan looked thoughtful, it was quite possible. Looking at the large fire miasma in front of him that was still condensing and had turned into mist, Su Yuan stretched out his hand and slowly reached in. Almost instantly, Su Yuan felt countless miasma of fire rushing into his body along his right hand. With a thought in Su Yuan's mind, more star power instantly poured out from the star power cyclone and dispersed it all. But at the same time, his star power was also being consumed at a far faster rate than before. The concentration of fire miasma here is too high. If it weren't for the star beast on Moyang Peak, it would be difficult to resist it. After just feeling it for a while, Su Yuan withdrew his hand and lowered his head to think. With his current strength, if he uses teleportation, he can reach a distance of more than 300 meters at most, and he can be in front of the flare silver branch in the blink of an eye. Wouldn't it be great if we could directly remove the silver flare branch, then flash back and run away? But in fact, according to Situ King Ian's notes, collecting flare silver branches is not just a matter of roughly cutting off a section from the middle. It is necessary to use star power to seal all the flares on it one by one, and then intercept them. This is a technical job and takes a while. So the grab and run approach will definitely not work. And to kill 3 silver master star beasts in this red mist that is highly concentrated from fire miasma, for me now, the chance is not very big. Seeing Su Yuan frowning and thinking, Huangxiang also reached out his hand and reached into the fire mist to feel it. Su Yuan, why don't you let me get the flaring silver branch? Huangxiang suddenly said. Are you going to get it? Su Yuan was startled. That's right. Huangxiang said so, half of his body was already submerged in the fire mist. In his eyes, the red light brought by the fire miasma lingered continuously, almost covering his eyes. But there seems to be an inexplicable energy fighting against it, preventing the fire miasma from succeeding. In this confrontation, Huangxiang's entire body gradually entered the fire mist without using his star power to resist. Such a scene even shocked Su Yuan. While resisting the erosion of the fire miasma with all his strength, Huangxiang said to Su Yuan, my body is more adaptable to the abnormal state caused by the environment. After I adapt for a while, I can try to go in the direction of the flare silver branch. Concentrate on adapting first. If you can't stand it anymore, come out. When Su Yuan saw Huangxiang sweating on his brows, he knew that Huangxiang was not relaxed at the moment, so he quickly warned him. Huangxiang nodded when he heard this, then sat directly on the ground, closed his eyes and tried his best to adapt. Su Yuan formed a seal with his hands and quietly released the 6 hellfire steel bone wolves and scattered them around as a warning. About half an hour passed. Su Yuan stared closely at Huangxiang, who was sitting motionless, not knowing what happened to him. If he hadn't seen that he was breathing normally, Yuan would have caught him out long ago. At this moment, Huangxiang's eyelids twitched, and then suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were clear. Although there were still traces of red light, it could no longer affect him. Done. Huangxiang was so happy that he couldn't help but whisper. Realizing that his voice was a little louder, Huangxiang quickly covered his mouth. Fortunately, the three-headed star beast in the distance was immersed in the smoke and was not noticed. Seeing that Huangxiang was fine, Yuan couldn't help but secretly breathed a sigh of relief. How do you feel? Yuan asked. Huangxiang patted his chest. Don't worry, I have completely adapted to it. You can even take a bath in it. Seeing that he was still thinking about joking, Yuan knew that there should be no problem, and immediately smiled and said, Okay. Then I will be responsible for diverting the three-headed star beasts away, and you can use your wits to collect the flare silver branches. No problem. Yuan opened the note and told Huangxiang the method of collecting flare silver branches in detail. After the two of them summed it up, they were ready to take action. Near the flare silver branch, golden armored stegosaurus and others were immersed in the joy of absorbing the high concentration of fire miasma. Originally, there was indeed no such high concentration of fire miasma around the flare silver branch. But a few days ago, after receiving the essence of the sun again, this flare silver branch actually underwent transformation, evolving from the original 6 flare to 7 flare. For the flare silver branch, the highest number is 9 flares. If the 9 glory silver branch can grow to its limit, it will evolve into a 4th level spiritual plant, the sun sacred tree. Of course, the 7-year silver branch with 7 flares is already of excellent quality and very rare. Due to the evolution of the flare silver branch, the powerful changes in fire energy caused the surrounding fire miasma to continuously converge, thus forming the high concentration fire miasma that now covers hundreds of meters and is like thick fog. For the many star beasts who have lived on Moyang Peak for a long time, this is an excellent supplement. So these days, the golden armored stegodraman and the 3 master star beasts that dominate Moyang Peak have been lingering here and constantly absorbing. At this moment, a long and narrow space line suddenly appeared and passed by the 3 star beasts one by one. Golden armored stegodraman and others were worthy of being master star beasts, and they quickly reacted and responded individually. The scales on the body of the golden armored stegodraman glowed with dazzling golden light, while the red striped winged divine bird flapped its wings and flew to the side. As for the last purple flame mad lion, it avoided it with great agility before the space power of the broken boundary broke out. The power of the line of breaking broke out, and the scales of the golden armored stegosaurus were chopped into dozens of pieces, revealing a bright red blood mark. The chest of the red striped winged divine bird exploded with blood, but fortunately it avoided the critical point. As for the last purple flame mad lion, he was not injured at all. Sure enough, at the same level, the master star beast is much more difficult than the elite star beast. In midair, Yuan secretly shook his head. Of course, Yuan did not expect that this sudden attack could directly kill the 3 master star beasts, and he did not even launch the sun-burning body technique. If the great sun-burning body technique is used, the strong star power fluctuations will directly alert the 3-headed star beasts, and there will be no surprise effect. Anyway, Yuan's current goal is to lure the 3-headed star beast away and hold it back first, creating opportunities for Huangxiang. Even if there is a head-on battle depending on the situation, we have to leave this red fire mist before doing so. At this time, the 3-headed star beasts were suddenly attacked. Sure enough, they all stopped absorbing the fire miasma and glared at Yuan in midair. The flames in the mouths of the red striped winged divine bird and the purple flame mad lion gathered at high speed, and the red and purple flames spit out instantly. The golden armored sword dragon opened his right hand, and the golden light in his palm was extremely dazzling. He suddenly waved his hand, and a golden sword that tore out the cracks came towards Yuan. Yuan's eyes flashed with silver light, and he flashed back and disappeared. The 3-headed star beast looked around and soon saw Yuan, who had flashed back hundreds of meters away. The golden armored Stegodraman and others are in Moyang Peak and have absorbed the power of the fire miasma for a long time. How can their tempers be good? Su Yuan hit the boundary line and directly enraged all 3 star beasts. Chirp! The red-striped winged divine bird was most seriously injured by the severed line just now. He flapped his fire wings angrily and went straight after Su Yuan. As the overlord of Moyang Peak, the golden armored Stegodraman was also furious when someone dared to tease him like this, and immediately rushed out with a roar. The raging flame lion also followed closely, not to be outdone. Seeing the 3-headed star beasts chasing him, Su Yuan nodded secretly in his heart, and immediately launched his wind-walking steps and ran towards the distance with the 3-headed star beasts. After 1 person and 3 beasts were far away, Huangxiang came over from the other side, and behind him, there were 2 armed hellfires as guards. I don't know how long Su Yuan can hold it off, we have to hurry up. Huangxiang glanced in the direction Su Yuan left, and then resolutely rushed towards the location of the flare silver branch with 2 hellfires. Huangxiang has adapted to the high concentration of fire miasma, and hellfire itself is a star beast of both earth and fire elements. Its talent advanced evil energy rock body can be immune to mental attacks, so fire miasma naturally has no effect on it. Just kidding, the environment in hell is much worse than that of Moyang Peak. It's just a fire miasma, but the hellfire doesn't take it seriously. Chapter 141 White Flame kills 2 beasts. On Moyang Peak, Su Yuan started to move at high speed on the wind walk, leading the golden armored Stegodraman, the red-striped winged divine bird and the purple flame mad lion for a walk on Moyang Peak. Although the golden armored Stegodraman and others behind him are all silver master star beasts, none of the 3-headed star beasts has a speed qualification of C. This resulted in the fact that although the golden armored sword dragon and the others were faster than Su Yuan, they were still too fast and could not intercept Su Yuan immediately. Whenever the 3-headed star beast approached Su Yuan used teleportation to close the distance again. Repeatedly, the 3-headed star beast became extremely angry. Especially the red-striped winged divine bird launched long-range attacks one after another in an attempt to stop Su Yuan. But Su Yuan was extremely flexible. Unless the distance was close enough, the red-striped winged divine bird would not be able to hit Su Yuan for a while. At this moment, the red-striped winged divine bird suddenly let out a loud cry. Su Yuan immediately raised his vigilance and looked around. Soon, as 4 bronze-level star beasts suddenly rushed from the front, Su Yuan also understood the meaning of the loud cry of the red-striped winged bird just now. Did you call for help? Su Yuan's eyes narrowed. Obviously, the red-striped winged bird also discovered the interval between Su Yuan's teleportation spells, so it summoned other star beasts to intercept Su Yuan. Even if he couldn't stop Su Yuan, it would be enough if he could disrupt the rhythm of teleportation. With a thought in Su Yuan's mind, black light surged into the dragon armor sword, and he slashed out several times, easily killing the 4 star beasts in front of him. It's just that although the bronze level can't hinder it, the silver level may not. Soon, several more star beasts rushed out. This time, 2 of them were silver junior elites, powerful demon apes. Su Yuan's expression remained as usual, and as soon as he thought, wisps of crimson flames suddenly surged around his body. Sun-burning body technique, red flame. The aura in his body suddenly rose. Su Yuan looked at the 2 powerful demon apes attacking from the front. He still slashed them with a few swords and killed them easily. Once the great sun-burning body technique is launched, ordinary silver elite star beasts will be nothing in Su Yuan's eyes. It's very simple. With the intensity of the transformation air cut, as long as it can hit the opponent, it is basically difficult to defend the silver-level star beast. So the many star beasts that surrounded them were killed one by Su Yuan. In just a few minutes, 5 silver star beasts and more than 30 bronze star beasts were casually killed by Su Yuan. Su Yuan was like a blazing red fire meteor, rampaging unscrupulously in the mountains, causing chaos on Moyang Peak. But it was okay for a while. After seeing that they couldn't catch up with Su Yuan for a while, except for the red-striped winged bird with still blood-red eyes, the golden armored sword dragon beast and the raging flame lion gradually became more awake. The golden armored stegodraman seemed to notice something, and suddenly stopped, glanced at Su Yuan in front of him, and then seemed to turn around and return. Did you react? Su Yuan's eyes narrowed. Sure enough, the wisdom of the master star beast is much higher. Su Yuan had predicted before that the three-headed star beasts would probably give up chasing him after they calmed down. This is also the reason why Su Yuan has not used Yuan magnetic weight to fly. Otherwise, in addition to the red-striped winged divine bird, the other flightless golden armored stegodraman and the purple flame crazy lion would probably turn around and leave in a moment. In this case, it is naturally self-evident how to deal with it. With a thought in Su Yuan's mind, the red flames burning on his body suddenly turned into bright yellow from the inside out. Su Yuan took one step forward and appeared behind the golden armored sword dragon beast, slashing it with his sword. The golden armored sword dragon beast reacted very quickly. Almost at the moment Su Yuan appeared, golden light flashed in his hand, and a 5-foot-long sword was in his hand, and he turned and struck at Su Yuan. Kang! The swords clashed, and Su Yuan was immediately knocked back several steps. Although the golden armored stegodraman is slightly slower, it is a high-level silver star beast with double C strength and defense. Even if Su Yuan activated the yellow flame stage of the Great Sun Burning Body technique and doubled his overall physical fitness, he was still not as good as the golden armored stegodraman. The golden armored sword dragon blocked Su Yuan, and at the same time roared at the red-striped winged divine bird and the furious lion beside him. The raging flame lion understood, and after snorting twice, he resolutely turned around and rushed back in the direction of the flare silver branch. The scarlet-striped winged divine bird's chest injury had not yet recovered. Faced with Su Yuan who came to the door, he was unwilling to leave. Instead, he spread his wings and dived directly towards Su Yuan. When Su Yuan saw this, he felt slightly relieved. If only a silver mid-level master star beast returned, the two armed hellfires should be able to handle it. It's been a while, Huangxiang should have been collecting flare silver branches. While Su Yuan was thinking, he raised his left hand and aimed at the charging red-striped winged bird. The heavy pressure of the Yuan magnet dropped, and the red-striped winged divine bird that had just dived in front of Su Yuan immediately sank and hit the ground uncontrollably in advance. Su Yuan raised his sword, swayed slightly, and rushed toward it. The red-striped winged divine bird suddenly increased its star power output, and stood up again in just an instant. The flames from its mouth were sprayed towards Su Yuan in front of him. Su Yuan did not dodge, but instead accelerated his speed. But when he saw the yellow fire shadow flashing, Su Yuan quickly passed by the red-striped winged divine bird. Tweet! Blood spattered, and the red-striped winged divine bird screamed, and a huge wound covering most of its body was opened by the dragon armor knife blessed by the air cut. Seriously injured on the spot. Before Su Yuan could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard a sharp sound of breaking the air coming from both sides, but it was two silver metal long swords engraved with runes that crossed an arc from the left and right and strangled him. Metal creation sword of cutting iron. Double sword spinning attack. Although Su Yuan was not frightened, his body suddenly spun at high speed with a sudden step of his feet. With two clang sounds, the dragon armor knife spinning around him blocked the two metal long swords that were attacking from between them. Although he took the blow, Su Yuan was stopped in place. Su Yuan regained his balance and glanced at the dragon armored sword. There were two gaps in the grey-white sword. So sharp! Su Yuan's heart froze slightly. If he was hit, his sea-level defense and hardened iron clothes might not be able to stop him. It is indeed an attack from a metallic star beast, it can destroy gold and jade with every move. At this time, the golden armored stegodraman was already chasing after him quickly. With a move of his hands, the two iron-cutting swords split by Su Yuan flew back into his hands. The golden armored sword dragon beast's body was filled with golden light, and it crossed its swords and stabbed at Su Yuan. The red-striped winged divine bird in mid-air not far away has temporarily stabilized its injuries. Its wings are spread out, and countless flame patterns are flowing on it. It is obviously preparing some skills. However, the 3-second interval between teleportation spells had been reversed. With a thought in his mind, Su Yuan was ready to teleport away from where he was. But at this moment, Su Yuan's expression changed slightly. In the sea of consciousness, the spiritual connection with the two hellfires was suddenly severed. And what this represents is that the hellfire is dead in all likelihood. It doesn't matter if hellfire dies in battle, the key is that hellfire is now guarding Huangxiang, who is collecting the flare silver branches. Huangxiang was in danger, and the attacks of the golden armored stegodraman and the red-striped winged bird in front of him were about to fall. In the blink of an eye, Su Yuan made a decision. In this case, let's deal with the current situation first. From now on, we can only take one step at a time. Su Yuan's eyes condensed, and the yellow flames on his body suddenly burned more violently, and in an instant they turned into blazing white flames exuding terrifying heat. Great sun-burning body technique white flame. Wrapped in white flames, the aura on Su Yuan's body rose sharply. In just a short moment, it has surpassed the limit of bronze and reached silver. In the end, it is not much worse than the red-striped winged divine bird in mid-air. In the white flame stage, the growth rate of each item is doubled. Although the total amount of star power is not as high as that of the silver star beast, the intensity of the star power is undoubtedly comparable to that of the average silver master star beast. Facing the golden armored stegodraman charging towards him with a sword, Su Yuan directly faced it with his sword. Kang! The two sides fought, and this time, Su Yuan didn't take a step back. Moreover, the power of space on the dragon armor blade continued to flow, and with the strength of the star power in the white flame state, the power of air cutting increased greatly, and it actually cut open the two iron-cutting swords of golden armor stegodraman. There was a look of deep horror in the eyes of the golden armored stegodraman. He never expected that the opponent's strength could suddenly increase so much. Seeing that the two iron-cutting swords were about to be completely severed in a few seconds, golden armored stegodraman hesitated for a moment before deciding to retreat. If you don't retreat, the iron-cutting sword will be cut off later, and you will be cut on the spot. If you retreat, you will only give up the advantage of being the first mover. There is a red-striped winged divine bird in the air behind you, ready to attack, and it may be able to help you block this human being. The choice was obvious, and the golden armored stegodraman immediately retreated. Su Yuan held the dragon armor knife and prepared to pursue him. At this moment, a raging flame beam burst out from mid-air in front of him, and instantly hit Su Yuan. The flames exploded, and the bursting fire splashed in all directions. The golden armored stegodraman took a few steps back and regained its balance. Seeing that the pillar of flames in front blocked Su Yuan's pursuit of victory, he couldn't help but feel happy and quickly mobilized his star power to repair the half-cut holes on the two iron-cutting swords. Gap! But at this moment, the pillar of flames ejected from above his head suddenly stopped. The golden armored stegodraman was startled, then thought of something, and suddenly looked up, only to see the young human standing in the air holding a knife. Beside him, the red-striped winged divine bird's head, which was still blazing with fire in its mouth, fell straight down. With a click sound, the red-striped winged dragon's head hit the golden armored stegodraman not far behind. The golden armored stegodraman suddenly became furious, and when the two swords were brought together in front of him, they directly merged into a more powerful metal sword. Ouch! The golden armored sword dragon beast screamed, and after a moment of gathering momentum, golden light bloomed on the sword, and it slashed towards Su Yuan in mid-air. With a slash of the sword light like golden water rose into the sky and headed straight for Su Yuan. Su Yuan had no intention of evading, and swung the dragon armor sword with black light and slashed it down with one strike. The broken line that exuded heart-stopping fluctuations appeared in front of Su Yuan. In just a blink of an eye, it shot out and hit the golden sword light head-on. The broken line and the golden sword light collided in an instant. The gold and black colors cut and destroyed each other, making a clang-like sound of metal clashing. Whether the golden sword light that destroys gold and jade can cut through the power of space, or whether the breaking line that cuts off space can cut through the golden sword light, it only took a moment of stalemate to have the result. The cutting line cut through the golden sword light like a piece of gold foil, and then suddenly slashed down on the golden armored Stegodraman and disappeared in a flash. The golden armored Stegodraman's pupils shrank, and then blood surged from its shoulders, and its entire body was cut into two halves from its shoulders all the way down. Su Yuan looked indifferent, and after taking out the star cores from the corpses of the two star beasts in a flash, he quickly rushed towards the location of the hellfire in his mental induction. Chapter 142 Leave it to you. Where the flare silver branch is. Huangxiang was sweating profusely. He had already sealed 6 of the 7 flares with his star power, and was trying his best to seal the last one. Next to Huangxiang, a hellfire was constantly fighting with the purple flame Mad Lion. If you look closely, you can see that most of the demon armor on this hellfire has been torn apart. As for the other hellfire, it was torn into several pieces by the sharp claws of the purple flame Mad Lion and fell to the ground dead. Although the purple flame Mad Lion on the opposite side was also seriously injured, the blood around him was constantly coiling and surging like boiling. Under the influence of these blood energy, the speed of the purple flame Crazy Lion is obviously much stronger than the first one. That's not all. The injuries sustained by the 2 hellfires on its body continued to recover at an extremely fast speed under the boiling blood. Blue skill, boiling blood. The more serious the injury you suffer, the agility and recovery ability will be greatly improved. At the beginning, the 2 armed hellfires joined forces to suppress the silver intermediate purple flame Mad Lion. But hellfire lacks the explosive skills to kill in one hit. As the purple flame wild lion was gradually injured, its movements became faster and faster, and finally reached the limit that the silver level could achieve. Not only were the 2 hellfires unable to fight back, their injuries were still recovering. Then the situation took a turn for the worse. Under the premise of passive defense and protecting Huangxiang, one of the hellfires was finally torn apart by the purple flame Mad Lion's killing move that broke through the armor. And the remaining hellfire is also in danger. What's going on with this lion? The more he fights, the stronger he gets. Does it also have the talent to adapt? Although Huangxiang didn't understand what skills the purple flame Mad Lion used, he also knew that the situation was very bad now and he could only go all out to seal the last flare of the flare silver branch. Not long after, the 7th group of flares finally dimmed due to Huangxiang's efforts. Good. Huangxiang was overjoyed, took out a long knife, and cut off the silver branch along the weak spot at its root. Boom! Before Huangxiang could be happy, a huge falling sound suddenly came from behind him. Huangxiang had heard this sound once, and it was the sound of hellfire being knocked to the ground. Not good. Huangxiang's heart skipped a beat and he quickly turned around, only to see the purple flame Mad Lion rushing towards him like a purple phantom and slapping it with his paw. Huangxiang was so frightened that he could only resist with the long knife in his hand. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Huangxiang was immediately photographed far away. Even so, Huangxiang still hugged the flare silver branch tightly and did not let go. After rolling on the ground several times, Huangxiang stood up again with a slap of his left hand. Without looking back at all, he covered his chest that had suffered internal injuries and ran away. Just kidding, even Su Yuan's armed hellfire was torn to pieces by the purple lion, how could he be his opponent? There was a sound of breaking through the air behind him, and the temperature was getting higher and higher. Huangxiang could only bite the bullet and continue running forward without looking back. Huangxiang knew very well that if he dared to stop, he would soon burp. However, the speed difference between the two sides was too great. Even if Huangxiang could adapt to the speed of the purple flame Crazy Lion, he would never be able to do it in just a moment. In just a few seconds, the purple flame mad lion chased behind Huangxiang, purple flames surged from its claws, and it shot out with another claw. It's over, it's over. I just saved my life from the Lord of Hell, and within a few days I have to give it back again. Huangxiang's face was ashen, but he kept mumbling. Su Yuan, you must avenge me. You must also take this flaring silver branch, otherwise my death will be in vain. Just when Huangxiang was about to die under the lion's claws, a 10-meter-long jet-black thread suddenly appeared behind Huangxiang and landed accurately on the purple flame-crazy lion. The terrifying spatial fluctuations on the black line made the purple flame-mad lion's scalp numb, and he immediately jumped back without thinking. However, although the heavy pressure of the elemental magnet arrived late, it immediately fell on the purple flame-mad lion, causing the purple flame-mad lion's body to sink immediately. Although the purple flame-mad lion is blessed by boiling blood at this time, its agility is greatly improved. But if you want to break free from the pressure of Yuan magnet, you have to rely on star power or strength. Speed is of no use. Su Yuan is in the white flame state, and the power of the heavy pressure of the elemental magnet is many times greater than before. Even a high-level silver star beast with sea-level power qualifications can freeze you for a moment, not to mention the purple flame mad lion. The purple flame mad lion had just stood up again, and the power of the broken line had fully exploded. But when the black light flourished, the purple flame mad lion was chopped into 2 parts. Boiling blood is not superspeed regeneration, and being torn into 2 parts can only mean death. Huangxiang, who had already run dozens of meters away, noticed the movement behind him and quickly turned his head to take a look. At this glance, I realized that the purple flame mad lion had actually been killed. Huangxiang was frightened and quickly stopped and looked up, only to see the white flames around Su Yuan flowing and floating in the air. After another flash, he returned to the body of the purple flame lion. Su Yuan. Huangxiang was extremely surprised. He didn't expect that Su Yuan would come back at this critical moment and kill the purple flame mad lion in one fell swoop. Overjoyed, Huangxiang ran back happily holding the flaring silver branch. Su Yuan looked at the flaring silver branch held tightly in Huangxiang's hand, and couldn't help but feel a little touched in his heart. My life is gone, why are you still holding this silver branch? If you drop it, the purple lion may not chase you. Huangxiang was startled, then scratched his head in embarrassment. I didn't even think of this, so I just wanted to take it out. When Su Yuan heard this, he was angry and funny, and then a little moved. This brother is capable. He really doesn't want his life if something happens. With a thought in his mind, Su Yuan unlocked the Great Sun Burning Body technique, and the blazing white flames quickly faded away from him. At this moment, Su Yuan felt an extremely strong feeling of weakness and severe pain suddenly filling his whole body, and he suddenly stumbled. Su Yuan. Huangxiang, who was next to him, was startled and quickly stretched out his hand to support Su Yuan, only to see that Su Yuan's face was pale, his brows were furrowed, and countless beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. Su Yuan, what's wrong with you? Huangxiang asked quickly. It's okay, I just consumed too much and my body is a little overdraft. After Su Yuan took a few deep breaths, he regained his balance. Upon seeing this, Huangxiang handed the flare silver branch to Su Yuan, and then stepped forward to take out the star core of the purple flame mad lion and handed it to Su Yuan. Su Yuan looked at the 2 items and then put them into the space ring. Then let's go down the mountain first. Su Yuan was mid-sentence when he suddenly noticed something, frowned and looked to the side. Not far ahead, I saw 2 silver junior elite star beasts and a dozen bronze star beasts chasing them all the way looking for movement. This is really not the right time. Su Yuan's heart sank slightly. He took the risk of using white flame to burn his body. At this moment, not only was his physical body extremely weak, his star power was almost at the bottom, and even the summoned beasts were all on cooldown. If he cannot go down the mountain as soon as possible, once the star power in his body is exhausted, even if he is not torn to pieces by the star beast, his mind will be eroded by the fire miasma on Moyang Peak. How to defend against the enemy? At this moment, Huangxiang stepped forward and stood in front of Su Yuan. Su Yuan, you go first. Huangxiang took a deep breath and stared solemnly at the group of star beasts slowly approaching from the front. I have adaptation, so it shouldn't be difficult to hold them back. I'll block them for a while and then find an opportunity. Get away and find you. Su Yuan was startled, then chuckled, isn't it difficult? Do I look so easy to deceive? Besides, I am powerless now, and any star beast on the road can eat me. Seeing Su Yuan's revelation, Huangxiang suddenly lost his temper and said with a sad face, how can we fix it? You shouldn't have consumed much star power, right? Su Yuan suddenly asked. Huangxiang was alert to the approaching star beast in front and said without looking back, there is almost no consumption, but the problem now is that I can't defeat it. Then I'll let you beat me. The ring in Su Yuan's hand flashed, and he took out the star core that Huangxiang just handed over and held it in his hand. System: consume stardust to extract boiling blood. As the stardust was consumed, a burst of bright light bloomed in Su Yuan's hands. In just a short moment, a card emitting a deep blue light fell into Su Yuan's hands. Huangxiang felt the movement behind him, and just when he turned around, he saw Su Yuan handing over a blue star card. On the front of the card was a purple lion with blood all over his body. Is this the purple lion just now? Su Yuan, you actually extracted the blue card from it. Su Yuan nodded, put it on. But no matter what, you will have to die here. Okay. At the critical moment of life and death, Huangxiang didn't hesitate and immediately embedded this boiling blood with the star power communication star card. But when Huangxiang looked up, Su Yuan unexpectedly handed over another blue star card with a black bull demon printed on it. It was the exploding bull demon fist from the flaming bull demon. Seeing as you use fists, take this too, in case you can't beat me. Huangxiang clenched his fists and looked at Su Yuan intently. Su Yuan chuckled, hurry up, those star beasts are coming around, I'm still counting on you to take me down the mountain. Huangxiang gritted his teeth and nodded heavily, then took the exploding bull demon fist without saying a word and embedded it in it. Okay, I'll leave it to you next. Su Yuan smiled and patted Huangxiang's shoulder, then took a few steps back. Huangxiang turned around to face the star beasts. Instead of rushing out immediately, he stretched out his right hand and slapped his chest hard with his backhand. Puff! With a muffled groan, Huangxiang spat out a large mouthful of blood on the spot. Huangxiang had already suffered internal injuries from the purple flame crazy lion before, but now he was even more injured. Su Yuan was shocked, but he reacted instantly and understood Huangxiang's intention. It was at this time that Huangxiang launched his boiling blood. In an instant, boiling blood surged out of his body, lingering all over Huangxiang's body. I will definitely take you out. Huangxiang shouted low, then stepped forward and rushed towards the many star beasts in front. Written request for leave. I'm going out of province to attend a friend's wedding tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, and I'm lucky enough to be the best man. Since the journey is far and there are many things to do, I just asked for leave. Please forgive me if I don't update normally in the next 2 days. /hold your fists /hold your fists /hold your fists. Chapter 143 Escape. Hengduan Mountain, in a mountain depression a few kilometers away from Moyang Peak. 2 young men came running quickly. One of the young men with black hair was pale, his steps were sluggish, and his breath was sluggish. The tattered clothes of another young man with yellow hair had already been stained red with blood, and various injuries were scattered all over his body. Especially the 2 wounds that penetrated the lower abdomen and tore open the back. The exposed bones could be faintly seen, which was simply shocking. If it weren't for the boiling blood in the yellow-haired young man's body that was constantly repairing these injuries at a high speed, I'm afraid he would have died countless times. Even so, the yellow-haired young man's eyes were full of fatigue, and his star power was almost at the bottom, and he was just trying his best to maintain his state. These two people in extreme embarrassment were Huangxiang and Su Yuan, who had fought their way down from Moyang Peak. The death of the three-headed star beasts such as golden-armored Stegodraman caused quite a stir. Not only the first group of star beasts, but also other star beasts heard the noise and came from various places to surround them. There were 5 silver star beasts in total. After Huangxiang was embedded with the boiling blood and exploding bull demon fist, his strength greatly increased. After killing 2 silver star beasts and more than 30 bronze star beasts along the way, he finally succeeded in bringing Su Yuan out of Moyang Peak. But even so, Huangxiang was seriously injured when faced with the pursuit of 5 silver star beasts and dozens of bronze star beasts. The entry-level boiling blood has long been overloaded, and Huangxiang's ability to sustain it until now is entirely due to his super strong will and extraordinary adaptability. They probably aren't chasing you anymore, just find a place in front. Su Yuan whispered. Okay. Huangxiang gritted his teeth and nodded. The two walked into the COL and found a relatively hidden location to stop. With a thought, Huangxiang released the boiling blood. The boiling blood surged around his body and then returned to his body. The agility and recovery enhancement effects brought by the boiling blood disappeared together, and intense fatigue and pain suddenly struck. Huangxiang's vision went dark and he fainted. Su Yuan was shocked and quickly stepped forward to check. Fortunately, although the injury is not serious, it has not worsened further. In addition, my physical strength is a bit exhausted. Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. He originally thought that if the boiling blood stopped, there would be some sequelae that would lead to Huangxiang's injuries. But now it seems that the injuries in the body are the same as before, as if the boiling blood card has no side effects. Su Yuan raised his right hand, gathered some of the star power he had just recovered in his body, and summoned a baptism of holy light to heal Huangxiang's injuries. Boiling blood. This card is really special. Su Yuan put down his arm and looked thoughtful. Obviously, this card is an enhanced card, but its activation conditions are very strict and cannot be used as desired. But once it is activated, due to its uniqueness, not only does it have no side effects, but its strengthening strength is not much weaker than the T1 strengthening card. Even in its extreme state, its bonus effect can exceed that of the T1 strengthening card. No wonder the purple flame lion was able to unexpectedly kill the 2 hellfires in their armed form. For ordinary people, this card may be quite useless and inconvenient due to the conditions of use. But for Huangxiang, who has the talent to adapt and needs to practice in a high-pressure environment for a long time, this boiling blood is perfect. It can be regarded as a 5. Special cards should be given to special people. However, from now on, Huangxiang may be a little pitiful. Su Yuan felt sorry for Huangxiang in advance. It is conceivable that in order to fully unleash the power of this boiling blood, Huangxiang will inevitably have to suffer a lot in the future. He can even learn some self-injury tricks based on this card that can damage the enemy by 1000 and damage himself by 800. After 2 full days, Su Yuan and Huangxiang gradually recovered to the point of recovery. That's not all. With the vibration of star power around him, Huangxiang actually broke through to the intermediate bronze level in one go. Su Yuan, I've made a breakthrough. Huangxiang's eyes were full of surprise and he jumped up from where he was in excitement. There really is no bottleneck. Su Yuan was also quite amazed, and then nodded and smiled. Congratulations, you are not far from the intermediate level, and this time it is so dangerous. With your adaptability talent, you can break through. It makes sense. Yes, what I have experienced before is far less intense than this time. I rushed down from Moyang Peak in the face of dozens of star beasts chasing and intercepting me. Su Yuan, following you is so exciting. At this moment, in addition to the remaining fear, Huangxiang's eyes also showed a bit of excitement. Su Yuan gave a bitter smile. He didn't want to experience this situation again. Although it is good to have friends you can trust, it is best to keep life and death firmly in your own hands. However, given the situation at that time, I really had no other choice. Facing the golden armored stegodraman and the red striped winged divine bird, he could definitely retreat if he wanted to. But Huangxiang went to help him collect the flare silver branches, so how could he leave him alone? Therefore, we can only go all out regardless of the consequences and kill all 3 silver master star beasts. Now it seems that although the white flame stage of the great sun burning body technique has a terrifying increase, it is too unbearable for the bronze level. Unless absolutely necessary, if possible, it is best not to use it again. Although I have obtained the flare silver branch, I still plan to hunt here for a few days before going back. Where are you, Huangxiang? Do you need my help with the hunt? No, just hunting some ordinary star beasts. Then I'll go back first and hunt ordinary star beasts. If I follow you, it will slow down your efficiency. Su Yuan smiled and shook his head. That's not the case, but I think you have been here for too long, and you really should go back and recuperate. You are almost turning into a savage. Huangxiang nodded and smiled. Well, go back and hand in the task, and then practice the boiling blood and the exploding bull demon fist you gave me as soon as possible. Speaking of these 2 blue cards, Huangxiang was filled with gratitude, suppressed his smile and looked solemn. Su Yuan, if anything happens to you in the future, as long as you don't think I'm not strong enough, I, Huangxiang, will be here at your call. Even if you can't help a lot, you can still help. Yes, I will definitely come to you if I need anything, Su Yuan smiled. After all, you are the first friend I made at Yeadu Academy. Huangxiang chuckled. Su Yuan turned to ask, but when you practice skill level, don't you need to find actual combat exercises with star beasts here to improve the effect? No, I have talent. As long as I keep using skills to let my body adapt, I can continue to improve, even if I hit the air. Because this kind of practice often exhausts the star power, it is more suitable to do it in the Academy's training room. Su Yuan smacked his lips, so that's it. No wonder your skill level is very high. You are really unique. Ha ha ha, my talent is far behind compared to yours. Huangxiang scratched his head in embarrassment. Su Yuan smiled and shook his head. You rely on talent, I rely on skill, don't compare with me. Chapter 144 Not only got the silver branch, but also heard about the Phoenix Stone. More than 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, on the outermost slope of the Hongduan Mountains, Su Yuan walked out with a dragon armor knife. The originally hard and sharp dragon armored sword was now covered with numerous scratches, and there were several gaps on the blade. The battle damage was considerable. Su Yuan himself was also in a very embarrassed state. His black combat uniform was almost dyed purple, and it exuded a strong smell of blood. After so many days, I finally made it out. This Hongduan mountain is really dangerous. Huangxiang can stay here for more than a month. I have to say that he is really lucky. Su Yuan shook his head and smiled bitterly. For more than 20 days, I have been running around in the Hongduan mountains, hunting star beasts with high intensity. We encountered more than 30 silver star beasts along the way, and the most dangerous one was when we ran into an elite gold mid-level star beast head-on in a valley. That kind of powerful aura is much higher than that of the golden armored stegodraman and the red striped winged divine bird. Just the aftermath of the star power attack it sent out made me feel terrified. Su Yuan thought to himself that it would be difficult to deal with it even if he spread out the white flames to burn himself. Fortunately, the golden star beast couldn't fly, so he relied on teleportation and the heavy pressure of the elemental magnet to escape from its hands without any danger. But after so many days, the harvest is extremely abundant. Su Yuan called up the system panel and looked at the changes on the panel. He couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth, and felt a surge of joy and satisfaction in his heart. Su Yuan. Level, Intermediate bronze. Soul card, Phoenix in the blue sky. Stardust, 21,100. Breathing, universal breathing method, progress, star point number 1 of the 7th star nest, 0/10,000. Effect 1, concentrating breath, converging one's own breath and star power fluctuations through the circulation of star power. Effect 2, overload, the operation and burst speed of star power are greatly increased, and the casting time of all skills is reduced by 35%. Effect 3, super perception, strengthen the sensitivity to star power and various energies, greatly improve the perception ability and range, and enhance the 5 senses of sight, hearing, taste, smell, and touch. Effect 4, star power control, control of star power becomes more comfortable, greatly improving micro-operation and multi-operation abilities, and at the same time, the training speed is increased by 20%. Stardust, more than 20,000 points. With more than 20,000 points of Stardust, no matter what star card you encounter in the future, you can easily pull it to the transformation state. If it is not used for other purposes, the entire silver level is basically enough. And breathing has completely opened up the 6th star nest and reached the proficiency level. Skilled level breathing has 2 additional effects, super perception and star power control. As expected, the super perception greatly improves the perception ability, and the role of powerful perception in actual combat is needless to say. And another effect, star power control, actually brings an additional 20% increase in training speed. It is equivalent to the effect of close contact with the soul-retaining divine tree. It is really an unexpected and huge gain. In addition, overload has also been strengthened, and the reduction in cast time has been increased from 30% to 35%, which is faster than before. Although the enhancement is not large, it can be predicted that as the breathing level increases, not only will new effects appear, but the previous effects may also be enhanced. No wonder He Yanan, Yang Yifeng and other teachers from Yeadu Academy admire the breathing method so much. The improvement it brings to the Star Card Master is so amazing. Although the breathing effect is good, it is also very slow to practice. That is to say, Su Yuan has a system. Otherwise, according to the progress of Zhang Tai, Lu Yingying, and others, it will take 1 or 2 years to practice the breathing method to a proficient level. This is still a student in the top class of Yeadu Academy. Students from ordinary colleges may not be able to reach the proficiency level when they graduate. Su Yuan looked at the progress of the 7th star nest, 0/10,000, on the panel and shook his head. The number of stardust required to open a star nest has been increased to 10 times again, reaching 10,000 stardust, so the 7th and 8th master level star nests will require a total of 120,000 stardust. You should be able to get it together by spending about 2 or 3 months on the Hongduan Mountains, but the time is a bit too long. Go back to the academy to repair it first, give the flare silver branch to Situ King Ian, and then buy some secondary materials to start making the blue long knife. Thinking of this, Su Yuan couldn't help but feel a little anticipation and excitement in his heart. According to what Situ King Ian said, the 5 materials given can all have special characteristics. This flare silver branch can randomly produce a fire-based star weapon skill. Star weapon skills are skills bound to the star weapon, and its quality depends on the quality of the star weapon itself. As for the blue quality star weapon, the star weapon skill it produces is almost equivalent to a blue skill star card. Although it is random, depending on the materials used for refining, the type of star weapon, the construction method, etc., it is usually a powerful skill that is very suitable for the star weapon itself. For example, the blue star weapon held by Chen Zhujun, the Thunder Thorn Staff, has thunder attribute star weapon skills such as the Blackthorn Light Cannon. Situ King Ian said that she can add up to 2 materials. Su Yuan lowered his head and looked at the battle-scarred dragon armor sword in his hand. The dragon armor sword can last for a while longer. You can wait and see if there are any left. Information on several materials below. It just so happens that I don't have to run around anymore. I will practice hard after I go back and digest all the insights I gained from this time in the Hongduan Mountains. Maybe I can break through to the high-level bronze level earlier than I expected. Su Yuan's eyes were bright, not only from the harvest of the flare silver branch and a large amount of stardust, but also from the Hongduan mountain range. Even the realm of star power had made significant progress. Before entering the Hongduan Mountains, he had been practicing quietly in the academy for more than a month. In the nearly 1 month of high-intensity fighting in the Hongduan Mountains, the combination of fighting and training not only completely consolidated the previous training, but also gained a lot of insights and experiences. Coupled with the additional cultivation speed increase brought by star power control, high-level bronze may come earlier than expected. Su Yuan put away the dragon armor sword in a flash, then took out a new combat uniform from the ring and put it on, and then returned all the way towards the Great Yan Kingdom. Having just entered Dian's country, Su Yuan took out his cell phone, but unexpectedly received a message from Geng Kaihui. The time was already 4 days ago. Is there any news about the appearance of Phoenix Nirvana Stone? Su Yuan looked at the information given by Geng Kaihui and couldn't help but his eyes lit up. It's better to come early than to come by chance. If it's the Phoenix Nirvana Stone, you have to find a way to get it. Su Yuan looked thoughtful and thought carefully. Now that I have obtained the flare silver branch, it is enough to create a blue star weapon. It would be best if you can still find meteorite sand and other materials. Even if you can't find them, it doesn't matter much. It's nothing more than stronger attributes and 1 or 2 more special effects attached to the materials. But if it is Guanfeng Nishi, then the priority for him is quite high. Because the star weapon made of Phoenix Nirvana can greatly improve the Master's fire resistance, and can also use the absorbed fire energy to repair the damage suffered by the star weapon and the Master. And he will be looking for divine fire in the future. Even if it is an ownerless divine fire, the energy it emits is extremely terrifying. Not to mention gold, even a star-level Master may not be able to easily block it. All preparations that can be made should be made as much as possible. Su Yuan could foresee that the star weapon made of Phoenix Nestone would play a vital role in conquering the divine fire. Therefore, if Feng Nishi is concerned, he has to go through it no matter what. Magic City. Su Yuan looked at his phone, thought for a moment and then sent a message back to Geng Kaihui. Friends, I'm back. My friend's wedding ended successfully, and I was very happy. But I haven't adjusted well yet, so my word count is a bit short today, ha. Try to recover as soon as possible. By the way, I would like to recommend a friend's new book, My Career as an Arms Dealer. The author is a master who writes about arms, and the quality is guaranteed. Chapter 145, The Astonishing Number of Silver Star Cores. A few days later, Shanghai Airport. Su Yuan followed the flow of people and walked out of the airport lobby, and soon saw a young man with conspicuous red hair waiting at the airport exit with his arms folded. Long wait. Su Yuan strode over. It's okay, I just arrived. Geng Kaihui waved his hand indifferently, but you are really like a dragon that never sees the end. You haven't replied for so long. If I hadn't heard someone say that you have left the academy, otherwise I would have. I'm going to go directly to your Demon City Academy to find you. I was practicing outside some time ago. I'm really sorry. Su Yuan apologized, and then asked slightly curiously, by the way, who did you hear that you actually know that I'm not in the academy? Listen to who? Geng Kaihui's face was slightly dull. He coughed and then rubbed his chin and said vaguely, I happen to have a friend in Yeouido College. Maybe he knows that you are too famous. By the way, you read the messages I sent you before. Is it over? Su Yuan was still wondering whether not many people knew his whereabouts. At most, only people in the top class knew. After all, I took nearly a month off and didn't attend 3 small classes. But when Geng Kaihui got down to business, Su Yuan immediately calmed down his thoughts, nodded and said, I think we understand now, will there be an auction? Yes, the auction held by the Baidu Consortium is divided into two categories, junior and senior. The high-level field is set up for experts above the Shining Star level. The minimum requirement for participants is the Shining Star level, which has nothing to do with us. But even in the primary field, there are blue quality star cards, star tools, and some rare third-level materials. According to the news released in the warm-up of the previous auction, there is a piece of Phoenix Nirvana stone in it that is not small in weight and can be used to make 2 weapons. So Yuan asked, what is the value of the Phoenix Nirvana stone? Do you think we can take a photo of it? Geng Kaiyi smiled and said, fire materials are relatively expensive due to high demand. But no matter what, materials are materials after all, and the price is usually much lower than ready-made satellites. Don't worry, I have prepared a lot of silver-level star cores, which should be enough to convert into star stones to take pictures. Su Yuan nodded. Although Geng Kaiyi broke through the silver level less than half a year ago, he is not weak as the top genius of Antarctic Academy. In the past few months since his breakthrough, Geng Kaiyi's family fortune has been continuously enriched. By the way, I really don't need to pay this time. Su Yuan asked with a smile. Geng Kaiyi immediately waved his hand, of course not. Geng Kaiyi had already agreed before that he would pay for the auction of the Phoenix Nirvana stone, which was a return of the favor he had made in the lava cave. Su Yuan smiled and said, okay, since Mr. Geng is rich and powerful, I will thank you in advance. Being treated like this by Su Yuan, Geng Kaiyi suddenly felt a little weak. After all, it is an auction, and there are too many variables. If someone needs something, it may cost several times the price. However, the bold words had already been released, and Geng Kaiyi could only nod his head, and at the same time secretly prayed that the auction would go smoothly, and that he would not be able to take the photo even if he took off his pants. Let's go and get the tickets for the primary level of the auction first. Geng Kaiyi greeted. Su Yuan nodded, okay. In the center of the Magic City, in front of the Tianzhu Hotel owned by the Baidu Consortium. This hotel is so luxurious. Su Yuan and Geng Kaiyi got out of the taxi and looked at the magnificent and luxurious hotel in front of them. They couldn't help but marveled. The two walked into the hotel lobby through the revolving door. On the sign next to them, there was information about the auction. Su Yuan and the two couldn't help but look at it carefully. Excuse me, gentlemen, do you want to participate in our Baidu Consortium's auction tomorrow? At this time, a beautiful waitress in charge of reception in the hall came to greet her. The waitress was smiling and well-behaved, and she did not show any slights to Su Yuan because they were young. As expected of a waiter hired by a top consortium, his basic professional qualities are indeed good. Su Yuan nodded, yes, we want to participate in the primary level of this auction. There are some threshold requirements to participate in the auction. Do you two know about it? Certainly. The waitress smiled and nodded, okay, gentlemen, please follow me. I will take you to verify your qualifications to participate. Trouble. Su Yuan and the two followed the beautiful waitress towards the left side of the lobby on the first floor of Tianzhu Hotel, and soon arrived at the door of a certain conference room. In the conference room, a middle-aged man wearing a white shirt was sitting. Steward Wang, these two are going to participate in the preliminary session of tomorrow's auction. The waitress reported at the door. The middle-aged man nodded and said, well, please come in. Please. The waitress turned sideways and let Su Yuan and the others walk into the conference room. When Su Yuan and Geng Kaiyi sat down, the middle-aged man known as Manager Wang said, it is not difficult to participate in the beginner level, as long as you have a cultivation level of bronze level or above and 200 centimeters of star stones. Geng Kaiyi thought and directly released his star power. Is it the first level of silver? Manager Wang nodded, then please show me 200 centimeters of star stones. Of course, if the star stones are not enough and there are star cores or other star cards that need to be disposed of, our Baidu consortium can also recycle them at a high price of 10% off the market price. Compared with Dian's currency, star stones have currency throughout Halen Star, and are also the main currency used for transactions between high-level star card masters. Star stone uses 1 cubic centimeter as a unit, so its unit of measurement is called centi. Under normal circumstances, the price of 1 centimeter star stone is almost 10,000 yuan. Geng Kaiyi stretched out his hand and put it on the table. Then can the steward help me check the price? I saw the ring in Geng Kaiyi's hand flash, and silver-level star cores fell on the table. Counting them carefully, there were 24 of them. And the star power fluctuations emitted by the 3 highest ones have reached the high level of silver. 3 high-level silver coins, 8 mid-level silver coins, 7 mid-level silver coins. Manager Wang glanced at Geng Kaiyi in surprise. At this age, he was probably a college student. He had accumulated so many silver-level star cores at the beginning of silver level. He even had 3 high-level silver-level star cores. It's not simple. With such a level, he can be ranked in the top 50 in the Magic City Academy. 2 high-grade silver star cores, a total of 216 centimeters of star stones. 8 silver mid-level star cores, a total of 576 centimeters of star stones. 14 silver primary star cores, a total of 630 centimeters of star stones. 24 star cores, a total of 1,422 centimeters of star stones. Manager Wang put down the last star core and looked up at Geng Kaiyi. This price will not differ much from the 10% discount. If you accept it, we will make a deal. For silver-level star cores, extracting star cards is too much of a loss. They are basically used to extract star power to create artificial star stones. In this case, its value has little to do with quality. After all, whether they are elite or ordinary, although there are slight differences in the star power they contain, they are almost the same. It mainly depends on the level of the star core. Geng Kaiyi said directly, "No problem. It is not that easy to sell these star cores by yourself. If you sell them to a large consortium at once, 10% off is indeed a good price. That is to say, this auction is held by the Baidu consortium and has a discount. Otherwise, the general recycling price is only 20% to 15% off." Manager Wang put all the star stones on the table into the ring, and took out 14 square star stones of 1 cubic decimeter from another ring, as well as some scattered small star stones, and handed them to Geng Kaiyi. Afterwards, Manager Wang looked at Su Yuan and said, "You can't bring anyone with you to this auction. Could you please verify this with this guest as well?" Su Yuan nodded, released the breath-holding effect, and released the star power in his body. "Only bronze intermediate." A hint of surprise flashed in Steward Wang's eyes. When Geng Kaiyi and Su Yuan came in together, Manager Wang thought they were at the same level. Unexpectedly, Su Yuan was only at the intermediate bronze level. Su Yuan said, "I don't have a star stone either. Could you please Manager Wang help me recover the star core?" Manager Wang nodded casually, "Well, just take it out." Su Yuan nodded, the ring in his hand flashed, and the star cores fell on the table, while the eyes of Geng Kaiyi and Manager Wang became wider and wider. 42 pieces. Manager Wang whispered. Geng Kaiyi took a deep breath, turned his head and looked at Su Yuan as if he were looking at a monster. "Did we get it wrong? Am I the silver level, or are you the silver level? Is it ridiculous for you, an intermediate bronze leveler, to kill so many silver star beasts?" Manager Wang was also shocked and had nothing to say for a moment. He just raised his head and looked at Su Yuan again. As the star card master of the Baidu consortium, Manager Wang is also a gold level master. He has seen many silver level and even gold level star cores. Of course, these are nothing in front of him. But the problem is that all 42 silver level star cores are in the hands of a bronze level student, which is really outrageous. After all, Manager Wang was experienced. He quickly calmed down and quickly checked the star cores. 5 high-grade silver star cores, a total of 540 centimeters of star stones. 13 silver intermediate star cores, a total of 936 centimeters of star stones. 24 silver low-level star cores, a total of 1080 centimeters of star stones. 42 star cores, a total of 2556 centimeters of star stones. Manager Wang looked at Su Yuan in amazement. A middle-level bronze man could actually hold more than 2000 centimeters of star stones. Su Yuan nodded, not bad. Manager Wang handed the star stone to Su Yuan, asked the two to register, and then took out 2 tickets. Handing the tickets to the two of them, Manager Wang said politely, "The primary auction will start at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. The tickets are only valid for me. We welcome these 2 young geniuses." Su Yuan smiled and said, "Yes, I'll be in charge today." Manager Wang waved his hand, "Hey, it's a small matter, this is my responsibility." Su Yuan didn't say much, got up and left together. Su Yuan. When the two of them walked away, Manager Wang looked at their registration information and thought silently. The most famous people in the Magic City this time seem to be Ji Xian, Wen Shenwei, and others, but I haven't heard of anyone named Su Yuan. After getting started with breathing, the intermediate bronze level hunted more than 40 silver star beasts. Could he be a genius master from other regions? Otherwise, I would never have heard of such strength. Manager Wang thought for a moment and reported the matter as intelligence. Paying attention to young people with potential, investing in them, and attracting them are also what major financial groups need to do to maintain their own strength. This is why Manager Wang became polite. What the consortium values is the future and long term. A top genius is far more valuable than the gold of a middle-aged man like me who has exhausted his potential. Chapter 146 The auction begins. The next day, at 1:30 in the afternoon, Su Yuan and Geng Kaiyi followed the flow of people to the second floor of Tianchu Hotel. There are uniformed waiters standing everywhere to greet and guide the distinguished guests participating in the auction. "Hello gentlemen, this is today's auction picture book." A clean and handsome male waiter handed out a pamphlet to each of Su Yuan and Geng Kaiyi. After Su Yuan and the others took it, they entered the auction venue directly. What a big venue! Geng Kaiyi and Su Yuan came in from the door, and suddenly felt their eyes darken. Looking around, they saw hundreds of people already sitting in the huge venue. Su Yuan looked at them for a while and said slowly, "And most of them are silver level, and there are very few bronze level ones. After all, just to qualify for admission costs 200 centimeters of star stones, which is quite a lot for an ordinary bronze level star card master." Geng Kaiyi turned to look at Su Yuan, "Of course, except for monsters like you." Su Yuan shook his head and glanced at his 2 tickets. "Number 243 and 244, let's go." The two of them came to the back of the venue and sat down. Geng Kaiyi said, "There is another floor upstairs with several private rooms. They should be some respectable VIPs, not like little minions like us." Su Yuan responded casually, and then swept towards the venue again. There are many masters of the Baidu Consortium with deep auras around the sidelines who are responsible for security. They are all above silver level, and there are several gold ones. The highest ones are 2-star level masters. Of course, this Tianchu Hotel is one of the important strongholds of the Baidu Consortium. There are Zhuoyang level masters sitting there all year round. Ordinary people who want to cause trouble will definitely not end well. As for the customers who participated in the auction, many of them were similar in age to Su Yuan and others, and some were directly wearing the uniforms of the Magic City Academy. In addition to the star card masters in society, there are also many college students. Su Yuan said slowly. "Well, the scale this time is not small. In addition to the Magic City Academy, there are students coming from the surrounding Yuanzhou, Zhenzhou, etc. Su Yuan nodded and took out the auction picture book given by the waiter at the door just now and looked at it. Sure enough, there is a Phoenix Nirvana stone. Su Yuan's eyes lit up and he saw a large orange-red stone at the back of the illustrated book. The patterns on this booklet were originally projected using star power to perfectly present the auction items. At this time, the stone has a gradient from bright yellow to red from the inside to the outside, and the flames flow on the paper, lifelike. Yet, Geng Kaiyi was also a little excited. That's it. Su Yuan looked through the other products again, only to realize that the first product and the last 3 products had no clear content, only some information. 3 final items? A star weapon from the famous weapon refining master in the Magic City, the star core of a rare star beast, and a top-level enhanced star card of blue quality. Looking at the auction picture book in his hand, Su Yuan thought secretly. Based on these descriptions and values, we can already roughly guess the general situation of these 3 final items. First of all, the top enhanced star card should be a T1 level blue star card, otherwise it would not be the finale. However, I already have the Great Sun Burning Body technique, so I have no need to strengthen the star card. Secondly, the star weapon must not be a purple epic star weapon. It is too precious and can be placed in a high-end field as a final item. On Blue Sea Star, those who refine blue star weapons are called masters, and those who refine epic star weapons are called grandmasters. Since this star weapon comes from the hands of a master refiner and is not an epic star weapon, it can only be a blue star weapon of excellent quality. I was just rushing to take pictures of the Phoenix Nestone to create a blue star weapon. No matter how good the blue star weapon appeared, it had nothing to do with me, unless it was a star weapon with space attributes. As for the star core of a certain rare star beast, Su Yuan frowned slightly. It was hard to guess. In the lower 3 levels, master star beasts are already very rare. Coupled with the problem of extraction probability, 2 or 3 master star cores may not be able to extract a blue star card, which makes the blue card even rarer and more valuable. Therefore, even the value of a gold-level master star core is at most about the same as an ordinary blue star card. Logically speaking, it cannot be the finale. Rare star beasts, how rare they are! While Su Yuan was thinking, the lights in the venue suddenly changed and gradually focused on the front of the venue. Here we come! Geng Kaiyi's eyes lit up and he whispered. Su Yuan nodded and looked up at the table in front. A classical beauty in her 20s and 80s walked to the table in front of the club. This woman has an oval face, is dignified, and has a generous manner. She is wearing an elegant and generous white ceremonial robe. She has a unique temperament and attracts the attention of everyone on the court as soon as she comes on the stage. What's more important is that she didn't hide the fluctuations in her star power, and she was clearly a gold-level master. Good afternoon everyone, I am Chen Junyan from the Baidu Consortium, responsible for hosting this auction. The woman bowed and bowed, then introduced. There are a total of 48 lots in this auction. Some of them come from famous weapon refiners, some from hidden sects, some from secret realms that have been opened for several years, and some even come from the northern countries. Hearing this, some people were already talking in low voices. There are actually foreign things, Baidu Consortium is really not simple. Well, there were very few items from other countries in previous auctions. Chen Junyan introduced the auction content and rules in detail, and finally said with a smile, if you don't have enough star stones in your hands, you can apply to exchange them with our Baidu Consortium on the spot. Star cores, star cards, materials, intelligence, antiquities, anything of value can be used. We will have professional staff to identify it and give you a price that will satisfy you. Okay, I believe everyone is here to see the baby, not to listen to my nonsense. I won't say much more. Next, let me show you the first treasure of this auction, the Golden Phoenix Pecking Jade Knife. As soon as Chen Junyan finished speaking, 2 beautiful waitresses in their early 20s and wearing black dresses brought things up on silver trays. It was a short sword carved from gold and jade, about a foot long. There was a pattern of a golden phoenix striking the sky on the blade. Even when viewed from a distance, it seemed sharp and dazzling. Chen Junyan took the dagger and looked at the people on the field and said, "I think many people may think that this dagger is flashy when they see its super gorgeous appearance, but in fact..." Chen Junyan took a fist-sized piece of second-grade blackwater steel from the silver plate of another waitress next to her. She picked up the dagger and cut off the entire piece of blackwater steel with a single slash. So sharp! Isn't blackwater steel famous for its hardness? Why did it get scratched in such a short time? Normally blue star weapons can never do it. Everyone in the auction venue was shocked by Chen Junyan's move, and they all carefully looked at the golden phoenix dagger in her hand. Although Chen Junyan is a gold-level player, there are also many gold-level experts in the field, including several sitting at the front. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chen Junyan did not use star power just now, nor did she exert much force, and the piece of black water steel, which is not low in hardness among secondary materials, was smoothly cut open by the Jinfeng dagger like a piece of tofu. The first thing that comes up is the blue star weapon. Su Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. This was definitely a blue star weapon, and it was a quite extraordinary blue star weapon. Geng Kaihui also looked solemn. Although he thought that a good thing might be brought out to liven up the atmosphere at the beginning of the auction, he did not expect it to be such a good thing. For star card masters, sharpness is definitely one of the most critical basic attributes of a weapon. Even if there are no other characteristics, this point alone makes this golden phoenix jade knife one of the best among blue star weapons. Chen Junyan saw the discussion going on. After waiting for a moment, she smiled and said, "This golden phoenix-pecked jade sword was made by Lu Izweun, the former genius refiner of the Demon City Academy and the current rising star refiner of our Baidu Consortium. It is made from the main materials of lead, agar wood, gold and broken gold and jade, with a little bit of extremely rare gold and phoenix blood. It is a blue star weapon that takes its sharpness to the extreme. It can blow hair and break gold and jade, completely no more words." Everyone in the audience nodded secretly. It's no wonder that Master Lu Izweun's works are of an elegant and gorgeous style, and are deeply loved by female star card masters. This golden phoenix pecking jade knife is not only popular among female star card masters. With such a high sharpness, it is considered the best among blue star weapons. It is worthy of being the runner-up in the last National College Weapon Refiner competition. It seems that the Flower series of satellite devices launched by Baidu not long ago was also his handiwork. He is probably waiting for today's opportunity to promote it to him. Su Yuan and Geng Kaihui are not from the Magic City, so they don't know them very well. However, when I heard people talking around me, it was obvious that the weapon refining master named Lu Izweun was very famous. Seeing that the atmosphere was just right, Chen Junyan said at the right time, "The price of the golden phoenix pecking jade knife, which destroys gold and cuts jade, starts at 500 cents, and each increase in price must not be less than 20 cents. This starting price is slightly higher than that of an ordinary blue star card, and can be said to be very low. Even the worst blue star device has to be thousands of centimeters. However, at most auctions, the starting price is very low, and the resulting price is much higher than the actual price. Of course, there are reasons for this that are influenced by the bidding atmosphere at the auction. But more importantly, the items taken out at the auction, regardless of their quality, are indeed rare items that are relatively rare in ordinary times. Otherwise, if I bought it directly in the mall, I wouldn't come to the auction to bid with others." At this time, as soon as Chen Junyan finished speaking, someone immediately made an offer. 500 cents. 600 cents. 800 cents. 1,800 centimeters. Before long, the price was pushed to 1,800 cents. And 1,800 centimeters is almost the price of a better blue star device. After reaching this price, fewer people bid for the golden phoenix pecking jade knife. Judging from the quality of the golden phoenix pecking jade knife, it is definitely more than this price, at least 2,200 cents is worth it. It's just that the golden phoenix pecking jade sword is a short sword after all. There are relatively few people who use short swords among star card masters. After all, every inch is short and every inch is dangerous. If you lose your life, you will have nothing. There are only 3 people still competing, namely a dark-faced middle-aged man wearing a black robe, a petite girl, and another middle-aged woman. The 3 of them looked at the golden phoenix pecking at the jade knife on the stage, with a lot of burning eyes. But even though he wanted to, he became increasingly cautious about raising prices. 1,850 cents. 1,900 centimeters. 1,950 cents. 2,000 cents. At this moment, a rather clear and pleasant voice came from the box upstairs. 2,200 centimeters. This person actually raised the price by 200 cents. Suddenly, the 3 people who had just bid fell silent, and their expressions were not very good. Gang Kaiyi smacked his lips. The people in the Magic City are really rich. Su Yuan smiled and said, after all, this is the economic center of Dian. Of course, there are many more rich people than our remote demons. On the stage, Chen Junyan thought it was almost done. Unexpectedly, VIPs in the box suddenly participated in the bidding and raised the price significantly. She couldn't help but feel happy and greeted excitedly. VIP number 2 bids 2,200 cents. Is there any other distinguished guest willing to bid 2,200 cents? The golden phoenix pecks the jade sword and destroys the gold and breaks the jade. For the star card master who takes the assassin route, he is absolutely the best weapon. The dark-faced middle-aged man and the little girl struggled for a while and finally gave up the idea. However, the middle-aged woman gritted her teeth and said again, 2,300 centimeters. 2,500 cents. Box number 2 spoke almost immediately, as if this amount of money was nothing in his eyes. The middle-aged woman looked towards private room 2, sighed, shook her head and stopped bidding. 2,500 cents for the first time. 2,500 cents for the second time. The third transaction for 2,500 cents, is done. Chen Junyan was happy but also a little regretful. If the middle-aged woman raised the price again, the people in box 2 might shout again. Chen Junyan put the golden phoenix pecking jade knife back on the plate, handed it to the guest in private room 2 by the waitress, and then started the auction of the next item again. Next, we continue to auction the second item, a green quality spear with penetrating properties. Chapter 147 Get the Phoenix Nirvana Stone. The auction continues. T1 and T0 level green star cards, various types of green star weapons such as swords, clubs, and guns, as well as rare materials. Each item takes turns to appear, with 1 or 2 blue cards interspersed from time to time. Although the auction took a long time, the customers participating in the auction have always been relatively active. As for those gold level masters, they were obviously aiming for the last 3 final items. The next item is a rare 3rd level material from the Yan Luo Kingdom in the north, the Phoenix Nirvana Stone. Chen Junyan smiled and spoke, and the beautiful waitress next to her also came over carrying an orange-red stone the size of a fist. This stone is extremely bright, and there seems to be a bright yellow flame burning slowly in it. Here we come, Feng Nishi. Su Yuan and Gang Kaiyi both cheered up at the same time. Not only is it related to the blue star weapon between the two of them, but it is also related to whether Su Yuan can have another powerful trump card when he conquers the divine fire in the future. Chen Junyan opened her mouth and introduced to the crowd, Phoenix Nirvana Stone can only be produced in the extremely high temperature environment where the Phoenix clan, who are gold level masters or above, has lived. We currently have very few stocks in Dian. This piece of Phoenix Nirvana was brought back from the Yan Luo Kingdom by our Baidu Consortium. In addition to the basic fire enhancement, the star weapon made of Phoenix Nirvana also has powerful fire resistance and fire absorption. Not only in the civil war between fire elements, it can also bring huge help when exploring the dangerous areas and secret realms of the fire element. After Chen Junyan finished speaking, many people below were ready to make a move. The civil war between fire-type star card masters is second. After all, star card masters have various abilities, and the frequency of facing fire-type star card masters is not very high. However, fire star card masters will indeed continue to explore dangerous areas and secret realms rich in fire elements, and then kill fire star beasts to hunt for star cards, search for fire element materials, etc. to enhance their strength. In this case, the role that Phoenix Nishi can play is very great. Seeing that she had successfully mobilized everyone's enthusiasm, Chen Junyan's lips curled up. Phoenix Stone, the base price is 200 cents, and each increase must not be less than 20 cents. 200 cents. 240 centimeters. 260 centimeters. When the bidding started, Geng Kaihui and Su Yuan were not in a hurry to take action. Most of the people bidding now don't have much demand for Phoenix Stone. They just see that the price is still low, so they increase the price at will within the acceptable range. If you get it, even if you don't use it, you might be able to sell it at a better price in the future and make a lot of money. 69shux.com. If you can't take a photo, it doesn't matter. Geng Kaihui said slowly, under normal circumstances, the price of third-level fire materials should be around 600 cents. This piece of Phoenix Stone is relatively large. If you want to make a long knife, it is enough for 2 people. I estimate that the actual value should be in the range of 900 cents to 1000 cents. Su Yuan nodded, it's almost the same. It just depends on whether there is competition. 700 cents. 720 centimeters. 760 centimeters. As time goes by, this piece of Phoenix Stone is getting closer to its proper price range. There are still a few bidders, but it seems that only 2 of them really want this Phoenix Nirvana Stone. Su Yuan was not idle either. He had been observing the bidders, and 2 of them had a relatively obvious desire to auction. The first one is a burly man wearing a black shirt. His aura is not very restrained. He should be a high-level silver man. The other one is a young man sitting in front. This young man has clean red short hair, strong muscles, and sharp eyes. He looks quite untouchable. Although he used his breath to control his aura, Su Yuan still detected his strength with his super perception. Intermediate bronze. It seems that he is also the top master in the academy. He is probably the Demon City Academy. But Su Yuan just glanced at him, and his eyes fell on a black-haired boy sitting next to him, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. This black-haired boy has fair skin and extremely outstanding appearance. He should be with the red-haired young man. The reason why Su Yuan paid attention to him was naturally not because of his appearance, but because of his strength, which had reached the high level of bronze. There is currently no freshman in Yeodu Academy who has reached the advanced bronze level. It would be fine if this person is a sophomore, but if he is also a freshman, that would be a bit powerful. At this moment, the black-haired young man seemed to sense something and suddenly turned his head to look at Su Yuan. The 2 looked at each other, and there was a faint glint in the black-haired young man's eyes. He smiled at Su Yuan and nodded, then turned back. Ji Xian, what's wrong? Yang Su, who had red hair, had just stood up and finished adding the price, but found that Ji Xian next to him seemed to be looking into the distance. Nothing. Ji Xian smiled and shook his head. The glimmer in his eyes dissipated, but he narrowed his eyes slightly and began to think secretly. The man with silver eyes just now definitely saw through his and Yang Su's cultivation. And this means that the other party has reached the second level of breathing. There are only intermediate bronze level students, most of whom are freshmen. Are they breathing heavily so quickly? It's interesting. I don't know where the master comes from. After Ji Xian thought for a moment, he smiled nonchalantly. No matter how powerful he is, how can a bronze mid-level person be his opponent? For top geniuses, all aspects such as realm, soul cards, skills, star weapons, and combat talents have almost reached the ultimate level that can be achieved currently, and there will be no obvious shortcomings. As for the high-level bronze level, compared to the intermediate level bronze level, the gap in realm is already huge, and it is undoubtedly very difficult to make up for it from other aspects. Therefore, in Ji Xian's view, no matter which academy Su Yuan was a genius in, he would not be his opponent. It's not the case now, and even if his realm catches up in the future, it won't be the case. Among their peers, only the two people from the imperial capital could bring some pressure to themselves. On the other side, Su Yuan also withdrew his gaze. This person's perception is also very keen. If he doesn't have the talent to increase perception, he has at least completely opened up the fifth star nest. Su Yuan thought about it for a while and then thought nothing more about it, because the bidding for the Phoenix Stone had reached a critical moment, reaching 800 cents. It's almost time to enter. Su Yuan reminded. Geng Kaiyi nodded and stood up directly. 900 cents. When Chen Junyan heard the quotation, she immediately said loudly, 900 cents, the distinguished guest number 243 paid 900 cents. This Phoenix Stone is definitely an excellent choice for Fire Star card masters to create Blue Star tools. It is not to be missed. Is there a higher price? Geng Kaiyi raised the price by 100 cents, causing several people who were originally unwilling to bid to give up bidding. Even the burly man shook his head after struggling for a while and said no more. Yang Su turned to look at Geng Kaiyi and frowned. The red-haired young man who made the sudden bid was obviously a Fire Star card master. It was obvious that the other party also wanted the Phoenix Nirvana Stone. But I came here especially for this Phoenix Stone, so naturally I won't give up easily. 950 cents. Yang Su said loudly, directly increasing the price by 950 cents. 1000 cents. Geng Kaiyi also increased the price by 50 cents. Yang Su, 1050 centimeters. Geng Kaiyi, 1100 centimeters. Yang Su frowned, and after pondering for a moment, he gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, 1200 centimeters. 1200 cents. The distinguished guest number 89 has increased the bid to 1200 cents. Is there any higher price? Seeing Yang Su directly raising the price by 100 cents, Chen Junyan was delighted and looked straight in the direction of Geng Kaiyi. Everyone in the venue couldn't help but started talking in low voices. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that the current price of this piece of Phoenix Stone had exceeded its own value. However, this is also a common occurrence at auctions, and everyone is happy to watch the excitement to see who will end up with this third-level fire element material. Yang Su also looked at Geng Kaiyi nervously, because 1200 centimeters was already his limit. Even 400 cents of it was borrowed from another classmate. I originally only had 800 cents. I originally expected to take a picture of this Phoenix Stone, and 1200 centimeters should be enough. Unexpectedly, I actually met someone who was also determined to get the Phoenix Stone. Don't raise the price. Yang Su prayed in his heart. However, in just a moment, Geng Kaiyi broke his illusion and raised the price by 50 again. 1250 centimeters. Yang Su looked a little sad, and he was willing to bid, but he didn't have any more star stones. Damn it, the red heart spear I want to build. This Phoenix Stone is the best material as the core, could I just miss it like this? Yang Su also wanted to build a fire-based star device, which required high-energy fire-based materials as the core, and this Phoenix Stone was really the best choice. Otherwise, Yang Su, a freshman at Magic City College, would not have spent all his wealth to buy this Phoenix Nirvana Stone. Just when Yang Su was annoyed, Ji Xian next to him said, if you still want to bid, I can lend you 500 cents. Oh! Yang Su's eyes lit up, and he said happily, okay. As long as I can take a photo of this Phoenix Nirvana stone, I will definitely return it to you within the next semester. 1,250, is there anyone else bidding? If not, 1,250 cents for the first time, 1,250 cents for the second time. Yang Su interrupted directly, 1,300 centimeters. With Ji Xian's support, Yang Su also gained confidence again. Geng Kaihui also heard the change in Yang Su's tone and couldn't help but frown slightly, 1,340 centimeters. Yang Su said directly, 1,380 centimeters. 1,420 centimeters. Geng Kaihui's voice was deep. Geng Kaihui only has a total of 1,422 centimeters of star stones. This price is already the limit. Of course, Geng Kaihui didn't panic at all. After all, there was a young upstart sitting next to him. Yang Su continued to increase the price, 1,450 cents. Seeing that the other party was still increasing the price, Geng Kaihui coughed twice, looked at Su Yuan and said, "How about, lend me some first?" Su Yuan smiled and said, "What are you talking about? Mr. Geng has already grown a large head. The extra part will be on my head. You can just take pictures. Mr. Su is grand." Geng Kaihui responded with a smile. Yesterday, he said that the phoenix stone was wrapped around him, but he didn't expect that he would be slapped in the face today. But a slap in the face is a slap in the face, and the most important thing now is to take a picture of this Phoenix Nirvana stone. 1,500 cents. 1,520 centimeters. 1,550 centimeters. 1,580 centimeters. 1,600 centimeters. Geng Kaihui's latest quote is 1,600 cents. Ji Xian asked Yang Su, "Do you still need it? I just finished practicing the star weapon. I don't have much money in my hands, but I can still get 200 centimeters." Yang Su glanced at Geng Kaihui, who looked calm, as if he hadn't reached his limit yet. In fact, the price of 1,600 cents is already very high, with a premium of more than 50%. Even if I can take a picture, my energy will be severely damaged in the end. After pondering for a moment, Yang Su finally shook his head, "Forget it, let's call it a day." Chen Junyan spoke at the right time. The distinguished guest number 243 bid 1,600 cents. Is there any higher bid? Although it is only a third-level material, there are very few phoenix nephrites in stock in Dian. This piece was brought from Yan Luo Kingdom, and it can be regarded as cherish it very much. Chen Junyan looked in the direction of Yang Su, with a little encouragement in her words. But Yang Su has decided not to take the photo, so naturally he won't be easily persuaded by her. Seeing that no one was bidding, Chen Junyan could only announce, 1,600 cents for the first time, 1,600 cents for the second time. 1,600 cents for the third time. Make a deal. Congratulations to VIP number 243, this Phoenix Nirvana stone from Yan Luo Kingdom belongs to you. Chen Junyan was naturally very happy about this result. Materials auctions fluctuate greatly. Sometimes no one is interested, and sometimes everyone is competing for them. It all depends on whether there is someone who needs it. This piece of Phoenix Nirvana can obtain 1,600 centimeters of star stones, which is quite unexpected. The income obtained is higher than the income from the golden phoenix pecking jade knife at the beginning. Geng Kaihui paid for the star stone and finally breathed a sigh of relief when the waiter brought the phoenix stone up. Although the process was a bit tortuous and the price was not small, I finally succeeded in getting this Phoenix Nirvana stone. Finally got it. If the auction hadn't ended yet, I would have wanted to go home immediately. Geng Kaihui was excited. Me too, Su Yuan smiled, but since I'm here at the auction, I have to take a look at the 3 final items. Geng Kaihui just said casually, and of course it was impossible to leave just like that. So the two of them enjoyed the joy of harvesting the Phoenix Nirvana Stone while quietly waiting for the three final items. Chapter 148 The Final Star Core. The Phoenix Nirvana Stone was already considered a relatively low-ranking treasure. After that, more than half an hour passed, and only the last three treasures were left. Chen Junyan raised her voice and said, "Thank you, distinguished guests, for waiting until now. Then it's our turn for the finale item. The first final item is a masterpiece hand-forged by Gao Qifeng, the famous weapon refiner in our magical city, the Blue Star Moon Wheel Sword." Chen Junyan took a blue weapon card from the plate of the young waitress next to her. The light on the weapon card flashed and turned into a 3-foot 2-inch long knife with a slight arc in her hand. The blade of the sword is as bright as the moon, and the whole body is extremely clean. There are constantly tiny bits of bright white light shining in it, and you can faintly feel bursts of powerful power from it. As soon as this long knife came out, it attracted the attention of countless people. Chen Junyan slowly introduced the moon blade while showing it. The moon wheel long knife is made of the moon-watching cold stone as the main material, and Guanggan silver, gold, and star-guiding stone as supplements. It has three main characteristics. Stars conquer the moon. It can use the power of the moon to increase the user's star power intensity. At night, this improvement will reach its limit. For the lower three levels, during the day and night, its improvement range is between 30% and 80%. In other words, as long as you hold this knife, your star power intensity will automatically increase by 80% during night battles. Yuhua Yulian, the concentration and sharpness of the star power sword light produced by this moon wheel sword will be doubled. Moon Flash, weapon skill, anywhere illuminated by moonlight can be reached in an instant. It can move at high speed over short distances with the help of the power of the moon in the sword. Even before Chen Junyan finished speaking, many masters on the field were already secretly shocked. Several gold-level masters in front were also ready to make a move. Obviously, the strength of this final long knife is beyond everyone's expectations. This knife is very strong. Su Yuan took a deep breath. If he hadn't already gathered the Qi Yao silver branch and the Phoenix Nirvana stone, he might not be able to resist bidding for this long knife. Geng Kaiyi next to him also swallowed, his eyes burning. The three characteristics of this knife are not only strong in numerical value, but also very practical. The increase in star power intensity brought about by stars gathering the moon during the day and at night is only slightly lower than the red flame and yellow flame stages of the Great Sun Burning Body technique. Although the Great Sun Burning Body technique can also improve strength, agility, etc., the strength of star power is definitely the most important for ordinary star card masters. Moreover, stars governing the moon is the permanent passive ability of this knife, and it has no consumption. Just based on the characteristic of stars overlapping the moon, it is considered to be the best among blue star weapons. Additionally, it has two other features. Yuhua Yulian can increase the attack range and sharpness of star power / Moon Teleport is a pseudo-teleport displacement skill. Even if the effect is not as good as teleportation, it will not be much different. No matter in terms of practicality or strength, this moonwheel knife is a top-notch work. It can be called the best among blue star weapons. It is worthy of being made by a master. Chen Junyan waited for a while and saw that the atmosphere quickly became lively, so she chuckled and said, "The moonwheel knife made by the weapon refiner Gao Qifeng starts at 1000 centimeters of star stone. Each increase in price must not be less than 50 centimeters. The bidding begins. 1000 centimeters. 1200 centimeters. 1500 cents. 1700 centimeters. 2000 cents. The price of the moonwheel knife continued to rise, breaking through the 2000 cents mark in just a few moments, and then quickly surpassed the 2500 cent price of the Golden Phoenix Peking Jade knife. At the auction table, Geng Kaiyi smacked his lips and said, "It's not worth 3 or 4000 centimeters. I'm afraid I won't be able to get this moonwheel knife." Su Yuan's expression condensed slightly as he said, I'm afraid there's more. Since it's a long sword and has no attribute bias, with such high versatility, there will definitely be no shortage of people interested in it. From the perspective of strength and practicality alone, this knife may be around 4,000 centimeters, but in the end, Su Yuan estimates that it may reach 5,000 centimeters. There is no other reason, because the versatility of this star weapon is too high. In Dian, in addition to warlocks, swords are the mainstream choice of weapons for star card masters, accounting for 40% each, guns and sticks account for 10%, and the remaining 10% are other weapons. In addition, stars conquering the moon increases the strength of star power, which is effective for all star card masters and does not favor a certain series of attributes. Therefore, a main weapon with such high versatility will definitely attract people to grab it in an environment like an auction, and the price will naturally go up. Time passed, and sure enough, just as Su Yuan expected, the price of this moon wheel knife successively exceeded the 3,000, 4,000 and even 5,000 mark. At this time, there are only 2 gold level masters and the VIPs in box 2 left competing. 5,200 centimeters. One of the gold level masters increased the price to 5,200. But the clear voice coming from box 2 directly quoted an astonishing price. 5,500 cents. 5,500. The price was directly increased by 300 cents. As soon as this price came out, the other 2 gold level masters became silent. In the end, the man in the number 2 box upstairs took the shot of the moon blade. Congratulations to the distinguished guest in box 2 for taking this extremely precious moon wheel knife and adding another treasure to it. Chen Junyan smiled and returned the moon blade to the weapon card, handed it to the young and beautiful waitress next to her, and motioned for her to send it over. At the auction, everyone's eyes couldn't help but look towards box 2. It was the people inside who took the picture of the golden phoenix pecking the jade knife before, and now they took the picture of the moon wheel sword. They are really extremely wealthy. However, there was a one-way barrier outside the box that blocked the line of sight, so no one could see clearly what was going on inside. Judging from the voice and vague figure, it should be a very young girl. The young waitress responsible for delivering the lots knocked on the door and pushed open the box. There were 2 people inside. One of them is a burly man wearing a black suit and white gloves, who looks like a butler. This man has white hair and a white beard. He is not young, but his eyes are sharp, his body is upright, and his strength is unfathomable. He stood quietly on the edge. In front of him, sat a beautiful girl with fair skin, long blonde hair, and a gorgeous and noble temperament. At this time, the girl was casually playing with the golden phoenix pecking jade knife that she had photographed earlier. The young waitress looked at the blonde girl sitting in front of her and felt that she was so dazzling that she seemed to be glowing, so she couldn't help but bow her head slightly. "Hello, distinguished guest, this is the item you took a photo of." The young waitress placed the plate with the moon wheel sword star card on the table next to the blonde girl and said respectfully. Upon seeing this, the blonde girl did not rush to take out the moon blade star card, but stretched out her right hand to gently lift the chin of the young waitress. "You are very beautiful, there is no need to keep your head down." The blonde girl smiled. "Yes, yes." Looking at the sparkling girl with a sunny smile in front of her, the waitress's fair cheeks turned red visibly. The blonde girl smiled and took the moon blade's card, and summoned it with a thought. "What a beautiful knife!" The blonde girl's eyes lit up. She held the long knife and briefly tested it. The butler at the back took out a large number of star stones and gave them to the maid. After the waitress left, the blonde girl stopped smiling and handed the long knife to the butler behind her. "Uncle Zeno, take a look." After the butler at the back took it, he just checked it briefly and said slowly, "The quality is excellent. The weapon refiners of our Dylan's family are almost at this level. If anyone who knows anything about Kigwang Kingdom is present, they will definitely be surprised. Because the Dylan's family is one of the largest families in Kigwang. Because it uses the eternal violet as the family emblem, it is praised by the people of Kigwang as the flower of destiny that never fades. And this blonde girl is one of the contemporary direct descendants of the Dillon's family, Violet Dillons. Miss, here it is. Zeno handed the long knife back to Violet. Violet stroked the long knife, but her expression was slightly condensed, and she said to herself, "It can be seen from the 2 blue star weapons at this auction that Diane's star weapon forging level is very high. I'm afraid it's not as good as ours under Qi Guang. It is indeed a country that is the overlord of the eastern continent with Qi Guang." Zeno listened quietly and did not answer the question without permission. After Violet pondered for a moment, she sighed slightly and put away the golden phoenix pecking jade knife and the moon wheel knife. At this time, the penultimate auction item had also been taken out. Violet put her mind down for the moment and looked outside at the platform. Chen Junyan said, "Next, please bring out our second finale item." A waitress brought up a blue-purple star core and placed it on the display table. "It's really a star core. This is just a master star core, right? The star power fluctuation is like gold level. Can it really be the finale?" Everyone was a little surprised when they saw this. They didn't expect that it was actually a golden master star core. It seemed that it was not enough for the finale. But soon, several gold-level experts near the booth sensed the uniqueness of this star core. "No, this fluctuation is the power of space. This star core contains the power of space. Is it an extremely rare space system star core? Probably not. In addition to the power of space, there seems to be the power of light, and another rather strange power. Space system star core." People in front were talking a lot, and Sir Yuan faintly heard the word space, and he couldn't help but feel excited and cheer up. "Oh!" Gang Kai saw this and said with some speculation, "I saw you use teleportation before, and I vaguely guessed that you are really a space system star card master." Sir Yuan did not deny it and nodded. Gang Kai suddenly said, "No wonder your current skills are of various types, but their attributes are not uniform. Star cards with special attributes such as time, space, destiny, and reincarnation are not only rare, but most of them are of blue or above quality. And star beasts with these star card skills are more difficult to deal with than ordinary star beasts. Even if they are found, they may not be able to kill them. Therefore, even a space star card master would find it difficult to find a space star card when his own strength is insufficient." At this time, Chen Junyan on the stage also introduced the star core. This star core comes from a star beast called the Dream Elf Dragon. It is a hybrid of a fairy and a dragon and is extremely rare. The Dream Elf Dragon simultaneously controls the 3 powers of light, dream, and space. Correspondingly, it has 3 blue skills. They are the illusion sphere of light element, the dream entanglement of dream power, and the phase shift of space system. Whether it is an illusion ball or a dream entanglement, they are all extremely special skills. And the final phase transfer is a powerful defensive skill that can use the power of space to temporarily transfer oneself out of the current plane to avoid all damage. The space skills are so mysterious and domineering. When everyone heard this description, they also roughly knew what kind of skill phase shift was, and they all became excited. The same goes for Sir Yuan, even more envious than others. Space skills, finally let me see another space skill, and it is also a very practical skill. In the past, I relied on teleportation to avoid powerful attacks, which meant that regardless of offense or defense, I needed to always consider the interval between teleportation spells. And if you have phase shift to lead the defense, you will definitely be more flexible in battle. Phase shift, we must win it. Chapter 149 The Star Core is obtained. Sir Yuan secretly thought about it. If it was a phase shift star card, he would never be able to take it. The price would probably be higher than the moon blade just now. Although in terms of strength alone, the improvement brought by the moon wheel knife to the star card master is definitely greater than that of phase shift. However, star weapons are replaceable and can be recreated, but unique skills such as phase movement, which are rare, are difficult to replace. The price of an ordinary gold-level Master Star Core may be around 200 to 300 cents, but it is difficult to estimate how much the price of this Dream Elf Dragon Star Core will exceed. After deducting the additional 200 centimeters of star stones needed to take the Phoenix Nirvana Stone for Genkai just now, I still have 2,356 centimeters. It should be enough to buy one star core. However, with such a star core, the Baidu Consortium could not afford to lose money if they did not extract it themselves. Once the phase shift is extracted, the value will probably increase several times. Just when Su Yuan felt a little confused, Chen Junyan on the stage spoke again. However, it should be noted that after identification, this elf dragon has 6 other green skills in addition to the previous 3 skills. As the level and quality increase, some of the skills of the Star Beast will be advanced. Even the gold level Master Star Beast usually does not have more than 6 skills. The Dream Elf Dragon can be said to be quite special. As it grows, more new skills are added. This is of course a good thing for the Dream Elf Dragon itself, but it is not very friendly to those who want to extract some kind of blue star card. After all, with so many skills, it is undoubtedly more difficult to extract phase shift. So as soon as these words came out, many people in the audience frowned slightly. Are there 6 more skills? Then there will be 9 skills in total. I asked why not extract this star core yourself, it turns out it has so many skills. Forget it, even if you get this star core, it will be for nothing. Yes, there is only one. The probability of using the space skill is too low. Everyone was sighing. Some experts were originally eager to try it, but now they gave up the idea immediately after hearing it. Chen Junyan sighed secretly, and she didn't want to mention this if she could, because it would definitely affect the bidding price. But a few thousand centimeters of star stone is just a drop in the bucket for the huge Baidu Consortium, so of course it cannot ruin its reputation because of this. Seeing that Su Yuan next to him was about to make a move, Geng Kaihui couldn't help but ask, the probability of extraction is too low. Do you want to take the photo? Of course. Su Yuan smiled, but he was secretly happy in his heart. There are 9 skills in this star core, which is a bad thing for others, but it is good news for myself, so there will definitely be fewer people bidding later. According to previous experiments, even if the star core is not obtained by killing oneself, the stardust system can extract it, but it will consume a large amount of extra stardust. But as long as you can ensure you get the phase shift skill, this won't be a problem. Chen Junyan announced, then the bidding for this star core with space skills is now open. The base price is 300 centimeters of star stones, and each increase in price must not be less than 20 centimeters. 300 cents. 400 cents. 450 cents. The base price and price increase of the star core of the Dream Elf Dragon are the same as the Golden Phoenix Pecking Jade Knife at the beginning, both of which are lower than the Moon Wheel Knife just now. Obviously, the Baidu Consortium also believes that the value of this item is far inferior to the Moon Blade. The reason why it is placed in the finale is to increase the value of this item in disguise. After a while, although it was much slower than the Moon Wheel Knife and the Golden Phoenix Pecking Jade Knife, the price of the Elf Dragon Star Core finally exceeded 1,000 cents. After all, in addition to phase shift, you won't lose much if you use the other 2 blue skills. It's still worth a try. But after breaking through 1,000 centimeters, the speed quickly slowed down, and after a while, it slowly increased to 1,200 centimeters. And Su Yuan also took action at the right time. 1,250 centimeters. Su Yuan quoted a satisfactory price. 1,280 centimeters. 1,300 centimeters. 1,320 centimeters. 1,350 centimeters. There are 3 or 4 others who are gradually increasing their prices. 1,400 centimeters. Su Yuan quoted again. After this price increase, the people who had taken action before hesitated for a moment, but then stopped at the same time. If the Dream Elf Dragon Star Core only has 5 or 6 skills, then the price may be around 1,800 cents. But with 9 skills, I'm afraid it's only worth about 1,200 to 1,300 cents, and the 1,400 cents quoted by Sir Yuan is already considered a high price. For a time, no one at the venue made any bids. When Sir Yuan saw this, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Although this star core is as difficult to sell as expected, until the end, there is no telling if anyone will actually be willing to pay a high price to compete. After all, for the truly wealthy, as long as money can buy it, it doesn't matter. Spending a few thousand cents to win a prize is nothing, as long as the thing is rare enough. Chen Junyan waited for a while, but no one quoted a price, so she could only say, the distinguished guest number 244 bid 1,400 cents. Is there anyone who wants to increase the price? This is an extremely rare space skill. As Chen Junyan spoke, she looked towards several boxes, especially box 2. Chen Junyan thought, with the financial resources shown in box 2, Xing would probably give it more thought if he had the opportunity to use space skills, right? You really think we are taken advantage of? In box 2, when she noticed Chen Junyan's gaze, Violet couldn't help but chuckle, without any intention of taking action. The reason why I took the photos of the Golden Phoenix Pecking Jade Knife and the Moonwheel Long Knife was not only to see Diane's weapon refining skills, but also because these 2 items themselves are of extremely high value. As for this star core with 9 skills, no matter how much the host brags, more than 1,000 centimeters is its limit. Having money does not mean spending money randomly, nor does it mean gambling. Building a big family requires rapid progress and sometimes even a series of risky decisions. But to inherit a big family, it is more important to be stable. 1,400 centimeters for the first time. 1,400 cents for the second time. 1,400 cents for the third time. Deal. Congratulations to guest number 244 for getting this Dream Elf Dragon Star Core with space skills. Chen Junyan felt regretful, but on the surface she still expressed warm congratulations. Seeing that the dust had settled, Sir Yuan felt relieved. He was not so nervous when he was taking pictures of the Phoenix Nirvana stone just now. But we finally won it. Sir Yuan felt excited. Space skills, phase shift. I originally planned to try to find space skills after Bai Yin, but I didn't expect that just now, I had already obtained a star core with space skills at the auction. The price of this star core, which is likely to be given away for free, is close to that of the Phoenix Nirvana stone. Geng Kaiyi smacked his lips, then smiled. But congratulations! Although the probability is pitifully low, I wouldn't be too surprised if you, the chosen one who obtained the 5-leaf essence, used the phase shift. Sir Yuan smiled, took out the star stone and paid the price, and then put away the elf dragon star core. Not far away, Ji Xian, who had been paying attention to this scene, had a flash of surprise in his eyes. He can actually produce so many star stones. Ji Xian couldn't help but look at Sir Yuan again. Even he had only accumulated 1,200 star stones since the beginning of school, but this person actually had a little more than him. Ji Xian, what are you looking at? Do you know that person? Yang Su, who was next to him, also followed Ji Xian's gaze and immediately saw Geng Kaiyi taking the picture of the Feng Ni stone next to Sir Yuan, and couldn't help but frown. Ji Xian shook his head. I don't know him, but he is also a freshman. Freshman? Yang Su stared. A freshman can produce so many star stones, are you sure? Because he was holding his breath, Yang Su could not clearly see Sir Yuan's state, and thought that Sir Yuan was a sophomore like Geng Kaiyi. Definitely, because he is only an intermediate bronze level. Yang Su was startled and couldn't help but look at Sir Yuan. Master, or rich second generation. Next, let's bring you our last treasure. Chen Junyan took a blue star card presented by the waitress next to her. T1 level blue enhanced star card, the protection of the Black Devil. This card comes from Enlightenment and is an enhanced star card specific to the physical body. After use, it can undergo 2 stages of transformation. Each stage of transformation can greatly improve strength, agility, star power resistance and recovery ability. Su Yuan's heart moved slightly. Although the improvement in the 4 directions did not improve the star power, it was still very good. Chen Junyan continued, of course, although this card is powerful, it also has 2 slight shortcomings. First, this card has high requirements on physical fitness. In the absence of other buff bonuses, it generally requires a physical qualification of more than 55 to be embedded and used. Moreover, the physical strength consumption during use is relatively high. People with higher physical strength can maintain strengthening for a longer period of time. Second, although it has high star power resistance after strengthening, it will suffer nearly half of the extra damage when it is attacked by light. Su Yuan looked thoughtful. Compared with the powerful improvement of this card, these 2 shortcomings are not difficult to accept. This card is originally a star card that focuses on strengthening the physical body. The physical qualifications of the human body to be embedded should not be too low. As for the second point of light attacks, in Dian, there are very few light star card masters and light star beasts. Then, the bidding for this T1 level flesh-specific enhanced star card from the distant Enlightenment, the Black Devil's Asylum, starts now. The base price is 1000 centimeters of star stones, and each increase in price must not be less than 20 centimeters. 1000 centimeters. 1300 centimeters. 1400 centimeters. The appearance of Black Demon's Asylum immediately made the auction house fierce again, and it was no less than the previous Moon Blade. Of course, this has nothing to do with Su Yuan. After all, Su Yuan already has the sun-burning body technique. After fierce bidding, this card finally fell into the hands of a gold-level master sitting in the front row for a price of 4,200 cents. At this point, the auction is completely over. Su Yuan and Geng Kaihui also harvested the Phoenix Nirvana Stone and the Dream Elf Dragon Star Core with space skills. In this way, the Blue Star weapon and space skills were all available. This auction was a complete success. Let's go directly to the airport. Geng Kaihui asked as the 2 came out of the auction. Well, just go back. Su Yuan nodded. He was unfamiliar with the place in the Magic City and had nothing to do. Now that the Phoenix Nirvana Stone is in hand, it would be better to hand it over to Situ King Ian as soon as possible along with the Ki Yao Silver Branch. Refining a blue star device takes some time. From design, material refining and blending, to forging, to shaping, this set of processes will probably take several weeks. If you send it over early, you can start refining it earlier. With that said, the 2 walked to the roadside and prepared to take a taxi to the airport. But at this time, someone called Su Yuan from behind. 2 classmates, wait a moment. Su Yuan and Geng Kaihui turned around to see Yang Su, who had previously participated in the bidding, and Ji Xian next to them. Chapter 150. Do you dare to gamble? Geng Kaihui looked at Yang Su and naturally remembered Yang Su, the person who bid against him for the Phoenix Nirvana Stone. What, you want the Phoenix Nirvana Stone? Geng Kaihui asked directly. That's right. Yang Su did not deny it, and said slowly, as for ordinary weapons, your piece of Phoenix Nirvana is enough for 2 people. Since you took the photo with 1600 centimeters, how about I pay 1000 centimeters in exchange for half of it? Yang Su felt that the condition he proposed was quite sincere, which was equivalent to an extra 400 cents for himself, while the other party could buy a piece of Phoenix Nirvana for only 600 cents. Geng Kaihui shook his head. There are 2 of us here, so of course we need 2 copies of the Phoenix Nirvana Stone. If you take one away, then we won't have enough. Yang Su raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Su Yuan next to him. Unexpectedly, the other party was also a fire star card master. After pondering for a while, Yang Su gritted his teeth and said, I will add another 200 centimeters, and exchange 1,200 centimeters for half of the Phoenix Stone. In Yang Su's opinion, since Su Yuan is a freshman, he is probably Geng Kaiyi's junior student. This price should be enough for Geng Kaiyi to give up his junior's share of the Phoenix Nirvana Stone. After all, he is not taking away his own share. Hearing the price, Geng Kaiyi couldn't help but smack his lips. 1,200 centimeters. To be honest, I'm a little tempted. If I add some star stones, I can buy a blue star weapon directly. It's a pity that my weapon refiner has also made an appointment and found other materials. At this point, we can't give up all our efforts. It's best to build a star weapon that suits you. Yang Su frowned. Although he didn't understand why Geng Kaiyi didn't exchange the Phoenix Nirvana Stone for the silver-eyed young man next to him, he could still understand the rejection in the other party's words. So, you still won't change? No change. Yang Su's face darkened, and his eyes moved from Geng Kaiyi to Su Yuan next to him. Listen to what he said, the other Phoenix Nirvana Stone is for you, do you want to exchange it? Su Yuan shook his head and smiled, I won't change. Not to mention 1,200 centimeters of star stones, even 2,000 or 3,000 centimeters of star stones cannot be exchanged by oneself. Refining star weapons is a small matter, but divine fire is a big deal. I will still be looking for divine fire in the future. There are very few materials like Phoenix Nirvana that can greatly increase fire resistance and have fire absorption effects. If you don't change, then why don't you gamble? Yang Su pondered for a while and then suddenly spoke again. I am Yang Su from the Demon City Academy. Ji Xian said that you are an intermediate bronze level student, and you must be a top genius in a first-class academy. Since we are in the same realm, let's take a gamble. If you win, my 1,200 centimeters of star stones will be yours. If you lose, give me half of your Phoenix Nirvana. Yang Su stared at Su Yuan with sharp eyes, how about it, do you dare to come? Do you dare to come? When Geng Kaiyi next to him heard this, he was surprised and couldn't help but feel happy. Good guy, I couldn't find anyone, but I actually found this monster Su Yuan. I didn't expect that I would still have fun to watch before returning to Antarctic City. It was really good. Since you want the Phoenix Nirvana Stone so much, then take a gamble. Su Yuan agreed with a smile. Although the star stones on his body are enough for the time being, no one can have too much money. Since the other party wants to give it away, then I can only accept it. It is also common for star card masters to learn from each other and make progress. In the academy, students can compete with each other in the actual combat hall. Outside, there is also a dueling hall prepared for competitions and competitions. It is not only convenient for star card masters in the society to have discussions, but also convenient for holding some star card master related events. Star card master is not only an identity, but also a profession for some people. In Dian, professional star card masters are even more popular than singers and celebrities. Whether it is the lower level 3 or the third level of Sun, Moon, and Star, there are various competitions every year. This does not mean that the geniuses in the academy will definitely be better than the star card masters in martial arts gyms, companies, and various clubs in society. Many professional star card masters may not be as talented as the top talents in the academy, but they can level cards. I have been stuck for 3 to 5 years, improving all aspects to the extreme, dominating the competition at my level, and earning high contracts and endorsement fees. Among them, those who perform well may also be valued by some institutions in Dian and included in the establishment. Because many secret realms have restricted entry levels, such as lava caves. Therefore, people who are particularly strong at a certain level are often needed by some powerful organizations. In a big city like Motu Academy, dueling halls are naturally everywhere. Under the leadership of two local gangsters, Yang Su and Ji Xian, the group quickly arrived at a branch of Fluctlight Duel near Tianzhu Hotel. The Fluctlight Duel Hall is also an industry under the Baidu Consortium, and its main businesses include martial arts halls, dueling halls, bodyguard companies, etc. This duel hall is a large square open-air venue, somewhat similar to the basketball hall, and much larger than the basketball hall. The hall is divided into arenas. At this time, there are people fighting in several arenas, including bronze, silver, and even gold levels. Yang Su generously paid the venue fee and led Su Yuan and others into one of the arenas. Yang Su jumped directly into the ring and took out a red spear. Seeing that Geng Kaiyi was a little nervous, Su Yuan smiled and said, "Don't worry, even if you lose, you will still lose my share of the Phoenix Nirvana Stone." Geng Kaiyi shook his head and said, "I'm not worried about you losing. I'm worried that you won't break someone. The therapists in this duel hall charge a fee, and the treatment level is not as good as that in the academy. Don't worry, I can still distinguish the important from the important." Su Yuan smiled and then jumped onto the ring. Ji Xian, who was waiting not far away, also heard the exchange between the two and couldn't help but narrowed his eyes slightly. These two people have quite a bit of a tone. Although Yang Su is a little worse than himself, he is still one of the top 10 masters among freshmen in Magic City Academy. He has 2 proficiency-level blue skills, has practiced many skills to perfection, and is quite good at actual combat. Even if you deal with him by yourself, although you can win, it will still take a lot of effort. Thinking of the proficient-level breathing technique mastered by Su Yuan, Ji Xian smiled slightly. "Okay, let's see what you are capable of." The duel hall referee in charge of this battle was a middle-level silver young man who looked to be in his mid-20s, not too old. 2 intermediate bronzes. "After this guard is over, I can get off work." The young referee scanned the registration information that Su Yuan and Su Yuan had just applied for when they applied for the venue, nodded quite easily, and said to the 2 people on the ring, "Let's start when you are ready." Modu Academy, Freshman, Yang Su. Yeadu Academy, Freshman, Su Yuan. Yang Su grinned. It turns out he is a genius from Demon City Academy, no wonder he is so confident. However, your Demon City College is ranked at the bottom of Sandu College and is geographically remote. There is still a difference between Demon City and Imperial City. Since you dare to take on this challenge, let me show you the differences between Sandu College today. In Sandu Academy, Imperial Capital and Demon City have gone back and forth, winning and losing each other, but Yeadu Academy has been ranked 3rd all year round, and it seems a little out of place. Take the annual national competition as an example. In the past 10 years, Demon City Academy's best ranking was 2nd place. The 1st place was constantly changing hands between the Imperial City and Demon City. Therefore, although they are both Sandu colleges, the students from Imperial City and Demon City both look down on the students from Demon City, and only regard each other as rivals. Especially in last year's national competition, Modu Academy won 1st place under the leadership of Xia Xian. With such a sense of honor, Yang Su didn't take seriously the 3rd student from Yeadu who was 10,000 years old. However, Ji Xian in the audience looked thoughtful. "Su Yuan, this name sounds familiar. I seem to have heard it somewhere." Ji Xian frowned slightly, but couldn't remember it for a while. Su Yuan didn't mind Yang Su's contempt, but asked, "Since you are a master of Magic City Academy, you should be able to withstand a beating, right?" "What do you mean?" Yang Su raised his eyebrows and was about to say something. The young referee waiting to get off work could not help but urge, "Start quickly, don't let me work overtime." Su Yuan immediately started to form seals. When Yang Su saw it, he rushed towards Su Yuan in a flash. Under the advanced breathing method, Su Yuan performed the technique very quickly. Yang Su had just rushed halfway when Su Yuan had already finished the technique and stretched out his hand in front of him. The gate of the dark hell opened, and 6 hellfire steel bone wolves rushed out from the gate of hell. They launched a skeletal charge and rushed towards Yang Su under the agitation of black flames. What the hell, just like this? These 6 high-level bronze bone wolves made Yang Su laugh. He thought they were something powerful, and they came out like this after a long time? As soon as the spear in Yang Su's hand glowed red, there were fire snakes twining up. Looking at the 6 hellfire steel bone wolves surrounding him, Yang Su swung his red musket and struck the ground suddenly. Earth-shaking flame strike. This attack is a green skill that Yang Su has perfected, and it can be said to be a special move. The ground shook, flames shot out, and a large amount of flames burst out from where the spear hit the ground and rushed towards the 6-headed wolf. However, the Netherfire Steel Bone Wolf's talent Netherfire Bone has 20% fire resistance. Although it is hit by the flames, it will not be knocked down by one blow. The 6-headed bone wolves rushed towards Yang Su against the bursting flames. The black flames on their claws burned violently, and they all unfolded the hellfire steel claws. These bone wolves are not weak. A trace of surprise flashed in Yang Su's eyes, and he was slightly surprised that these bone wolves could withstand his earth-shaking flame attack head-on. Of course, it was just an accident. Yang Su held the gun in both hands with a calm expression, and a flame mark appeared on his forehead. 100 split shot. The spear in Yang Su's hand continued to thrust out at an astonishing speed. With each thrust, bright flames exploded at the tip of the spear, like a blooming red flower. The flames flickered violently, and the harsh wolf howl suddenly sounded. Dozens of gun flowers exploded all over the body of the 6 steel skeleton wolves almost in no particular order, leaving only holes one after another as big as the mouth of a bowl. In just a few moments, the 6 steel-framed wolves fell to the ground one after another. They're just a bunch of trash, how can they stop me? Yang Su said coldly, looked at Su Yuan in front of him, stepped forward and charged forward with a gun. However, Su Yuan's expression remained as usual, but he slightly raised his hand and pointed it at Yang Su. The seal I formed just now was not just about summoning the 6-headed bone wolf. Seeing Su Yuan so calm, Yang Su felt something bad in his heart for no reason, but he didn't know where this bad feeling came from. At this moment, there was some commotion in the surrounding auditorium. Hey, I'll go. Look, what is that? Damn! Is this a meteorite? What a meteorite! Ji Xian quickly noticed the abnormality and looked into the air, his pupils shrinking involuntarily. Yang Su, be careful up there. Yang Su had just taken a few steps when he heard Ji Xuanlu's urgent voice coming from the audience. Above? Yang Su's eyes suddenly darkened, as if something blocked the sunlight above his head, and he quickly looked up. In his field of vision, he saw 2 huge green meteorites falling from mid-air, and they were about to land on top of him in an instant. Hellfire and meteorites are coming. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.